Right back to Tristan. He's going to run it to first, and the game is over. The Giants have pitched a shutout tonight here in Baltimore. The 9th time the Giants have pitched a shutout this year. An all-around victory that was very impressive.
All right, Flynn. Giants win big. Giants win big against the Baltimore Orioles. Mike Yastrzemski with a leadoff home run. Look, I don't even know if that's the story. The Giants winning the game. They went 10-0. I mean, Blake Snell has been unbelievable since he's come off the IR. Let me read these numbers by Yezzy. By the way, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby, threw me off here in the Giants highlight. I'm not gonna lie, threw me all the way off, Shasky. I'm like, whoa, what? So, oh baby, good morning. You know who you are: overnight dancers, graveyard shift workers, janitors, truck drivers, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. All right, with the positive. The positive is Blake Snell has a 1.33 ERA in 13 starts since coming off the injury list in July. Again, a 1.33 ERA, folks. This guy's been dominant. Dominant. And last night, another 12 strikeouts against one of the best lineups in all of baseball. So, what's going to happen with Blake Snell? Can we re-sign him? You need another battery ram.
He has the opt-in, opt-out. He kind of controls whether
exactly
he's
player
back.
option. Player option.
And I mean, let's just call it what it is. I mean, I was screaming to the high heavens that a team like Baltimore needed to go get a starting pitcher. When you sign Matt Chapman and when you sign Blake Snell, you forfeited a second and third round pick because that's what they cost because of, they had qualifying offers from their current teams. They rejected that deal. And so when they hit free agency, if you sign one of those guys, you lose a draft pick based on those guys' status. And look, Blake Snell's been amazing. What's crazy about it is, like, you were like, man, I think it's been overshadowed how elite he is. But I'll tell you, you can make an argument this is more dominant, at least this last, 13 games, than any Lincecum run. You can make an argument this is like more dominant than any Bumgarner, Jason Schmidt. Pick who you want. Well, Carlos Rodon had a monster year. Logan Webb had an unbelievable 2021. This has been one of the sexiest in terms of watching, right? Performances for months on end, I can remember, and it feels like it's falling on deaf ears.
It is falling on deaf ears, and it's unfortunate because I was really excited about the signing, and he got off to the rough start. What it was, a 10.13 ERA. And he goes on the IL, says his groin wasn't right, and everybody had pitchforks ready to run him out of town. But he is what his track record says he is. He is a dominant pitcher when it matters most. June, July, August, September. He gets rolling. And he gets rolling in a big-time way where he's in a running for a Cy Young Award. That's the type of guy that's the type of guy he is. It's the type of pitcher he is, including a no-hitter in Cincinnati. So the disappointing aspect as we wind down this Giants baseball season is, and you see Lamont Wade Jr. had all his family and friends in attendance there. You didn't do anything at the deadline. You didn't sell, you didn't buy. And now we're in a situation where we're just waiting to see what happens in the offseason. And as we got stories leaking everywhere out of 24 Willie Mays Plaza, there's things getting told to Baggerly, there's things getting refuted, then there's things getting told to Pavlovich and Susan Slusser and John Shea. I don't know what's what. All of a sudden, Farhan's in and out of the hospital due to health issues. He's stressed out, according to Dave Fleming. I don't know what's going on, but this is one of the more bizarre endings to a Giants baseball season I can recall in my lifetime. I'm not talking about the goodness and losing World Series games and losing playoff games. I'm talking about for a team that is out of the race. There is so much drama circulating around Oracle Park right now. Hey, we got to find some leadership. We've got to do something here because they have become irrelevant in this market, which I think was impossible to do growing up. You got to realize they came here in 1957. They are irrelevant in this market. Irrelevant right now. So what's going to happen over the next couple weeks? Don't know. But that's intriguing to me. That's very, the hell with the 10-0 win.
I didn't think anything could top the 2014 49ers kind of ending. The whole Harbaugh thing. Like nothing was weirder than that, right? Wouldn't you agree that the whole it's toxic in the locker room, Alex Boone, we got to the mountaintop.
But that's football, though. That's expected. Football stuff.
I'm talking ownership, fan base completely souring.
Yeah, I mean, it was everything. But I've seen that multiple times with the 49ers.
Okay.
And the 49er fan base.
It just to me, and like, I see these people defending the whole Farham era, and I go, like, look, they're like, you don't realize how bad it was when he got here. And I would always, my pushback is like, hey, look, I'm not delusional. I don't think that the Giants should be in the playoff contention every single year. You had one of the greatest runs any team in North American sports has had when you won 3-5. And then you got back to the playoffs in 2016. Sports is cyclical. Like you trade a bunch of players for the win now mode, and then you're going to have some down years, and then you're going to have to ramp it back up. It's taken too long. And what he inherited, everyone's like, he inherited a mess. The farm is not that much better. Now, we'll see what ends up happening with Bryce Eldridge, and I'm very, very, very high on him. But they've had 6 off seasons, 6 free agencies, 6 international pools of free agents where you can go sign any of these guys. You've had 6 years at the deadline to make moves. What did you inherit? Well, you inherited one of the most revenue-rich teams in baseball, which is an advantage all into itself. You inherited a Hall of Fame catcher. You inherited a Hall of Fame manager. You inherited the greatest defensive shortstop of all time in Giants history, okay? You inherited Madison Bumgarner. Now, look, I don't think they were going to trade Madison Bumgarner. That window might have passed, fine. But you did run Bochy out. And he immediately won the World Series with the Texas Rangers, all right? Buster Posey, yeah, he's at the end of his career. And you squeezed an unbelievable career year out of him. Looking back at 2021, there was a lot more Bobby Evans influence than people want to give him credit for. I just look at it this way. It's taken too long. And the results are in, and it's not close. Are we closer today? Think about it, Giants fans. Are you closer today to World Series contention than you were in 2018? I think my answer is an unequivocal no. You're not even close. You're not even close to the 3rd wild card spot.
No, you're not. Look, I don't think, when I think of Farhan, let's think about this on the way home yesterday and thinking about, all the stuff that's happened in the Bay Area. And there's a lot going on with the 49ers and, by the way, Devo and Ayuk, that podcast, and they will get better. It's only their first episode, but that may have been the worst podcast I've ever watched from athletes. It was all-time bad.
Yeah, I have a thought later.
It was all-time bad. It was rough to watch. But they'll get better. Hopefully, Debo get better, and but it was bad. It was bad. Not everybody should podcast. Not everybody needs to be in front of a microphone. People probably think that about me, which is fair. But when it comes to Farhan Zaidi, I can't think of a president of baseball operations or GM whose Q rating was so low amongst his fan base. Like Trent Baalke had moments where he was loved. He was executive of the year one year. Right. Well, Farhan was too, wasn't he, in 2021?
Again.
I mean, with Bobby Evans' guys. But they both won executive of the year. But Farhan's Q rating is so low. Who even compares? Robbie Rowell and Chris Cohen? Like, who even compares to these guys? I'm not trying to, but there was a point in time, Gary St. Jean was hated. He was hated. Yep. And I love him, as a person, and he'll laugh and joke about it because he'll admit some of his shortcomings, but he wasn't the greatest GM.
Full of baloney.
But I don't think the Warriors had ever captured the market the way the Giants captured the market. And I think that, because again, it's impossible to fathom if you're a younger person now. The Warriors were clearly the third burner. Right. I mean, there were people that had the Sharks higher than the Warriors on their pecking order at some point. Exactly. Not me, because I've never been that into hockey, and that's on me, right? But I just, man. They're down bad, dude. They're down bad right now. The Giants are down bad. And so Farhan's Q rating is at an all-time low. Now, you got Scott Boras coming out saying that he negotiated with Farhan in the 2-week window when he was in and out of the hospital, and Posey came in. There's always ancillary pieces who come in to finish up the deal or whatnot. It gets approval. Back saying that Posey had to come in. So somebody's lying out there, and there's leakage coming out of where, and I don't know where the leaks are coming from, but the fact that we have leaks down at 24 Willie Mays Plaza, there's a lack of leadership right now. There needs to be some leadership. There needs to be somebody to take the throne and say, look here, this is our vision. This is how we're running this show. And this is how we're getting ready for the future to compete with the Dodgers, the Padres, and the Diamondbacks. Because right now, you're by far and away the fourth best team in the NL West. That's not right. You should not be falling below the Diamondbacks and the Padres. And nobody wants to say, you're getting guys to sign here. Thank God you got Matt Chapman signed long term. That's a start. What's going to happen with Blake Snell? Can you retain Blake Snell to go along with Logan Webb? Can you do that? You want to give Blake Snell $190 million? That's how you're asking me how, and I'm telling you how. You know what? He might be worth it. He might be worth it. I mean, you got to take the good with the bad, and he gets off slow, and sometimes he only goes 6 innings or 5 innings, but this is the fourth straight second half of the season where he's been lights out, dominant, top 5 pitcher in baseball. There's one thing that the Giants have at their disposal and their advantage, and this is the part where I don't understand Giants fans. Money. Money is a huge asset. You're not the Brewers. Right? So when the Brewers signed, Yelich, it's like, wow, if Yelich gets hurt, we're kind of screwed. Right. Because all of our money is dumped into one player. You're not the Marlins. You're actually the Giants, and you can overcome a crummy contract here and there. The problem is they've been so risk averse. Yeah. They've been unwilling to do it. You look at the farm. Do you believe in Harrison moving forward? I'm iffy. Have you seen does Carson Whisenhunt exist? Heard a lot about him. He pitched yesterday, 5 innings. I think he struck out 6 in the minors. Great. Yay! Yeah, I'll believe that in the bigs when I see it. Like, Birdsong's been really nice. Really nice. I don't know if he's a top of the rotation guy. He's gotten hit around a little bit in the second half. Right now you have Logan Webb. You have Logan Webb, and he's signed to a very team-friendly deal, and he is a very nice pitcher. I love Logan Webb. At times, he can be ace-like, but I don't think he's an ace. To me, he's a 2. Blake Snell? Now, this is an ace. Now, is there a risk? Of course there's risk. It's pitchers. You give a $200 million deal to a little pitcher, one pitch, boom, Tommy John, right? And he's already been hurt, and you get a mixed bag. But when this guy's on, Bonte, he's on a short list of guys who can beat anyone on any given day with one run of support. How many guys can you say that about in the bigs? Well, I mean, not a lot. Not a lot, which is why I preach patience with this guy. He will turn it around, and he turned it around in a major, major way. So you let him go. And again, like a team like the Orioles, if you look around baseball playoffs, the Mets, the Dodgers, anybody out there could have traded for Blake Snell. I would have, it's befuddling here. It's befuddling why nobody traded for him. But then also you got the Robbie Ray situation. What is he going to do with the Giants? But more so, what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks? What is going to happen once the season is over? That's the million-dollar question with the Giants. Because, again, we got all these reports, and we can dive into them. The Scott Boras angle, the Baggerly angle. Because Baggerly's back, you know,
Explain
we can say
to people what you're saying, 'cause maybe people didn't read it.
So there's an article over the weekend that Baggerly wrote, correct? You
Yes.
guys sent it to me.
Yeah,
I wasn't even paying attention.
it was in the Athletic / the New York Times.
Athletic/New York Times. Basically, Baggerly was breaking down how the Chapman deal got done, correct? Mm-hmm. And how management is now kind of what's going on here with Farhan, and how Buster Posey's name got thrown into it as basically the guy who got the deal done.
The way it was worded, and I'm paraphrasing, is that Posey had to jump in, and just get the deal done.
Now, Susan Slusser,
because he wanted the deal done, which I said to you maybe like 4 or 5 weeks ago. Isn't Chapman kind of a Bo Mel, Buster Posey type of a guy?
Well, now we get Susan Slusser to Chronicle, right?
Yes, yesterday.
And she talked to Scott Boras. And Scott Boras refuted things, saying that, no, Farhan and I did most of the work together.
Yeah, you know how I perceive that article? And Susan is getting the source straight from Scott Boras. She's not getting inaccurate information. The information's coming from Boras. I read that as Boras don't want Farhan to go. You know why? Because Boras wants to use people like Farhan. I've got Juan Soto. I want $500 million, Yankees. Well, the Giants will give him $500 million, and then he uses the Giants as leverage. Then he goes back to the Yankees. He signs with the Yankees. He gets more money. Then he turns around to the Giants after the Giants have struck out on. So he goes, well, I'm also representing these other mediocre outfielders. You could sign a couple of them on 2 and 3 year deals. Look at how many deals that Scott Boras has done with Farhan with these middling players, the Hanegers of the world. He lives for guys like Farhan.
So you got that angle. You have Bob Melvin calling a team meeting after getting shut out, 3 straight times? Which is weird to me, calling a team meeting at this point. We needed a team meeting 2 months ago. We needed you to flip the spread 6 weeks ago. We're out of it now. What is the team meeting going to do? You know, you got the Fitzgerald and Luciano situation.
That was insane.
That was insane. So you got all these things happening in the last couple of weeks, but going back to Baggerly, and I want to give him credit because, I said some things about Baggerly. We've had our beefs, but he is a legit reporter. I do find Baggerly to be very credible.
No, he's extremely credible.
And he is tapped in. There is no doubt Andrew Baggerly is tapped in. So for Boras to come out over the top to refute that report, somebody's out here lying. And somebody wants their message out there. So I think there's somebody or some people in the Giants organization that are angling to try to get the leadership, that are angling to try to get Farhan Zaidi out of there, to try to get the power and retain the power. And I don't know who's who or who's doing what, who's talking to Bagley, who's talking to Slusser, who's talking to this, but there's a lot of mess going on there, and it's all revolving around one guy, and it's Farhan Zaidi.
I've been a Giants fan for 42 years, as have you. At no point in my Giants fandom, even when we were waiting on Posey and Lincecum and those guys, did they ever sell me on a prospect being on the main telecast for a month straight? They have been doing Bryce Eldridge stuff.
Wow.
You want to tell me how down bad your major league roster is and how hopeless it is? You have been trying to sell me on someone who the fan base has never seen play a live baseball game.
Well, I want to see him play.
But no, I do too. But Ponte, think about how bad you just drafted him a year ago. Now he might be the greatest player of all time.
Well, I go back to the crossover, and Steiny asked you when we were doing 10-2, and Steiny asked you, hey, what's the most exciting aspect of the Giants? And you named a guy who was in single A at the time. And I said, damn, that's the most exciting aspect of the Giants is a guy in single A? Think about that. But it's been like that over the last 3 years. We were excited about Harrison. We're excited about Luciano. We're excited about Matos. We were excited about Ramos. Then we soured on Ramos. Then we soured on Matos. Then we soured on Luciano. Then we're high on Wisenhut. Then we're out on Wisenhut. We're out on Harrison. I hope Eldridge, for the sake of all Giants fans' psyche, I hope Bryce Eldridge is the real deal. I really do. I'm pulling for this kid. There's an immense amount of pressure on him to carry this franchise, but they need somebody. So we'll continue this conversation on the other side. I can see Love in there. His fingers are getting itchy here because he's ready to say break, 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 break. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If we're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it. Because if we don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. If you want to get in on the conversation with the Giants, hey, what is going on here? What the Jordan Hicks situation? Is that valid? Is that valid? Nobody even knows. I will explain that on the other side. Everything. Well, the Giants are a mess, man. They're riveting. Of course, we're going to get into Niners or Rams. There's a lot there. We'll preview that on the other side here on the Roast.
Get 15%.
On 95.7, The Game. Shanahan, run the ball.
Bonte,
The heat has been turned up on Shanahan for sure.
we will get into the Niners because I have some questions about Brock. I saw a lot of stuff about Brock yesterday with the Deebo Samuel injury news that's been announced. So we'll definitely get to all of that. But I've got some stuff here on the Giants that just look. There's a pitching aspect, and they always run out of pitching, which I know. Pitching's very difficult right now in the bigs. Just in general, every team around the bigs. Baltimore, we're playing Baltimore right now. Baltimore's a team that they need at least one more starter, if not two or three. And that's every team in baseball right now. But let me just go to the hitting, because to me, that's the part that's just so befuddling. I think there was a misnomer during the championship years. The year they won it all in 2010, Uribe had 25 plus. Huff had 25 plus. You got 18 from your center fielder and Andres Torres. And then Pat Burrell, who's claimed off of waivers, had 18. Posey had 18. That team actually did hit home runs. I'm looking at this team right now. They're starting catcher, left fielder, and first baseman. How many combined home runs for those three starters?
What was that?
Your starting catcher, your starting left fielder, your starting first baseman. How many combined home runs this year for the Giants?
I'd say less than 20.
29. You played the game wrong. That's okay. 29. Right. 7 from Bailey, 16 from Conforto, and 6 from Wade. Now, Conforto, okay, that's pretty good. In Major League Baseball, there are 14 first basemen who have more than 20. In Major League Baseball, there are 13 left fielders who have more than 20. And in Major League Baseball, there are 17 catchers with 13 or more home runs. One of them is Joey Bart. Joey Bart this year has the same amount of home runs as Pat Bailey's career.
So are you saying they made a mistake in trading Joey Bart, or did they give up on him too early?
Well, that's baked into this.
Or would it have been, because he was never a Farhan guy. That was the whole thing about Joey Bart. He's not a Farhan guy.
Then why did you just release him for nothing?
I mean, didn't have any value.
Well,
didn't have any value.
And then I look at DH, right, which was supposed to be.
They did bring defenses in too, right?
Yeah. But none of these guys are home run hitters. And then I look at the DH spot, right?
Thank God Joey Bart got out, saved his career.
There are 9 DHs in baseball with 20 plus home runs. The Giants have combined between Soler and Encarnacion this year for 16. Combined. So the point that I'm getting at is like, yes, pitching is so important. And I think that's what their downfall of this year's team. But also, they can't find a slugger to save their lives.
No, they haven't been able to do that for a long, long time. So they stink. We know that. They stink. That to me is the stats now, who's hit what, who's doing what. That's all irrelevant at this point, Shasky. To me, what they do on the field is absolutely irrelevant. What are these next 2 weeks going to accomplish? Guys are going to bring momentum in the next season?
No.
Like, no. This is done. We got to figure out what's the vision and who's running this show and where do we go from here?
Well, who do you want to run the show?
Well, that's the other thing. I don't know who I want to run the show.
I know.
But I know you want the LFC now.
Well, no. What I would do, and I said this weeks ago before the Buster Posey news came out. I said it weeks ago. I said, hey, look. They need their Jerry West. Right. They need their John Lynch. They need somebody who has a fresh face, who has credibility. That's what the Giants need. And I'm not even saying that guy has to run the show. I would hire Theo Epstein to work with Buster Posey and whatever combination of people you trust. If Dusty Baker's a part of the organization right now, I trust Dusty. I would put together some sort of a committee and I would say, find me the best candidates. And I want those 3 or 4 or 5 people working together to find the right. You can't just hire someone. Bonte, they cannot just hire someone and then have Larry Bear and Greg Johnson sit at a dais and say, trust us. They need Buster sitting there with them. They need someone like, and I'm using Theo Epstein as an example, someone like Theo Epstein who has a proven track record of credibility. Because right now, your trust level with the fan base is 0.
Well, to me, whoever runs the show, I just need a vision. I need players that want to play here. I need to stop with the mid-tier, 3-tier players that'll come here and get all the money and they produce 230 batting averages with 15 home runs or whatnot. I need a legit first baseman. I need a legit first baseman. I may need a legit DH. I need speed on this baseball team. I need athleticism. So We got a couple stories here. Susan Slusser in the Chronicle. This is from this morning, right? But anyway, Susan Slusser from yesterday, SF Chronicle. As the days wind down on the Giants' dreadful season, President of Baseball Operations Farhad Zaidi appears to be on a high seat. According to industry sources, the Giants' board of directors wanted to assess how the season's final weeks played out before making a decision on Zaidi. And the 2024 campaign is not ending well. Ownership is frustrated with the direction of and performance of the team and is taking a hard look at Zaidi as he concludes the penultimate year on his contract. Now, he has another year left on the deal because Shea broke this out of nowhere that they're only signed Melvin and Farhan Zaidi for next season. So I think in this situation, the Giants would be willing to eat money for Farhan for a season and bring in a new guy here. They lost 4 straight games, including the sweep by the Padres. You know, obviously they got this 3-city trip in Baltimore, Kansas City, Arizona. But, you know, apparently Zaidi has continued to work despite being hospitalized twice in recent weeks with an undisclosed ailment. So hopefully he's well, because that's not fun. From the hospital, apparently, he conducted business as usual, including negotiating Matt Chapman's new contract. Now, this is where I kind of side with Bags, where Bags found a source that said Buster Posey took a leading role in Matt Chapman talks, according to sources. And this was on Sunday, September 15th, my birthday. Baggerly wrote this story for The Athletic and New York Times. So on Sunday, Baggerly writes that Buster Posey took the lead in the Chapman negotiations. Slusser writes yesterday that Farhan was still conducting business from the hospital. Now, if somebody's hospitalized, not once, but twice in the last couple weeks, you would have to think that they would be caring for themselves. Their family will be bedside. Hey, you need to get right with your ailment, whatever it is. Health is wealth. This is more important right now. It's hard for me to believe, and I'm not calling Slusser a liar, I'm not calling Boris a liar, but I just have a hard time believing that we're negotiating a 9-figure deal, 6 years, $151 million, and we're negotiating while I'm in the hospital trying to get treatment to get right. That's priorities are in order.
Yes.
First of all, if I'm Greg, I'm like, hey, Farhan, get right, dude. You're in the hospital. I have a hard time believing he was conducting business as usual in the hospital. I just don't buy it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if you're in the hospital, if you're laying in bed in the hospital, I went and visited my dad in the hospital every day for, 65 days straight. And then the 20 or so days before he ended up having some of his ailments, he was in the hospital in a bed. And even when he had all his faculties and he was there, bro, you can't operate as normal.
Yeah,
If you're in the hospital in a bed, that means that you've got things like hooked up to you. You're not just chilling on the thing. You've got, like, usually they have the IV bag and certain things connected to you. I don't see how you could do it. Can you have your laptop there and relax and all that stuff? Yeah. The number one thing that they say, don't have a lot of people come because we don't want a lot of stress.
Right.
You don't want to be stressed when you're in the hospital. Stress can really, like, physically hurt you. Now, we don't know what exactly the ailments are, but I'm with you. I have a hard time believing it's business as usual if you're in the hospital. I mean, It's just, I have a hard enough time when I'm sick.
Yeah, I don't buy it. So according to the Athletic story, the board was so frustrated by the lack of immediate progress that the ownership group took action. Posey personally dealt with Chapman, hammered out the deal, and Scott Boras took offense to that because the story also in the Athletic that Baggerly wrote viewed re-signing Chapman as a slam dunk and did not trust Zaidi and Boras to finish at the rim. Boris took issue with that, saying that the Athletic did not contact him for the story and that any report that suggests that Farhan and I did not negotiate the financial package is inaccurate. Boris added, the years of guarantee totals presented to Matt were a product of a 2-week negotiation conducted with Farhan and me while he was in and out of the hospital. As with most long-term contracts, once you have an agreement on financial terms, there are ancillary contract terms, guarantee language, no trade provisions, charitable donations, signing bonus, salary payment structure that are commonly completed by other team officials. So I do get that. But there's just a lot of smoke here. There's a lot of smoke here. And when there's a lot of smoke, there's going to be a fire at the end, Shasky. And that tells me an end is coming for Farhan Zaidi. That's what these articles add up to.
I would agree.
That's what they add up to at the end of the day. That's the bottom line for me.
I'm with you. And, like, we can argue about Scott Boras as an agent. I'll tell you this right now. The guy's full of crap, all right? Everything he says, everything he does. Look, did anyone read what Jordan Montgomery was saying about him earlier this year? Like that, and Matt Chapman, who had representation from Boris, was visibly and emotionally shook up when they didn't accept the $150 million offer from Toronto. So we could say, oh, Boris gets his guys' money. There's a lot of people that don't like Boris.
Well, Blake Snell defended Boris, though. He clapped that Jordan Montgomery. And Blake Snell, to his credit, he took accountability.
Let's put
he
this
basically
way.
said, look, this is part of my fault, too. This is part of my fault.
Blake Snell was offered less money from the Houston Astros. I know that is a fact. And he felt an obligation to make more money from the players union. There's a lot of stuff we don't understand. But I just want to.
But I'm just saying, I like the fact that Blake Snell took accountability.
Okay, yeah.
He took accountability.
Blake's
said,
a good guy. I've heard that from a variety of people.
Blake took accountability.
Yeah.
Said, this is on me. My agent, this is I have control of my career. So
yeah, but Scott Boras as an individual, to me, I just think he's he's a jerk. And if you just Google Jose Fernandez, this just means a lot. Like the Jose Fernandez situation, he was representing Jose Fernandez, and the way that he has conducted himself with Jose Fernandez's daughter after Jose's death speaks volumes as to the man Scott Boras is.
Wait, what happened?
Basically, Scott represented Jose, and the Marlins tried to give Jose Fernandez hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts and whatnot, and he denied them, and they thought he was going to hit free agency, and then Jose Fernandez ends up passing away in a tragic boat accident, and the Marlins set up a fund for him and his daughter, little long term. Scott Boras has never been there for that young girl and for that young family. And just seeing what he's done after that, when he was side by side with Jose, when Jose could make him $200 million on a contract, it's what you do when no one's looking. That's the true definition of a man or a woman or whatever. And I'm telling you, man, Scott Boras is not a good person. He might be a great agent. He's not a good person. So when things come out of his mouth, I don't buy it at all.
All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises. The LA Rams are on deck, and this is a must-win game for the 49ers. I don't care what anybody says. There's got-to-have-it games. There's must-win games. This, folks, is a must-win game, and I'll explain why on the other side. Here on the Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
Are you interested in being an install or service?
Hey, it's Verducci from EDH, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Sprinkle me, man.
We're going to move off from the Giants for a second here. It's a mess. They are a mess. They do get a win in Baltimore, so the players get to feel good. Melvin gets to feel good, but what's going to happen the next couple of weeks with Farhad Zaidi, Bob Melvin? Will there be a shakeup with the San Francisco Giants? There's a lot of drama coming out, a lot of leaks. What will be next when it comes out to them down there at 24 Willie Mays Plaza? By the way, make sure you subscribe to Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. That's the podcast you want to listen to if you need all your Giants talk. Joe Shasky, Sam Lubman, bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area. No matter what happens the rest of the season, good or bad, subscribe today wherever you listen to your podcast. The segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. It is Rams week. It is time to ramp up on Rams week. We'll have 5-2 Kirk Morrison on Friday and Cam Emmett on Friday to dive deeper into this game. But the Rams got a lot of injuries. They just got blown out in Arizona, 41-10. Gave up 231 yards on the ground on 40 carries against Arizona. That's 5.8 yards a pop. And look, man, when it comes to the Rams, there's some bitterness here. Because before the last regular season game, where the backups played and Carson Wentz outdueled Sam Darnold, the Niners had won 9-10 against the LA Rams. They won 9-10 against the Rams, basically owning the rivalry. But the one loss, which I was reminded about over and over in week 2 of last season, was they got the one that mattered. They got the one that mattered, which has shifted the conversations. We talk about 3rd and 15 and the Super Bowl 54 and how that altered the history of the NFL, Shasky, but that day, January 30th, 2022, shifted the conversation for Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan, and they got the one. They got the one out of those 10 that really, really mattered, and they won the Super Bowl, and they're going to have 25-year anniversaries about the Super Bowl, and, hey, a 10-year anniversary of the Super Bowl, and what do we have out here?
I think that loss is as bad as any of the Super Bowl losses.
Oh, yes.
You're up 10 in the 4th. I mean, they just... I think because of where Jimmy was at in his career and that particular postseason and how injured he was and how limited the offense felt at that given time, it gets kind of lost. That one hurts a lot. A lot, especially when you go up against Cincinnati if you would have won that, because the Chiefs finally got knocked off. And everyone's like, all right, this is the one to win. And it would have been down in L.A. 2 weeks later. That one hurts so bad. And, I'm looking at this current team for the Rams, Bonte. Listen to these injuries.
Yeah.
Cooper Kupp, IR. Puka, IR. Davis Allen, tight end, out. Tyler Higbee, PUP list. Joe Noteboom, IR. This is a lineman. Another lineman, Levison, IR. Another lineman, McDermott, IR. A guard, Avila, IR. Jonah Jackson, IR. The D-line, Murchison, IR. Some 2 cornerbacks, 3 cornerbacks I've never heard of, IR. Season ending.
Jonah Jackson hurt.
I mean, Bonte, this is insane.
Yeah.
This is insane how many people are hurt for them.
McVay, he had a quote real quick saying that we're kind of running out of spots, and we're only into week 3 in terms of their return to play. But it's a possibility that all these guys are going to be on IR because we're running out of bodies already.
This is one of those points in life, and you'll hear your mother or maybe an uncle tell you, Joe, someone's always got it worse than you. And you look at the Niners, and they're injured, and they're depleted. They're not as bad as the Rams. You have to win this game. It doesn't matter what it looks like. It doesn't matter how ugly. You cannot lose this game because you also have an opportunity. If the losses continue to stack up, at some point, LA is going to wave the white flag.
Yeah, you could bury them. They go to 0-3, you can bury them. You can bury them. You can absolutely put them in a hole in the NFC West at 0-3, and you stay afloat with the Seattle Seahawks. But it's also imperative that you win this football game and the next 2 for that matter. You want to get to 3-1 because the Cardinals are coming in October the 6th, and they're going to try to make a statement. That will be a game for them, the Arizona Cardinals, and they have a game like that this week against Detroit, where they're trying to prove to the world that, hey, we're back. We're back with Kyler. We got something cooking here with Coach Gannon. We have a new regime. We're ready to roll. So that game against the Cardinals will be tricky. It's a division game at Levi's. Kyler running around is going to be a problem. And then you got the short week to Seattle before you host the Kansas City Chiefs and the Dallas Cowboys. So you have to get 3-1. It's operation to me before the bye week. We always do this before the bye week. To me, just get to 5-3 at the bye week and get your reinforcements back. But this week against the LA Rams, without Debo, without Christian McCaffrey, this is a must-win game. And it is important for Brock Purdy and Brendan. Now you can start building this rapport for the 2024 season. It's time to roll, folks. And trying to find a backup a backup running back. I think, is Isaac Guerrero going to play? Who's going to play backup running back? Because right now, Jordan Mason's on pace to have 408 carries this season. If we were bitching and moaning about Christian McCaffrey's touches last year.
That can't be right.
400. So he's had how many carries so far this season? 48.
Okay.
You do the math. Times it by 17. 408 carries.
We can all agree that it's not a Frank Gore, I don't get squared up, I don't initiate contact style of running. It is I'm running through your soul.
Exactly.
And those guys, Steven Jackson, Marshawn Lynch, Marion Barber, they're elite until they're not because their body gives out on them.
Yep.
So Jordan Mason has never been a number one, really. I mean, if you look at his time in Georgia Tech, they had Jahmyr Gibbs for long stretches of his career there. And so you're asking this guy to hit uncharted territory in terms of, wear and tear. It's one thing to do it early on in the season. It's another thing come week 8, 9, 10 to still have that same exact physical style of running, that same burst, that same finishing of the run. Like part of what makes him is he has to run through your soul.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
I almost don't want to take that element away from him.
No, you don't want to take it out of him, but you got caution beware, buyers beware. This guy's going to carry, it's a lot of carries. It's a bruising style. I don't know how long that's going to last this season, but he's playing well. But just thinking about McVay and Shanahan, and you list all the injuries because they are beat up. They were lifeless in Arizona. They got thumped. I mean, they got their asses kicked. That game was on.
It was 21-0.
Oh, it was on the quad box. As soon as the game started, they went right down the field. I mean, Stafford was getting drilled. Absolutely drilled. How many times he get sacked in that game? It was awful. I was like, there's no way Stafford's going to survive in that football game. But with that said, McVay and company, he's got, is there any heat for him down there in L.A.?
No, because he has the Super Bowl.
He has a Super Bowl. And that has separated him in terms of a lot of fans saying that, well, McVay won the big one. Shanahan hasn't. And that right now, and that's why I think there's so much pressure, even more pressure on the 49ers, even though they've been winning. They haven't won enough, right? Well, I mean, it's just insane the way the dialogue is for Kyle Shanahan and the way it is for Sean McVay, all because of one game back on January 30th of 2022.
Okay, you're going to hate me for even referencing this. When I heard the Houston Rockets talk year after year after year about how great they were, so I was like, what? You haven't won the big one. Like, who do you think you are? You haven't won the big one. Shut up, And when I hear the Niners talk year after year after year about how great they are, yeah, they're really, really, really good. But you can't say you're the best team in the league because you haven't won the big one. And it just sucks. It really does. Just take step back. If the Ravens were talking like that and they were on podcasts and they were considering, it's one thing to have that belief and that confidence. It's another to also take a step back and be like, you had opportunities and you keep coming short.
Yep.
You have to recognize that. Like right now, the Niners, we still think we're the best team in the league. Yep, you got to go out and prove it.
Debo said that. We've been the best team in the league, hands down.
Look, on some level, I agree with him. But on another level, when I look at who the champion is every year, it's not you. And it sucks, but it's the truth. And at some point, the rubber's got to meet the road here, and you either got to win one or stop saying that.
And that leads me to Brock Purdy. The boss man was texting us very early this morning. I don't even know if the boss man sleeps anymore. Look.
You're starting with Giants?
He's probably not happy about that. But we need to get that off our chest. There's a lot going on there. Just bookmark it. There's a lot of noise coming out of 24 Willie Mays Plaza. I like saying that, 24
You
Willie
do,
Mays
you
Plaza.
do, you
it's
do.
just 49. Eddie Barlow way.
You know, Bonte, like Superman, will have his suit in his Charger or whatever, the Tesla, whatever car you're driving, and he will spin into journalist mode the second. We are having a press conference today at 10:30. Bonte's gonna dun 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 dun, pull off the sweatshirt and go right into journalism.
He prefers Bruce Wayne over Clark Kent.
I do.
You know what? You're right.
I do. I really do.
He's got Alfred out there.
Now, Alfred?
How about him?
Is that Anna? Anna's his Alfred?
Oh, those going to go in a number of different directions there. But we're going to just nip it in the bud. I like the Bruce Wayne.
No, don't talk about that.
Yeah. So look. Had a video out last night.
That was a horrible, and I'm so sorry.
No. It's all good.
So bad.
No, don't apologize. No. It's all good. It's all good.
Anna, I love you.
She's asleep.
Okay,
Trust me,
good.
she's asleep. Baby has a snore right next to her. Look had a video out last night talking about Stafford and Purdy. And he sent us a text this morning, 5:05 a.m. And he texted us, it took Stafford 13 years to win a Super Bowl. 13! He was the first pick of the draft. Purdy was the last pick and has played one full season. There is way too much pressure on him from everyone, everywhere. It just hit me last night. It's way too much pressure. Now, Matt's been in this market, I think, since 2017, if I'm not mistaken. 2017 winner. This is the way we roll with quarterbacks in San Francisco. This is the way life is in San Francisco. Did we all forget about Jimmy Garoppolo, the dialogue around him?
Jimmy, what about Colin Kaepernick taking over for Alex Smith?
Alex Smith.
You want to talk about pressure? Cap, if you make one mistake, the Alex Brigade is coming after you.
And they still came after him after losing the Super Bowl. Alex would have won that game.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have got there.
Yeah, he wouldn't have rallied from 17-0 against Atlanta.
And he wouldn't have dropped 45 on Aaron Rodgers on a Saturday night.
There's no chance. I'm
afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
Okay, so the Matt Stafford thing is interesting because I get where he's going. It takes time. Matt Stafford
Detroit.
Yeah, but that's where I'm going at. See, when you're drafted by a team that goes 0-16,
right?
Let me just read his record with that team year after year after year: 2-8, 1-2. 10-6. Wow, what a great year with Megatron. 4-12, 7-9, 11-5, 7-9, 9-7, 9-7, 6-10. Where I'm going with this is that at no point did anyone even think Detroit was ever a playoff team, let alone a Super Bowl contender. At no point did they have 7 All-Pros on one side of the ball.
Right.
At no point.
No point. So when you think about Purdy, and he had to, when you have a year like you did a season ago, franchise record for passing yards, 4 guys with 1,000 scrimmage yards, you're in the MVP running, you're a hot shot. You have all the commercials. Pressure, just wait for him to sign a new deal. This is nothing, folks. But also, what we've been waiting on, a lot of us, how does he do without a superstar? People want to see it. They want to see what you do without a premium player.
Since Joe Montana, my entire life, we have, but the quarterback for the 49ers.
Right.
Steve Young. Yeah, but he's not Joe. Yeah, he can't get through the Cowboys. Yeah, but what's he going to look like without Jerry? But what's he going to look like without Bill Walsh?
Yeah, but he can't beat the Green Bay Packers.
Exactly. Yeah, but he couldn't do it without Holmgren. He couldn't do it without Shanahan. Okay, then Garcia. Yeah, but he's not Steve. He's not Joe.
Jeff Garcia never gets the credit. I know he said some things a few years ago. Was kind of out of pocket.
As a player.
But you know what? But as a player, Jeff Garcia played his ass off, man. They had some moments. They went to 2 playoff appearances.
I believe he threw for 30 touchdowns one year, and I know 4,000 back-to-back years, Pro Bowls, back-to-back. Look, he was scrapped. That team was never the best team in the division.
No, not even close.
And then, obviously, Alex Smith, but he's got 8 million coordinators. He'll never be even close to Jeff Garcia. It took Alex Smith for us to appreciate Jeff Garcia. And then, finally, Alex breaks through. But he's throwing to Brett Swain, right? There's always this but when it comes to the Niner quarterbacks, and there's always pressure. Like this thing about Purdy has established himself. And there are certain professions in life, Bonte, pressure is baked into the job. Let's just go sports real quick.
That's a quarterback job. That's quarterbacks. You think Jalen Hurts is not getting pressure in Philadelphia right now? He signed a $200 million deal. We just played the sound of Joe DeCamera said they're going to revolutionize football. And it's going to be, you don't even know what's coming. They're ready to rent him out of town. I mean, this is
Williams is supposed to be the savior of the Bears organization.
Well, it's 2 games,
No,
and
but you
he's
get
getting
what I'm
beat
saying.
up. Yeah,
You don't think he has pressure?
Oh, big time pressure. Caleb has pressure. Deshaun Watson has pressure. Kyler has pressure down in Arizona. You know what I'm saying?
Let's go outside of football.
Justin Herbert.
What about shortstop of the Yankees, Anthony Volpe? Hey, Anthony, you better not screw this up offensively for us. We're trying to win a World Series.
Well, just think about Aaron Judge. What's the postseason hits?
It's a great point.
Your 15-plus home runs don't matter. Your RBIs, your triple crown does not matter. You better win the World Series. Shohei Ohtani's about to go 50-50. And guess what? It won't matter if they don't win the World Series. That's pressure.
I totally agree.
That's what happens at premium positions on premium teams.
The guy who plays opposite LeBron on whatever team LeBron's on, LeBron has no pressure. You have all the pressure. If you fumble a little, if this team loses, even if you play well, you're not good enough. Am I wrong?
I'll go Real Madrid. Mbappe. There's a lot of pressure to continue to win Champions League after leaving PSG. And Mbappe's got a lot of pressure.
Now, you're going to think this is stupid, but I just wrote down professions in life where you join that profession and there's pressure. Police officer, right? There's pressure, right? And I know people have their feelings on police officer. There's a lot of responsibility, okay? And every day when you're working, something can happen and someone is relying on you. Day one, immense pressure to not screw up and to keep our community safe. Tremendous pressure. Thank you for first responders in general. I would just throw them all in there. Police, firefighters, EMT workers. Every single minute of your job could be someone's life at risk. And I think about this all the time. Working in a you talked about, hospitalization earlier, working in a hospital. These people are God's people. These people are out here serving our community and some of the sickest, most vulnerable people in our society. You don't think doctors feel that pressure? Absolutely. How about a lawyer? A lawyer takes that job and they know this person's life and their livelihood is in my hands, one way or the other.
Well, I tell you what, as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, I'll just throw myself into this pool. There was a lot of pressure on me when I joined 95.7 The Game and pairing up with an absolute Hall of Famer in broadcasting. There's a lot of pressure to hold my own. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of people. There was people smirking, and I had a person tell me, it's like, boy, there's people don't think you're going to last 2 weeks, man. It was a lot of pressure.
Waiting for your downfall.
Pressure. Television. I had to replace the guy.
That's a great point.
I had to follow him up. Guy's been excellent in television for over 30 years. Hey, you're going to host Warriors pre and post, follow up the guy who got you into business. What? That's pressure.
That's a great point.
There's pressure in all walks of life. There's pressure to perform every single day, 6 to 10. There's pressure to perform and get ratings. There's pressure on the boss man to keep the radio station afloat. There's pressure everywhere. But how much pressure? So you can't do anything. Pressure is a compliment, actually. If I'm Brock Purdy and I say, boy, there's all this pressure on me to perform at a high level, you know what? Fine. Because I think he embraces it. I actually think this young man embraces it, said, yeah, I was the last pick. I've been doubted. I damn near went through a whole entire draft without even being selected. I was already on the phone with teams thinking about, okay, I'm going to be an undrafted free agent. Maybe I go sign here, I'll sign here, I'll sign there. So the pressure, he understands. If he understands the history of the San Francisco 49ers and the history of this fan base and the history of what has come with this organization, then Brock Purdy better embrace the pressure.
Absolutely.
He better embrace it. And you know what? There is a lot of pressure on him because we got to think about how much money we're going to give you in the future. And now we got to play without Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, and we absolutely have to get back to the playoffs.
My favorite is the Tony Soprano line of all the time. It's like, you don't know what it's like to be a number one, right? When he says that to Syl, he's sitting there and he's like, do you know how difficult it is for me to be number one? Everybody wants to be number one, but a number two doesn't realize how difficult it is to be a number one. Heavy is the crown, Bonte, and if you want to be the king and you want to get through the crucible and you want to pull the sword out of the stone, pressure is baked into the job.
Yep.
It's baked into it. So to your point, they say that we're putting too much pressure on Purdy. No, we're not. Like, that's part of being the quarterback. When you take up being the quarterback, you're going to get all of the heat when the team loses, and you're going to have to spread the praise around when your team wins. When I watch Cam Ward, and I'm going off a little here, but I'm watching Cam Ward, and he's getting a lot of credit for winning down in Miami. And this is a kid in college who's just tearing it up. He went to Washington State and transferred to the U. And I listen to him, and he goes, man, my offensive line's been protecting me, and they're doing such a great job. And I'm just listening to this guy give praise to everyone. I go, wow, this kid gets it. Like, I don't know if he's going to be a great football player in the NFL, but I know, like, when it comes to his demeanor and understanding the big picture, boy, like, there's a lot of pressure to win at the University of Miami. I know we don't think so, but, like, and this guy looks like he's prepared for it. Tom Brady. Do you think Tom Brady knew there was pressure replacing Drew Bledsoe?
There's pressure everywhere.
Absolutely.
And going back to LeBron,
I love this.
But going back to LeBron and the pressure, you say there's always pressure on the guy who plays alongside LeBron. Well, LeBron's had the ultimate pressure from the day he was on Sports Illustrated, on the cover of Sports Illustrated as a high school player. Because when I saw that, when he was at St. Vincent St. Mary's, I thought of Felipe Lopez. Now, Spadonia loved me. May not know who Felipe Lopez is.
Cover of
but
Slam.
He was a guy who attended St. John's, was from New York City. He was on the cover of Sports Illustrated dunking. He was like in the air like Jordan over the New York skyline in Manhattan as the next best thing.
It's like the coolest cover ever.
And it didn't work out for him. There's a 30 for 30 on Felipe Lopez. He's doing a lot of charitable work in the Dominican Republic. And I talked to Mully about it. I was like, you remember? Because he obviously Mully went to St. John's and he knew all about it. That was pressure. It would have been easy for LeBron to succumb to that pressure. Oh, we got a break. Bye-bye. Well, what was that, Lovin? What?
Let me end this on a good note. In the words of young San Quinn and young Guido, you're out there. Pressure makes diamonds.
Let me cook.
Don't worry about his hand, Bonte. Don't worry about that.
You're like giving me all these head signals, dude. It's like,
did he give you the Trump meme where Trump saw the guy across the way?
I'm gonna stop looking at you. I'm just looking at Spadoni.
Yeah, look at me.
Pressure makes diamonds, Spadoni.
Or we look at Dibs. Or we look at the fat head of Shasky. Or we look at the fat head of myself.
It's like in Superman 3 when Richard Pryor was at that mill and Superman grabbed a thing of dirt and he squeezed it in his hand and he pulled out a diamond.
There's too many Superman references this morning.
We've got Superman. We got Sopranos. If you had that on your bingo card, you win.
You don't know what it's like to be a number one. It's my favorite line.
No! All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Break, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Is there a lot of pressure on Brock Purdy? Is there too much pressure on Brock Purdy? Well, let's hear from Steve Young on the other side. Now I got a soundbite from Rob Gronkowski about the 49ers with Kay Adams that you will want to listen to. That's all coming up here on The Roast.
Hey, Spadoni, shut up.
Just sell and just fire everybody.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasta.
All right, San Leandro Mo. Good morning to everybody out there. 7:17, man. Time's flying, man. The days are flying, man, as you get older and older and older. I'm not going to lie, man. I was telling Shasta before the show, my daughter's getting so much older, speaking in full sentences and all that stuff, and I'm, like, getting sad. Like getting borderline depressed. But Odie, you probably went through this too with little Benny. This is
5 years old today.
Wow, is he 5 years old today?
Yeah.
Well, happy birthday, Benny.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Benny. Happy birthday to you.
I'll screen record that on YouTube.
There you go.
And many more
Yeah,
on
many more.
channels.
Remember when that used to be like a thing you couldn't say because it was like monetized or whatever? The happy birthday song now is public domain.
Oh, is it?
Oh, nice. I didn't know that.
So you
know,
notice
the more
that
you know.
in like shows they wouldn't sing it. They would sing like "For He's a Jolly Good Fellow."
Oh, yeah.
They
Right.
couldn't sing the actual happy birthday
Really?
song because someone owned the rights to it. But now it's public domain.
You know,
so there you go.
Now that we've opened up the window, I got to give a shout out to all the single parents out there. Whew. Last couple days, no Michelle. It's been difficult. And let's just put it this way. I knew it was a hard job. I knew it came with a lot of pressure. Woo! Just shout out to all the single parents out there with young kids. It's tough. I know that every age has its own headache, but man, that's tough.
No, single parents.
I'm exhausted.
3 kids, 2 kids, 4 kids.
48 hours.
I mean, it's, single moms, single dads, they get commended. Even the grandparents who have to take care of business.
Absolutely.
It is not easy. It is not easy. That's that's pressure. We want to talk about pressure. Being a single mother with 3 kids, that's pressure. The baby daddy doesn't even want to be around, which again, everybody has their different scenarios and situations and things happen. But again, when baby Chaz was born, in my head, I said, I don't know how anybody could want to be a part of their kid's life every single day. Every single day. I'm dead serious, man. So shout out to the single parents, man, because that's pressure. Playing a kid's game,
no question.
getting paid millions of dollars for it, or us being able to talk about sports for a living. That is there pressure? Sure, but not to the level of that. There's no doubt. That's real life stuff there. But yeah, I was getting a little. I was like, man, she's getting older. She's speaking of sentences. She's chilling with me. And, we have this thing where we give her a stick if she sleeps in her bed all night, and she never does. But when it's just me at home and Ed is out and about or having a late work night, I put her down to sleep. It takes her 2 minutes to be like, Papa, I don't want to sleep by myself. I'm like, all right. She knows I'm a softie. I'm like, yo, get to bed. Let's go. Let's knock out. And 5 minutes later, she's snoring, and I'm like, all right, good. Got my baby girl here.
Now, here's the question.
Because in her teenage years, she will want nothing to do with me.
No, she's just going to want you to hand her the keys to the car and Venmo or Apple Pay her some money.
Yep.
But do you pick her up and then put her into her room, or you just let her sleep there?
Oh, no.
Or does it depend?
We read her a book. I read her a book and put her PJs on and stuff like that, rocking the chair, and then, tuck her in, and she's got her stuffed animals in there. I say goodnight to Ladybug and Teddy Bear and Teddy, as we call him, JJ from Cocomelons, and Minnie Mouse and Chasika, and then she can go to sleep, turn off the nightlight, and usually if Mama's there, she'll stay in her room and sleep till about 1 in the morning, then come in the room. But if it's just me, she'll be up in like 5 minutes. I'll hear the door, and I'm like, what's going on here? I'm trying to work. It's like, all right, Papa, we got to go to, it's like, all right, come on in. That's what it is. So shout out to the single parents. But we're talking about pressure, and I got to play this from Steve Young. Where is this from with Steve Young? Where is this soundbite
Rich
from?
Eisen show.
Was it the Rich Eisen show? Because I saw a lady in there. Okay.
So many good guests.
Rich Eisen's bad.
It was not Rich Eisen, but it was Rich Eisen show. I believe it was his partner, Susie is her name.
Susie, okay, yeah, because I saw the lady, and I was like, who? That's not Rich Eisen. Okay, well, anyway, here's what Steve Young said about Brock Purdy moving forward.
If they're going to stay with the same plan, then the demand for Brock is even greater. He has to be even more honed on his efficiency to find players that aren't necessarily the top of their, the top of the game like Debo, the top of the game like CMC. And now I've got to figure out how to get the ball to them, have them get open. And I'm going to, inevitably, Susie, he's going to have to do more. He's going to have to move around more. He's going to have to put himself at risk more. And he's going to have to do things that aren't necessarily his strong suit. And that might provide great things in the future for when they get to the Super Bowl this year, or have to face Patrick Mahomes or face Lamar Jackson. The thing about the 49ers, when they face Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, any big, strong prototypical quarterback today, they lose. So getting their guy more like that and under duress, like with injuries, might be a good thing.
Might be a good thing.
Well, the part at the end, like, really stuck out to me. It's like anytime they face those guys, they lose. And I'm thinking about it off the top of my head. So they've lost to Baltimore.
Yeah.
I'm talking about recently.
They lost to Baltimore twice, 2019 and
with Brock.
And
Let's just say with Brock.
Oh, okay. With Brock.
So he lost to Burrow. Okay.
Mahomes.
Lost to Mahomes. Who else are you putting in there? He's beat Stafford.
Lost to Kirk Cousins.
I hate putting that in there.
Lost to P.J. Walker.
Kirk Cousins.
No, but I'm talking about the big boys.
He's 0-3 against the big boys.
And they get Allen later this year?
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. You know, the thing when I hear Steve Young talk is I think psychologically he understands what people are going through. I've read his book a couple times, and one of the things that I always reference is in 91 he had the opportunity to leave. And his pastor said to him, like, if you really want to, like, see the best version of yourself, you know who it's with.
Yeah.
It's with the 49ers. Like, you can go elsewhere and you'll get a starting job and this and that. But the only way to find who you truly are and to push yourself is the pressure of where you're at right now.
You're right. By the way, we got to put Sam Darnold on that list. Last year's backup just beat Brock Purdy. And he looked pretty dynamic in doing it.
Yeah, I meant the best quarterbacks in the league.
That deep ball, man. I kept watching that last night. It's like, damn, dude.
As a thrower of the football?
You know, I'm not going to lie.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh, my God.
I was like, oh, my God. And I kept watching and I said, oh, my God. The Niners, you're in trouble. Odom, Tick Brown, you're in trouble. And I like those guys. Anyway, no. But that's, I'm a sucker for the deep ball. I love the deep ball. That's why I loved Al Davis. He was always like, take what the defense gives you. No, we're going to take what we want. That's why I got to have 2 to 3 deep shots a game.
But did you love
Brady?
Have it.
He would chuck that baby deep.
Yeah, but the last couple...
Brady over his career, Brady will let that baby fly.
Well, no, you're thinking like some of the, the more elite teams they had. I think the last 2 Super Bowls in New England, it was a lot of checking down.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers with Mike Evans?
I meant
Antonio Brown?
The New England. It was like
couple years?
Gronk's 7-yard seam route, like Edelman on the inside.
But for the totality of his career, Brady let that thing fly.
I mean,
he let that thing fly before Moss, after Moss. Come on, Tom Brady, go look at YouTube. I remember he was like in his second year coming off the Super Bowl.
Highlights.
I'll never forget. I'll never forget watching
Purdy threw deep.
I'll never forget watching the Chargers game randomly. Brady's second year, third year. They're down in San Diego, and he was chucking it in 4 wide, 50 yards down the field. I'm like, damn, Brady's got an arm. All I'm saying is, I want a fly route. I gotta have a fly route. I gotta put pressure on the defense and say, you don't pay attention to us, we're gonna beat you over the top.
But they did that last year. They just didn't do it in this game.
They haven't done it in these first 2 games, and I want to see more of that.
I mean,
that's all I'm saying.
Game they were
I gotta have
control.
it. I'm just saying, I gotta have it.
Okay,
that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying. But those elite quarterbacks, they're going to test you deep.
I mean, last year in particular, specifically, Patrick Mahomes, his average yard of attempt was the lowest of his career.
It was.
He was one of the worst in the league in terms of how deep he was actually throwing.
But he was chucking
because they were keeping it short.
But we were seeing a lot of those games though, watching it in real time. Whether it's Philadelphia on Monday Night Football, where he's throwing it deep to MVS and he's dropping it, or he's trying to throw it deep in Green Bay and guys are dropping it. At least once or twice a game, let the defense know. Let the defense know, hey, if you're not on your P's and Q's, we're going to let this baby fly and beat you deep. We're going to drop the bomb on you. That's all I want. You know what I'm saying? There's no threat of that right now. Everything is 15 yards is in. So I want to see these shots, not a flare, a seam route to the fullback for 30 yards where he's going to get caught. Drop back, plant your feet, and let it go like you did against Tampa Bay last year. But that's just nitpick. That's just a little thing. But here's the other thing that I thought was very interesting, not only from Steve Young, but from Rob Gronkowski. And is this true, folks? Is this true? Gronk with Kay Adams on the 49ers needing a it guy.
That will definitely give us a test to see where Purdy is. I mean, you got Samuel going to be out. Christian McCaffrey's going to be out.
Who do they have this week? Let me look.
They got so many weapons. I don't know why they're not producing. Why are they not putting up points like the New Orleans Saints every single week in and week out? That's the problem with the 49ers last year as well, is that they dominated some games, and then some games they just didn't show up and they couldn't produce. They should be producing week in and week out, especially with offensive-minded coach Kyle Shanahan, and then with all the weapons that they have. They need that it guy. I feel like they got a lot of weapons, but they just don't have like an it guy to turn it up. Yeah, Ayuk, I mean, he's a great guy, but look, he was holding out
George
the whole time.
Kittle?
George Kittle, they're great
Four-time
players.
All-Pro?
But I'm talking,
What do you
need
mean?
an it guy, like an it guy.
Who's
like Edelman was an it guy.
Are you telling
the
me
guy
that Kittle's not an it guy?
He's an it guy, but like I'm talking like when it comes to crunch time, it's, hey, feed me that ball. I feel like, they're great playmakers, and they all rely on the other one to make the play because there's so many great weapons. You know what I mean? When you have so many great players around you, you rely, he's going to make the play. That guy's going to make the play. But when you don't have so many, like when Edelman was out there for
Brady made
or myself out there, it's give me that ball, feed me the ball.
Edelman missed a lot of time, and you missed a lot of time, and Brady made it guys out of Chris Hogan.
Because Brady was an it guy.
No disrespect to Hogan,
and
but
Hogan was kind of an it guy too. He had that mentality of feed me the ball, I want it, I'm going to do whatever.
It's mentality,
whatever it
you
takes.
think?
It's mentality, and I feel like Trent Williams has that mentality.
Yeah.
He will go out there and he tosses people around. That's what you want. And he's doing it 24/7.
Are you calling out the grittiness of this team? What are you doing,
just
Rob?
That mentality. I mean, they should be dominating.
Okay.
What did you think about that from Gronk?
There's so much there.
888-957-9570.
Debo's not an it guy. He did it in the playoffs in 2021 over and over. Kyle, give me the ball. Like the biggest moments of the game. NFC Championship game last year. Did Debo not have an it game?
Well, I think he did.
Against the Seahawks the year prior. He didn't have an it game? He went off in that game.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, just because you get stopped in a game doesn't mean that everything you do is now negated. Like, now, I will say this. To say that Chris Hogan is an it guy, I mean, get out of here on that one. But do they underutilize George Kittle in key moments of a game? That I agree with. That I agree with. Because I truly believe one of the number one issues that I have just with the offense as a whole, and they've been wildly successful. They were historic last year. But one of my biggest issues, dude, go trips on one side, put Kittle on the other side all by himself, line him up against a safety or a tight end, and just throw him the ball. That's what Gronk did. That's what Antonio Gates does. That's what Travis Kelce does.
Tony Gonzalez. Like, pick whoever you think is a great tight end. And to me, that is one area, when we talk about over the next couple weeks, how do you survive without Debo? You split out George Kittle and you match him up on linebackers and on safeties. And if it's a safety, he goes up and over him. If it's a linebacker, he runs by him. And I would be isolating that matchup all day. I think they keep him in the block a lot. He's a great blocker. I get all of that. He is a dynamic downfield pass catcher, and I think that's the number one underutilized thing on this team over the last couple of years. They pick and choose Kittle. I would like Kittle to be more prominently featured. Yeah, we see it in the Super Bowl. Both Super Bowls. He's in the block. We see it at times in big games where he's in the block and he has to block, so I'm with you on that one. Ayuk is the interesting one, and now that Ayuk's got the money, the spotlight is on him. The spotlight, you want to talk about pressure. The theme of the show, I guess, is pressure. The theme of the week is pressure. And we're going to go to the lines in just a second and talk more pressure. But unfortunately, whether you like it or not, whether it's fair or not, Brandon Ayuk's going to have a lot of pressure over the next 3 weeks to prove that, hey, the hold-in was worth it, that I am one of those guys. Because I don't care what anybody says at this point. We did shows every single day during the hold-in. We did. It shows all offseason. Ayuk was a second-team All-Pro, but it felt like the fan base didn't perceive him as a second-team All-Pro. They just said, hey, he's a guy. He's a good guy.
Because the coach doesn't prioritize him as a let me ask you.
He never prioritizes anybody. It's like we're going to go to the hot guy at times. Yeah, I
feel like
hear
Debo
you.
gets a full game plan. Like there are certain times. For example, Kittle had that 3-touchdown game. It felt like in that game. Hey, I don't think it was against the Cowboys. Hey, we're gonna isolate Kittle on a couple big time plays, and we're gonna.
Pittsburgh, sorry to cut you off, but Pittsburgh, Ayuk 8 for 8. I get that.
But even then, I would like more of Kittle.
Right.
I think Ayuk's really good. I don't think he's on the hey, we're going to try to scheme him to get 15 targets a game. They've never done it. Can they? I'd like to see.
I'd like to see 12 targets for Ayuk this week.
I'd like to see
I
it.
want to see it. I want to see it too. Prove to me that you are worth that guy. I think he is that guy. I don't think he gets the opportunity to be that guy. But boy, I would love to see that guy. Boy, Kittle get 3 targets in the Super Bowl. Damn, let's go to Rob in San Bruno.
It's almost impossible that you walk out of the game and not isolate Kittle with more than a half dozen targets.
It doesn't make sense. Well, Baldy's talked about it for years. They've run seam routes with third-string tight ends, whether it's Tyler Croft or what is his name? Tyler Croft,
Craycraft.
Who?
River Craycraft.
River Craycraft.
I mean, Saubert felt like he was getting more looks.
But I'm just talking about tight ends. They designed so many great plays for the tight ends. Ross Dwelly, and you don't see it for Kittle, and Baldy would question that in the past. It's like, how come you can't draw that up for George Kittle? Let's go to Rob in San Bruno. Rob, what's happening?
What's going on? First off, Debo is that it guy. I don't know what that dude was talking about. Debo the guy.
Completely agree.
Secondly, I think I had a brain fart. Oh shoot! No, I just think Brock. The pressure's on Cal. It's not on Brock. This is Cal's offense. Cal put guys he wants in to play his style of ball. It has nothing to do with who the quarterback is. Brock Purdy is a product of Cal Shanahan. If Niners going to win the Super Bowl, it's going to be on Cal's shoulders. Brock won't get the credit for his Cal. So I don't know why we keep.
Rob, you working out right now? You working out right now?
Shannon Sharp?
Right, Rob, you are in tip-top shape, man. What are you doing? Are you on the treadmill? You Peloton?
Hey, you said Shannon Sharp.
I was going to leave that alone. I'm trying to flow through that.
Stop it.
Hey, Rob.
Yes.
They have got to they've got to lean on these guys. I think Mason's a legit back. I think Kittle is a stud that they underutilize, and I want to see it with Ayuk. Let's go. Like they could still win the next couple games with those guys. They got enough talent.
Hey, you know how Kyle get down. Ayuk in a doghouse for way acting towards that contract. So they didn't want to throw in the ball unless they had to. Now they got to. So to me, I don't think you got to scheme Brandon open. Brandon gets open by himself. Just give him the ball. That's all.
Yeah,
love it.
Doubt. What workout? I got to know what workouts, man. Not the Shannon Sharp, but what has he got? The roast sparks. The roast sparks. We don't need the roast sparks, right?
No. I do a little bit of weightlifting, but I'm walking up this big ass hill out in Frisco. So
I feel you on that.
That's my workout for today.
There it is.
I imagine you doing Bowflex, like those old wooden Bowflexes from the 80s, Rob. I'm totally teasing.
Rob's a big boy, man.
Oh, Rob's a big
boy. Rob's a big boy. I'll hire him as security.
I'm gonna break somebody.
Let's go to Gabriel in Orange County. Gabriel, what's happening?
Hey, what up, Monte? What up, Shasky? How you guys doing?
What's going on, man?
Yeah, man. Hey, it's good to call back, man. I had to do my first call this season. I called a lot last season, but anyway, I just wanted to just touch base on that. Like, I do believe there's a lot of pressure on Brock, but I think it's one of those. I think it's good pressure.
Yeah.
I think that the it guy for us, in a sense, the it guy right now, you could say, I think Kyle wants to be the it guy. He wants to be the guy that everybody says we're winning because of him. But and I'm going to compare this to. For Brock, I'm going to compare this to like a moment in literature. If you ever watch The Great Gatsby, there's a moment where Gatsby, he looks up into the stars right before he kisses Daisy, and he says, "This moment, everything's going to change for me if I kiss her." And this is like the Brock Purdy moment, like that Great Gatsby moment. Right now, without CMC and without people, this is that moment when everybody's holding their breath, and this moment is going to change Brock forever. If he comes through and plays balls out, it's going to literally like shut the entire world's mouth now. Finally, that argument of like I can't win with superstars, it's over. He needs to come through. I'm excited. The pressure's on. The pressure's on all of us. I think as a fan base, as a team, on Brock, on Kyle, on all of us. So I don't know.
Are you going to the game? You're in Orange County. You going to SoFi?
I'm in Orange County, man. I'm gonna try, but yeah, I'm trying to get some last minute tickets right now. But I'm trying to make it.
All right, Gabriel. Good call, man. Good call.
Didn't love The Great Gatsby.
Yeah, I never watched it in its entirety.
Didn't love it.
A little overrated.
Yeah, didn't love it.
The movie's whatever. The book's really good.
That's what I heard.
I'll take your word on that.
That's what I heard.
F. Scott Fitzgerald. Yeah. Pay the over on the references for that author.
Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Jose, what's happening, Jose? Long time no hear.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Look, you mentioned that Ayuk on the ISMOS, a lot of the fans is not a top-of-the-line wide receiver, even though he was second-team All-Pro. That is a fact. There's a reason for it, okay? We all remember Aldon Smith. At some point, he was an elite pass rusher. He was the best pass rusher out there. But he benefited from having Justin Smith taking 2-3 guys all by himself. Okay, that's the way we see Ayuk. He benefited from having McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel out there getting the extra attention. He showed during the Super Bowl he cannot get open all by himself. If he's by himself, he doesn't have the ability to get open the same way that Justin Jefferson would do, or the same way that some of the top of the line receivers will do. Like I said, he is really good, but he's not the guy. When he has to do it by himself, there's no way he's going to be able to produce.
So hold on real quick, Jose. So you don't think he's going to be able to produce this Sunday? You think he's going to have his work cut out for him?
Look, this holdout thing, first of all, that put him way behind on the way that he's just not gameplay ready. And even when he's gameplay ready, he's not going to be able to produce all by himself. I'm sorry to say, but I'm really, really hoping that the Niners didn't get stuck with a contract similar to Barry Zito's contract with the Giants. Barry Zito got paid for what he did 1 year.
You're down on Ayuk, Jose? You're down on Ayuk.
Yeah. Look, like I said, I like him. He's a really good player, but he is not an elite wide receiver. Okay, he asked for the money. He better show that he was worth the money, because the fans are going to be all over him, and that is a fact.
Well, they already are, Jose.
It is funny how we look. Justin Smith was extremely important for Aldon Smith, but we act like Justin Smith was literally grabbing 5 linemen and Aldon did nothing. If that's the case, why did Manny Lawson never have even close to the year Aldon Smith had? About Manny Lawson, like if you had that on your bingo card this morning, but you get where I'm going with this. Like Manny Lawson was a giant stiff. He was terrible. I don't know how he stuck around in the league for as long as he did, but like, come on. I watched Aldon on Monday Night Football. Was it Max Stark? Who was the guy who played for the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Max Stark.
He threw him like a sack of potatoes. I think he had 5 sacks in that game. That was the game where the transformer blew out, the lights went out. He destroyed the Pittsburgh Steelers all by himself. Now, yes, Justin Smith was a huge part of it, but let's not act like I could put, Tuli Banta-Kane on the opposite of Justin Smith, and he's going to have 15 sacks. Give me a break.
I do love Jose, though, but Jose is right, though. If Ayuk doesn't produce, despite all that and saying everything, if Ayuk doesn't produce, the fans are going to be all over him. They're already all over him. The fans already, we knew this. He dropped the pass in week 1, and you saw the comments. You heard the chatter. Oh, if he didn't hold it. Even Peyton Manning. That's what happens. Get your contract signed, play in training camp. You don't drop the ball. I mean, that's going to happen. No, so that's why when I think about pressure, I don't think Brock Purdy has all the pressure in the world. Now, he's got pressure of being the 49ers quarterback, and he's got to play well, because we got things to do down the line here. And we got to figure some things out when it comes to Brock Purdy. You know what I mean? When it comes to dollars and cents, what's going to that bank account. But right now, this Sunday, I can make the argument that Brandon Ayuk has the most pressure on any member of the 49ers. Brandon Ayuk has the pressure. I'm telling you, man. He has the pressure.
Can I ask a question about like psychologically playing wide receiver? Can you get the yips where you get the drops? I'm not saying he's even close to that. I'm just
caught passes last week.
No, but you
can't get yips.
No, I'm asking like at the position. Forget Brandon Ayuk. Can you get can it get in your dome?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I always think about when T.O. had all those drops in that one playoff game against Green Bay, and then eventually he came back around and had who was the guy, Gaffney? The guy for the Patriots that couldn't catch the ball.
Gaffney for Florida.
Stevenson, or who was the tight end for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl game?
Oh, Jeremy Stevens. He just had a bad day. Day. Who's Joey Porter? Jeremy Stevens, Joey Porter. Jeremy Stevens, Joey Porter. As I got my hands, if you're listening to the radio,
so much.
He's like, Ted Joey Porter high, this guy, his head high, this guy. Yeah, Jeremy Stevens basically he's not even on my level.
One of my favorite parts of Trill TV DVD was seeing Joey Porter ride up on everybody outside the club. And Mac Dre's like, that's Joey Porter.
That's Joey Porter.
And Joey Porter's like, what's up, Mac Dre?
Straight from Bakersfield, baby.
Dude.
Joey Porter straight from Bakersfield. Hey, his son's pretty good at Pittsburgh.
He's not bad.
Not bad at all. Joey Porter wearing the jersey of his son is pretty good.
The reason why I ask about psychologically is I do believe there are certain things like free throws. I watched Andres Biechins just like short circuit on free throws.
I don't think we're
I'm not saying he's
we're not even close.
No, but I do think that like putting is something like guys get the yips, right? In pitching, you see certain guys like Rick Ankiel talk about like I couldn't throw a strike. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden I threw a cutter and I couldn't throw a strike. We're not there.
We're not even close to that.
There can be pressure in your head as that ball's coming, and
there's
I'll listen to it.
I got he's got to get the ball thrown to him, number one. And number two, now it's time. It's time to be that guy. We need some 100-yard games.
I
need a 100-yard game from Brendan Ayuk this week. I do.
But I do think you're 100% correct. Tolerance level is very thin right now for Niner fans.
For Brendan Ayuk, for number 11.
I would agree.
Tolerance?
A tolerance is
Brendan
thin.
Ayuk, there is no tolerance right now for Brendan Ayuk.
It's paper thin.
He's got to ball out.
I agree.
He's got to ball out. Let's go to, this is crazy. This is a must way to get. I'm really excited for this win at SoFi Stadium. Now I'm starting to think like, damn, do I just bite the bullet and try to fly it out and go to that game? This is a big game against the LA Reds because they're desperate. They cannot fall to 0-3. They got blown the hell out. They're as low as they can get down in LA. And McVay is saying, we can steal this game and we can send the Niners into a tailspin. This is huge.
If I see him on the sideline doing the Euros and like he does all that fist pumping crap. Well, because honestly, McVay reminds me of myself.
Now he does?
Good-looking, smart guy, great on a broadcast. Just celebrates with his players coach. I emulate being a Sean McVay. I mean, he's winning at life.
Hey, there's some crazy breaking news here.
What? It's not Diddy related, is it?
No, it's Adrian Wojnarowski here, and we're starting to see this in sports. It's just a quick aside because I want to get to the Lions and get back to the Niners, but just real quick. Schefter's reporting that NBA insider Adrian Wojnarowski has agreed to become the general manager of the men's basketball program at St. Bonaventure. He told ESPN the role includes name, image, and likeness allocation, recruiting, and supporting successful bodies coach Mark Schmidt. Now, I believe he attended St. Bonaventure.
Wait. Woj is going to be the general manager of a college team?
Yeah. I don't know if he's going to be
reporter.
No, I don't know if he's going to continue. Oh, wait, here's his message.
Not Woj, the Duke player.
No, not Woj. I'm talking about the reporter, ESPN NBA insider. I grew up the son of a factory worker 2 miles from ESPN campus and only dreamed of making a living as a sports writer 37 years ago. The Hartford Courant gave me my first byline, and I never stopped chasing the thrill of it all. This craft transformed my life, but I've decided to retire from ESPN and the news industry. I understand the commitment required in my role, and it's an investment that I'm no longer driven to make. Time isn't an endless supply, and I want to spend mine in ways that are more personally meaningful. I leave with overwhelming gratitude for countless mentors and colleagues, subjects and stories, readers and viewers. No one has benefited more than me from the belief, trust, and generosity of others. The past 7 years at ESPN has been a particular privilege. I'm appreciative of the company's leadership. After all these years reporting on everyone's teams, I'm headed back to my own. Wow.
So Shams won the war.
Well, I would say that.
Also, I mean how many people who worked at ESPN are in the wake of Wojnarowski stealing their breaking news so that he could have that byline? That's a whole nother undercover story. Not for today. Let's get back into
I don't think it's for any day. I think that's an off-the-record story.
No, a lot of people were coming, like Amin was talking about this.
I know.
Different people that have worked at ESPN, when they would get breaking news and they said something. I mean, part of why Mark Stein isn't there anymore is because of Woj.
Well, I've been in rooms with Woj and how he has a stranglehold on those ESPN workers. It is something to watch. It is something to behold.
Really?
Yeah, it is. It is wild. That's the story for off the air. But I want to get back to 49ers.
Top 5 egos in sports.
I don't know.
Is Woj in there?
I don't know about that. I don't know.
I mean, at his own station, he's not even top 5.
Right.
Stephen Hayes, Shannon Sharp. Come on. You did Ryan Clark recently? Come on.
Shannon's is earned.
I mean, there's a Orlovsky. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on.
I kind of like Orlovsky.
But there's egos everywhere. Greeny has an ego. We all have egos for crying out loud.
I just don't like the Jets.
Like you have an ego. I have an ego. We all have egos.
You have to.
Yeah, you got to have some confidence in yourself.
But mine is smaller than others.
No, really?
Yeah.
Michael is
There's a joke in there.
Michael is San Jose. That's why I said
thank you.
What's up, Mike?
Yeah, hey, I just wanted to talk about Gronkowski saying there's no it guy on the 49ers. Look, he's not the most well-spoken, eloquent guy. We know that. But I think I do know a little bit of what he's talking about here. Just as a fan, it feels like this 49ers team is not playing with the same fire that we've seen in the past couple of years. I mean, if you're watching Brandon Ayuk, to me, his body language has not been very good. I mean, we know he's had a couple of drops. Him and Purdy haven't really been on the same page as far as their timing and everything. But, I mean, it's not like when you watch Fred Warner, I mean, that guy wants to play football. He wants to go out there and fly around. And it seems like, maybe Juwan Jennings on the offensive side of the ball is playing that way. But there's just less of those, like, big plays where somebody clearly wants to go out there and dominate. I mean, George Kittle had a chance to go get a first down on third. And, yeah, he fought for the ball. But we just haven't seen some of those big George Kittle runs or Deebo Samuel plays where he's running through somebody. I kind of get what he's getting at there.
Yeah, I understand it. I understand where Gronk is trying to say. He said, we need a dude, and they do have those guys. But now it's imperative for somebody to step up here offensively and just say, I want the damn ball. In a way, I'd like to see how you do what Deebo did in the NFC Championship game, where he's telling Shanahan, feed me, dude, feed me. Lynch goes down to the locker room at halftime, down 24-7, and Deebo saying, get me the damn football. Get me the football. I want to see that grow for Brandon Ayuk now. Now I want to see it's like, hey, I'm the man. I held in for a reason. I want my money. I got my money. Now let's go and feed me 13 targets. I'm with that. I'm actually with that.
Is that out of his character?
It's probably out of his character, but you know what? Right now we need somebody to step up.
Yeah.
Did you guys find it interesting in that whole Gronk clip that he left out Brock Purdy basically and was just like, Tom Brady, he was an it guy, but he didn't really mention Purdy in there. He was mentioning all the different weapons he had, but it was just, I thought that was a little interesting, just not even mentioning the quarterback and all this, right?
Because Tom's Tom, and comparing any quarterback like Purdy to Tom is a fool's errand.
Well, no, but I'm just saying, like, he mentioned Chris Hogan, of all people, as an it guy for his team.
I mean, that was ridiculous.
I was, but
that was a little too far.
But Brock in this, too, is going to have to isolate one guy that he's going to find to be comfortable with, right? He even said it last year when Deebo was out.
Yeah.
He's not as confident when Debo's on. Who's going to be the guy to give Brock his confidence?
Well, I'm getting
if there's a drop,
if
there's a drop from Ayuk early on, are you going to be confident if you're the quarterback?
Yeah, well, you better keep throwing to him because you got nobody else to throw to.
Well, look,
you know what I'm saying? He ain't no rookie.
No,
he's a guy who was second team All-Pro and had over 1,300 yards receiving. Keep throwing him the damn ball.
Yeah, but Bonte, there's also a psychological element when you're playing sports, and sometimes it's inevitable and you have to throw someone the ball or whatever. But I'd be lying to you if there weren't times where I'm like, no, I got this ball, and I come flying over like Fitzgerald and Luciano. I don't trust you to make that play. I'm coming to make it. I could pass to you. I'm going to pass to that guy. Like, I don't know, man. There is an element of that, but he's going to have to get over that because they need him.
Well, yeah, exactly. The element of like, hey, if you drop a pass, I'm going to throw it to you. You just pay this guy $30 million a year. You got to throw the ball. He could drop the ball 4 times in this football game. You keep throwing it to his ass and say, step up and catch the damn football. Then we'll have another argument. But to Spadone's point, we're now in year 3 with Brock Purdy. He's had to see on his chest for 2 years now. He could take over this franchise over these next 2-3 weeks and say, I'm the dude here. It's running through me. So you know what? I want to see Purdy get into some dudes. If Ayuk does drop a pass, I got no problem with Brock Purdy walking up to him. It's like clapping his hands saying, let's go. To Gronk's point, to Spadone's point, let me see Brock be that A guy. There's a lot of pressure on him, too. There's no doubt. I think the most pressure's on Ayuk. But now's the time we've been waiting on. We talked about this all season. How many times we hear, well, Brock gets to play with the Avengers. Brock gets to play with these guys. Well, he doesn't have 2 of those guys. McCaffrey's gone.
They still have weapons.
Debo's gone. They've got enough weapons to get by it. But you know what? We want to see it now. We want to see Brock lead the charge here. So I'm excited for this game. I really am.
Did you hear the Tom Brady during the game that he was doing this weekend? Oh, God, what game was he doing?
Cowboys Saints.
Okay. A rookie dropped the ball. Again,
yeah, that was a good soundbite.
A rookie drops the ball, and Tom's like, yeah, I'm not going to him again. Actually, get him out of the game. Yep. Like, that's literally how Tom would operate.
A rookie.
Right? Now, again, to your point, a $30 million player is completely different.
Yeah.
Especially someone that you've gone to war with in the playoffs.
Exactly.
Metaphorically.
Exactly. Let's go to Lisa in Fresno. Lisa.
Hi, Lisa.
Good morning, Lisa.
Hi.
How you doing, Lisa?
How are you guys?
We're doing great.
I'm doing great.
Hey.
I would just wanted to comment that I think everybody's freaking out. It's one bad game. And if anybody ever watches any of the tape breakdowns of the All-22 and the game against the Vikings, that Brian Flores' defense is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
They always talk about Kyle's offense being crazy because there's so much motion. The exact same thing is applied to Brian Flores' defense. I was watching Johnny Dell break down some of the film that he just did a video and released it yesterday, and there was like every motion that the Niners offense did, Brian Flores did a motion, so it made it look like something else, and then it made it look like something else, and then it finally became like Tampa 2. And it was like, whoa, that was pretty crazy. So for Brock to be able to process and get almost 70% of his passes done, that was amazing. And so I don't know, other than that 97-yard touchdown to Justin Jefferson actually had only 4 catches for 33 yards, where Brandon Agnew had 4 catches for 43 yards.
Yeah, but that play happened.
Yes, it did, but it wasn't because Justin Jefferson was so amazing. It was the scheme, the play call that the defense did that screwed it up. Fred was supposed to get a sack because he was blitzing and he didn't get it, and he took ownership of that. And then why would you have safeties covering Justin Jefferson?
Yeah, you're right about that. Look, Richard Sherman, we got that Richard Sherman sound. We heard it from Baldy yesterday. I mean, look, it's one play. That's a huge play.
I mean, those are game-changing style plays.
I mean, look, think about what happened there. You don't get the touchdown. You go for it on 4th down, which I got no problem with. I got no problem with it at all. Go for it. I'm with that. Aggressive Shanahan. Wow. Brandon Staley, impact on Shandy. Whatever. I'm good with it. 2nd and 9 from 3-yard line. And you give up a 97-yard touchdown. And then we look, and we got Baldy out here breaking it down on the All-22, talking about Deommodore Lenoir is guarding grass. And Lenoir wants to, we read all the articles this offseason, this training camp about him being the next Niner superstar, how he wants all the smoke. And we talked about the scrimmages where Lenoir said, Shanahan, I got Justin Jefferson. Ambry Thomas, move the hell out the way. I'm guarding this guy to get out of the damn doghouse and get me a role on his football team. So to Lisa's point, she's absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. They botched that play call.
Yeah, no doubt.
They botched that.
No, I agree with you.
I'm seeing some things from Nick Sorensen, and I'm like, all right, Nick Bosa come dropping back in coverage. I never want to see that again in my life.
Well, it's like having Aaron Judge bunt with runners on.
Right.
But look, I hear you, and you're 100% right. But this thing like, well, if you take this out, well, it happened. Come on. I mean, like, that I disagree with the call. Other than that, she makes a lot of great points. But, like, if Matt Ryan doesn't throw that pick 6 against Bowman, Falcons win that game. Yeah, but he did.
I mean, that's what Justin Jefferson does. Like, that's the thing. That's why you have to. He does 97-yard touchdown type of stuff every other week. That's how good he is.
Spadoni. If Kirk Gibson didn't take steroids or a performance enhancer, and if Dennis Eckersley doesn't lob that one up, I mean, the A's win that World Series. Like, yeah, but it happened. I mean, I hate to say it.
What does Lowe like to say? If ifs and buts were candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
Oh, that's like that. I do like
Evan
that.
Giddings and him crushing it, by the way.
Oh, man. Could you say that line again? I got to steal that.
Ifs and buts were candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. Same church, same pew.
Lil Neal's got some bars, man. I don't know how these guys, Guru Lil Neal, I don't know how they come up with it, man. I wish I had that talent. I can't come up with stuff
Guru
like that.
thinks that he's, putting out a new album, which I respect.
If I take the pig around back and come back with bacon, what happened to the pig?
Wow.
I did hear them. They had War Moon on, I think, last Thursday or Friday. And Guru was like, Ward, you were my favorite quarterback all time. And Ward goes, wow. He goes, what would you do in today's era? And Ward was like, oh, man, today's game? Oh, my God. He was like, and Ward was like, bro, I'll be throwing for 5,000 every single game. One of the tightest spirals I've ever seen thrown. Oh, my God.
You know why both those guys have bars? It's the 70s. Back then, you didn't have iPads and phones and social media. You learned things from older folks that were in the house and your family members. And I'm telling you, dude, that era was an era where you actually passed traditions down to people.
Why are you trying to age play these guys, man?
I'm not. I'm keeping it real.
All right, let's continue. All right, Jason, Jay, Vinny, Oscar, getting to the other side. We promise this show is guest free today. We're getting to everybody here as you talk a little bit of the Niners.
It factor. He's an it player.
He is. Shout out to Oreo Cookie. Injury report.
I love it.
All right, CMC Debo out. But maybe there's some positives when it comes to injuries. Talanoa Hufanga continues to get closer to his return from a torn ACL last season. He's been practicing with the team the last few weeks, and the Niners are exercising caution with working him back into action. But 49ers GM John Lynch said last week that while he likes the direction Hufanga is training in, he did not set a timetable for his return. We'll see when he does return. Could be a few months. Could be a few weeks. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Jason, Vinny, Oscar will play the Gronk sound one more time. Do the Niners have an it guy on offense? I think they do. Gronk doesn't. What do you think about that? And then Steve Young said something about Brock Purdy. That was very, very interesting. We'll replay all that coming up here in the 8 o'clock hour. It's all coming up on The Roast.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath.
We got action in the Bay. We talked about the Giants at the 6 o'clock hour. Download the Odyssey app if you want to relive that one. They do win 10-0, but they got bigger issues with Farhan, the front office. What the hell is going to happen in 2 weeks? But right now, we're cooking with hot grease with the 49ers as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. All the overnight dancers, probably a slow time. It was ugly last night. It was bad weather. Cold, foggy. It's a Tuesday. You know, usually it's slow.
That convention in town, though, Bonta.
Oh, yeah. You know what?
Right near the club.
No.
Dreamforce.
You know what? Dreamforce. I did try by that. You know what? Business actually is booming. Yeah, I forgot all about that. Rainy day, can't get outside. You want to stay indoors. Why not blow a couple dollars while eating some chicken wings? Hey, look it. Hey, good morning to all the teachers. All the teachers getting ready to teach these students and give them an education. And all the roasters out there. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Purdys in the building. Lubbock's here. Lubbock's chilling. Shasky's back, even though he's been a single dad for the last couple of days. He knows how tough dad life is, but you're bucking up, son. You're doing a hell of a job, Shasky. You're trying to win Dad of the Award. You're not trying to win MVP at Summits. You're trying to win Dad of the Year awards. I know you.
Thank God Michelle's coming back. But no, the number one thing.
Where'd she go?
She had some work stuff.
Right.
But the number one thing is that I'm trying to make sure he doesn't hurt himself, because we're working on walking right now, and he slams down and falls and hits his head. And, it's just I don't need to have him get hurt.
That happens, though. They're very durable.
Yeah,
they're
they are very durable. They are very durable.
Almost want to put a helmet on him.
One time, Chester didn't have a helmet on. She was on her little bike, and we were coming down a ramp, and I could see it coming a mile away, and she fell, rolled over, and I just scooped her up like I was a shortstop.
Yeah, scoop and score.
And she was just kind of in shock, and it just kept walking, and they forget about it. Now, I've seen an increase in speed. She's like, all right, Papa, come catch me. And I was like, oh, my gosh, she's getting faster. I need to work on my endurance. But I get worried even more now. I was like, please don't fall or chip a tooth. Please don't fall above your head. Please don't fall. So that's going to happen forever. You're always going to be worried.
The bumps and bruises on the legs and stuff like that when they're learning to walk, you'll have a bunch of them. And they just call them battle scar. I tell Benny, he's like, it's a battle scar, dude. You're rough. You're tough. He's like, thanks, Dad. Every time.
Yeah.
So every time he gets a bruise now, Dad, I got a battle scar.
510, real quick before we get to the lines here. Has an actual overnight dancer ever called in? Sounds like love.
I know people.
No, Brianna's not an overnight dancer. No, why would you do that? Why would you do that? That's disrespectful.
I forgot about Brianna.
Oh, you did Brianna.
Brianna
in Detroit. How'd you forget about her? She'll be back around. Basketball season's coming.
You still follow her on Instagram, Sam?
To say hi.
Jeez, you guys don't know when to stop. You guys don't know when to stop.
I did not say she was one, by the way. I just played a drop.
Yeah, don't play a drop. You played a drop after I talked about
Drops
whether or not
anything. It's part of the show. It's just,
she's not a stripper.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being that if she was
it's
anyways.
Not. But
you're acting like it's a bad thing.
But Lubman, it's Shasky just throwing him under the bus. Jesus Christ. I mean, gosh. No, we haven't had a stripper call in, but Lubman, you know what? Maybe do some producing around here.
I mean, going back to pressure, Bonte, the pressure to provide and get those dollar bills, a lot like what Brock Purdy's trying to do to get his dollar bills this year. Am I right?
I feel like Jim Carrey and Dumb and Dumber. We're out there in the cornfields, and Lloyd comes down with the moped, and you had me down and out, and I was ready to rip you and say, don't turn on the mic, and rip the Raiders and call, and you just know how to redeem yourself. You just know how to do it.
What is it with you and the Raiders?
Yay! Oh, it's fine. I love the Raiders. What are you talking about?
No, you dismiss them and their fans.
It's a Spadoni thing, and my best friend's a Raider fan. Matter of fact, the Raiders, true story. The highlights of my career is covering Raider games at the Coliseum.
You always say that, then you backhand them every other day.
I got love for the Raiders, dude. Spadoni knows it. It's not serious.
He's got major love for Brock Bowers, I'll tell you that.
Dude, I got him in damn near every league. Love Brock Bowers. I love what the Raiders do. I got love for that. It's a big win in Baltimore. And I've said, I don't backhand. I just mess with Spadoni. It's our little thing. I look brothers. It's my brother. So sometimes he rips me. He talks trash. He's a Laker or Raider fan, so it's easy. It's low-hanging fruit. The Lakers. You're out here snitching on London.
I didn't say it's work related. You're following one of the roasters.
No.
What?
What does work have to do with following listeners? If we followed every listener, we don't follow every listener.
No, but certain ones that I meet, I'll follow back.
Has Lemon ever met her?
That I don't know.
Does she live in Detroit?
Boy, we are off script. We are off the first 15 plays, Shanahan.
No, the script is working. This is the roast, baby. This is where you go off script.
There ain't nothing you can do about it.
Ain't nothing you can do about it. Dreamforce is in town. All right, let's follow. You know
Sorry,
what?
Lemon.
You know, I just.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Jason in San Jose. Joe Lincoln's never coming back to the studio. You keep playing that time. I'll tell you that right now.
Who's got pressure?
Jason, San Jose. What's up, Jason?
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
What's up, brother?
I got two things. First one's quick. Everybody's talking about Brock Purdy doesn't have weapons. Agreed he doesn't have the Avengers, but Stafford would kill to switch rosters with him this week. He still has a great tight end, a good running back, and the key word, good wide receiver. Not great. Ayuk has nothing in common with Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill. When I called during the summer, I was mad and said, let him go. He doesn't deserve this contract. Debo has had games where he put the team on his back and said, we're not losing. Let's go. The last game against the Rams, the funeral for the Eagles, the playoff games against the Packers. Ayuk does not have any of those games. He's got a couple moments, but he is not that dude, and that's why I was mad, and the Niners are going to regret this contract. I'll get your feedback off the air.
The Niners are going to regret this contract. Wow.
Why do we always say the Avengers?
I never say it.
No, everyone always says that. Like, oh, it's Brock and the Avengers. Like, quite frankly, I think the Avengers are kind of overrated. Like,
well, Captain America, it's Brock Purdy. Everyone likes him. He's the nice guy.
Captain America, like one of the weakest of all of the superheroes.
Well, that's a hot take.
No, that's an
absolutely hot take. Did you see him fight Thanos?
Okay, give me a break.
Literally one-on-one. He's carrying Mjolnir the hammer. Like, come on, Shaq.
I'm taking Justice League and the X-Men over the Avengers.
Well, no one likes Justice League.
Yeah, no one likes
Batman and Superman and Wonder
worst
Woman.
Shasky take of the year.
I'm taking them.
I'm taking Captain America over
Superman.
And you know what? That new Captain America movie looks sick. It looks sick.
I think he's garbage.
Oh, my gosh. He did fight that. I watched that movie. I was in the theater for that movie. He gave Thanos everything he could handle. We would have had a funeral for Superman if he fought Thanos. Just saying.
The realest thing you've ever said.
It's true. The Infinity Stones are like magic.
I'm taking Cyclops, Wolverine. I'm taking the whole crew of X-Men over the Avengers.
I think a lot of people will take X-Men. I'm an X-Men guy.
Who's
we watch X-Men.
Hulk there?
Yeah.
Hulk? Who said Wolverine?
Probably no. Colossus, probably.
There you go.
We're way in deep side here. I mean, come on.
Yeah, we're really off script. Video Motown, Vinny. And you know what? I'm going to react to Jason in San Jose. We're going to react to him after Video Motown because he says the Niners are going to regret that contract they gave to Brandon Ayuk. And I want your thoughts on that. Video Motown, what's happening?
What's up, fellas? Love the show. Hey, first of all, Marvel over DC all day. We're going Brock Purdy. I don't know why Grant didn't mention Brock Purdy as the it guy. I mean, I don't know if you watched that last drive in the Packer game last year in the playoffs. That looked like an it guy to me, making those throws down the stretch. Or when he went on them off-script plays against Detroit, that looked like an it guy to me. So I don't know. I just think that Minnesota curse is real. We lost that game. We haven't won that since I was a kid. I was 10 years old in 92, so I can remember back to that. But I just think it has a little bit to do with, in my opinion, the way I feel about it is sometimes I think Shanahan gets in his head on his play calls. I think you see somebody like Andy Reid now who's got Matt Nagy calling some of the plays. It's a shared ability. I think sometimes you just got to let go a little bit. I know that some of the coordinators, the passing coordinators are gone. You know, the guy in New Orleans is killing it. The guy in Houston's killing it.
It's Slowick.
The system is great. The system is great, right? But when it's not working, that's when it's time to maybe listen in to somebody say, hey, you know what, like, let's switch it up. And I just feel like he dies on his sword a lot of the times. When it was the Super Bowl against the Falcons and the Super Bowl against the Chiefs and twice, I just feel like sometimes, you know, Tom Brady is an it guy, but guess what? he they said, some of those weapons around him, he made those guys into it guys. You know, Edelman isn't. I don't think Edelman's a better receiver than Ayuk, but Edelman was a great performer in the playoffs. That's because that guy was throwing to him. That Tom Brady was getting him that ball, right? So I just feel like that it's a lot of it has to do with Shanahan. I almost feel like he's a micromanager in the sense of he's a great coach, and I love what he's done for us and where he's gotten us prior to, you know, those previous regimes that weren't great. You know, I love the Harbaugh era, and you see he's doing his thing in the Chargers. It's like coaches are great. You know, once in a generation coaches are great. They come along. I'd rather be in the Super Bowl multiple times than to just be on the outskirts and looking at the playoffs, watching it on my TV like I did for many years when the Niners and everybody was at home. So I'll take him getting us there, but I just think that when they got to get over that hump, and I think that's what it is that hump that Kyle needs to get over is maybe he needs to bring in somebody that's just, hey, you know, we're doing good on this, we're not doing good on this, and I don't know if he has it. I'm not inside the organization, but I just feel like when I see it sometimes that when you become a head coach, you've got to oversee the whole team, and he's the offensive-minded guru who loves his scheme is his scheme. It's like his baby, and I just feel like maybe another pair of eyes where he's got to sit down and take a deep look and say, and I don't agree that the Niners have the Avengers. We've had mediocre quarterbacks since Steve Young, right? So when you get a McCaffrey, this is what I hate when they say the Niners got the Avengers or the Niners got this and that. We have people that want to play for us. It's not our fault that we traded for McCaffrey. It's not our fault that we drafted Debo. It's not our fault that we drafted Kittle and Warner and all these ballers, Greenlaw. That makes it look like we got the Avengers because we're going out there picking up these guys that are just dominating in the system and tearing it up on a week-to-week basis. That's just what happens when you win week in and week out and you're in the NFC Championship games and you're in 2 Super Bowls in a couple of years. People are just going to say they're stacked. They're fully stacked. Guess what? Some of those guys that left our system, what are they doing on other teams? Do they look like the Avengers then? No.
Good call, Vinny. Vinny was on the roll there from Motown. He had time today. I don't get back to Jason in San Jose, though. Said the 49ers are going to regret giving Ayuk that contract. Now, could you imagine walking into this game without Brandon Ayuk? You have no Debo, you have no CMC, and say Ayuk's in Pittsburgh or something. You're starting Juwan Jennings and Chris Conley and Jacob Cowick alongside Brock Purdy and Jordan Mason, and George Kittle's your alpha. That would be very intriguing. How much confidence would Niner fans have then?
Well, there's 2 different questions, right? There's like the now, and then there's the long term, right? You know, do you regret the contract in 2 years is a different question than right now. Like right now, thank God we have him, right? Yes. Thank God we have him. But I would have said, again, like, and I'm not saying he's there, but I would have said the same thing about the Giants rotation when they had Barry Zito year 1, you know? So let's see where we're at a couple years from now. That's the only way to kind of, you know, tell. Early on, it felt like, oh, Javon Hargrave, great free agent signing. Year later, how we feeling? Not good.
Not good at all.
Now, I've said it from the beginning. I don't think it's good business to pay 2 wide receivers $30 million a year. We could argue about who's good, who's not good, how much they're making, whatever. Like from a team building strategy, I don't think it's the most sound, especially when you're a run-first team. And if you look at his career, he averages a little over 4 catches a game, right? Yep. 4.5 catches a game. Now, there's productivity there. There's a lot of productivity. I understand what the market costs when it comes to these wide receivers. But I look at someone like, and I'm pointing at this guy, he's a first-ballot Hall of Famer, I believe, Mike Evans. Why is Mike Evans a first-ballot Hall of Famer? Because before Brady, with a bunch of guys that no one would line up to be their quarterback, right, Jameson being one of them, he put up godly numbers. Then Brady showed up and he put up great numbers and they won a Super Bowl. After Brady, he's still putting up great numbers. You know, Mike Evans is a first ballot Hall of Famer. You know, there's no other way around it. We will find out over a stretch of time what kind of numbers Brandon Ayuk throws up.
But it also,
they're better with him, though.
They're better with them, but it's also with the way they play. Like Tampa Bay, during Mike Evans' career, have they had a great running game with those mediocre
not
quarterbacks?
Really.
Yeah, not really.
But they've
right?
never been a run like they had Dirk Cutter,
right.
And then they got
tried
Brady.
To throw the ball.
They were never a run first team. But that goes back to team building.
Right.
This is never going to be unless things change.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It's never going to be a pass first team.
Mike Evans, they were pass happy for a long time, but they didn't really have a running game, and they didn't win a lot of games before Brady. That was an underachieving team in Tampa Bay for a long time.
Was the high water mark.
Right, they were an underachieving team for a long time. So, you know, when you think about what this system produces and what they want to accomplish, Shanahan makes it he tells the world, we want to get to 30 carries. And this is why that's why I thought it was so impressive last season that Ayuk produced the numbers that he produced, because the Niners were third to last in pass attempts. The teams who were below them, Detroit and Baltimore. Then it was the Niners. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, when you got Debo and Kittle and McCaffrey out the backfield and you have Jawan Jennings emerging and you have Brandon Ayuk to produce those numbers with those limited amount of opportunities, that impressed the hell out of me. It was like, wow, he made the most of his opportunities. So to your point about, hey, it may never happen here where he gets those type of targets. Well, in games like this and one-off games like this, when you are shorthanded, these are the games we expect you to have a Debo-like performance. I want to see it 8 for 8 like you did at Pittsburgh when you had 8 catches on 8 targets and cooked Patrick Peterson not 1 touchdown, but 2 touchdowns. These are the games where you could say, I can be Mike Evans if my team needs me to be Mike Evans. That's what I want to see from Brandon Ayuk. And this guy is a Hall of Famer. I'm not saying be Mike Evans like for like, but I'm saying, you know what? The alpha dog in the passing game. Third down, money down. I need to hit you. I need to find you. Can you be that guy for me today? I'm going to see that on Sunday from Brandon Ayuk. Because overall, you're right. The Niners Shanahan's never going to not be a run-first guy. That's what he wants to do. That's what he wants to do.
Yeah, and I look at like the body of work for how they play offense. Only Debo's the only guy I could think of like, oh, we're going to run 12 to 15 plays for this guy some way, somehow, outside of running back, right? And that's just they've never been a team that does, hey, we're targeting Jalen Waddle 13 times today. Hey, we're throwing to Stephon Diggs 15 times today. It's not who they are. And now, could they evolve over time? Time will tell. But it does feel like they always revert back to playing a certain brand of football. And then you look up and you're like, wow, Jennings on a 2-year dirt cheap deal. He just always makes plays. And it's great value because he's only making, $6 or $7 million. And look, he comes through with big first down catches. And I don't know. The Ayuk, I think it's going to be really hard, Bonte. I'll just come out and say it's going to be really hard for him to earn the money in the eyes of many. I think it's going to be really hard. He had a great year.
So what does he need to do to earn the money? More all-pro teams, 1,500 yards, 11 touchdowns. Like, what are we talking here? What's going to set us? I guess that's the next question for the fans out there. 888-957-9570. What justifies Brandon Ayuk's contract? What does he have to do in your eyes? Is there a number? Is there a stat? What does it have to be for Brandon Ayuk to justify that contract?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Let's go.
Like the cynic in me says, like, he had a career year last year, right? That's what the cynic in me says. The reality is, like, he's been a productive player. Last year he popped. How much of that was because they had superstars everywhere and teams were running zone against him, and he's perfect for that. Now, when you're going up against a man, like, this is going to separate. Like, we're going to find out some things, I think, over the next couple of weeks about Brock, about the offense and the evolution of it, about Brandon Ayuk. I don't think these are independent Brandon Ayuk thoughts. I think these are 49er thoughts. These are like all 49er thoughts.
Let's go to Oscar in Fresno. Oscar, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Anytime, Oscar. Good morning.
Hey, so I just have a couple of things, man. Now, all those people, and I listen to you guys' show all the time, man. I'm a truck driver, so I'm all day listening to everybody all day from you guys. So I love you guys. All that people, I know you guys are not talking about Shanahan that last week that was calling in, fire Shanahan. Man, those people are crazy. Do you remember who we had after Mariucci? We've been mediocre. So Shanahan wouldn't last 1 minute in the free agent after, as if he was unemployed. So that was my thing. I love Kyle and I don't want to get rid of him ever. Second thing, we do have that guy. It's George Kittle. I just wish. It's offensive lineman. Yeah. Why do we re-sign McKinnon if we're going to keep keeping Kittle as an offensive lineman? You know what's going to happen for the George Kittle's next contract? He's going to get paid as a right tackle instead of a tight end already, because that's basically what he plays most of the plays that he's in. He's a beast. Nobody can cover that guy. Everybody talks that Kelsey's better than Kittle. Yeah, Kittle goes on routes like half of his plays. Imagine if George Kittle was getting the targets that Kelsey gets. They'd be talking about George Kittle being one of the greatest to ever do it. I don't really think he's one. For me, he's the best tight end in the NFL because of what he can do in the run game. But imagine if he got the targets Kelsey gets. What would they be saying about George Kittle? They need to focus on getting George Kittle the ball at least at least 10 times per game.
Not mad at that.
And Ayuk needs to step up, okay? Ayuk needs to step up. The last guy, please, guys, the last guy that needs to step up, and I'm sick and tired of everybody, not a lot of people give him a pass, but I don't, is Bosa. Bosa needs to play like Max Crosby. Please, that's all I want.
To Oscar's point, first of all, the foolishness about Shanahan being fired or whatnot, it's just some of the dumbest things I heard all year. I mean, it's just, I can't believe we gave it any airplay with the whole hot seat thing.
There is pressure on him, though. Independent of that.
Yeah, of course.
Job status. There's pressure.
Yeah, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. But hot seat pressure, I don't know about that. One thing we should do, love me to Spadone, moving forward, is Shasky, too. We should track how many routes Kittle runs per game.
Interesting.
Especially on the pass plays. We could probably do that. How many plays he stays in a block? Because I bet you we overrate that. I bet you we overrate it. Now, the Super Bowl is one thing. Like, we see the Super Bowls and we see the lack of targets. But I'm sure he's running routes on most pass plays. But I wonder what the percentage of pass plays that he's inline blocking. You know what I mean? Like, is he running routes on 97% of the pass plays? Is he running routes on 60% of the pass plays? I think it'd be criminal if it was less than, say, 85%. But I'm going to track that.
I just think it's tough when you're looking at the other guy who plays the position, who has the championships, and they play such a different brand of football, right? Like, I'm talking about Travis Kelce. When you compare him to Travis Kelce, like, they just play very, very, very different. And when the way I see that Gronk was used, because I think Gronk is closer to Kittle than Kittle is to Kelce. Kelce's got more wide receiver in him and less, hand in the dirt, being used as a traditional tight end. Gronk did a lot more dirty work, right? Which is what Kittle does. But when push came to shove, where was Gronk? Isolated in the slot or off to the side by himself, and they used him in the red zone. And they used him on key third down spots where Brady would be like, I am throwing to you. I am getting my matchup. I'm going to move some things around, and we're gonna throw you the ball. In my head, Kansas City, playoff game, Tony Romo going, everybody in the stadium knows the ball's going to Gronkowski here. And like Brady's literally pointing over at Gronk like, I'm going to you. And where did they go? They went right to Gronk. And it just feels like our offense isn't designed that way. And so it's very frustrating because I think Kittle can do those things.
Wonder if B.A. can do those things. I think B.A. could do those things. George and Lost, we got 2 minutes? No break? 1 minute? Can we squeeze in George real quick? George, hang on tight. George. Oh, we got you.
Okay.
George, hang tight. I want to get you a full call.
Yeah.
Hang tight on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. George, we'll get to you right after the break here. We got to cut. We'll play the Gronk sound. We'll play the Steve Young sound. We'll reset. Pressure. A lot of pressure on Ayuk, a lot of pressure on Purdy. Pressure. We'll see what type of pressure the Niners handle on Sunday against the LA Rams. That's coming up. Brought to you by Chill Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident?
I, Bonte Hill, will never lie to you ever again.
What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yee!
All right, our daily shout out. Shout out to my boy Mondo, Team Kid, Team Jason Kidd. Speaking of roasted and Turtle Pie, what up, Turtle Pie? Mondo thinks we smoked before the show because we're that hilarious.
Clean it up, Auntie.
Well, listen, I will never come in intoxicated to work. No. Never, ever, 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 ever. Now, we may have been hungover before, but we will never, ever smoke that stuff, that ooh-wee, that sticky icky before work. Ever.
I smoke with Mike, though.
Shout out to Philbo, Mike. Georgia Lots also will get to you in just a second here. I want to reset. We got some sound here. Sound from Steve Young on the Rich Eisen Show. And we got sound from Rob Gronkowski with Kay Adams. What's going on over there? You all right over there?
This is what happens.
Did you smoke before work?
No, this is what happens.
Oh.
It's just, this camera has this thing. It's called the webcam. And there's a tap lock, tap unlock. And I'll tap unlock so that it just stays where it's at. But somehow, some way, it automatically locks in on stuff, even though I've clicked the unlock button and it like veers over and starts staring at Spadoni. Or because the boss put these fat heads in here, which are odd, and it always locks in on the fat heads. And so the camera's always messing. So Spadoni will be in my ear and he'll go, camera. And it's not his fault. It's Lubman who's trying to run a tight ship here.
You're easily triggered, man.
No, it's frustrating because it's just like, it's so dumb. Like, camera, just stay where you are, where I put you.
It's technology and stuff.
No,
man.
it's got AI in it, and it doesn't need it.
It has a mind of its own. AI's taking over. There's some interesting things going on with AI, man. I did a deep dive into that on vacation. I was like, wow, the future of this
Now
world.
I want to know, what did you deep dive regarding AI?
Yeah, it was, just looked at some stuff and just looking at text. Everything's funny this morning. I'm having fun, man. But no, I did a deep dive on AI. Just was looking at some things like they're going to have like this necklace, right? You get this necklace in the future. They're building this. I forgot what brand it was. But you have this necklace around your neck, and it's for basically lonely people. And you have a friend at all times. So you'll be eating a sandwich, and the necklace just starts talking to you. How was the sandwich, Joe? Was the sandwich good, Joe?
Yeah,
and you're like, you're just talking. It's very creepy. Very creepy. That's one aspect of AI. But there's some good with AI. There's a lot of bad with AI. There's a lot. Trust me. Here's a bad with this. And Steve Young on Brock Purdy, what he said on the Rich Eisen Show.
If they're going to stay with the same plan, then the demand for Brock is even greater. He has to be even more honed on his efficiency to find players that aren't necessarily the top of their, the top of the game like Debo, the top of the game like CMC. And now I've got to figure out how to get the ball to them, have them get open. And I'm going to, inevitably, Susie, he's going to have to do more. He's going to have to move around more. He's going to have to put himself at risk more. And he's going to have to do things that aren't necessarily his strong suit. And that might provide great things in the future for when they get to the Super Bowl this year, or have to face Patrick Mahomes or face Lamar Jackson. The thing about the 49ers, when they face Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, any big, strong, prototypical quarterback today, they lose. So getting their guy more like that and under duress, like with injuries, might be a good thing.
So think of that. Should take away.
Well, he's not going to all of a sudden magically just change the style of play. Like, he's not going to turn into Lamar Jackson, nor do I want him to. I want him to just play his game. Do I want him to run a little more? Yeah, actually I do. And he did it a couple times in this game over the weekend. And I think one of the best aspects of Brock's game is his legs and his decision-making. And I think that needs to just be incorporated a little. And I'm not talking about design runs. I'm talking about freelancing. Just understand that, like, hey, there's hidden yardage in there. There was 2 times in the Jets game where he had all this room in front of him, and he was trying to throw downfield. And I was just like, hey, man, trust your legs. That's all. It's like little stuff, And I would say that he needs to maybe trust the check down a little more, or, let it rip. Let it rip. Like, for example, if he throws 3 interceptions and 3 touchdowns this weekend, but they win, like, do whatever it takes to win. It doesn't have to be pretty.
I'm cool with that.
It just doesn't have to be pretty. I don't care about what it looks like. We were all so obsessed about clean sheets and no throws. Like, you might have to throw up some no throws to move the ball if you're struggling at times. And so I don't care what it looks like. Just play your game, have fun, try to throw the ball down the field to your playmakers, and let's see where this thing goes.
Yeah, I want some deep shots. I'm not going to lie. I want some damn deep shots. I want a couple just over the top, let it fly, 45, 50 yards in the air, tight spiral. I miss that, man. I'm not going to lie. I keep watching that Darnold play like, damn, he's got that in the arsenal. Now, I've seen it before when he threw one to Robbie Anderson, whatever his name is, chosen one. I don't even know. I can't keep up. But he was with the New York Jets, and they played the Cowboys one Sunday, and Darnold threw a deep shot to him. And I was like, damn, Darnold? Now, he did that at USC, and he's off and on. We know what you get from him. He'll throw the no throw plenty of times. But then he'll do that, what he did to Justin Jefferson in stride. I mean, from the end zone, wow. Georgia Los Altos, what's happening? Thanks for holding, George.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Thanks for holding, George. We appreciate it.
No problem, brother. And I know you wouldn't get a buzz before work because you're too professional. I can sense that right off the bat.
I know how to fake it, George. I know how to fake it.
That's good, man. That's good. I have to respectfully disagree with the earlier caller about us. We should not have given Ayuk the money. I think we absolutely should have. If you take a look at his progression, that's what I look at. Has he gotten better every year as a Niner? And in my opinion, yeah. He got himself as an All-Pro last year, second-team All-Pro. So to me, he's worth the money that we paid him. And as long as he continues to get better, and he does so many things that, you don't necessarily see, or if you just take a look at the stat sheet. He's a great blocker downfield. He has absolutely no fear of going across the middle. He's a real dog. And there's two dogs on that offense, him and Jawan Jennings. And I keep on saying Jawan Jennings. I said his name before the Jets game. I said he's going to be a difference maker in the game. He led the team in receptions that game. He knows how to get open. And so I think coming for the rest of the season, until we get Debo and CMC back, we're going to see what Kyle Shanahan is made of in terms of designing a game plan without those two guys. And I think we can get it done if we focus a lot on Kittle, Jawan Jennings, and Ayuk will do his thing. And Mason has been a wonderful surprise. So that's really all I have, guys.
Good call, George. Good call. I'm kind of in the same mindset there. I do believe Shanahan will cook up a scheme against the Rams team. But let's face it, Shaska, they're giving up 426 yards a game. 426 yards a game. 230 in the air and 197 on the ground. I mean, we watched Detroit in overtime run the ball down their throats in overtime, wore their asses down, just punked them. Go home, back to SoCal for a second, right? You go on one. They played hard, but they suffered a lot of injuries. Then they go to Arizona in the desert, and they just get smoked. I mean, the game was over, Shaska, after their first drive. I've never seen a McVay team. Maybe I have, but maybe I'm being hyperbolic here, but Arizona literally did whatever they wanted. They were facing like 1st and 26s and still converting first downs. Oh, penalty, 15 yards, no matter what. We'll go to Marvin Harrison Jr. Oh, no matter what, we'll just hand the ball off to James Conner. And the Cardinals ran for 231 yards, 5.8 yards a pop. So it's a divisional game. I get that. And I always say divisional games are different. But this is a wounded duck. This is a wounded team. You got to take advantage of it. So there's going to be plays to be made out there, opportunities in the run game and pass game against this team that's just getting beat up at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, they can ill afford to allow Matt Stafford in this game to cook, B. Like, you got to make him play from behind and make them one-dimensional. One area that's not that injured for them is running back, Kyron Williams. So, if you can take away the run game and get a lead in this game, and then now you can start knocking around Matt Stafford. And the one knock on Stafford is he will throw up a couple.
He will.
Right? And so you need this defensive line to really heat up the O-line, which is so banged up for the LA Rams. That to me is like the number one thing here. Like, get a nice 7 to 10 point lead early in this game, and then force them to be one-dimensional, and then let's start feeling good about Leonard Floyd and Nick Bosa rushing the passer. Let's give them opportunities.
Yeah, I think they will have plenty of opportunities to get to Matt Stafford this week. Arizona sacked Matt Stafford 5 times in the desert, and he took some Shasky, he was taking shots, dude.
That's tough.
We saw Caleb Williams on Sunday Night Football take shots. Stafford took similar shots against Arizona. It's like, you better pull him out the game. Now, it's also the return.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy. He's off a suspension.
Do you think he takes a snap in this game?
If he does, that means the Niners have blown out the Rams, because I don't see the Rams blowing out the Niners, but he does have intel on the 49ers. Right?
Well, Cooper Kupp wears number 10. What number is he?
What'd you say, Slubin?
I'll say Stafford could get hurt. First play of the game, Bosa sacks him, hurts his shoulder, and then
Jimmy.
You still love Jimmy.
He was a good Niner. We it's disappointing how this fan base acts sometimes. I do get disappointed. Not everybody, but I get a little disappointed in how we treat our players sometimes.
Game for your life right now. Who do you trust to win you a game more, Trey or Jimmy?
Wow. Well, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious.
Jimmy. I don't blame the Super Bowl loss on Jimmy, man. I'm above that. Like I'm just, you know what I'm saying? Look, Jimmy's wearing number 11.
Number 11.
Wow.
It's a slimming number for him.
Number 11. 11th year in the league. He looks so weird in that Rams blue. Damn. He looks so odd. The Jimmy era. We're never going to get past it. Wow. Rob Gronkowski with Kay Adams. When we say Jimmy Garoppolo, man, it so came to a halt.
It's so funny when I hear people talk about the Jimmy G era, because there were 5 different eras within that one era. And at one point, we all believed. And then, he played good football. 2019, he played really good football. The way it ended with a thud in the playoffs was a totally different conversation. Then he played good in the Super Bowl until the fourth quarter, right? And then it just felt like he could never recapture that magic. And then they acquire Christian McCaffrey in that final season after we thought he was done 10 different times. Mm-hmm. And he was playing some of the best football of his career once Christian McCaffrey got here. And then he got hurt. And it was it was over.
He did play some good football. 405 I cannot believe what you're saying, Bonte. You cheered when he stepped out of bounds in the Denver game. You were the biggest hater on earth. Okay. So I'm cheering for my team to give up points. The Jimmy era is great, because the way I get defined during the Jimmy era, I'm either the biggest hater or it's the biggest cheerleader.
Oh.
It's no gray area. No gray area.
So every Wednesday, and Spadoni, cue up some NFL music. Every Wednesday, I told you that I would have the Quad Bs, the Bill Belichick Big Board. Teams that I believe should be targeting Bill Belichick to be their head coach.
Okay.
Maybe even their czar.
Oh.
Are you ready for this?
I'm on board ready.
The Bill Belichick Big Board. These are teams and franchises I believe Bill Belichick should be sniffing around. Like he's Tony Montana. Outside looking in.
You love cocaine.
I do. Outside, I used to. Just a joke. Outside looking in. Carolina Panthers. Carolina Panthers are a dumpster fire. Now, they just hired a new coach. I don't know what they're doing. They need credibility. Outside looking in, Carolina. It would be very unlikely. A guy would be one and done there.
Well,
but the Carolina Panthers need some stability.
Well, let me add to it. Belichick on a Manning cast was very outspoken when it came to the Atlanta Falcons in that Super Bowl and Arthur Blank. It was like he was overemphasized. They just can't tackle. They can't tackle. Arthur Blank down on the sideline, Super Bowl with the suit on and blah, blah, blah. I think in the back of his mind, if the Carolina job, say if he hypothetically took the Carolina job, he'd love to stick it to Arthur Blank. He'd love to stick it to him twice a year.
Interesting.
So that's another little nug for your Bill Belichick Big Board.
Well, and they'd start from scratch. I just don't know if he has the patience to do that. That's why I don't have it higher up on my list.
Yeah.
Number 5. It's the Tennessee Titans. What's Tennessee doing? Everybody wants to move to Nashville. It's a great place to retire, and clearly that division, even though the Texans are there and they've got C.J. Stroud, the rest of the division is up in the air. And I think there's multiple teams in this division who could be targeting Bill Belichick. You take over the Tennessee Titans, you can kind of do whatever you want. But I see them very similar to the way I see Carolina, where they just don't have an identity, they don't have a quarterback. It feels very unlikely.
And they just hired a coach who's coached 2 games, Brian Callahan. They're going to go one and done him. One and done Brian Callahan? That's not the way they operate in Tennessee. I don't see that one. I see, you know what I see? The Jacksonville Jaguars.
Number 4.
Wait, number 4?
Baltimore Ravens. All I'm saying is that Harbaugh's been there a long time. They're 0-2. Things could get ugly. That's a tough division. If you were going to move off of someone like Harbaugh, it would be for someone like Belichick. Belichick and Lamar, that run game, the way that they draft and develop defensive players. If I'm Belichick, I'm sniffing around the Baltimore Ravens.
Now, would you want to coach that organization? Because that's the same organization that fired him when he was a Cleveland Browns head coach in the early 90s. And they moved to Baltimore, kind of ruined his career a little bit. And he had to become an assistant. And I know Ozzie Newsome was there for a long, long time, and they kept him over. And he's still, I think Ozzie Newsome is still around the organization as some sort of consultant or whatnot. Interesting.
Baltimore Ravens at number 4 on the Bill Belichick big board. Number 3. Another AFC South team is the Jacksonville Jaguars. You know, Shad Khan's got a lot of money, and you know that Belichick likes money. Who doesn't? We all do. You got a quarterback. We don't even know if he's any good, but you got a quarterback, so that's a start. He could do whatever he wants. They hired Doug Peterson. Doug Peterson's offensive side of the ball. I think they need to go defense. And by the way, quietly, no one's talking about it. Trent Baalke taking that guy Walker ahead of Aiden Hutchinson might be one of the biggest whiffs. As bad as the C.J. Stroud Bryce one was, no one talks about Baalke taking Walker. That was a horrible pick. Horrible pick.
Well, I think the owner already came out and said we need to win games. And the way last year ended, what were they, Spadoni? Were they 7-3, 7-2, 8-3? And they blew the division. And if they blow the division again this year and don't make the playoffs, Doug Peterson will be out of there. There could be a place for Belichick in Jacksonville with that quarterback in that system. Jacksonville, that's a team I'm looking at. That Tennessee, first-year coach, I don't see it. Baltimore, long shot. I definitely see Jacksonville in the equation if he wants to coach. That's a good market for him.
Number 2 on my Bill Belichick big board of places that he should be sniffing around. It's the New York Giants. I mean, that's pretty obvious. The only problem with the Giants, and the more and more I think about it, it's a quarterback thing. Like, if he's going to go somewhere, I would think he would want a quarterback who's at least played a little. That's kind of what was his downfall at the end in New England was quarterback play. So that's why I'm fading the Giants down a couple of clicks here. And that goes to my number 1, and this is obvious, especially after this week. Number 1 is the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, Vic Fangio going prevent defense late in that game. They got to figure out their defense. They've got to figure that thing out. And I'm looking at it, and I'm saying, no one's going to hire Kellen Moore to be a number 1. But you could take over that spot, probably keep one of the coordinators in Kellen Moore, and if they can kind of figure stuff out with Jalen Hurts this year, you got a good run game, you got playmakers, fix the defense. That's all they want. You want to get the most out of Jalen Carter and some of those defensive linemen? Belichick's the guy that could fix it. He's an Eastern Seaboard guy. My number 1 place Belichick should be sniffing around is the Philadelphia Eagles.
I like the Eagles high on this list. I like the Jaguars high on this list. What I don't like is that the Dallas Cowboys are not on this list.
It's Mike McCarthy. I mean, he's going to stay.
They just gave up 44 points to the Saints who weren't even close. You think Jerry Jones is going to settle for that for another season? Are you kidding? With Dak Prescott? Oh, no. I think Mike McCarthy's seat is blazing hot. I think it's on fire. That was embarrassing. That was embarrassing. I'm surprised the Cowboys weren't on the list.
I think when you give Dak all that money, he's had great success with Mike McCarthy. For as bad as Mike McCarthy's been in the playoffs, I believe 1-3 with the Dallas Cowboys. I think they're going to keep him.
That'll be hallelujah to the rest of the league. The longer they keep Mike McCarthy, the better the league. The better it is for a lot of NFC East teams and a lot of the NFC teams. Mike McCarthy being the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys means that they will not win a damn thing. But Philadelphia is high on that list. They're for sure. Now, were they in on Belichick last year? What happened last year? Because last year, apparently, they weren't in on Belichick. And they didn't like Belichick in the way he did things. But Philadelphia, being in that division again, in that market, would be very intriguing. Now, does he love Jalen? Would he want to move off of Jalen? He does have the wide receivers. He's got the run game. He's got Saquon. It's a very interesting spot. Very interesting spot. The Raiders winning helped out Antonio Pierce. It's a big win in Baltimore. They got a chance to go to 2-1. So
I think Baltimore might climb this list. I mean, just look at the schedule. I don't know. They're in a tough spot.
It's a massive game against the Cowboys.
It really is.
For both those teams.
Both those teams.
It really
is.
It's
a lot of good games.
Harbaugh, second longest tenured coach in the NFL. I couldn't believe that when I saw that.
Yeah. What's his contract look like? Did he just sign
He's been there 17 years.
Yeah, he's been there a long time.
Him and Tomlin. It's just crazy. It really is. It's crazy how long he's been there.
Been there a long, long time. Belichick in Baltimore, he could do all the water stuff that he used to do in New England. Nantucket, whatever it is, with his boat. Baltimore's right there, Atlantic Ocean. Crab season, crab cakes, lobsters, lobster rolls. It's going down to Bmore. What, Lovey? Go ahead, Lovey. You pulled the possibilities. You got something to say? No? No? You just agreeing? You're like feeling it?
I say maybe hang out with your boy Adi Rushman.
I did hear John Miller say it on a broadcast yesterday. I got a little chuckle. A little something. Give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Audi Rushman, who we're going to see in the home run derby. Doobie Awards coming up in December. And the Doobie Awards. And we've got some categories here. Before we play this Gronk sound and take it and go back to walking back. We're doing 4 downs today, Lubman? 4 down territory?
No, today is Walk It Back Wednesday. And we'll be doing that in the 9 o'clock hour.
I feel like today is Tuesday. I keep getting my days mixed up, man. I'm getting old. Damn, I'm getting old. I'm getting very, very old. All right, we'll do that coming up. We got the Gronk sound here coming up as well. And I forgot what I was going to pull up. Here's Gronkowski on Kay Adams. Kay Adams. On whether or not the Niners have an it guy.
That will definitely give us a test to see where Purdy is. I mean, you got Samuel going to be out. Christian McCaffrey's going to be out.
Who do they have this week?
But
Let me look.
they got so many weapons. I don't know why they're not producing. Why are they not putting up points like the New Orleans Saints every single week, week in and week out? That's the problem with the 49ers last year as well, is that they dominated some games, and then some games they just didn't show up and they couldn't produce. They should be producing week in and week out, especially with offensive-minded coach Kyle Shanahan, and then with all the weapons that they have. They need that it guy. I feel like they got a lot of weapons, but they just don't have like an it guy to turn it up. Yeah, Ayuk, I mean, he's a great guy, but look, he was holding out
George
the whole time.
Kittle?
George Kittle, they're great
Four-time
players.
All-Pro?
But I'm talking,
What do you
need
mean?
an it guy, like an it guy.
Who's
like Edelman was an it guy.
Are you telling
the
me
guy
that Kittle's not an it guy?
He's an it guy, but like I'm talking like when it comes to crunch time, it's, hey, feed me that ball. I feel like, they're great playmakers, and they all rely on the other one to make the play because there's so many great weapons. You know what I mean? When you have so many great players around you, you rely, he's going to make the play. That guy's going to make the play. But when you don't have so many, like when Edelman was out there for
Brady made an
myself out there, it's give me that ball, feed me the ball.
Edelman missed a lot of time, and you missed a lot of time, and Brady made it guys out of Chris Hogan.
Brady was an it guy.
No disrespect to Hogan, but
Hogan was kind of an it guy too. He had that mentality of feed me the ball, I want it, I'm going to do whatever.
It's mentality,
whatever it takes. It's mentality, and I feel like Trent Williams has that mentality. Yeah. He will go out there and he tosses people around. That's what you want. And he's doing it 24/7.
Are you calling out the grittiness of this team? What are you doing,
just
Rob?
That mentality. I mean, they should be dominating.
All right, well, it's just one game they lost, and they dominated New York Jets for the most part after the first quarter. So do the Niners have an it guy? 888-957-9570. Do you disagree with Gronkowski? That's what I was pulling up the Doobie Awards because that's coming up in December. And we got a lot of good categories.
The Saints have 2 good games, and now everybody puts them as like some elite offense.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
The Niners scored 5 more points per game last year than them, and over 100 overall.
Oh, I know.
They were infinitely a better offense than they were last year.
We'll see at the Saints what they do this week against Philadelphia. Philadelphia's giving up 7 yards per play. New Orleans may score another 35 on their asses. New Orleans they have my attention. I'm not saying they're back, but Chris Olave, we all feel like he's a budding superstar. Like him and Garrett Wilson, pick your point. Like they're legit.
And if I were to find, because Kubiak's running a variation of the Shanahan system. If I were to find a running back in the NFL outside of CMC and Saquon who would thrive in that system,
Alvin Kamara's
on a short list. Right. He's the third guy.
They've got toughness with Jamal Williams in the backfield. They got toughness with Taysom Hill, who's still down in New Orleans. They've got a nice little defense that nobody talks about. That's a sneaky team. I'm eager to see what they do against Philadelphia this Sunday. Wow, some good football games on. Oh, my gosh. Week 3 is going to be amazing. Doobie Awards, December. Obviously, you guys played the Audi Irishman. Audi. We got Use Check. We got all that. But we also have Awkward Moment of the Year, Call of the Year, Flush of the Year, Freestyle Poem of the Year, Guest Moment of the Year, Roast Moment of the Year. And I already see Yogi on here, but Yogi, I did the roasting on Yogi, not the other way around. Roaster of the Year, Rookie Roaster of the Year. Who's the Rookie Roaster of the Year? Who would even be in that category? Rookie Roaster of the Year. Who would be in that category? You got the Roaster of the Year.
Is Nick in San Jose considered a rookie?
He was a rookie
last year.
Yeah.
Too many at-bats.
Yeah. He's a Raider fan, right? Yeah, so he doesn't call. Guess of the Year. Guess of the Year. Dismissal of the Year.
It's a loaded category.
Yeah, you're going to win that one.
I don't know. You're on there a lot.
I don't know why I'm on here.
Oh, you should be.
I don't dismiss anybody.
You dismiss the Lakers every turn. You dismiss the Kings.
No Lakers.
You dismissed the Raiders. You dismiss Raider fans.
No, I got a lot of love for Raider fans. Hell, I flew out to a Raider game last year with Big Dog City to go see the Jets. Tell them about it.
You dismissed Trey Lance, saying he should play in the CFL.
Yeah, well, no, he should. He needs reps. I mean, right? You saw the preseason. Guy needs to play. Guy needs to play. You know?
They had a conversation yesterday. I think it was it five? No. Someone asked Sal Palantonio, I think it was Dan Patrick, would you rather have Trey Lance or Bryce Young right now? I think he said Trey Lance.
Are you kidding me?
Who said that? Sal Palantonio?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Who would you rather have?
Oof. I'll take both. I'll take both.
I don't know.
I'll take both wasn't a choice.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I get. Bryce has had 20 stars. I don't even know. Poor Bryce. I don't even know.
Nothing around him. Nothing around him. Well, his parents did hit at last year. Get my son out of there.
Yeah.
Halfway through the year.
Oh, I don't blame him. Mark this one for dismissal of the year. All right, we've reached the point. Yesterday was the point for me. Okay, and I felt like I had been there before, but no, it was yesterday.
Oh boy.
Current athlete podcasts. I'm out on them. I'm completely out on them. All right. And here's the deal. For every Draymond Green one that has some good content, there are 75 cruddy ones. And yesterday, it looked like Debo and Ayuk, who were doing the Bleacher Report one. What's it called? What is it?
Catching Debo or something like that.
I don't even know what it is.
It may have been the worst athlete podcast I watched. But it's their first time, so I don't want to kill them.
Bonte, it should be their last time. Look, the reality is this. It's very simple. I understand people want to monetize their value off the football field. I get all of that. But not everybody needs to have a podcast. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's like, to me, the saturation point was when, Chelsea Clinton was advertising podcasts on other podcasts I was listening to. It was like, who wants a Chelsea Clinton podcast? But the athletes, guys, I love you. I love you all. Like, you're great players. Unless you are actually willing to be an active participant, why are you doing this? Like, it looked like Brandon Ayuk. First off, he looks uncomfortable in front of most cameras. I don't think that he likes talking in front of a lot of cameras. Just the feeling that I get. And then, like, Debo, guys, you're in season. You're not going to say anything. You're not doing that. Now, I get it. I'm sure Bleacher Report, there's some sort of a financial agreement. I'm not knocking you on all that. But enough is enough. Whether it's the Pat Beverly one, whether it's, I know Curry's got a new one out. There's just too many. There's too many podcasts.
Well,
podcast it out.
You know what it is? You know what it's called? Mully said this a few years ago.
I'm out.
Mully said this a few years ago, and I kind of stole it. And it's a disease. It's called podcastitis. Podcastitis. And there's no cure for it because everybody's got a podcast. Everybody. And not everybody's going to get rich off these podcasts. Now, the Kelsey podcast is good. I like that podcast.
Sure.
I'm enjoying Andre Ward interviewing boxers and promoters. I enjoy that podcast. At times, I enjoy All the Smoke. At times, I enjoy KG and Paul Pierce. So there's some good podcasts. You take them in doses, but not everybody should do it. The Debo Ayuk situation yesterday was just, it was It wasn't off to a great start. I'll still watch. I'll still listen because maybe they will open up. And look, it's not easy. And they're learning right now. It's like, boy, I'm sure they're going to get some critiques from the bosses and producers. This is what we need to do. This is how we need to present ourselves. We got to speak more. We got to be more long-winded, because who's the girl who was hosting it? What was her name? Did we know the name? No, we don't know who was hosting it.
Well, I feel bad for her because she was trying to elicit a response that would create a conversation, and both guys seem so disinterested.
Yeah.
And this is the part of being in the entertainment part of the world is that you can't have off days. You and I know this. Like, there are some days where we're like, the episode wasn't as good as we wanted it to be, and it like wears on you. You have to be able to just entertain. That's the whole point why people show up for it.
Yeah, Liv Moods was a girl who was hosting it. Now, 510's right. 510's right. Jeff Teague podcast, I like that podcast.
Okay.
There's a lot of athlete podcasts I do like, and everybody's right or well within their right to do podcasts. It just doesn't mean that everybody's going to be good at podcasts.
Well, that's where I'm coming at.
What it is.
And I'm at the point now where I feel like this show has a decision to make. Either we're playing everybody's stuff when it comes to the podcast, or we're playing nobody's stuff. Because there's just so much out there. There's so much out there to sift through. It's tough, man.
It's not an either or. It's not an either or type of deal. We're going to play stuff from podcast. We just played stuff from, was that Rich Eis's podcast? It was Kay Adams' podcast.
He has an actual broadcast show.
Yeah, he does. But Kay Adams, we played that. We play that all the time. I got no problem playing stuff off a podcast.
Did the Draymond stuff hit you as hard as the season wore on?
No, not really. I mean, because there's a lot there. And it's, you get fatigued at times, but we still listen. I still listen. He's a member of the Golden State Warriors. It's kind of our job to listen to see what he says.
Do you follow the whole podcast? Or do you just follow the clips that you see online?
No, I follow the podcast. I subscribe to all the podcasts.
And you'll listen to the whole thing?
Sometimes I don't. But it gives me reminders, hey, somebody released a podcast. And if it's a Draymond Green show, sometimes I skim through it, but sometimes online beats me to it. And I'm like, all right, maybe I'll listen to this part. Because there's always something. If it's Warrior related, or if there's a Warrior, a Niner, a Giant, San Jose Shark, kind of gotta listen to it. You gotta figure out some content here. TK's podcast, I listen to that. Because he's always got good guests on there. I do. But not everybody should podcast. That was a terrible podcast. It was a terrible podcast episode. That sucked. But hopefully they get better because I don't want to crush them. I'm sure, because here's the deal. I try to take this perspective in everything. Debo and Ayuk, the first episode wasn't good. I think we all agree. It was just like, But I'm sure my first ever episode on 95.7 The Game, or my first ever podcast, whenever I did a podcast back in 2013, probably sucked. My first ever radio show in college at SF State probably sucked. They need reps. They need to get better. And so maybe they'll get better. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on that one before I crush them all and say, hey, stop podcasting, don't talk anymore. Because I do think athletes do provide an intriguing viewpoint that fans are not privy to, information that we're not privy to, what they go through on a daily basis. But podcasting is not for everybody.
That I agree with. And I'm not telling everybody to just shut up and don't do any of these things. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that understand your strong suits. For example, I'll raise my hand. I knew I wasn't going to make a great plumber. I knew right away. My entire family was plumbers. And I knew this isn't my strong suit. I'm not good when it comes to having a drill in my hand and a Phillips and a flathead. That's not who I am. Some would say I'm not good on a microphone, and that's their prerogative. They're fine to feel that way. I find it very difficult when you love these teams, okay, to sift through all of the podcasts to find a good one. It's really difficult for the listener out there. And so I get fatigued by the whole thing. It's like I feel the same way when I go onto Netflix or Max or any of this. There's so much stuff out there, and none of it is that I really want to watch.
Yeah, but it depends what you're looking for, right? Like Shannon Sharp's podcast. It's for him and Ocho Cinco. Funny as hell. I don't watch every one, but I know when I tune in, I'm going to be entertained, right? Draymond, for example. You brought up Draymond Green.
Shannon Sharp, I'm glad you bring him up. He's a great entertainer.
He's a great
and he's very likable.
I'll say this about Draymond. There's a lot of stuff I don't like on the podcast, but then there's a lot of stuff I learned about the game of basketball. The guy does know his hoops, right? So I'm thinking damn, all right, that's interesting to know. So I'll give, and I told him this 3 years ago. I was like, your podcast is, because we were playing a lot of his stuff 3 years ago, a lot of it. And I was like, sometimes you carried our show. Thanks for the content, man. He kind of chuckled. It's cool with that. But, there's other like KG and Paul Pierce. I know what to expect with a podcast. They're going to be fools. They're going to be clowning. Sometimes I want to hear that. Jeff Teague's got crazy stories, and it's from a perspective of an NBA player who wasn't a said superstar. So it's kind of interesting to hear him talk about, man, when I was guarding LeBron, man, we couldn't beat them, and boy, I just sat down, or when he's guarding Curry in Tokyo, he's like, man, I'm playing hard, and Curry's out there embarrassing me, man. I'm like, hell nah. We in Japan, dog. You know what I'm saying? So it depends what you're looking for. Not every podcast is for everybody, I guess what I'm trying to say.
Well, that I agree with. I'm just saying there's so many of them. I just think that the hit rate, in and outside of sports, there's so many of them. It's impossible to sift through them, number one. And number two, it just feels like too many are being done half-ass wise. Like, and I look at Micah Parsons. Micah, dude, stop, dude. Like, just stop. You're doing more of a harm to yourself. You're a great player.
Is he?
Yeah.
Why? What kind of harm is he doing?
Chirping all the time. No one wants to hear it.
Yeah, but what kind of harm is he doing to himself? I disagree with that. He's talking, and we just probably think he's annoying, but
that's what I'm saying.
He's going to get every dollar on the football field.
Well, that's not.
He's still going to get endorsements.
He's going to get that no matter what.
He still was out there with C.J. Stroud traveling the world last offseason, on the Bleacher Report during the draft. Like, I don't think he's doing any harm. If you don't, I disagree with that.
I think his product isn't good. Like, I've watched it. It's not good. The athlete podcast thing, I feel we reached a saturation point. It reminds me of when we got to cut the cord. We got to have 1 million streaming apps. And now you open it up every single night as a family and you're like, there's nothing to watch.
But honestly though, with podcasts, I do respect podcasts in this sense.
That's how I came up.
Exactly. For some people who aren't fortunate enough to broadcast at a station like this or the station down the hall, you got a podcast and you got to get your broadcasting chops and you got to learn how to speak and have a cadence to it. So podcasts helped me out. So I'm, people want a podcast, but we all have a choice in life to whether or not we want to listen to it. Real quick, Matt in the corner. Matt in the corner pocket. What's happening? Get you on here. What's up?
Gentlemen, good morning. I'd like to give a shout out to all the overnight umbrellas that are being busted out along the peninsula, keeping everybody dry. And Shasky, man, I got to give you a big time shout out. That was a excellent show yesterday.
Thank you.
I was fortunate to catch an hour 20 plus, and the analysis and the passion and everything was right on point. Maybe your best show in a long time, bro.
Thank you. Some would say it might have been a Rembrandt.
Yeah. I mean, we could put it up there with the garlic fries. Let's do that. Maybe that's a good way to put it. All right, so I got a question for you guys. It's a quick answer, and then I got a quick take on Grunt. It'll be fast. All right, it's a jersey year for me, and I got to get a new 49er jersey.
Okay.
I really wanted the black Patrick Willis jersey, but can only get that from Mitchell and Ness, so obviously not getting that one. So do I go red, white, Fred Warner, or do I go red, white, red or white, Patrick Willis?
I love the Fred Warner. Right now, I think I go Fred Warner. I think Fred is the jersey that I would have. I can't believe I'm even thinking this. I think him and Pat are equivalents right now. I think they're peers. I don't think one is above the other. I really do. I think Pat was the gold standard at his position for his generation, and I think Fred is the gold standard at his position in his generation. I think they're equals. And I can't believe I'm saying it because I didn't think I'd see anyone play the middle linebacker position as well as Patrick Willis, and here I am with Fred. Like, I have to tip my cap to the guy.
Monte?
Never go black jersey. That's my take on that. Never go black 49er jersey.
All right. I think that sounds good.
And real quick, Matt, don't be afraid to purchase from Mitchell and Ness. Mitchell and Ness is great quality, man.
No, bro.
And they're going to be out here for the All-Star weekend. They're going to be out here NBA All-Star weekend. So.
Yeah, but Bonte, you know why you can't do that?
Why?
Mitchell and Ness is owned by Fanatics, and Fanatics is a Philadelphia company. And I know that not everybody takes it that far. I get it. Now, you guys can laugh at me, punk me off the air, do whatever you want to do. But I'm not down with Philly. I'm not down with the Eagles.
Well, unfortunately, Mitchell and Ness is also founded in Philadelphia, too. So they do have good cheesesteaks. They do. All right. More coming up on the roast. Welcome back Wednesday. I thought it was Tuesday the whole damn time, dude. Where's my mind been? What's coming up in the game brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. Walk it back Wednesday, and we'll take the rest of your calls, 888-957-9570. You have the most pressure on them this week, man? Man, a lot of people down on Ayuk.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Download the Odyssey app. 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Pressure on Ayuk, pressure on Purdy, pressure on the Niners. They're going to win this week. Sports talk, music, news, and great podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys are all available. Follow your favorite teams, station and shows. Catch amazing interviews you missed too, like when Mark Schlereth joined Willard and Dibs yesterday. Speaking of Mark Schlereth, I've been meeting the players for a couple hours now. What's his take on the Vikings loss?
I would say it was a bad game. And, and I think it was a really good game by Minnesota, really good game by Kevin O'Connell, and the way they attacked the 49ers. I thought Fred Warner was all over the freaking place. That guy was amazing. But, I think more of, it was just a bad game. And like I said, Brian Flores and that defense, and they're very good. They really know what they're doing. They're tough. They present a lot of dirty, muddy looks. And that's one of those things that, it's not just your quarterback, it's other players, it's receivers, it's other players that also get confused and also make mistakes. So that's just one that I would chalk up to. They got us. It was a bad game. We didn't play our best. They made a couple of big plays. You can't give up a 97-yarder coming off your goal line. Stuff like that, that's one I would just chalk up to. Hey, man, bad game, we move on.
Bad game, we move on. What about Ayuk?
This is what you paid Ayuk for, right? Ayuk is wanted to be a top 3 wide receiver, want to be paid like a top 3 wide receiver. Well, I've said it from day one, you're not, so you're going to take less than that, and that's just the way I feel. But, hey, now you can prove me wrong, right? You can be the go-to guy in this offense, and you can be the guy that bails out Purdy, and you can be his number one guy. Go show everybody that you held in, for instance, for a reason. And so now it's your opportunity to shine, and I think he needs to take that very seriously and go out there and be the guy that takes all the pressure off the injured guys that they have.
Kind of right. That's why you pay Ayuk, right? Step up, be that player, be that guy. And I'm expecting him to be that guy this Sunday. I really am. I'm expecting a big, big game from Brandon Ayuk.
He's in such a tough spot because, real or not, there's this perceived thing that you had to try to squeeze him for every single dollar, and you think you're better than you are. And I'm not saying that that's how people are perceiving it. I'm not saying that they're right or wrong or whatever. That's just how people are perceiving it. And it's like, now you owe us. And it's so unfair and it's so difficult. And I think that people think that they're going to if he has a 12-catch, 200-yard game, now do it again. Now do it again and do it again. And that's pro sports, right? Especially when you get a lot of money. I mean, I look at Nick Bosa, he had the 2 sacks on Sunday, and people are like, yeah, but we didn't get a stop on 3rd down, And I think this is just kind of comes with the territory when you're in pro sports, you're making a lot of money, and your contract situation plays out as publicly as the Ayuk one did or as the Bosa one did. Hey, Trent's getting crushed. I thought Trent was Teflon, and now he's getting crushed. So I think this kind of comes with the territory, which brings me back to Brock Purdy. And it's like, he was your number 1 target, Brandon Ayuk.
Yep.
And so I think right now is a great opportunity for the two of them to get on the same page, get the winning going, get the feel going, get the rhythm going. I think Juwan Jennings is going to be a big part of the game plan again this week. He clearly trusts Juwan Jennings. Yep. And I think they have enough talent to be able to win multiple games while Debo is out and while CMC is no longer here.
And they need to. You got to stack wins up here, man, against the Patriots and the Rams in the next couple of weeks before the big boys start to come to town. Because we're going to be watching Arizona-Detroit and what happens in that football game. Another monster matchup in Week 3. And what if Arizona comes out of there with a win? What if they come out of there with a win? What's that?
It's huge.
Oh, yeah, monster.
You don't think it's huge?
Monster
absolutely
game.
Huge.
Monster game. What that can do for Arizona's program down there, for the Arizona Cardinals. A win against Detroit, a team that was in the NFC Championship, and all of a sudden Detroit's got to win. So they're thinking to themselves, boy, Minnesota's 2-0. They play Houston at home. Green Bay's going to get Jordan Love back. They stole a game against Indianapolis, despite throwing the ball only 14 times. They got to stay afloat. They got to stay in that race in the NFC North. So All of a sudden, Minnesota's looking good here. Very, very intriguing games, but the Niners could just handle their own business, calm the waters. But you calm the waters, and all of a sudden everybody's feeling good. Like, if Ayuk has a big-time performance in this game alongside Brock Purdy, you don't have Debo and Christian McCaffrey, think about the feeling on Monday morning. Think about the feeling Sunday afternoon. They get that win. Okay, Ayuk's back in speed. Trent's having a good game. You're running the ball. Cool. You knocked the week out. Reinforcements are coming.
Confidence is infectious for the individual and for those around you. And so, yeah, if you start feeling confident and you're feeling good about yourself, I feel like that just raises the aura. That's why, I've been so kind of surprised with Ayuk. He makes a catch, and normally he would do this whole a first down kind of like a mojo thing, and he'd drop the ball and he'd look at somebody, and he had a presence about him, and I just haven't seen that presence. And maybe I'm looking way too deep, but it's just
right.
What?
He's trying to get right.
Yeah, but there was an aura that he played with last year, and I want him to get back to that aura because they need him to get back to that aura. And I feel like when you're starting to take over, you saw also Jordan Poole. Like, Jordan Poole was a great player when he was feeling himself and he was confident. And then once that confidence started to zap a little, it was like I was watching a totally different player.
Yeah, it was a different player. It was definitely a different player. Jordan Poole right there. Yeah, we never played the Richard Sherman 2 safeties in Jefferson. Was it good? Was it a good soundbite? I didn't even play it. Here it is.
They allowed him to throw a 97-yard touchdown pass to Justin Jefferson. Unacceptable, no matter what part of the game you're in, no matter what situation, no matter if it's backed up, whatever the situation is. You got 2 safeties guarding Justin Jefferson. He split the defense. You should never put those guys in that situation. He should be doubled at all times. He's the best player on their football team. He's not a guy that you should let loose or not have an eye on or say, oh, they're going to run the ball. Let them run the ball. Let them run the ball in that situation. Too deep. We stopped Justin Jefferson. They ran a play like that in week 1, had some success. It was a post corner that Justin Jefferson had some success. This week it was a corner post, and he was able to get behind the defense. Sam Darnold threw a beautiful football for the 97-yard touchdown.
We enjoy his podcast, right? Richard Sherman? He's got a good podcast. He breaks it down.
You didn't care much for him, though.
I didn't care for him talking, but he gives good information as a podcaster. Yeah, but
he's also retired.
So
he's also retired.
He started podcasting. He started doing TV stuff when he was playing.
Not during the season.
He would do TV stuff.
Occasional.
He was always talking.
Occasional, but he also he felt engaged on the other end of the conversation. So I think this goes back to engagement level, right? Like, don't try to do a podcast and look like you don't want to do the podcast.
That was bad.
Right? I mean, that's all, Like, I love Debo, dude. I do. Bad. And seeing him, he's like one-word answers, and I felt bad for the host, the other host.
Sherman was good, though. Sherman's good. And he's right about that play. That was... I got to get that one out of my head. Trust me, we don't talk about it enough, and maybe that'll happen once Arizona comes to town. Maybe that'll happen when you play Seattle in their offense because they're getting Jackson Smith and Jigba rolling here. He had a monster day against New England. It seems like he's catapulted on top of Tyler Lockett on the depth chart in terms of targets from Geno Smith. Jackson Smith and Jigba arrived last week at Gillette Stadium against the New England Patriots. But you're going to play these big boy offenses here after the Patriots and the Rams. I'm not trying to look too far down the road here, but when you do play Arizona and you play the Seattle Seahawks on a short week, and then you have to play the Kansas City Chiefs and the Dallas Cowboys, I think the attention slowly but surely will shift to the defensive coordinator and Nick Sorensen. Right now, we don't know much about him. But what we do know about this defense is they can't get off the field on third down. Never got to rectify that in a heartbeat.
I keep coming back. Are they going to play George Odom this weekend? Are they going to play Malik Mustafa because he played late in that game? Are they going to make that switch? That's a personnel thing that I don't know. Again, I don't know how much that's the coach, the coordinator, combination of both. Are they going to play DeAndre Campbell? Is D. Winters healthy enough to play? Because the second D. Winters is healthy enough to play, I think he needs to play over DeAndre Campbell.
And then what's the update with Drake Greenlaw? What are we looking at for him? Any timetable? No timetable?
I have a hard time.
We have no idea,
I have a hard time thinking he ever returns to close to what he was. And I feel like a hater saying it that bluntly.
So the Jets were 6 of 10 on third down. The Vikings were 7 of 12. So if I do my math correctly, that's 13 of 22. The Niners are giving up on third down. It's not good. It's over 50%, folks. It's not good.
Well, it's the 3rd and longs, too. The 3rd and 11 before halftime. The
3rd and 13.
Yeah, and then the 3rd and whatever late in the game when he threw that dime to 83. Like, yeah, those ones are tough.
Yep.
Those are tough because you're having a 5 or 7 step drop to be able to allow the route to get that far downfield, and that tells me pass rush isn't getting home.
Yeah, no doubt. By the way, we're going to get Kawakami just wrote an article, and there's more smoke coming from the Giants, and all of a sudden, the heat is rising when it comes to Farhan Zaidi. But it is 9:30.
Did you see the Marty Lurie tweet?
Oh, yeah, of course I saw Uncle Marty. Mark,
that's your account.
That's my
Uncle
guy.
Marty, why don't you read what he said?
Just talked to him the other day. Folks are making a big deal about the Giants' play over these series. Somehow it would determine Farhan's fate. Not so. That decision has already been made by ownership. Information is being leaked to the media. Something will change in the front office. We will know what October 1st. Now, yay! You like that, huh? You see that? And of course, Marty says, just my opinion as to what may happen. Usually when the print media starts getting information that normally would be kept in-house, that is a sign for me. I've always thought an additional talent evaluator is necessary, one from the baseball side of the game. Let's see. Stay tuned. And that's why when I came back from vacation, watching the way the Giants played in Milwaukee, watching the way they played on that road trip, it was lifeless baseball. Lifeless. And when somebody told me shortly after the trade deadline, they don't make the playoffs, October 1st could be a good day for Giants fans. Now, I believe the source, and then I started wavering. I was saying, I don't know what the Giants are going to do. But I do believe that October 1st will be a good day for Giants fans because they've never been down on the GM like Farhan Zaidi. Now, we haven't had many GMs in our lifetime, Shasky.
It's so funny how people talk in print media and on air about Farhan. He's so smart. Let me ask you this. Does anyone like Bob Myers? God, he's so smart. Does that even come up? Like, we figure you have a baseline of intelligence.
Yeah.
You know what I think of when I think of Bob Myers? If we're going intelligence, boy, he's emotionally intelligent. Boy, he understands how to connect with people. Jerry West, when he was running teams, did we go, God, he's just so smart. Mm-hmm. He's so smart. You know what smarts are great for? Getting your doctorate. You know what smarts are irrelevant for? Running a sports team when it comes to the roster. Like, yes, I assume you to be intelligent to a degree to where you understand 1 + 1 = 2, okay? I don't need you to have a doctorate, all right? Is John Lynch, if I were listing the skills for John Lynch, at what point does actual raw intelligence, even though he went to Stanford, when do I get to that when I'm listing his skills?
I don't know. Everybody's different. I don't know. When do you get to that?
I don't think it's one of the top 5 skills of John Lynch. I don't.
I think it's kind of baked into the equation that when you get a job like that you have some sort of intelligence on how to run a team.
We like trip over ourselves. Oh, he's so smart. Dog, going back to your AI thing, if I wanted smarts, I'd just hire AI to build the roster. Like, I need emotional intelligence. I need relationship building. I need to have foresight. I need to have fundamentals of the game. I need to understand how to develop individuals. I need to understand when my guy is struggling at the plate, I need to have a feel for what it's like to be that individual so that I know what it's like to get that guy back on track. Hey, you can't just bury him when a lefty comes up. Like, nope, you're never going to hit against lefties. Like, so I think we obsess about intelligence, and the same thing can be said for quarterbacking. Like, oh, what's his Wonderlic score?
That's out the window.
I don't know what Josh Allen's Wonderlic score is. I know he's really good.
He's a really good football player.
I don't know what Lamar Allen's Wonderlic score is. I know he's really good.
They say C.J. Stroud had a terrible Wonderlic score or something like that?
Well, I know he's really good at football.
Well, he understands the game. There's not many young quarterbacks I would rather have than C.J. Stroud.
That's my point. So I'm not saying that you can't be intelligent and also be great at your job, but you got to have other skills than just I'm really book smart.
Well, I think what we overlooked all these years we overlooked was that he doesn't have a baseball scouting background. And that's what Sabian really kind of cut his teeth, with the Yankees, the Jeter draft, and the Bernie Williams draft, and he becomes a GM. But he had that baseball scout mentality. He knew how to evaluate talent, and he missed. He missed a lot. There's no doubt. You're not going to. Bob Myers, he missed a lot. John Lynch has missed a lot. You're gonna miss. Bill Walsh missed a lot. They missed. McVay, they missed a lot. But Farhan, when you don't have the baseball scouting pedigree, and then you don't have the personal touch in terms of working a room.
Relationship
building, and then just having a feel for the game where you're platooning left and right. You're platooning, like, really, we're playing this? And the inability to get a star here, and then the philosophy of everything, and then the excuse making on why you're not bringing in players, and then just the line of the timing of everything. The timing of saying, we have the best rotation in baseball. We truly believe we had the best rotation in baseball. They're going to carry us. A couple weeks later, Robbie Ray's on the shelf. Jordan Hicks can't throw anything. Who's our guy? Randy Rodriguez. Yeah. He's been on the shelf. We saw that coming, right? Elbow's gone. You know what I mean? So you're running on fumes once again with your philosophy and the yo-yoing of bringing these guys up and down from Sacramento. That's why I call it the Sacramento Shuffle. And they missed the boat on the whole sponsorship thing. Amtrak should be the giant sponsor because you're yo-yoing guys back and forth to Sacramento. You don't have any patience. Baseball is imperative you have patience with players in baseball.
Sports.
It is.
I would say sports.
In sports too, but especially in baseball.
I agree.
Because there's going to be coaching. Like, you mentioned Gunnar Henderson's he's struggling in the second half of the season.
Yeah, he is.
You're still going to play him every single day because he's Gunnar Henderson. You're going to let him play through that, right?
Absolutely.
Jackson Holliday is batting 169. They're going to give him at-bats to try to fight through it. So the patience problem with Farhan, there's a lot of knocks on him. But to me, it's just like, what's the vision? What's the philosophy?
Well, you brought something up like a couple months back, and I don't know. I didn't know what to think of it because I wasn't there or whatever. And now I've been thinking about it a lot. Like, we went to that Olympic Club event, and it was a community event to raise money for our community, for kids in our community. And Mike Dunleavy was there.
Yep.
Now, I don't know if Mike Dunleavy's a great, good, mediocre GM. I don't know. Like, time will tell. Like, we've been on the job for about a year and a half. I thought that they did a really good job with the Brandon Pajewski draft pick.
Right.
Feel like they did a pretty good job with the Trace Jackson Davis draft pick. Now, there's more to it than just hitting on draft picks. But I was thinking about, like, dude, he just sat in the room like a normal dude.
Yep.
And was in there. I told some jokes about him. He smiled. He came over, gave us some stuff. And I was thinking, like, there's more to the job than just picking the right players. There's more to being part of our team. The teams are an extension of the community, right? And when I see John Lynch at certain events, and you've seen him talk at certain events, he feels like he's in on this community, and he's like in it with us. And there was a sense I got that from Mike Dunleavy, and I was thinking to myself a couple days after, I'm like, I wonder, like, could Farhan have sat there in that room with everybody, and I could make a joke about him, and he'd be okay with it? Would he be comfortable in that? Now, I'm not saying everybody needs to be good at their job. I'm not saying that, but there is this lack of a part of us and being one of us in terms of the community aspect where he's really isolated himself. He's given himself no favors.
Well, the Dunleavy thing's interesting because I saw him after fight night. He was in the bar. They were in the bar. They were having fun. I throw him the ones. He's all right, Bonte, I'll see you soon. And he was hanging out afterwards, way after fight night.
Really?
Hanging out, just chilling, right? Bob Myers would do the same thing. Now, I mentioned this a couple times. The 2 Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame events I've attended, Farhan has been there. And I happen to be in the line. And I've told the story before, and I mentioned this to you. I think that's why you bring it up.
Yeah, that's why I was bringing it up, yeah.
Because we're in a bathroom, and the Giants had won in Milwaukee. They had won a big game in Milwaukee on a Wednesday afternoon or something like that. And some fan was like, Farhan, man, big win today, big win, yeah. And he was, and just went on about his business. And we talk all the time just being radio hosts. I try to stop by and talk to everybody. Hey, man, what's up? What's going on? Yeah, I appreciate you listening. It means a lot. Like, it really means. I got this great message on my birthday from this guy. I think his name is Floyd. I'll pull it up in a second. But to my point, Farhan worked in the room. I was just like, wow. Then I go to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and I'm talking to a former player, and he's like, dude, look at him. He feels uncomfortable. I seen him at the Positive Coach of the Lions. He feels uncomfortable where the Warriors and Joe Lacob and Kirk Lacob, they're smiling ear to ear, talking to everybody, talking trash, and you got the Niners brass, and they're talking trash, and they're having a good time. Hey, man, you idiots in the morning, what do you say? But there's no touch. And then we get to the quotes, in which I brought up last year when I went to the presser, and Lutman goes, Bonte, come to the presser, dude. Come to the presser. I wasn't going to go to that end-of-season presser, but I felt like questions weren't being asked. And he was making excuses and basically blaming the city in his own way of, hey, man, it's really tough because of the city politics and the economics and all that stuff. Even if you believe that.
You don't say it.
You don't say that out loud. And so when you do that, you can still climb. And not to mention, you hired Gabe Kapler after the stuff with the LA Dodgers. So already people are like, whoa, wait a minute here. I thought you was a smart guy. What's going on here? And at the introductory press conference for Gabe Kapler, you're defending what happened in LA for 40 minutes or try to blame yourself. Yeah, I'm behind the woodshed here and I'm trying to dig myself out of a hole and blah, blah, blah. So it's been look, the guy obviously has found some players. This Bryce Alger's kid may be good. He has done some good. I don't want to just say everything has been all bad. He's found some talent. He has.
It's not good enough.
It's not good enough. And then when you don't have the personal touch and you make excuses and some of the timing of the jokes and everything like that, it's not good enough here for these are the Giants. These fans are used to having somebody they could grab their arms around and say, that's our superstar. From Willie Mays to Willie McCovey to Will Clark to Robbie Thompson, Kevin Mitchell to Matt Williams to Barry Bonds to Jeff Kidd to Lincecum to Bumgarners. We are used to having a guy where we can wrap our arms around and say, that's our dude. And right now, the Giants are so damn irrelevant in this market, it's not even funny. The San Francisco Giants. I got people telling me whenever we bring up the Giants, they turn the radio. They turn the radio off. It's crazy.
There were times 6-7 years ago you could do 4 hours on a double play at second base. Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
I mean, it's crazy. And, you know, the thing that I continue to come back to is they've been irrelevant for multiple months in year 6.
Yep.
With the third wild card in play.
Yep.
It's just
I actually just got off the phone with the White House. I called to ask if negotiating 3 deals with Scott Boras in one offseason qualifies you for a Presidential Medal of Freedom.
No wonder Scott Boras wants him to keep his job. Listen to that quote right there.
It's bad. That's bad.
All right, walk it back.
Real quick. Kawakami's first story in the SF Standard. He's writing because remember Kawakami said, I think Farhad has done enough to keep his job, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
But he goes, at the tail end of the Giants' third consecutive failed season, it's getting harder and harder to figure out what those reasons would be. He believes Greg Johnson, Buster Posey, several other leading parts of their ownership group would love to discover a compelling rationale to bring Zaidi back. I believe that they plan for next season, not this one, to be the inflection point of Zaidi's tenure, which began in November of 2018 and has produced only one playoff season. They hired Zaidi's close associate, Bob Melvin, as manager last season, announced a contract decision, blah, 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 blah. But in big-time sports and all endeavors, when you have a pretty firm idea that you'll have to move on from somebody in a year, you might as well do it now. Waiting on the inevitable just makes things worse. Even if you really don't want to fire the executive, even if, as I believe, ownership signed off on just about everything Zaidi has done, precisely on the budget he's been given, even if he's gone about his job exactly as he said he'd do, it's been 6 years ago. Even if it's not really a clear-cut candidate to take his place and there's zero guarantee that next executive will do better, there may be an expiration date. And so we could get more into this tomorrow about Tim Kawakami's piece here. It's just not good. The crowds are not good. The interest is not good. I'm sure the television ratings are good because we need something to do. I was watching the Orioles game on a random Tuesday. I haven't watched the Giants baseball game in 5 days. I'll freely admit that. I have been so checked out, it's not even funny. Not even funny. And even from afar in New York City, Shaska, as I'm watching the Giants, people are laughing at us.
Bonte.
That must suck.
The worst teams in the National League, the Marlins, the Rockies, the Nationals, the Pirates, the Giants. They're closer to the bottom of the barrel than they are to the 5th wild card spot.
Man.
The Detroit Tigers have a better record right now than the Giants.
You know who's running the Tigers? Remember Scott Harris?
Oh, yeah.
Remember him?
Yeah.
He's doing a pretty damn good job. He left this building.
Scooble.
It's tough. Tough scene for the San Francisco Giants, man. Tough scene. All right, let's...
But at least we're not the White Sox.
I would rather be the White Sox.
36-116.
If you're going to suck...
You would not rather be the White Sox.
If you're going to suck, go suck.
Stop it.
Being 500...
I'd rather be the White Sox.
You're basically Atlanta Hawks in the late 90s.
Get out of here.
You know, like I just...
Get out of here. I'd rather be the White Sox. They don't even have a draft pick next year. They're so bad.
I mean, they are terrible. I read the story. Did you guys read the story on Jeff
A day in the life of a White Sox player?
He spent 24 hours with the White Sox. Yeah. It was hilarious. Hilarious.
Hey, anyone could do anything for 24 hours. It's date 2 that always gets you.
You can't do 48?
Trust me. I learned that, watching my own son and doing this show. My favorite is like Evan filled in for you for a day. Everybody was gone. And he goes, man, I feel great after day 1. Day 2, what did he look? The guy looked like he'd been in the desert for 40 days.
Not easy, boys.
Dude, he had eye bags. I go, bro, relax, dude. There wasn't even a game last night.
He doesn't even have kids.
He had no idea.
Doesn't even have kids yet, man.
I know he's single. That's why he gets to stay out late. It's tough for the next mornings.
That is true. That is true. When I was working middays, man, I didn't go to bed before 12. That's for damn sure. Whether they were sleeping on SportsCenter or what, but those days are long gone.
The Diamondbacks are 83 and 68. You're chasing the D-backs. You're the D-backs.
Yeah, it's not pretty. Way back Wednesday?
I hate this open.
Oh, no. Oh, man. Where are you walking back, Shasky?
Well, they say when you do a 180, you go to the other side. And then sometimes people say, I'm doing a full 360. It's like, well, now you're back at your original opinion. A few weeks back, I walked back my Bo Nix slander and Sean Payton. But that's not where I'm going to go. That's not where I'm going to go. Did you know that not one rookie quarterback has thrown a touchdown this year?
So what are you walking back?
I thought that Caleb might be unbreakable, meaning he would be decent no matter where he went, no matter what. I don't know. In the words of Steiny, I don't know. But I will say this. Yeah, I dramatically overrated this entire draft class. Bo Nix, Caleb.
It's early.
Jalen. I'm ready to say it. Jalen Daniels.
2 games in.
Jaden Daniels. He can run. He can't throw.
Maybe the Patriots are right to, have Drake make him off the bench.
Hey,
Michael Penix.
You know my philosophy. There's been exceptions to the rule, but I prefer to sit a rookie for a year. I just prefer to do it. I don't care. Let him learn. I mean, Caleb's getting his brains beat in.
But also in this quarterback conversation, I do also want to walk back one other one. I thought there was no way in hell Russ wouldn't get a couple of starts. I think it's over. I don't think Russ plays for the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. I think Justin Fields is going to do just enough to hang on to that job. And as long as they keep winning, they might be 4-0 when it's all said and done. Yeah. How do you, once you get to 4 wins, all you need is 5 more, and boom, you're in the playoffs. I don't see if Russ ever plays again. I'm walking that back. I thought Russ was going to be the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback. I thought we were going to get a little look at it. I don't know.
I'm going to wait on Caleb. I'm going to wait on these rookie quarterbacks. I'm going to give them a year or two. I'm not going to jump the gun yet on that, but I will walk back something I said last week. And I felt like this guy was playing quarterback with me in his mind saying, oh, yeah? You think this guy's playing better football than me? Now, Brock Purdy has played better football than Joe Burrow over the last year. And I may say some things. Right now, I'm taking Brock Purdy over Burrow. Right now. But Burrow's a more talented player. I did admit that. Burrow's a more talented player.
What does that even mean? You're talking in circles.
No, I'm not talking in circles. I'm talking. Don't talk about talking in circles. I get dizzy every single day on this show with you. I'm kidding. I just had a good joke.
While I apologize, Sam Darnold, I'm sorry.
oh, yeah. You want to walk that one back?
I've got a few.
20-point win. Exactly. Look, I said Brock Purdy was playing better football than Joe Burrow. Then I watched Joe Burrow go to Kansas City last week without T. Higgins, and it felt like he was throwing every pass with me in his mind. Take this. Take that. Take this. Take that. And thank God they called pass interference on 4th and 16. Because if Joe Burrow would have won that game, I wouldn't have heard the end of it. So I'm walking it back. Joe Burrow is a top 5 quarterback in this league, man. That dude was spinning it last week, man. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm sorry. Now get your bar and chase the damn football, please. But I walk that back. I'll walk that back. If you put Joe Burrow and Brock Purdy on the table right now, say, who you want? I'm taking Joe Burrow.
All right, so I'm going to walk back something I said about Trent Williams last week. Last week, I pretty much said, Trent, you're good. You don't need to show up to camp next year after his Monday night performance. But Then Sunday happened, and sorry, Trent, now you got to report to camp next year. You gave up, 2 or 3 sacks on Brock. That's 2 or 3 too many. So see you at training camp next year, Trent.
Damn.
What am I going to walk it back today? I'm not. Sam wanted me to say walk back the Raiders sucking this year. They still might. I'm not taking one. The Ravens might be junk this year. I don't even know.
Win of the decade.
Yeah, it was a really big win. Great. Congratulations. The first time they've won being down 10 points in the fourth quarter in like 49 straight games. Something ridiculous like that.
You going to apologize to Derek Carr?
I'm not going to apologize to Derek Carr because you know why? The Cowboys are fraudulent, okay? I'm not walking back anything today is what I'm doing, actually. Now that I think about it, Derek Carr is going to prove it to me these next couple weeks because that was my quarterback I had an eye on. What was that? Our 4-down territory, the one quarterback you had an eye on this week? Mine was Derek Carr. You beat the Carolina Panthers. Congratulations. Everyone's going to beat them this year. Might be one of the worst teams you've ever seen. You beat the Cowboys, who get blown out at least 3 or 4 times every year in the regular season. Let's see what you do in Kansas City, Derek, in a couple weeks. That's what I want to see on Monday Night Football when the Saints go to Arrowhead. That's going to be the litmus test for me.
Do you know why the Niners lost last week? Because that game was on CBS. I don't like when they're on CBS. 2
NFC teams, too. It doesn't usually happen.
I don't like
They
it.
They beat the Cowboys in a wild card game on CBS.
Yeah, but that's playoffs. It's different. All the algorithm goes out the window. Playoffs, the algorithm goes out the window.
Who did they play on CBS last year?
But I don't like
it was Cincinnati, which they lost.
Yeah, that makes sense because the AFC team traveling on the road.
So you don't like when 2 NFC teams
I don't like
played
it.
on it?
I don't like it at all.
How many games do they have on CBS?
It's not the way it needs to be. We're a Fox household on Sundays for the Niners.
Oh my God!
Make sure that's a very specific quote.
So Kevin Harlan in the building. They lost because of Kevin Harlan.
I'm just saying, like, you guys know how I feel. When you look and you hear the CBS and it's the Niners, it's like, no, it's not right.
Well, let's go to final thoughts because I got a final thought.
It's time for the
All right. Real quick, Stretch Lab. Shout out to the Stretch Lab. I'm going tomorrow to get stretched out. It's been about 3 weeks. They hooked me up. They hooked me. Angie, Allie. Dude, what do you mean? There's no pause with hook me up.
Getting stretched out. Oh.
They stretch.
Get your mind out of the gutter. We're shouting out some good people and good folks here.
Thank you. I mean, just, wow. There goes that dollar bill. Kevin Harlan. Here's my final thought. Kevin Harlan, take it away with Willard or Dibs.
He's going to have to be lights out. And quarterbacks that make $40, $50 million a year, that's the way they've got to play when they don't have every part at their disposal. And he's not going to have the parts that make that team special. He doesn't have the engine and McCaffrey. He doesn't have that ubiquitous piece in Deebo Samuel. He's going to have to, the offense is going to have to adjust, and he's going to have to be right there leading that adjustment. So these next weeks are incredibly revealing. And I think it will just solidify his place, not just for this season, but for the rest of his career, in how he handles this offense without having the main parts and the most headline-making guys at his disposal.
My final thought is this. I think we're underselling Brock Purdy. I think this man is keenly aware of the assignment over the next couple of weeks. I think he lives for the moment. I think he clearly wants to be that kind of a leader. This is a young man who screamed and yelled at people as a rookie making nothing, who was a third-string quarterback. Hey, pay attention in the huddle. I think we're really underselling. He's going to have a monster weekend. Let's go.
I think we're just overselling everything these next 2 weeks with all the pressure on Brock Purdy. He's playing a Rams team that's decimated with everything, and you got the Jacoby Brissett Patriots next week. You should win these games. This isn't the end-all, be-all these next 2 weeks. Just win the games. That's all I care about if I'm a Niner fan. Just win. You should win these games. And Brock Purdy still has the better team in both of them. So I don't really know what we're doing here.
By the way, the Niners beat the Arizona Cardinals last year on CBS 45-29.
Oh, and Kevin Harlan was on the call in both Super Bowl losses for Westwood One.
That was the game that Brock took a bad hit in. I don't like the games on CBS. I don't like them.
The game on CBS.
It's not traditional.
They take big hits off Fox too.
I'll agree with Shasta there. It is weird when you have two NFC teams on CBS. It's weird when you have two AFC teams on Fox. It's just, I don't have an issue with it. It's just,
I'm not
disputing
weird. That.
That
is weird.
All right, my final thought is simply, my final thought is, it's weird what's coming out of the Giants right now. It's kind of hard to make heads or tails of it. We will see what goes on with Farhan Zaidi, but you guys are talking about just that emotional touch that he lacks. And my guess, if he could do this all over again, he would try to have more of that touch and how he did this job. You know, we say a lot about Brian Sabian, good and bad. One thing we can always say about Sabian, though, is he loved the players on this team. He had this emotional connection to this team that he loved seeing the team and the players succeed. He loved seeing the fans enjoy that success. I don't know if Farhan has ever really had that. It's always just been numbers, stats, the human element always gone. And, you know, that's really what we're kind of seeing here coming down at the end.
And that's kind of spot on because we think about all the players who have spoken out about the direction of the team or the way they've been used. And Phantom ILs, Ross Stripling, J.D. Davis. There's been many, many players who've spoken and they've had some disdain on how the Giants have run their program. So anyway, that's it for us. Some of you are happy that we're off the air. Some are not. But we'll be back tomorrow. Don't you worry. 6 a.m. in the morning. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. I hope we're on to go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. That's it for us. Steiny Goo next right here on 95.7 The Game. I would rather be the White Sox.
It's Bonte, and I want to give a big
tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
When are you going to get a hard?
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Something's going to happen today.
Oh, but I don't like something positive.
I can feel it. Well, I don't know.
Between us?
Well, it's like Neil Young. It's like Neil Young once. What?
Yeah, just you wanted me to poke you, so I said mouth. I know that gets you mad. Hey,
yeah, it's like Neil Young
says. You don't start a
says.
show saying something about to pop off.
I think something
picking
is.
up my wife, and she's like, "Oh, we're gonna get into it." Well, let's do it now.
No, it's like the Neil Young song. I know that things are gonna change, but I can't say bad or good. Look out for my love. You ever hear that song?
No, I hadn't.
Good song.
I think it sounds a little different.
It does.
Talk to me.
Go ahead. Tell the audience what you came
like
in and fuego.
No, stop. I feel like you're mad at something in your life.
No.
You don't know how to handle it, so you're taking it out on a lot of people.
No, I'm not mad. I'm anxious about my dog.
People. Okay.
I'm anxious about my dog.
Bring her in.
I can't.
They wouldn't. No, seriously, they wouldn't allow it. Would Odyssey say, get that?
The dog itself would just be too much of a menace
right,
in here.
Gotcha. Hey,
yeah,
I'm going to get to it, but let me just set the stage.
Okay.
I want to apologize to everybody on YouTube that's looking at me.
I thought you.
Today is Ugly Shirt Day by Goo. This is old school. It's mustard. I just left the restroom, looked at myself and said, that is a ugly color, Goo. So apologies to the YouTube chat. Your boy's wearing an ugly color shirt.
Oh, I thought
just admit it.
I don't mind it.
The color's ugly.
I don't mind it.
Mustard, Steiny. Damn.
I thought you were going to apologize to me for yesterday.
What happened? We had a good show.
Yeah. You hung me out to dry.
That was you and Willard. When you and Willard started doing it, I just Rocky Balboa and what was my Apollo Creed? Dibs and I just take a playoff, buddy.
Well, you guys, you all, just all I ask once in a while is to discuss our home teams like we discuss every other team.
And that's how that's the beauty of us.
No. So let me get this straight.
Oh my God, you're picking up right now.
Hey, let me just get this straight, and then I'll go away.
God,
I'll go away. So Nick Sirianni.
Oh boy,
he's a joke. He's a joke. He's a clown.
Italian Philly
He's a
coach.
fraud.
Right.
Okay. What else? A grandstander. Doesn't take accountability. He's a joke. Huh. He's off to a better start in Philly than Kyle was in San Francisco.
And I think that's where you're missing the boat. It was our prerogative.
Want to know against Kyle in the postseason.
You're right. But for you to continue it and add the boss, I don't know if you did that on purpose on the thread. I'm like, I just talked radio with that dude for 4 hours. I'm done, bud. Because when I'm done with just that, I need that cooling off period. But you kept going.
Yeah.
But the facts are the facts.
That's
You're
right. That's
but
right.
It was a personal how we were looking, how we perceived.
Because you guys hate Philly.
I don't hate Philly.
No, I get it.
Dr. J.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's
Bobby Cunningham.
What were you all fired up about today? Podcasts.
Oh, yeah, just athletes and podcasts. I was listening to the roast. They had a good show. But I don't know if you caught, we got the sound, Ayuk and Debo on a podcast. It was their first one. And, Steiny, are you cool with athletes talking as much as they're talking nowadays? Draymond's doing it, Micah Parsons, and Bonte killed me. Say, damn, Goo, you sound like shut up and dribble. No, I'm just, if the athletes talk about your performance or the latest. Don't get on here and go Johnny Carson when you're on the IR or you're out a couple games. Let's talk about the said injury. Let's talk about the rat on the table. I guess that's what I want my athletes to talk about when discussing ball. Matt Barnes and Stack, they're retired. George Teague, who does a good podcast, they're retired. So it's different. But when Draymond and the guys that are still in the game are yapping, I'm not saying don't do it, but I don't know, Stoney. Man, I'm just getting older, man.
So you don't like all the podcasts with current players? Is it? Let's boil it down.
I'm not saying that. It's the subject matter. Talk about the said game. Talk about the injury. Micah, you had 2 pressures. You got dominated. Talk about that, Jack.
Okay, well, Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk were on the Cleats and Convos podcast by Bleacher Report.
Cleats and Convos.
And listen to what Deebo Samuel had to say.
So it sounds like you guys are pretty convinced that as long as everybody shows up, there's no doubt that you guys feel like it can be your year.
Kind of like what he said. Like, my eyes, like, we've been on the best team in the league for a while.
What are we doing?
Well,
is that like that? I gotta believe that is exactly what you're talking about. I gotta believe. Well, Deebo Samuel saying we've been the best team in football for 5 years. I gotta believe that's what gets you. That's what boil in your blood.
No. Because he's telling the truth. The bottom line, what I wanted to hear is Deebo talk about what's keeping him out for 2 games.
What's a calf?
No. Let's keep talking about that. And what had you come out the Packer playoff game? And do you think injuries? I heard Guru Willard and Steiny talk about you yesterday, and they were arguing about, are you injury prone? Evan, excuse me. And I guess it's just that's what I want to hear more about. What's going on right now in regard to availability? Why you hurt?
Next 2 games.
You stressing? You signed the bag? You in shape? That's what I want to hear about. But it's just me.
What does it matter if Deebo Samuel thinks they're the best team in football over the last 5 years?
That didn't piss me off. I just told you.
They're not.
Well, they're one of them.
Sure, they're one of them.
Yeah.
If I thought that was going to get you a little bit annoyed.
Oh, no. Obviously, he was asked a question.
A guy who hasn't broken through and a franchise that hasn't broken through saying, "Oh yeah, we've been the best team in football."
No, that goes up.
You like that?
It's not about I don't. Talk to me about you being hurt.
Like that.
That's what I want to talk about. Deebo is hurt for 2 games.
Okay.
I don't want to hear about what. Hey, I'm falling for it. See, I'm
not even mad about it.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking to Deebo. Remember how I said the Niners should have won those 2 Super Bowls? He feels that way too by declaring he feels like they've been the best team. So I get that. I just don't want to hear about it after week 2, especially coming off an L. And Ayuk, if you open up your mouth
only after wins.
No, I guess I only want the podcast to be the post game. Back in the day, your play was the podcast. Your play was the podcast. And when you got Mike game or Mike time, it was the post game presser.
I don't know how much he Okay, let's talk about the injury. Yeah, I got hurt on that last play, and I'm probably going to miss 2 weeks.
Well, let's talk about your Carfax report. Like, you know what? This seems to be happening. Everybody was talking about you were in the greatest shape coming into camp, and now you're going to be out for, we hope, 2 weeks, Donnie. So that's all.
Doesn't anybody put together that Deebo Samuel runs harder than anybody else in football, so maybe that's why he's got to miss a few games a year?
Does he run any harder than McCaffrey?
Yeah.
No,
I think he does.
I don't.
I think he puts himself in harm's way more than a lot of players. I mean, he runs hard.
It's a collision sport.
Exactly.
That he does.
Exactly. And he seeks out contact. So, anyway, what else is bothering you about these podcasts?
No, that was just it. Like, when is enough enough? When is...
But you kind of made my point.
Yeah.
So, Deebo, we're the best team in football over the last 5 years.
He feels that way.
Like that. We like that. Let me tell you something. If Jalen Hurts said, yeah, we've been the best team in football, like, we would sit out here and say, what a clown. We just would. That's all.
Well, he's been to 1 Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But the Niners have been to 2 since 19. And I kind of feel what Deebo's saying because I'm a guy that steps back and says the Niners have left meat on the bone. And if you look at those two Super Bowls, Steiny, I feel like they could have won both. They didn't. So when Deebo does say, I feel like we've been the best team, that's not egregious to me.
Well,
I was just talking about the whole entity that is every athlete now, it feels like current athlete has a podcast. And I hope I don't sound like a hater or the old man on the lawn, but it's just, you think it's helped Draymond Green and his profile?
Yes.
And Draymond's probably I give a damn goo if you like it or not, but sometimes we're like, dude, take a play off.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first one. I guess we're going to see those weekly with Deebo Samuel on the Cleats and Convos podcast. But, we all know if somebody on another team said what Debo said, we'd laugh at him. But Debo says it, and it's, he might be right. We are the best team.
But Steiner, you're missing the point.
No.
His team has been to 2 Super Bowls in 5 years.
And the Eagles have been to 1 in the last
4
2.
straight NFC championship games. So right, the Eagles haven't had that luxury.
Right.
They went to an NFC championship
but they haven't won it. Who would maintain? I'll just put it on the.
Yeah.
Who maintains the best team in football over the last 5 years when you haven't won a Super Bowl? That in and of itself is a joke.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, I disagree, but the premise was his team has been closer than anybody. Not that that's a Super Bowl, Steiner.
And if I said that, everybody would say, yeah, Steiner, you just want to give participation trophies.
But Jalen Hurts wouldn't say that because he hadn't had as many visits as Debo and
Doesn't matter about how many. They were every bit as close to winning a Super Bowl as the Niners a couple years ago. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get into some coaches. We're going to get into more of this Debo Samuel sound. We're going to start turning the page on the Vikings. What's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by Lucky, California.
Road trip game of Monopoly at Lucky.
Somebody make up a joke about Wilkes Booth. Yeah, he's not in the booth anymore, but John Wilkes Booth killed Abraham Lincoln. There's got to be something there.
Are you a history buff? Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Now, that's an 8 by Evan or Spadoni. Are you a history buff?
Can somebody explain this headline that I saw in The Athletic?
Yeah, I'm right here for you, bud.
Giants won a game last night. Congrats. Blake Snell sets important tone for Giants as pivotal road trip begins in Baltimore. Blake Snell.
That's a misprint.
Oh, my gosh.
Pivotal. Yeah. But there's some other stuff going on in Giant Land. We got the great Scott Osler at 12.
Good call.
He'll be joining us, the legend.
Good call.
We'll get into he say, she said. What's going on, Steiny?
Yeah. I didn't mean to get the text line all over you.
Well, they're calling me an egg roll. They say the color of my shirt looks like an egg roll. But what? I'm not even looking at it. I'm so focused and dedicated to you. What are they saying?
That's a wild take, Goo.
It's not why. I'm not saying you can't do it. I just want to talk about what's happening now. Okay. I don't care about your top 5 rappers.
Wait a minute.
If you're hurt and you're doing a podcast, let's talk about the Carfax report. And Ayuk, if you ain't catching balls and you just ain't that deal, and you doing the podcast, I want to hear about why. Are you stressing? That's what I want.
So
I'm from the land of real.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you what. If after the game, they went up to Brandon Ayuk after a loss,
that's different.
And he said, I'm a little despondent, I don't want to talk, you'd say, be professional.
Nah.
And he could say, catch me on the podcast.
Oh, well, they're starting to do that. But I'm rooting for the guys. Bonte hit me in the...
What did he do?
He said I sound like I'm saying shut up. Not just to me. Chasky was kind of agreeing with me, too. Like I'm sounding like I'm saying shut up and dribble. Like I don't want guys and gals to grow. I'm not saying that. It's like Micah Parsons.
What are you saying?
When you have 2 pressures and you get dominated, don't come on here talking about an episode of Three's Company. Talk about how your ass got dominated. That's what I want to hear.
I think a lot of people...
I'm just too real.
I think a lot of people like to hear about what's going on with these guys.
Even?
Yeah, I do.
And if we omit the rat on the table, which is the game or bad performance or pressure, I guess that's what it is. And Ayuk, and I should know her name, Steiny, the lovely. The young lady on the podcast with him, she asked a question, so that matters too, but I don't know, bud.
I'm
not an old fogey.
Okay, let's hear it again. This is what Goo's talking about, the podcast, Cleats and Convos.
So it sounds like you guys are pretty convinced that as long as everybody shows up, there's no doubt that you guys feel like it can be your year.
Kind of like what he said, like, my eyes, like, we've been on the best team in the league for a while.
I am ready to go.
Just acknowledge. Acknowledge that if that were Josh Allen in Buffalo or Joe Burrow in Cincinnati or Dak Prescott
that would be fictitious.
Or Jalen Hurts, everybody would laugh at them.
Because they have not had the winning that the Niners have. Because they've been in 4 straight NFC championships and 2 Super Bowls.
So we're the best team because we got closest.
It's how he feels, though.
Right.
And if I'm that close to winning, that's valid to me.
But just acknowledge that if you were in another city, you would laugh at that.
Does that other city have the same resume that the Niners have in the last 5 years? Because if it was, I would say that's valid too.
Okay, last 2 years, the Eagles have the same resume as the 49ers. Last 2 years.
Well, no, last year they crumbled. They were 10-1 and crumbled.
Okay, but they've been to a Super Bowl. They ousted the Niners a couple years back.
And almost beat the Chiefs.
Right.
Okay, give me the second visit to the Super Bowl.
So because they've gotten closer, like, it's okay.
No, and I guess I'm just 4 NFC championships and 2 Super Bowls. 4 NFC championships, 4 straight years, and 2 Super Bowls in those 4 is closer. There's no other team that can say, hey, we got more except the Chiefs.
Right.
And that's why when Debo or anybody on the Niners says something like that,
there's one answer to the question. The Chiefs are the best team in football the last 5 years. There is only one answer to that question. It's the Kansas City Chiefs.
But we can't, again, Steiny, this has nothing to do with the podcast. It's the answer to the question. But you can understand somebody in the Buffalo Bills, when they lost 4 in a row, they could say, even though they got their ass kicked, I felt like we should have had a Super Bowl, and one would understand. Like,
should have had a Super Bowl is different than saying we've been the best team in football for 5 years.
Yeah, we can agree to disagree.
Yeah, I mean, they might be one of the best teams in football the last 5 years. All I'm saying is, we'd laugh at a guy in another city saying that.
Right, and I would laugh right with you, like we are Cobb's Comedy Store, but if they hadn't been close, that's why we would laugh.
I got a question for Niner fans.
You don't think I'm giving Debo a pass because we're in the Bay? Hell no.
No, that's why.
They backed it up on the field.
They haven't. They haven't won a Super Bowl.
But how many have they been to in the last 5 years?
But the Chiefs have won 3. What are we doing?
That, but I didn't ask you about the Chiefs. I just said if the Niners played in 2 Super Bowls and 4 straight NFC championship games, I think the answer to that would be
the Chiefs are the best team in football.
I didn't ask you
It's
that.
not hard to figure out.
And Debo wasn't.
That's all I'm saying, Goo. You're not the best team in football. And you know what? As long as I'm on a rant, maybe that's part of the problem. These guys think they're champions, and they haven't won a Super Bowl. Can somebody explain this to me? Because we do this cavalierly. I've heard it for years now. Let's talk about the Niners. Okay, well, we got the best running back in football, Christian McCaffrey. We've got the best tight end in football, in George Kittle. Okay, if he's not the best, he's the second best. Oh, we've got the best left tackle in the history of the NFL.
Keep going.
We've got Brandon Ayuk now, a $30 million wide receiver, one of the top 5 in football. We've got Nick Bosa. He's the best defensive end in football. We've got Fred Warner. He's the best middle linebacker in football. Why haven't you won a Super Bowl then? That's my question.
And I want to hug you. That's all. I guess, Steiny, at the end of the day, there's one man responsible for that. And it's Kyle Shanahan. Now I feel like you see the light now of this team. They're loaded. Happy hour. Loaded. Both sides of the ball.
Allegedly, they're loaded.
So how would you answer the question on why are they not champions?
Because maybe they don't have, they have had more Pro Bowlers and All Pros in the last 3 years than any other team.
Facts.
Maybe it's a joke. Maybe the players aren't the best at their positions like we always say they are. We just throw it. It's a throwaway line, and we say it all the time.
But they're getting close to where it's not a throwaway line. If they were like the Eagles' resume, 1 Super Bowl visit and then kind of falling off, no, they're getting there.
Would you rather be the Eagles in the last 8 years or the Niners?
Wow. I got to go Eagles because they got
exactly.
The Super Bowl. And you know how much the chips mean to me. So, if that's what you want to do, shut me up, I'll give it to you.
No, I'm not shutting you up. And this is the thing.
You got to understand where Debo was coming from.
I do understand.
They've been dominant. He feels they're as good or better than the Chiefs.
Yeah.
He's
coming from a delusional point.
Damn, Steiny, that's strong. When the game just in February in Las Vegas, shout out to Steiny, it went overtime. So you can understand a competitor, a warrior like Debo is, hey, Chiefs, you guys won, we lost. But for him to feel like as he takes a shower, eats dinner some nights in the offseason, we might be better than the Chiefs. We let one get away. That's not delusional city. That's all.
It is, though, because you have, we can't sit here and praise almost making it when at the same time, it's all about winning a Super Bowl.
It is.
That's who the best team is. The team that wins the Super Bowl.
Facts.
So my question is this, and people think I'm a Shanahan apologist. My guy in Boston, where are you, J-Dog? You say I think Kyle Shanahan's I think he's a great coach, right? Okay, but maybe I have to come to terms with the fact that
and it sounds like
if they've had the best roster in football for the last 3 to 5 years, what's the problem? Why haven't they broken through? If I want to use the all or nothing argument,
no, it's
888-957-9570.
I don't have that answer. And that's why this year is so important, right? Because you keep telling me, or you guys keep telling me things are going to change. The finances are going to change. That is the $1 million question here in San Francisco is why hasn't Kyle or his team won? And it sounds like you're finally you don't want to throw rocks at somebody bringing that up.
No, the conversation is, Do they have the most talent in football? And if they do, then why haven't they broken through? If you want to talk about Kyle, we can talk about Kyle. But maybe when we just say offhanded, oh, they have the best roster in football, maybe we haven't really examined their roster and whether it is the best in football. Because if it is the best in football, then, okay, it's all on Shanahan. But wow, I don't believe that.
Wow. I do.
Like Nick Bosa was not the best defensive end in football last year. But he was paid like the best.
But his, whatever we want to call it, what he put out on the field was good enough. It wasn't
good enough?
Because they got to the bowl.
But he didn't have a good year.
No doubt about it.
Okay.
To his standards.
Right.
But still, that didn't cripple the team. They got and should have won the Super Bowl. He could have played better all season long. I'm giving you that. But they were the 1 seed, and they were seconds away from winning the Super Bowl.
But they didn't. We keep
I'm bringing that.
We're giving, here's what bothers me. We're giving the Niners credit for getting there. And we laugh at every other team that gets there and doesn't get it done. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
And real quick, a testament to this Niner roster in regard to Bosa, who didn't play up to his standard. I'm not caping, but what happened? They still were good enough other places to get to the Super Bowl in seconds or minutes, whatever you want to call it.
Forget Bosa. Okay. Trent Williams wasn't good enough. Bosa wasn't good enough. Warner wasn't good enough. McCaffrey wasn't good enough. All these so-called superstars and the best players at their position, they're either not the best players at their position, they either don't have the best roster in football, and they're just going to keep scratching and clawing, or they do have the best roster in football, and then we've got to figure out why they haven't broken through. In a way, if I really wanted to troll, I could be like, well, if they've been the best team in football for 5 years, why isn't Kyle Shanahan fired? Because he didn't get the most out of the most talented team in football. That's obviously, I think that's a stretch for me to say, and that would be kind of unfair.
There's some heat on him, not about his job. There are some people in the media, fans, everybody matters, right? But Steiny, the $1 million question and the rat on the table I think we're missing is I never request sound, but I would like to hear the great Super Bowl champion Ron Gronk talk about the 49ers and why he feels like what he thinks of this roster that you talk about is loaded. And I hadn't thought of this, but this is a guy, a multiple champ, playing, and tell me what you think.
It's Rob Gronkowski.
That will definitely give us a test to see where Purdy is. I mean, you got Samuel going to be out, Christian McCaffrey's going to be out.
Who do they have this week? Let me look.
They got so many weapons. I don't know why they're not producing. Why are they not putting up points like the New Orleans Saints every single week, week in and week out? That's the problem with the 49ers last year as well, is that they dominated some games, and then some games they just didn't show up and they couldn't produce. They should be producing week in and week out, especially with offensive-minded coach Kyle Shanahan, and then with all the weapons that they have. They need that it guy. I feel like they got a lot of weapons, but they just don't have like an it guy.
It guy.
I mean, I got to tell you, I think that's crazy. So Christian McCaffrey's not an it guy.
Well, have they won under McCaffrey?
Well, then nobody's an it guy. Did he fumble in
the Super Bowl? I'm just like, you asked a question before we played the Gronk sound. Then we play the Gronk sound, which kind of goes to what you're alluding to. They have not won. He's an it guy to me. But just let C-Mac. But just listen to you.
Well, maybe he was saying that they need one now.
That will definitely give us a test to see where Purdy is. I mean,
this is longer.
You got Samuel going to be out, Christian McCaffrey's going to be out.
Who do they have this week? Let me look.
They got so many weapons. I don't know why they're not producing. Why are they not putting up points like the New Orleans Saints every single week, week in and week out? That's the problem with the 49ers last year as well, is that they dominated some games, and then some games they just didn't show up and they couldn't produce. They should be producing week in and week out, especially with offensive-minded coach Kyle Shanahan, and then with all the weapons that they have. They need that it guy. I feel like they got a lot of weapons, but they just don't have like an it guy to turn it up. Yeah, Ayuk, I mean, he's a great guy, but look, he was holding out
George
the whole time. George Kittle. They're great
Four-time
players.
All-Pro?
But I'm talking,
What do you
need
mean?
an it guy. Like an it guy.
Who's
like Edelman was an it guy.
Are you telling me that Kittle's not an it guy?
He's an it guy, but like I'm talking like when it comes to crunch time, it's, hey, feed me that ball. I feel like, they're great playmakers, and they all rely on the other one to make the play because there's so many great weapons. You know what I mean? When you have so many great players around you, you rely, he's going to make the play. That guy's going to make the play. But when you don't have so many, like when Edelman was out there for
Brady made an
myself out there, it's give me that ball, give me the ball.
Edelman missed a lot of time, and you missed a lot of time, and Brady made it guys out of Chris Hogan.
Because Brady was the it guy.
No disrespect to Hogan,
and
but
Hogan was kind of an it guy too. He had that mentality of feed me the ball, I want it, I'm going to do whatever.
It's mentality,
whatever it takes. It's mentality, and I feel like Trent Williams has that mentality. Yeah. He will go out there and he tosses people around. That's what you want. And he's doing it 24/7.
Are you calling out the grittiness of this team? What are you doing,
just
Rob?
That mentality. I mean, they should be dominating.
Man. But I mean, here's the way I heard it. It felt like he wasn't just saying they need an it guy now without McCaffrey and Debo. I felt like he was saying because they have and I'm not, it feels like he's saying they have so many weapons that they don't have like a go-to guy or what he would call an it guy.
But we talk about it all day. It's McCaffrey first.
Tell Gronk.
Yeah, no, that's what I would tell him. And it's McCaffrey. So it starts and ends with him. So when he fumbles in the Super Bowl early, they didn't lose the game because of that fumble. It didn't help. But I would just tell Gronk, McCaffrey's the it guy. And if I'm paying somebody on the outside wearing jersey number 11, $30 million per year, 76 guaranteed, that's the it guy. Now, for Kittle, I would say cut somebody out when they tell you to block on a big third down. I want them to throw to you. But that was interesting because it was coming off the heels of you saying, Goo, why haven't they got it done? Not he, but why haven't they got it done?
Let's go to Big Smoothie. Big Smoothie's in Oakland. What's going on, man?
I'm listening to you guys. First of all, good morning.
Hey.
But as I'm listening to you, I understand why Debo says that, because in that locker room, they feel like, man, we're better than those guys. Now, that's a different standpoint from us talk radio potatoes or whatever you want to call it. We're just looking at Super Bowl. But sometimes you get beat by a team that you refuse to believe they're better. That's a kind of a delusional mindset, right? You have to be somewhat delusional. I'm better than this guy. Something in that locker room makes them feel that way. Now, here's the thing. Look at it. I think it also speaks to what Goo is saying. It's really an indictment against Shanahan. He's a good coach, but we keep calling him a great coach, and he hasn't won it yet. Now, he had a lead in both Super Bowls. I remember the first Super Bowl against the Chiefs. I thought it was a wrap. You got folks taking selfies in the end zone. You thought it was a wrap. They came back. You started to see that pattern from Atlanta. There are patterns. We just keep ignoring them. It's not to say Shanahan's a bad coach, but you cannot deny the patterns. Why is it that in big games, all of a sudden, like Goo says, he gets lemon booty? It's a fact. You can say it. You can say somebody fumbled, somebody did this. But how come there's such a conservative mindset when a big game comes and there's this field goal, and that's not going to get it done ever? So I believe the window is closing. This is a great team. But let me ask you this. Do you think Kansas City's roster was better than theirs last year?
No. So that's coaching. You have Andy Reid with a less impressive roster, but he got it done.
So let me, Big Smooth. So how would you answer this question? Why haven't the 49ers been able to break through the last 5 years?
I just told you, coaching.
Okay. Yeah, and I just wanted you to repeat it.
Signal calling. I'm gonna say signal calling.
Okay.
Don't you hate it? Don't you hate it when it's right? Oh, we're gonna kick a field goal. We're gonna kick. Okay, in their mind, man. Listen. Everybody's thinking the same thing, dude. This is Kansas City. We can't keep kicking these field goals. Yet we did it, and toward the end of the game, you left too much time on the clock for Mahomes. And listen, we can keep ignoring this guy Mahomes, but the only way you're going to beat him is to not have him on the field.
Thanks, Big Smoothie. Appreciate it. Maybe I'll just ask that question. Why haven't the Niners been able to get it done in the last 5 years?
And go ahead.
When everybody thinks they have the best roster in football. And I guess it is the logical conclusion, Kyle Shanahan.
Well, our great friend of the program and station, Ernie Chavez, Steiny, Doobie winner last year, says it's Mahomes. Big Smoothie doesn't think it's Mahomes. And I would tell Ernie Chavez, because he's not by himself, and there are some Big Smoothies out there. It's a mixture for me, but I watched what I watched in those 2 Super Bowls, in those games. And the reason Mahomes was able to be great at the end is you didn't close the casket on him when you had the chance. And closing the casket means getting in the end zone and ending the Super Bowl, Steiny, or not taking 3 and going for 7. And maybe that's why we're seeing an ultra-aggressive Kyle Shanahan this year on 4th downs, because he's letting it all hang out, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Deebo Samuel says, we've been the best team in football for 5 years. As a 49er fan, I'm just wondering, does that just not even resonate? It's just a player talking? Or do you believe him that we've had the best team the last 5 years? We just haven't broken through. Okay, well then why? Then we got to ask the question why. Or is it just a player expressing confidence? 888-957-9570 is the number. And we've got Scott Ostler coming up at noon today. Scott Ostler, San Francisco Chronicle, one of the best writers to ever do it. Covered the Showtime Lakers back in the day. He's worked in L.A., worked in San Francisco, and is among the greatest columnists, period.
Yeah.
What's coming up on the game? Presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And that segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
What's the matter, Kate?
49ers in a shambles.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
If I ask 49er fans, what's the reason the team hasn't been able to break through in the last 5 years?
I don't know.
How would you answer that question? Because, I don't think that Kyle Shanahan's snake bit. I don't believe that because he hasn't won a Super Bowl yet, he'll never win one. But if they've had the best roster in football the last 5 years, then clearly some of the responsibility falls on him.
Yeah.
But I also look at Super Bowl and playoff games, and sometimes stuff happens. It just happens, and you don't win, and it's not really anything you can point a finger at and say, this is the reason why. And I think part of the reason the 49ers have not broken through is because they've gone up against Michael Jordan. And I know people don't want to hear that, but that's what I think of Patrick Mahomes. Is it Patrick Mahomes? Is it Shanahan? Is it something else, Goo?
Again, I'll go back to 2019, and 97% of the loss to me was on Kyle. Okay, John Lynch, a Hall of Famer, general manager, was in the booth. There's just one play, one instance of that game. At the end of the half, just having a hissy fit because he wanted his head coach to call a timeout and be aggressive. Kyle alluded to let the time run out, okay? No harm, no foul. But again, when I keep going back to the Honey Badger wanting to send a gift basket to the Niners and Kyle for not continuously running the ball on that last possession, that's where I put it all at the doorstep of Kyle. You could have won that game had you kept gashing him on the ground for whatever reason you chose to run. Okay, fast forward the Rams. Tartt catches the interception from Stafford. The game's over. They're going to the Super Bowl. That didn't happen. I don't blame Kyle. And last year's Super Bowl, outside, Steiny, of the overtime rules and the decision to receive the kick and not give it to Kansas City first, that is not like 2019. So it's blame to go around players, but 2019 is the one that I really feel like Kyle let get away.
All right, help me here because I actually don't remember. But when the Eagles lost the Super Bowl to the Chiefs, right?
Yeah.
Was Sirianni, did he do anything that you remember that might have cost him the game?
I don't.
Okay.
And Jalen and Hurt, she didn't ask me, fumbled while they were up, and that changed the outcome of the game to me.
Okay.
All right. So as great as he was in that game, how can you be great? You gave up 6 points, but I don't look at Sirianni as, man, you had your Kyle Shanahan moment in 19.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Waterman in Corte Madera. Hey, Waterman, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Good afternoon. Yeah, thanks for taking the call. So my feeling on this is simple. The Niners, unfortunately, are the team now that make the mistakes in the critical moments. I was young enough and I'm old enough, I should say, where I got to see the last two Super Bowls that I can honestly really remember that the Niners did win, and they were the better team overall. They didn't make the mistakes and then capitalized on the other team's mistakes. The Niners now, I see them making all these procedural mistakes. I see them not capitalizing on turnovers, critical moments, all stuff that just makes it that much harder for that team to have to come back, and fight for. So, and this goes back, I hate to say it, to keep bringing it up, but it goes back to the Super Bowl. How many times did we see Brock have to, on a critical third down, whether it was goal line or trying to get a first down, a free blitzer coming right at him? Somebody missed an assignment, and look, I get it. Those plays do happen. But I feel like they're always in those critical moments, and the Niners are the ones making the mistakes. So, I'm going to say, yeah, that's probably coaching. Unfortunately, that's got to come down to the coaching. But then to contradict myself, you can put out the greatest game plan ever, and if your players don't execute it, then yeah, that's going to fall back on the coach because it's going to make it look like, what were you guys doing? So yeah, I agree with Debo. I think they have had on paper the best team in the last 5 years. And the problem is, I think, and I hate to say this, I think we're going to, as Niner fans, squander, this amazing opportunity with this amazing roster, like we did with Harbaugh's team that went to the playoffs a couple times, and they had that amazing defense. Maybe the offense could have used a little more spunk, but we're going to squander these amazing rosters, and we're going to have all these players in the past like Fred Warner and Bosa and Debo and Kittle that they were so close, and they're just not going to get that ring. I hate to say it. That's how I feel, and obviously I think you guys know by now. I probably tend to be more on the negative, and I hope I'm wrong. I always say it. I want to see this team win a Super Bowl so bad in my real adult life. So bad. I don't want old 20-year-old memories. But that's just how I feel it's going to go. I think if it hasn't happened now, I just don't think it's going to happen with Kyle, and I don't think it's going to happen with this team.
Wow. Thanks, Waterman.
Man,
appreciate the call.
Yeah. Hopefully he's wrong, Stoney, but that was raw and uncut honesty. And I'll say this to his point, and I know I sound like a broken record. And again, Ernie Chavez, I'm coming for you and the people on the bus that keep saying the 2 Super Bowls I watched, Niners-Chiefs, where the Niners and that great roster had the great Patrick Mahomes and his team down 10 points in 2 consecutive Super Bowls. One went overtime, and we saw what happened in 2019. Don't tell me that Mahomes just showing up, the game wasn't close. And that's why I can appreciate phone calls like that. And now look what they're facing, Steiny. Not saying they can't get to the promised land, but it's already difficult city. Debo's out. McCaffrey's out. So, I understand the psyche of a fan just wondering, have we had our best chance, to get this done? We'll see.
What's been the reason the Niners haven't broken through in the Shanahan tenure? Let's throw out the first 2 years. This is his 8th year. Gone to the NFC Championship and beyond 4 out of the 5 years. I mean, is there just bad luck involved at times? I mean, whose fault is it that Christian McCaffrey fumbles on the first drive as you may be ready to take a 7-0 lead? I mean, it's McCaffrey's, right?
Yeah.
And I think he had, 80 rushing yards, 80 through the air in the Super Bowl?
And I just mentioned, if you allow me, Steiny, Tart against the Rams in the NFC Championship game, he catches that interception, which all of us in this studio right now probably could catch. That's probably another visit to the Super Bowl against the Bengals. You know what I mean? So those are the things where people, you're being too rough on Kyle. No, it could be 2 things are true. I think the dude is great, a Jedi, a genius. I feel like he's been in his own way of not getting the ring, but I also can criticize him too. But those 2 instances I can't. Tart should have caught the ball. They go to another Super Bowl. He didn't fumble. But I'll say this, partner, about this last Super Bowl, and you can tell me what you think because you've been around a while, so have I. I just hate that they didn't know the rules. I'm not saying that had an impact on the game, the overtime rules. But when I hear Kyle Shanahan, I'm thinking his team out of all the other 31 other teams, if any team players are going to know the rules, his team would know. And we heard Juice say, I don't even know the rules. Mean anything or not? That was just shocking to me.
Well, the part that I struggle with is which is it with Shanahan? And because let's face it, people take the easy way out. Oh, he's a great coach, great play caller, genius, great schemer, unbelievable. Any team would take him in a heartbeat. And then in the next vein, we say, well, he gets lemon booty. He gets too cute. He's arrogant. He doesn't know the rules. Well, those are a lot of things that would make a lot of coaches not great coaches. I heard Shasky criticize clock management on Sunday. So that's where I feel like people try to have it both ways. And maybe he's both. Maybe he's a great coach.
To be a head coach and coordinator, I think that comes with the territory, Steiny. You're wearing multiple hats.
I guess what I'm saying is quit saying he's a great coach if you also continue to say, not you, but people, if you also continue to say, well, he doesn't know the rules. He didn't throw a flag in the Eagles game. Might have changed the complexion of the game. Clock management at the end of the first Super Bowl. What else has he done that he didn't know the rules, gets lemon boot, he can't win the big one. Well, it's like
but can't that be the experience of Kyle, though? Somebody can be great and also have their flaws. But the flaws are not greater than his greatness.
Well,
and that's why his team,
they must be great enough to prevent him from winning the big game. So, I guess that's my point, is I can't stand when people he's great. But then they list off everything they feel is a shortcoming. And then I feel like saying, well, where are we with him? Where are we with Kyle Shanahan?
He's the one constant since 2019, right? Can we say that?
Yeah.
All right. It's his team. And we hadn't even talked about if you deem or there's some blunders out there that you remember from a coaching standpoint in the championship games that they didn't close. I know Philly and the flag, but it's crazy, Steiny. I feel confident in who I am to sit here as a grown-ass man, look you in the face and have this conversation about Kyle and say the better outweighs the bad or the greatness outweighs the bad. But watching that Super Bowl and the play calling and the guy responsible for going away from the run when they were gashing the Chiefs in the fourth quarter, I think that is more than fair to say.
Well, then he's not a great coach. That's what I got to say.
That would be false. Well, because you don't get your team to 4 straight NFC championships and 2 Super Bowls.
But you've blamed him for not getting. People have blamed him for not getting over the hump,
and I think that's okay.
Oh, okay, and that's what I'm saying.
Like you real quick here. I'm not to take it to hoop. You called Don Nelson a great coach.
Yeah,
but you have to do that without even going into the conversation of knowing you're taking the positives and the negatives. Because if you're being fair and we're talking about Don Nelson, they're both.
Don Nelson never, ever had the best team in basketball, ever. And I'm not a huge Don Nelson fan. He's an incredible innovator. But Kyle Shanahan purportedly has the best team in football and has had the best team in football for the last 5 years, according to their running back / wide receiver.
Those are facts.
So tell me. Justin in Antioch. Hey, Justin, what's going on, man?
Going on? You guys hit a few of the points I was going to make with the McCaffrey's fumble, the Hart hitting his face mask.
Man.
So I'll try to make this quick. Probably won't be. Back in Philadelphia, there was a coach named Andy Reid. He got criticized the same way up and down. He had weapons. He had Terrell Owens, Shady McCoy, Brian Westbrook, McNabb, all good players. Some people call them great players. But he just could never get over the hump. And what did they do? They ran him out of Philly. Where did he go? The Kansas City Chiefs. And what happened? Like you just said, he drafted Michael Jordan. Here comes Patrick Mahomes, where in any heated situation, Joe Montana-esque, Troy Aikman, Steve Young, these guys are going to drive down the field and score. You're looking at the same thing with Shanahan. All the coach can do is put you in the position to win. And Shanahan has done nothing but that. He will get you there. It's on the players to win the game. They got to make the plays. He can put you in position. He doesn't have a Patrick Mahomes. You can say Purdy's good. I think he's good. Garoppolo, I mean, what did he turn into when he didn't have Shanahan? You could say Shanahan brought the best out of him. But if you're looking at it, he doesn't have that Patrick Mahomes. You need a guy to drive your team down the field to win a game.
Wow.
And that's the bottom line. You are going up against Patrick Mahomes year in, year out. if you're getting there, you got to go through him, and good luck beating him.
Hey, real quick, because you kind of hit me, man, and that was a great call. But I'll say this, and I know you could cuss me out and I would understand it. I understand Brock Purdy, and I'm not saying he's Patrick Mahomes, but let's not ignore what's down the road. And what's down the road for the Niners' current starting quarterback is the possibility of being the highest paid QB in the game. That doesn't mean he's Mahomes, but I guess I'm saying he ain't chopped liver either. So Kyle's got something at the quarterback position.
You listen. Yeah. Go ahead, Justin.
Sorry. Andy Reid had a guy named Donovan McNabb that could have won it.
Yeah.
When you're going, look at the Niners when they had Steve Young, but guess who they kept running into? Emmitt Smith, Troy Aikman, and Michael Irvin. Troy Aikman was the man at the time, and he is driving down the field to win it until Steve Young finally got through by going through Green Bay.
Great point. Thanks, Justin. Appreciate the call. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I ain't speaking for you, Steiny. You kind of thought just at the quarterback, like, hey, Purdy's a great story. But I'm not speaking for you. He has me thinking, okay, you lost the game because they had a better quarterback than you. But we all know the game is not predicated on who has the best quarterback. It's a team game. It's two sides of the ball. So if some people are saying, and a lot are, they have Mahomes, you don't, I just don't think that's how sports work. We've seen great athletes, the most talented ones with lesser help. LeBron James couldn't take on the Warrior monster. So that's what the Niners are to me. Yeah, you don't have... LeBron doesn't have Clay or Draymond Green, but he's great in himself. I don't think that's good enough to say, all right, they got Mahomes, you don't. That's why Kyle's not one.
Okay, why didn't Karl Malone, Gary Payton, Charles Barkley, why didn't they win titles?
Because of Jordan.
Okay, well, and I'm going to use Mahomes as the Michael Jordan. Like that is the way I look at it.
But you could never come back.
He's undefeated in the Super Bowl.
And I know it's different sports. We're doing the crossover early. You could never say, well, Jerry Sloan messed up Game 6 when he did this or that. It's nuance. There are no glaring,
in football,
he did this.
In football, if you remember, they gave the ball to Malone in the low post, and Jordan took it from him.
I'll never forget it.
The same as a fumble in football. It's the same thing. Why did he call that play? You know what I mean? And I know it's preposterous, but that's the way people look at it.
Yeah, but that wasn't a blunder, though.
What wasn't? Karl Malone's turnover with 28 seconds left?
It was a Karl Malone blunder. It wasn't a coaching blunder. A coaching blunder is Popovich dunking out on a free throw from Chris Bosh, and he misses, and the Heat get the rebound to make the Ray Allen play even a thing. That's a blunder. You know what I mean?
I mean, if you say so.
But I guess all I'm saying, Stein, is we could stop if everybody's just going to say they got the better quarterback. We watched the game.
That's a fact.
But we watched the game, and the team with the lesser quarterback had a 10-point lead twice. So it's more than that.
Well, but one of the things that made Michael Jordan the great player was, he was better than everybody else. Maybe Mahomes is better than everybody else. I don't know. 211, Steel Reserve. What's up, 211?
What's up, my fella?
Hey.
So I want to. Hey, look, man. I want to chime in. You know me. I got no love for the Niners, but I like to, put my 2 cents in, non-biased, because they're a good squad. Let's keep it real. I want to touch on what that last caller said, and I'm gonna put it like this because I agree with him. Andy Reid had all these quarterbacks that were just as good, if not as good as Purdy. Purdy's raw, don't get me wrong. But Shanahan has shown that he can insert almost any quarterback and get that system to work. The difference, and I'm not saying Purdy ain't it. I'm not saying that. But what I am going to say is, does Purdy elevate players around him? Is he that type of player that elevates talent around him? Mahomes is. Mahomes elevates his players around him to another level. So that's just my 2 cents. And then And as far as Niner fans getting worried, I mean, look, that hangover thing is real, and the Niners, they've dodged that bullet, and they've gotten back to the big games. It starts, that window starts to close, and I understand the little panic that's going on. But, you know, they're hurt right now. They're in a division where I think they can afford to lose games. Nobody wants to lose games, but you're in a good spot right now until it's not. So I wouldn't panic just yet. I think they're going to be all right. And I do agree. That window is closing, man. 8 years and all that opportunity that Shanahan's had, I don't know, man. I just don't know. But that's my 2 cents, fellas.
Appreciate it, Steel Reserve.
Tiny, he hit me again with, I'm asking you, how does one quantify Purdy elevating what we deem a $30 million? Like, what's that look like?
Well, the difference is, to me, Mahomes is the best player on the Chiefs, and Purdy's not the best player on the 49ers. But I get what Steel Reserve's saying. Mahomes has to quarterback, I think, differently than Brock Purdy. And he's able to. But I think the 49ers use Brock Purdy as someone who his first job, first and foremost, is to spread the ball to other players on the team, not to take risks himself and try to make the hero play.
Well, I'll tell you this real quick, Donnie. I'll ask you, I know it's revisionist history, and this has naturally, organically come up. Going into that Super Bowl, would you rather have the best quarterback, the better quarterback, or the better roster?
The best quarterback, because it's the most important position in sports. I think it is.
Even though the other team with the better roster was up 10 points. So let's just throw out critiquing other areas of the game.
And that's where I would push back. Who says the Niners had more talent than the Chiefs?
I think the average football fan
the average fan.
Because the Chiefs were delivering babies. Their offense, it was a labor. It was hard.
Okay, well then the answer's obvious, right? Then you want a better quarterback. Because if you're telling me the Niners have had the best team, then give me the best quarterback. Because we'll win with the best quarterback. What do you get a 5 for?
The labor. Because the offense was, I'm thinking, their offense was, remember, it was constipated.
Oh, my God.
Don't get jealous. That threw you a 5.
Number 5.
No,
Why
it
would I
looked
be
like
jealous?
you were. Well, because you said, what are you getting 5 for?
Well, I didn't know.
Oh, okay. Well, I just told you.
Sorry, I looked over there. By the way, you brought up something interesting that I want to get into.
I got to say something about our show, and when you say that, it's like a guest when they say, great question. When you say it the way you do, you spin it. It sounds like I don't do it the other times. So if you could refrain from saying you brought up something, because it sounds like the other 3 hours and 30 minutes, you ain't feeling it, you know? Just Google computer.
I'm confused.
All right, I'll tell you.
He deserved it.
I'm confused.
We'll get there.
Oh, I'll get there. I know that. Steiny, what are you talking about? The Niners have been voted with the most All-Pros.
There, we talked to him.
Yeah, that makes it official.
But you know, in football, that
guys.
means a lot. Like the Pro Bowl selections.
The Pro Bowl selections, that's the joke.
But
All-Pros different.
But do you think when that comes out, the team with the most All-Pros, usually when you look at the standings, are at the top?
Okay, well then the 49ers have had the best roster in football for 3 straight years.
I believe, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Come on.
Well then why
That's the $1 million question.
They broken through?
You got the goal, my brother. We do. We got the goal.
No. 888-957-9570. I'm going to try to bring up something Guru talked about, but maybe I'll forget. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Let's go. Prize Picks is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with, get this, over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike those other apps, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. One Caleb Williams passing yard gets you 1 win on Prize Picks every week in September. That's right. Only 1 yard gets you an automatic win every football in September. Add that up, 4 weeks of free W's. Don't miss this deal on Prize Picks because it's gone when September ends. And remember, you can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with as little as 4 correct picks. The lock of the day is Giants and the Orioles hook up. There will be more than 8.5 runs. I gave you a winner yesterday with Snell. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code GURU957 and get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code GURU957 on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer &
pig around back and come back with bacon. What happened to the pig?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
One of your better lines.
I can't say what
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, my bad.
I looked over at Evan.
Come on, now you're using that a little too much. Hey, rest in peace. Pour some out for Woj. I hit me this morning.
He's still alive.
We'll see. He's leaving. That didn't hit you?
Adrian Wojnarowski.
Yeah, you can't, man. He's done.
By the way, I once DM'd him and said, can you please tell me how to say your last name? And he actually said, it's, even though there's not an R, he says it's Wojnarowski.
Oh, wow.
Not Woj.
Wow.
Well, Woj is his nickname.
Yeah.
And you'd see it, W-O-J, but he told me he preferred Wojnarowski.
I love that he just responded back to you.
Oh, we're tight, buddy.
Yeah.
I knew him when he's at the Bergen Record in Jersey.
Bergen Record.
Give me the drop. Thank you. In case you don't know, Adrian Wojnarowski, the NBA's #1 insider.
ESPN.
What did I say?
No. You just left it out.
Yeah.
ESPN. He's going to St. Bonaventures, to be their general manager, the general manager of the basketball program.
Oh, he'll be up in the pros here soon.
What do you mean?
He's a basketball mind. He's starting here. I give you 6 years, he'll be in the league helping the team. Like Bob Myers, he's coming back.
Shocked he didn't go to UConn.
Dude, let me stop.
Well, he went to St. Bonaventures. That's his alma mater.
So Shams Charania is the lead now. That's where
Sam Amick.
Well, we do have Sam.
Who else?
But what about some yokel-dokel on Twitter? Can they use...
Yokel-dokel?
Yeah, Mr. Etchell used to call us that in science class at Alvarado Middle. Steiny, can somebody use this medium that we call the internet now and somehow become the new Woj without paying the dues like Woj paid?
No, you always have to pay your dues.
But what if you got connects?
Well, then you've paid your dues by getting those connects.
Wow.
You want me to fill in and do it?
You go to bed too early.
That's true. Carlito in Alameda. What's up, Carlito?
Gentlemen.
Hello, gentlemen. Hello, gentlemen. Listen, fellas, I'm going to put the rat on the table.
Oh.
Since when is second place a bad thing? Since when are silver medals a bad thing? This team will eventually kick the door open. On a more serious note, I want to know what you guys think. I am seriously thinking about leaving the Giants and being a Yankee fan. Can I do that? Am I allowed?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Whoa. Dude.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because it's bad with the Giants right now.
We're talking about that.
We got Scott Hostler at 12. Snotty, stop it. They are... I feel like they got a faceless ownership.
What do you mean, Larry Bear?
We got all kind of reports coming out going against each other. I'm just... If the Giants are listening to me...
problem.
And I ran into Larry Bear not too long ago, Stoney.
Did you take an E?
If they don't fire Farhan, you're sending the message that losing and being second, third, fourth fiddle with the Rockies is okay. He needs to be, he's earned it, but he really needs to be the sacrificial lamb. You need to send a message like this is not good enough. And of course, you come in this morning and I see the fire from the guys. It felt like I was listening to the Morning Roast with Will Clark going off. And then you go, this guy can't be a manager. And it hurt me.
He can't.
That's what they need. Energy, passion.
Yeah, that wins you games. Yeah, especially in baseball. When you have 162 games. Yeah, that gets it done.
Billy Martin.
Passion.
Jim Leland. You got to know when to do it, bud.
Right. You can't do it every day.
But if your players fear you or know that
would be an awful manager.
I would love to do this for 2 hours. We can't. We're just different.
You just said before the show we can do whatever we want.
Yeah, but no, 2 hours be overkill.
Well, we'll do it at 12.
Like, what do you want from a leader? Like,
some knowledge.
Is Nahegan, honestly, I hope he's not listening. If you tell me he's the best boss you ever had,
right.
and I would be, then I would know what you like as a leader.
Yeah, I think Nahegan's one of the best bosses I've ever had.
So you've never had one guy, and I'm not saying Matt doesn't do it. He can with the best of them. Get in your face or undress you in front of everybody.
Well, you don't know that he's never done that to me.
No, I know he's done it to me.
Okay.
Like, I like that.
Yeah, he's done it twice in 7 years.
Well, I've been pitching a bigger perfect game, but to you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Remember the day I worked with Ratto and Dibley?
It's some of the greatest radio ever.
Oh, yeah, not according to him.
Hey, Michael Irvin, you been to Idaho? This was your... Dude, that was... Evan wasn't around then. Boy.
What happened that day?
That was pre-COVID. Tell him, Steiny, real quick.
No.
He's still bitter. Maybe we'll get him at the cafeteria this week.
About what?
That how the boss responded to that show.
Oh, the fact that he singled me out? Yeah.
Well, I can tell you really let it go.
Yeah.
Dude, he can't. Dude.
No. Let's get on the guy who's been in radio for 5 years, not the guy who's been in radio for 30 years, or the other guy who's been in media for 40 years.
I thought you conquered 16 mediums.
I believe you said the boss called you and I'm snitching, let the convo with, what was that?
You like Idaho, Ray?
Dude, that was, Michael Irvin was like, I was listening and I cringed as a black man, like, oh.
Because why? Black people aren't
just
going to Idaho?
The way you laughed before you asked it, as if there was some racial element to the...
Oh, no.
Not your finest, Hawa.
Yeah. I sat down and he said, what was that?
Like, wow.
And I said, what?
You were driving.
I'm like, well, and I tried to pull a Kobe snitch. I'm like, what about those other two guys?
Boy, when he told the police, oh, Shaq.
Oh, man, yeah. Which way do you want it with Shaq? Hey, go ahead.
It's interesting, man.
You came in today. You had a burr up your saddle about something.
And I want people to know when I get this off, Steiny.
Are y'all ready backtracking?
No, I'm putting myself in it. I talk to myself, I judge and grade myself. So I'm not saying I'm above this. It's like Bonte said to me this morning, still bothering me. I'm a part of it. But when did we start saying, oh, Brandon Ayuk it's on him. Oh, it's on Kyle. Oh, it's on Bosa. What happened to it's on every guy that has a helmet with SF on the side? When did we start saying, oh, Evan's got to bring it because Evan got a contract? That's across the board. It's on everybody. And that's why this question you have is so profound about why haven't they won? The leader in the clubhouse, to me, I'm going golf 4, is Kyle. But I don't like this all of a sudden, oh, it's on Ayuk in L.A. Sunday. Yeah, it is, but he ain't got to return no money. The money formula with him, equation, is gone. He won that. But as far as, oh, we're watching him, no, it's everybody. It's Kittle. It's your boy 71 who got some new chicken.
Well, there we go.
It's Pony who we gave. It's everybody.
We go through them individually.
When did we start, I guess I'm using the gang term, set tripping on making it about individuals?
Well, the guy sat out entirely in the offseason.
That he did.
And he got paid among the top 5 wide receivers in football. So be a top 5 receiver. This is why everything's going to change when Brock Purdy gets paid. It just is. It just is. And you know what? In professional sports, you expect the players making the most money to be the carriers of the team. That's just the way it is. Nobody's saying, boy, it's a big game for Juan Toscano-Anderson. He's the 9th man.
But he matters too when he's in the game. I hear you.
But not as much as Curry or Clay or Draymond or Iguodala.
And I know we're going to get into our new segment. So wait a minute.
Do you not want the spotlight to be on Ayuk?
Oh, no.
Okay. Well, there. He's got to show up. What's wrong with that?
You know what it's about? And I love you for following up with that. What it's about, and I guess why I'm kind of laying off, is the deed is done. Ayuk could go for 469 yards and 2 touchdowns. He won the battle in regard to he shook that tree and made the team pay him probably what they didn't want. I wouldn't dare not open the mic and come in here and tell you and all listening that Ayuk is not bringing it. No, he's got to bring it. And let's just say he wasn't even up to standard. We're going to rip him.
Exactly.
But it's different than if Brock fails.
That's because Brock's making $1 million.
Right. And it's almost like he's paying for his pay. That's pressure.
Well, Ayuk had to do that last year.
Yeah, and I'm watching Ayuk because I think he's that guy. And I thought Gronk had it wrong, but I guess somehow, and I need help or therapy here, I just feel like the fact that he's gotten his chicken, the way that it played out, could lose this. Hey, I didn't put up the numbers, Steiny, but I won the battle of the contract.
He's just starting the battle. That
I get.
So wait, it sounds like
talk to me.
You think that he got paid and now, well, he can just do whatever he wants. Well, he can do whatever he wants, but he's going to get absolutely lambasted.
No doubt.
It should come already.
But, and I guess, and we're in week 3, right, Steiny? I'm not fast forwarding the year. I'm not doing that. The point I'm making is, you're right, it's year 1 of the contract. That ain't actually year 1, but he's got more time, barring a trade or something, to say, hey, you know what? I had a bad off season. You see Bosa and Debo when they did it? Like, no excuses. But he's here, and if it's good or bad, I just feel I'm looking at you. He made them pay him like he was Jerry Rice. So,
but so did Bosa. So did Trent Williams.
And the lights
so did
on
McCaffrey. So did Debo. So did Kittle. So did who else? Whoever else is.
Fred's living up to it. And I'm not saying Kittle's not. Steiny, I'm not saying take the spotlight off of him. I'm not.
I believe when you get paid 30, the spotlight gets brighter.
And I get that.
Okay.
But will that affect what's transpired this offseason with Ayuk? And when he inked that deal, like, he's yours.
Right. So he better produce.
Or
they're not going to win, he's going to get criticized, rightfully so.
Right.
And then at that point, you can start criticizing the Niners for giving him that money. Like, nobody knows right now that that's a good contract or bad contract. It could be a terrible contract.
And I'm going to put it right on the table. I feel this way. I feel like through 2 weeks, Steiny, how long are we going to keep saying, and I'm not saying it's an excuse, but we're watching it, and I feel like he dropped that touchdown against the Jets because of what's going on. He's hearing the Jackals.
Okay.
That may evaporate and go away this week in L.A., but if it doesn't, we could get to week 8, 9, 10. Oh, he just got off. He never got past not having camp and what was going on with the negotiations. I hope I'm wrong, but this would be a nightmare on Niner Street in regard to getting the best out of Brandon Ayuk.
It's up to Brandon Ayuk to get the best out of Brandon Ayuk.
That's 100.
I don't know. Like, I'm trying to follow what you're like. He's a top 5. Like, the San Francisco 49ers have Super Bowl aspirations.
Right.
They have a great running back, McCaffrey. He's hurt. They have a hell of a wide receiver, Debo. He's hurt. They have a wide receiver who's making $25 million this year and is among the highest paid wide receivers in the league. Yeah. Step up.
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk, step up.
I'm totally
And the fact, if he thinks, well, it doesn't matter, I got my money, he's going to get run out of town. And rightfully so. Like, the ball's in his court.
And I'm not saying he's a fat cat, not trying, Steiny, saying, I got paid. It's just one of those things where athletes think the Jackals, the noise don't matter. Then when you got the target on your back from getting paid, are you dropping balls because of what's going on possibly upstairs? You know you're kind of behind the 8 ball. And through 2 weeks, and it's a short sample size, a very short sample size, I don't see the last year Brandon Ayuk. And all I'm holding on to, because I'm an Ayuk, I like him, I'm holding on to, he just didn't get camp. But as we keep getting to week 4 or 5, if this continues and he's not Mr. Reliable, then it's going to be like, I'm going to just say to myself, Ayuk let the pressure and the limelight get to him.
Okay.
And then you got next year.
Are we being too hard on him?
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
That's why we did, like...
We're on Bosa's neck right now. You can give me those 2 sacks all you want, but, Steiny, we're watching. This D-line did nothing against the Vikings, and they got ran on. And I know that's why I was saying we got What Did We Miss, our new segment coming up before we get out of here. But this D-line is an issue, too.
I have no objection to anything you're saying, but it does feel like you're saying that you don't like when we point fingers at individual players on the team.
No, because I do it all day, every day.
Yeah.
No, I just, for the Niners to be the best version of themselves, I think we need to stop saying, "Oh, Steiny needs to do that." It's all.
What are you talking about?
The winning is predicated on everybody doing their job. I just feel like now because of the perceived greed. Well, that's now we're. Yes. Oh, let me. Who's and
that's
right. Who's making the most? No, not even who's making the most.
Right.
Because that's every team dynamic. But who held out? Oh, you held out.
That's right.
Now the lights are going to be super brighter. I don't think every guy that gets paid can handle that.
Well, then there's going to be hell to pay because you can't want the money without the responsibility.
And my follow-up point to that is it really hell to pay for Ayuk or any guy that gets paid now that they got the security of the chicken?
I don't know. Like Ben Simmons makes $40 million a year, but he's a joke.
Yeah, no doubt. He let the Jackals get to him.
So do you think he enjoys his life right now?
Wow.
Or do you think he's laughing? I mean, like...
That's a great one right there.
Let's go to Mad Dog. Mad Dog's in San Mateo. What's up, Mad Dog? How you doing, man?
Hey, Sonny. Hey, Bill.
Hey.
All right. Hey, we were talking about the it guy a couple minutes ago, and I think that, hit the nail on the head where, like, Greenlaw has been the it guy he made that big hit. You remember a few years ago, up in Seattle where he stopped a guy right on the goal line. And it fired up the whole team, and everybody just played better. And the best players in the league all of a sudden showed up. I mean, we're missing that guy. We're missing Greenlaw so far this year. And it's like, Bosa, but at the right time, he's got to make that hit. It's like when Crosby for the Raiders, he bullies, and gets it going. I mean, that one player within the team that does something fantastic. Kansas City had Chris Jones, and it got everybody better. It's just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I'll tell you this to that, Steiny, nobody, and we've been talking about it, that game changed for the Chiefs, the Super Bowl that is, and I'm just bringing this up because he brought up Greenlaw, when he went out. And that's what happens when you miss an impact.
So why is that Kyle's fault?
Wow. I'm not saying that. And the defense still held up compared to what they had been.
925, we should be pointing fingers. Trent and Ayuk both chose to sit out camp. Their play has been subpar out of the gate, and it's completely unacceptable. That's right. I have no problem with that.
But Steiny, we could put Bosa next to that.
Sure, let's.
Okay, all right.
You fight me every time I'm saying Nick Bosa was the highest paid defensive end last year, and he wasn't the best defensive end.
No doubt. We saw that. He owned it.
That's one of the reasons they didn't win the Super Bowl, because Nick Bosa wasn't as good as he should have been or that he was paid to be.
But the compliment to the team is they got to the Super Bowl in overtime and still could have won. And he made some bad decisions crashing down on crucial fourth downs. Bosa did. So I guess what I'm saying is if we say Bosa's season last year was a C+, what's around this team in regard to talent still was able to reach almost the greatest height by getting to the Super Bowl, even with Bosa being at a 7. That's what I'm...
But Bosa being a 7 is a reason they didn't win the Super Bowl. And McCaffrey being the highest paid running back, and he fumbled in the first quarter. That's a reason they lost the Super Bowl. And Brock Purdy missed Ayuk open. That's a reason they but do you agree with the fundamental premise that if and when Purdy gets paid, everything changes?
Man, could I get a lifeline? When you say everything, are we talking about the streets from a fan perspective or a football perspective? Or are you saying both?
What I'm saying is right now, if I say, hey, Steiny, what do you think of Brock Purdy? Brock Purdy's pretty good.
Right.
Brock Purdy's pretty good. Okay. And then you ask me next year and he's making $50 million. I would say, yeah, I think you want more for $50 million.
Then I would say, if that's how you feel, you shouldn't put $50 million in that said player's hand.
Okay.
If it changes,
that's fair.
How you feel about him, or the expert, because Brock right now is balling. Ain't had the 2 greatest games, and I'm right there watching Steiny. Like, it's so funny how life can reveal stuff to you when you think you're not going to get the answers and you hadn't even posed the questions, and all of a sudden now everybody's ready to judge Brock Purdy like the last 2 years didn't happen. But with that said, I'm here. I got my coffee and tea for the people saying, okay, what are you bringing to the table when you don't have these luxuries of a Debo and a Christian McCaffrey? Those are humongous, but I don't think that's going to make him just shrivel up.
It's got nothing to do with him shriveling up. What if we keep seeing
more games?
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
If a guy's making $1 million, if you have a $1 million quarterback and you pay him $50 million the next year, you expect to get the play of a $50 million quarterback.
Yeah, but if you said next year,
I don't understand.
Say, all right, well, next year I'm going to have McCaffrey and most likely Debo. So Purdy could say I'm back to normal, boss.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm about to show you why you gave me that 50.
All right.
But if you're telling me this is what the new reality is for Brock, that's what I guess I'm saying. How strong is that cologne or deodorant for the people saying, hey, Brock's not what we thought he was when we got to see him without two of his weapons? And I kept it real yesterday saying, is that really truly fair to him? But you were like, nah, Goo, I'm paraphrasing. Nah, this is what you signed up for. We're about to see naturally what Brock is without the luxuries of having those two dudes at his disposal.
Exactly. But the idea that the standard for Brock Purdy won't change after he gets, I think that's sports. That's sports. And we did that with Klay Thompson last year. Well, I paid him 20, but not 30. He's not a $30 million player anymore.
But that all origined from his injury. He was fighting himself.
But it doesn't matter.
This is a dude that's not even hit his prime. So I'll tell you what, Snotty, I do believe no matter what happens the next 15 games, the Niners come into next year, barring injury, and whatever they decide to pay their quarterback, they're going to be a top 4 team or pick to go deep again.
We'll see. I wouldn't say that's a sure thing. Not in the NFL. They might not be a playoff team this year.
Whoa. Man.
We don't know what's going to happen. That's the thing about football. You can get bad in a hurry and you can get good in a hurry. 888-957-95. You know what?
A lot of people said, how could Brock be scrutinized more, Snotty, than he is already?
You'll find out.
All right. That's what do you like? Billy Bong Hangout.
You know what? Brock Purdy, he's great at $1 million. And then when he gets $50 million, he's still good enough. That's called being a pro and having pressure on you. Huh? They got to figure out what they're going to pay Brock Purdy. But when they do, I think everything changes. 888-957-9570. Do you guys disagree with me on that? For example, if he were quarterbacking the first 2 games just like he did, but he were making $56 million.
All hell would break loose.
Thank you. 888, I think. Maybe not. Maybe people just expect him to be who he is. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Coming up in 15 minutes, we've got Scott Osler, columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle, and we are celebrating 60 years of full-service banking at Fremont Bank with no compromises.
Visit History San Jose, the South Bay's largest outdoor.
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We'll see.
Spider!
I'm down on Spider.
I thought we were trying to get a weekly with him.
We are, but and the next time we do a show or we have him on, I gotta come down his road.
What for? What
for being a Michael Jordan bootlicker,
dude?
He actually said that Barkley was in the wrong for criticizing Jordan and his ownership. Oh, you can't do that. Wow. He was a friend.
It doesn't even matter.
Okay, so Barkley's supposed to just lie?
Yeah. Okay. The greatest basketball player ever.
Yeah. And the worst owner ever.
That. Should have never even tried for that job.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Okay.
I don't even care about what didn't happen in Charlotte.
Scott Osler coming up in 10 minutes. You know what? Do me a favor. I want you to ask Osler the first question.
Oh, okay.
Because I know you're excited. You love him.
And I've had dinner, him and his wife and mine.
Oh.
Yeah, we broke bread together.
Okay.
And Evan and I ran. The Banya's retirement party.
That was a party.
But they had food and a great
But you just happened to be at the table with him. You didn't really
we bonded.
Go out.
The ladies bonded. And yeah.
Right, you didn't.
We all were there.
But it was a party.
We bonded. We're tight. And Evan and I ran into him at the Niner game.
Yeah, we broke bread, Steiny.
Yeah.
When? In the media room?
Yeah.
Hey,
last time you been to a Niner game in the media room? You need to come out.
It's Candlestick.
You being serious?
Yeah.
You got to get out there.
Why?
For the show.
You show people. I'm better on the show when I watch a game on television.
We'll see. Yeah, I got that. People were asking about you, that's all.
Hey, Evan, you're real familiar with St. Mary's basketball. Do they have a general manager?
Yeah, like a manager of properties. It's more related to Learfield. Like that's the entity that owns their broadcasting rights. So technically, yes.
So they have a Woj at St. Mary's. Like Woj has just become Adrian Wojnarowski's gone from being the number one newsbreaker on ESPN, NBA. He's now the general manager of the St. Bonaventure's basketball program.
Probably different role because he's, I would imagine, far more connected than the St. Mary's general manager. But yes, they have one.
Does Cal have one?
Probably, yeah.
I got to believe San Jose State,
I think
Stanford.
I could do that job.
Dude, what if you...
I think I could do that
You
job.
couldn't leave here, though.
Franklin and Marshall
in a New York minute.
Franklin and Marshall might need a general manager.
No, that means you have to go back east. You ain't in there.
Oh, that's only a matter of time.
Tulane?
I could...
Go Green Wave!
But I feel like you'd be the kind of guy who jumps high. I don't like him. Like, you'd have to take all your prejudices away. You just have to be like, dude.
I'd have no prejudices.
Well, right now you hate the ha-ha, so you go scout a dude with the ha-ha. You probably won't like him.
I love ha-ha if the player can also perform the fundamentals of the game.
Yeah, gotcha.
Well, first you need to realize that the general manager is not there for basketball-specific reasons. It's more of a business role.
Yes, but it's...
Like selling the program, but not recruiting.
No, but it's...
Or developing.
But Woj is just doing the basketball program.
Yeah, but he's, I imagine, going to be part of selling the program, involving himself with sponsorships, trying to find a way to expand the St. Bonaventure brand.
Do that?
Oh,
I can expand a brand.
Well, no, but it's not your job to opine on if a player can go left or not.
Right. So what you want to do
I would need that
available.
in my job description that I could do that.
Okay, there you go.
What?
No, Evan was basically telling you that wouldn't allow you to do what you want or think, judging the players.
So you're saying I don't have the skill set for that?
You would have to adjust your skill set.
Let's go to Wendy. She's in the Twin Cities.
Hey.
Actually, that's not, I don't know if she is. She's in Minnesota.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, hey, Wendy.
Okay. I'm the A+ call that called you from the non-Viking fan that called you the other day.
Yeah,
okay.
I remember.
Yeah. Okay, so first thing I want to say real quick is, as much as I dislike Kirk Cousins, I actually had to root for him during that Philly game because I just can't stand the Eagles. So I was actually cheering for Kirk in that game, which was difficult for me to do. Anyhow, I kind of agree with Steiny about Brandon Ayuk needs to show up. Trent Williams needs to show up. all the back and forth with Ayuk saying, I want to be traded. I don't want to accept that trade. I don't want to go to Cleveland. I don't want to go to New England. I want to be a 49er. I'm holding in. I'm holding out. I'm traveling with the team. I'm not. I don't care if you're making $60 million or $6. You need to show up. Trent Williams needs to show up. I know he's 36 and he's probably only going to play like one more year. Show up. The whole team needs to show up. And I also don't think that if you had paid Brock Purdy like $60 million this year, and based on these first 2 games, I really don't think you can go after him because guess what? He's already, in the short time he's been here, he's won an NFC championship, gone to the Super Bowl. What is Dak Prescott, Trevor Lawrence, Craig Dunn, or Caleb Williamson? And they got huge contracts, and they're doing basically nothing, especially Dak. So
you preaching.
The whole idea of, right? The whole idea of like, he has all these star players. He's a what is he going to do without his star players? Any team would look different without their top 2 or 3 players. So if you sign him next year for $60 million or $40 million or whatever it may be, it's going to be based on the whole season, not just a little like a 2-game series that, they probably should win. But I also think they also need to get another receiver and another running back. And Kyle can't run Mason into the ground because then we're really going to be screwed. And you know what? It all comes down to play calling. All of it. Yep. If Ayuk only gets 3 catches, that's on Kyle. If Mason gets 30 runs, that's on Kyle. If Kittle only gets 2 catches, that's on Kyle. It all comes down to the play calling and being able to adjust with the players that you have on the field. But Ayuk doesn't deserve a pass. He's the one that put himself in that position.
Thanks, Wendy. Appreciate the call. Goo doesn't hold the players accountable. He's famous for that.
Yes, stop.
Evan?
Come on. I'm the one that does, and I'm not going to hold the players accountable. Now that's AI. That's not. Say that. Jesus, that hurt. But I'll say this. I can't wait to ask Scott about the question you posed to the listeners and myself. Why hasn't this regime got it done, in your opinion? And to Wendy's point, can we take Caleb Williams off the list? The guy just started playing. So I'm not defending him at all. I will say this. You can be the highest paid quarterback in the league and still not be the best. A la up until, look at our guy in Green Bay, Stoney. Has his life changed or his approach to the game? I know he got hurt in Brazil, but I'm talking about Jordan Love. He had that, that award per se, and he was going to go about his football life hadn't changed. He was going to do what he did, and the Packers bet on him to come,
Yes.
So it could happen here with Brock, but I think scrutiny's already started.
Yeah, I think it has
never given him his flowers, feeling like, you're just a product of the system.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons he's gotten more scrutinized over the years is because the stakes are high. Now this year, they've got to determine what to pay him by the end of the year. And then next year, he's gonna be the quarterback known for maybe resetting the market. And if he resets the market, then we're going to view him differently. Yeah.
But it's up to him, just like Ayuk, Steiny. And that's what's funny about Ayuk. I feel like it's a combo platter of, let's just say he's off to a slow start. Is it because of no camp, which I want to say majority of it is, or is it because of the pressure of getting the big deal and the way that it went down and some people thought you might be greedy? He might be listening right now. You fool, I could give a damn what the Jackals say. I got paid. I just need to get my wind up, more reps, and I'll be fine. It could be that. But I guess it's all upstairs on how the said player feels after they sign a deal.
The other problem is if Brandon Ayuk is essentially the same receiver he was last year,
had a career year last year,
or his numbers drop a little, it's not going to be good enough. Especially, this is a big, this is a big game for Brandon Ayuk. There's no getting around it.
I'm not going to tell you it's not.
Two of their biggest offensive weapons, and he just got paid big boy money.
But what if the Rams double him?
Okay. Oh, didn't the Niners double Jefferson?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
But how'd that work out?
So put up or shut up.
No, but this could be the game where Kittle gets 12 targets.
Okay.
Or Jawan Jennings gets 9 if Brock is like, you know what? You got a lot of people, lot of people over there, a lot of red, a lot of blue and gold over there. I'm gonna go somewhere else with the ball.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
So if he ends
you just don't want him to. What's wrong with a guy feeling pressure?
I'm that pressure. My nickname.
Okay, well then quit sweating Ayuk and just say you're right, Steiny. He's got to come around.
Like I'm trying to take that off his plate or platter.
Does it sound like Guru's trying to take that off Ayuk's plate?
No, not at all.
I don't know.
Let's just say the game ends and he has his normal 4 for 40. Let's just say they win by 10. They win by 10. He has 6 targets, catches 4 of them.
Yeah, that would be a normal game for him.
And then they go up to his locker, hey, Brandon, you ain't putting up the numbers. And then they go to Purdy, and he was like, you know what? There was a lot of traffic over there. I chose to go somewhere else with the rock.
Fine. Just win the game.
Yeah. All right. Bonte, what
just win the game and be a factor.
6-3.
Just be a factor.
Well, he is just outlining up right now, especially with what they don't have.
Well, we'll see. I mean, look, the bottom line is they overpaid the guy. They overpaid Ayuk.
Yeah.
And if they had to, they had to. But they overpaid.
Why do you think they had to? Because what if they didn't have him now?
Because they want to try to win a Super Bowl.
What if they didn't have him now? Think about that.
They'd still have their best receiver right now on the roster, Juwan Jennings. He's better than Ayuk right now. I think he's more reliable. We got him? Yeah.
Our guy, Scott.
Okay, are you ready for the first question, Gil?
Yeah.
All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Scott Osler, columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle.
Legend.
He's also worked at the LA Times and quietly worked at the National.
Wow.
The National.
You went back.
What's up, Scott?
Hey, I still got a big stash of National T-shirts and other goodies, beach towels and stuff.
Any XLs?
I probably do.
All right.
I'll see if I can dig one out.
Cool.
Dig 2. I'm XL these days. Scott, I told the missus we were having you on. She said hello. You tell the missus and Gabe I said hello. But I got to ask you this question the great Steinmetz came up with. And he asked me, since 19 under Kyle Shanahan, 2 Super Bowl visits, 4 NFC Championship visits, why hasn't this regime or team closed the deal? How would the great Scott Osler answer that?
Oh, just circumstances. Made a couple of mistakes here and there. But for me, getting that close is, I'm not saying it's good enough, but that shows me that they know what they're doing. They just, maybe Kyle's decision to kick off and take the first kick in the Super Bowl and stuff like that. I don't know. That's small stuff. But the fact that they were right on the doorstep a couple times is, I can't say that it's a failure,
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're talking to Scott Osler of the San Francisco Chronicle. Scott, let me ask you this. Brock Purdy's making $1 million, and assuming everything follows the script, he's going to be paid, maybe 50 times $1 million. How do you how does that change the fans' perception of him? Do you believe that next year, if he's making that big money, we're going to look at him differently?
Oh, yeah, everybody's going to look at him differently. And it's kind of unfair, but that's just the way it works. I'm thinking it's got to be, the way the market's going, it's got to be 60. If he walks in the offseason and is not able to demand a minimum of $60 million, that means he's had a subpar season. If he comes in and says, I'll take $50 million, that means he was disappointing and the team was disappointing. So I think they're hoping he walks in as a $60 million quarterback. But if he does, money always changes everything. It changes the player. It changes the fans' perception. I remember I was talking to Tony La Russa once about money, the big money. And he said that in his experience, a big money contract fundamentally changes about 80 to 90% of players. It just does. So it could change Brock. It could change the perception. It certainly change the makeup of the team for sure. So, although you can't say if he signs for 60 or 65 million that there's going to be more pressure on him, because how much more pressure can there be on the guy?
Wow.
He had pressure when he was the third stringer, and then they made him a starter. Then he got to the Super Bowl. How much more pressure can there be? I don't think the pressure is going to get to Brock Purdy at any point, no matter what he makes.
Wow, Scott, I hate that I'm programmed this way, but Evan and I saw you at the game Monday, and I was like, that damn Niner defense. And a week later, a lot went wrong in Minnesota. But what bothers me most, Scott, is there was no defensive pressure. Minnesota ran the ball, let Darnold get comfortable. What bothered you most about that loss in Minnesota?
Oh, that was big, yeah. No, it just seemed like the pressure was on Purdy. I don't know what the exact stats were, but he got pressured a lot. He got sacked 6 times. That's a lot. He got knocked down a lot, and Darnold didn't. And I'm thinking, I haven't broken down film or anything like that, but what was Nick Bosa? Were they triple teaming him? You can't lay it all on him because the interior pass rush was a little deficient. They had a couple mistakes in the secondary, but yeah, way too comfortable. Another thing that bothered me is this talk about how Brian Flores screwed up the offense, the 49ers offense, by mixing things up. He's brilliant. He mixes things up. Well, again, I'm not deep enough expert, I guess, but isn't that what every defensive coach does? You try to disguise the coverages and mix things up and fool them and change up and blitz when they don't think you're going to blitz and vice versa. So I don't see why that should be an excuse that Brian Flores was so brilliant that he confused them.
Scott Osler joining us on 95.7 The Game. He writes for the San Francisco Chronicle. Let me switch it over to the baseball team, the San Francisco Giants, Scott. And you've been around here. It's been 10 years since they've won a playoff series. What do you think's going on with Farhan Zaidi? Do you think he'll be back? And how does this franchise get back to relevancy like they were 10 years ago in this town?
Yeah, well, I think the deal is that obviously Farhan is on somewhat thin ice. The deal changes because we thought that Farhan had 2 years left on his contract, and that had been reported a bunch of times. And for some reason, the Giants and Farhan never corrected those reports. That he actually only has 1 season left, so that changes the deal. So it would be easier to fire him. But if they were going to fire him, I think they probably would have done it by now. So I think that the situation is that he's going to be around again, but under different circumstances. I just don't think they can just sail into the offseason saying, all right, Farhan, we missed this time. Give it another shot, buddy. Slap him on the back and send him away. There's going to be some changes within the organization, I think. Whether it's hiring somebody else from the outside to be under Farhan and maybe take more, maybe have Farhan not do everything, have him delegate some responsibility. Maybe Buster is going to take a little bit bigger role. I'm not sure Buster would want to be general manager anyway, but maybe Buster takes a bigger role. Maybe they bring in somebody like a Billy Owens from the outside to take over scouting in another department or two. So, Farhan, they just maybe given him too much. They brought him in and said, you run everything. You do everything. You be in charge of everything. And more so than, say, under Brian Sabian and stuff. And maybe they're rethinking that, and maybe they're going to him and saying, man, it's not working. Here's some new rules here. Here's some new guidelines. Here's what we want you to do. So I think there'll be fundamental changes within, but and soon.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
They can't wait 2 or 3 months to do tweaking and adjusting. They got to move and groove because that's one of the problems all along is that when Farhan does sign somebody, it's always too late in the game. They got to be very quick strike, proactive right now, I think.
Yeah, Scott, I've been, in the Bay Area my whole life, and you've been reporting. But I'll tell you something that happened during a football weekend, over the weekend that happened, and now I feel like I don't know what to believe, but there were reports about Buster Posey's involvement and the signing of Matt Chapman and the messages that maybe the Giant ownership was sending that Farhan wasn't up to par or they didn't trust him. And then there's another report from The Athletic saying that story wasn't true. And I wasn't used to that here in this market. What did you make of all that? If you kind of get my drift on where I'm going about, how involved Buster was in the Chapman signing.
Yeah, there was one report that Buster was kind of the deal maker. That it kind of gave the impression that Zaidi couldn't get it done, dithering back and forth with Scott Boras. They couldn't get things done. Finally, Buster, I'm maybe overstating or misrepresenting the story. I'm going to try to get it right, but the story is that Buster kind of got pissed off and stepped in and said, I'm going to go right to Chapman. We're going to hammer this out, and he went down and did it. Well, on further review, and Susan Slesser and John Shea from our paper did a story kind of getting into that, and the picture we paint is more nuanced, shall we say, that it's not uncommon. For instance, Zaidi can't go right to Chapman and talk to him because that's kind of against the rules. And so it's not unusual for somebody else in the organization, like in this case Buster, to go to the player, directly to the player, and make the case. Maybe the 49ers did that a little bit with Ayuk and Shanahan. And so I think that it was a little bit more business as usual than may have been presented in the first story. So, but that being said, I kind of see Buster as maybe taking a little bit bigger role. Like I said, I don't think he wants to be one of those 24/7 general manager types, but maybe taking a bigger role and exerting more of a baseball influence on an analytics driven organization. And I think that would be good because, you got to have some people in the baseball organization that have a baseball heart, who have actually, actually played the game.
Scott Osler joining us on 95.7 The Game. He comes courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Let me throw this last one at you. And one of the things that I know about you, Scott, is you have a big picture perspective that I really respect. And I'm going to make a statement, or I'm going to ask you a question about Macklin Celebrini. Is there any chance that he is such a phenom that he could put hockey more on the map in the Bay Area?
Absolutely. His first, it was only a rookie game or whatever it was, one of the exhibition type things. He came out and scored a goal right away.
Yeah.
He seems to have that thing. You know what? I was down in Los Angeles working many years ago when the Kings traded for Wayne Gretzky. And Wayne was kind of middle to late in his career, still really great. And there was some controversy. Did they give up too much? And I made the case back then that, oh my God, you got a chance to get Wayne Gretzky. He could change everything. And he really did. Even drug in guys like me who are, not hockey oriented. He changed the whole picture. And I think Celebrini has the potential anyway to grab people, to get their attention. Hey, hockey, let's check it out, man. This guy's so good. Kind of like Caitlin Clark in a way with the WNBA.
Yeah. Good call. Hey, Scott, thank you so much for joining us as always, and wish you nothing but the best. Appreciate it.
Okay, fellas, and in your reward for having me on, I'll try to dig up a couple of those pieces.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Scott. Take care, buddy.
So long, fellas.
All right, Scott Osler, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, in Lathrop?
Yeah. It is fascinating what's about to pop off with the Giants. Or
I think with the Sharks.
Oh, no, I love that you knew that. I said, well, you knew he scored. See, this one we should have him on the show when we're not after nothing, just to let him know he's family. Hey, how's it going?
October 12th.
Well, let's get to him before, so it ain't like, you know what I mean? When the demand is high for him.
I'll be down at the Tank October 12th. Put in the cap.
All right, I'm going with you. I'm going. I don't know where you'll be. I'm going. I know how to get around by the Tank. Point is, let's get him on the show again just to shoot the stuff with him.
Can you not steal my Sharks thunder? I want them to be my team, not yours.
Wow.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. There is one thing Scott said about the Giants. We call this halftime. It is halftime, meaning we're halfway through the week. We're going to not look back on the Vikings game and look ahead a little bit toward the LA Rams. LA Rams. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
At Shane Company, we'll help you create a ring as you...
Me for what I'm doing.
This is Macklin celebrating, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
October 10th, Sharks opener at the Tank. It's a Thursday.
Guess who?
The Kings? I think Saturday, the game I'm going to be going to, their second game, I think that's against the Ducks, if I'm not mistaken.
You got to Google it.
Celebrini. And don't forget Will Smith, their first-round pick from a year ago. Let me ask you a question. I kind of like that.
Where's he from?
Will Smith?
Yeah.
He's on the Sharks. So, pardon me? Oh, they open with the Blues. Woo!
St.
Philadelphia,
Louis.
born and raised.
Will Smith?
On the playground. That's where he spent most of his days.
Who?
You. Him being from Philly.
Who is? Will Smith?
Oh, it went over the original Will Smith.
Oh. Yeah, that's
Jada Pinkett's Will Smith.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You think we'll ever talk about the Sharks?
I do. Just like we'll talk about the Valkyrie once they get their Caitlin Clark.
I wonder.
What do you mean?
I
can't wait for the WNBA playoffs. I can't wait for this year's Sharks. 7:00. I think they do 7:30. 7. There are teams.
Stop copying me.
Please, I was at Ricky Titts.
What does he have to do with anything?
He took me to a playoff game years ago. I've been to the Tank. This is new for you.
I've been to the Tank. I covered the Sharks back in the day. I've been in that press box.
You always use that card, and I'm like, he's lying.
No, I used to. Well, not covered him.
But yeah.
We covered some games.
But you haven't been to a playoff game. I've been to few. E40 came out and hit the, what do they call that where you do the thing before?
Hey, did you see Mike Conley?
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh, my God. But let me guess. If Draymond Green does it in San Francisco, it's great.
He's solid. Now,
how could you have a problem with Mike Conley blowing the Shaka horn?
I was looking for Ed Edwards. That's what the thing was. Dude, they whooped the Niners' ass.
Hey, Evan, there's a legitimate question for you on the text line.
Oh, boy.
What's the difference between an athletic director and a general manager at a college?
Gosh.
Well, okay, why don't you answer it then,
I want Evan to go. Go ahead, Evan.
You got it, Goo?
No, I'll let you do it.
Oh, well, thank you. The athletic director oversees all sports, whereas a general manager oversees one or a couple and generally deals with those properties. So the athletic directors, their role is more all-encompassing.
Gotcha. There you go, Chucky. That's who wanted the...
Speaking of which, Shaka, Viking fan, hadn't called all week.
Right, because some fans are classy.
Oh, wow.
And they don't stick it to you just because they win a game.
All right.
Shaka knows it's early.
All right.
It's early.
They look good.
Mark Schlereth was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and you might not like this sound, but take a listen to what he said about the Niners, their injuries, and one Brandon Ayuk.
This is what you paid Ayuk for, right? Ayuk is wanted to be a top 3 wide receiver, want to be paid like a top 3 wide receiver. Well, I've said it from day one. You're not, so you're going to take less than that, and that's just the way I feel. But, hey, now you can prove me wrong, right? You can be the go-to guy in this offense, and you can be the guy that bails out Purdy, and you can be his number one guy. Go show everybody that you held in, for instance, for a reason. And so now it's your opportunity to shine, and I think he needs to take that very seriously and go out there and be the guy that takes all the pressure off the injured guys that they have.
But Mark, what if he's double teamed?
Please, and he does a weekly with those guys, Willard and Dibbs. No, I get it. I got it. The spotlight is on them. Just like it's on me for this shirt. They're saying I look like Chris Tucker in
I don't know what that means.
Oh, okay. Well, no, they're just calling me Honey Gustard. With the color of the shirt, people not feeling the color.
I realize why I look over at Evan, because I look for him to nod when he understands something. Like, I don't know. You made a reference.
Yeah. Ricky and Boys in the Hood.
I'm a square.
I look like Ricky
I'm an L7, so please explain it to me.
Just Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan did a movie.
He's a comedian.
Yeah. But
Chris Tucker.
Yeah, but he was a detective in one of these movies. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Someone called you Morris Chestnut?
Not yet. I ain't got the Morris Chestnut. Oh, you might see it.
Okay, who's that?
The actor in Boys in the Hood and Best Man.
He plays Ricky.
I've seen Boys in the Hood. Singleton, right?
Yeah, Ice Cube.
Yeah, I mean, the director was Singleton, I believe.
Yeah, R.I.P.
Yep.
Oh, he's passed?
Yeah.
A while.
That was a good movie. It was a real good movie. You want to hear more Mark Schlereth, or do you not like the way he's putting the pressure on IU?
That's my nickname, Pressure. I'm the one of the show that call you like you like your little safe space. You got to put up numbers.
Oh, now he's got to put up numbers.
But the biggest numbers are at his ATM when he goes to get withdrawals because he got the bag. Stink didn't even want him to get the bag.
I don't understand your point with, like, he got the bag, so he won.
You know what? Let me do it this way. Say what you want, and it's about the Rams. It's Lamb Week. But the bottom line is the pressure is 10 times more on Purdy if we want to do the financial aspect of this all. The winner is Trent and Ayuk. They got their bread. They can fall on their face. They got it. Brock Purdy, and he'll never say this, Steiny, that pressure, it has to be the most when you start. Could he reset the market? And then bam, bam, back to back, you find out that two of his best weapons, two of the most unique dudes in the game are not playing. So I said, I want to be fair, but good God, what if we get 3 more weeks of no Ayuk and Debo, no McCaffrey and Debo, and Purdy looks regular?
Well, what would you say?
What's that 60 number? People going to be saying 2015 or Kirk Cousins. Like, that's the rat on the table. So to me, that's pressure. That's pressure. Ayuk will always, and I'm not justifying it, Steiny, he'll always say, "Goo, I got the bread, family. Talk about me and my bad year all you want." Brock is playing for that bag. You know what I mean? According to who you listen to, did some money come down on that? Or that's too soon?
I'm trying to decide, and I'm being dead serious here, whether I agree with you or not about, because there's something about, Ayuk got paid.
So he's
I think there's more pressure on him.
All right.
And I get those checks are going to keep coming.
So there's no automatic. Not to cut you off. There's no financial component to the Ayuk pressure. You know what I mean?
But
he got
didn't
that 30.
he have it last year going into a contract year?
Yeah, and he had his best year ever.
Okay. So why can't Purdy respond like Ayuk last year?
I'm not saying he can't, but it's already off to a pedestrian start. If you look at what happened in Minnesota, he's got 1 touchdown pass and 2 picks. Or a fumble. They call it a fumble. But I'm just saying, hey, it's out there.
Yeah, I don't, I get Purdy's got a contract.
He's big.
But he's going to get more than Ayuk.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he can have a bad enough year.
I was looking at it from the vantage point of him resetting the quarterback market, which he still could. But what's the regression, or what we deem the Jackals, the regression got to look like? Well, the Niners go 10-7. You talked about 31-13. Those were his numbers last year. That's incredible. What if that bad boy is 22-15 this year? I don't know, but I can't. For somebody, if I run into him in the bank or the local grocery store, if they're talking about that, I can feel that. And I'm not saying it's going to affect Brock at all. But that's pressure.
Every player comes into a contract year. Every single player. So, I think whatever pressure Purdy feels now, it's going to double or triple next year. And that's what I feel about
Even
Ayuk.
after he will have made the most, he gets that increase, whatever that is.
That's why he's going to have more pressure on him. External pressure, anyway. But Ayuk, I agree with Schlereth. It's like,
oh no,
you got to come through. You got to come through.
And I just wonder how much of what we're not seeing from Ayuk, Steiny, you put at the doorstep of he didn't have camp. So brother going to work it out, and it'll take a couple weeks, but he'll be back. Or some people not giving him those weeks because you signed that deal. You need to be ready. You chose to sit out, sit in.
Exactly. Kevin Harlan was on also with the afternoon show with Willard and Dibbs. And look, there's a common theme here. Listen to what Kevin Harlan said, only this is about Purdy.
He's going to have to be lights out. And quarterbacks that make $40, $50 million a year, that's the way they've got to play when they don't have every part at their disposal. And he's not going to have the parts that make that team special. He doesn't have the engine in McCaffrey. He doesn't have that ubiquitous piece in Deebo Samuel. He's going to have to, the offense is going to have to adjust, and he's going to have to be right there leading that adjustment. So these next weeks are incredibly revealing. And I think it will just solidify his place, not just for this season, but for the rest of his career, in how he handles this offense without having the main parts and the most headline-making guys at his disposal.
Wow. Steiny, whoa.
I mean, basically what I heard Harlan say is, these next 2-3 weeks, they're going to go a long way toward determining if Purdy's the franchise quarterback. Wow. Did 49er fans hear that?
I heard that.
Or was it different?
That. And he said it's stronger than that. Wow. I mean, the Rams are dealing with injuries, right? It's injury city. So I guess if you're Brock Purdy and you had to pick an opponent, you would want it to be the Rams with what they don't have at their disposal.
But the Rams have a hell of a coach, right?
And a quarterback.
So
if Sam Darnold can beat you, Matthew Stafford can.
You know, Matthew Stafford was in the league 12 years before he won a Super Bowl.
That's a long time.
Right. He won it his 13th year.
That's rare.
Yeah. The boss apparently put out a tweet last night. Did you see it?
How would you know?
Evan told me, but I didn't.
Okay.
Didn't you see it?
No.
You don't follow?
No, at night, he's one a great follow, but I'm staying off of Twitter a little bit at night.
I guess the tweet said winning a Super Bowl is hard.
Well, ask the Niners under Kyle.
It was a video.
Oh.
See, he's into that.
Why don't you just ask the boss? You were in there earlier.
You in his office this morning?
Because this is what happens when I ask the boss something. Right there.
No.
Well,
you went in the boss's office? What are you talking about?
Well, you went in.
Right.
Wow, I didn't know.
So why didn't you just ask him about the video while you were there?
And why did you go in?
Forget about asking him. Why did you just tell my partner that I walked into the boss's office before the show? You know how he gets.
Evan and I were prepping.
You're right. I could have asked him about the tweet. I didn't.
Steiny, you're not that sneaky first and foremost. We know where you are.
Why did you let him know that I had a private conversation with the boss?
He already knew, for one. Number two, this office is the size of a cupboard.
But just when I think we got it under control and we don't need the boss, you veered off and
see?
I thought you didn't I thought we had it. And you went into your Linus. The boss is the security blanket. I love it. But you like to talk
Evan.
to him.
Appreciate it.
It's not a bad thing.
Appreciate it, Evan.
You insult his intelligence by assuming he didn't know.
No doubt about it.
He just said he didn't know.
On air.
Did you know?
What do you think? I got eyes everywhere. Like, this is a prison.
Oh, but I'm nosy.
No, I admit it.
That you're nosy?
Yeah, that's right. Nosy by nature.
How about when the boss called you a gossip? Remember that time in the meeting?
Now, see, now you're being D'Angelo Russell. He didn't say that. It was something to that. It hurt.
That's all right. Don't worry. I'll tell you about how.
I said I can't control if people share stuff with me. But he didn't say gossip. I don't
keep pestering for info.
Please.
You know what?
I just try to come here and get out. Please.
You know what? I think you could do Woj's job.
What are you? Please?
Just pestering and bothering and texting and calling. Hey,
if
tell me something.
Call me, I answer. I don't call them. Hey, what were you guys talking about? Please.
You lead the league in texting at this station, right?
Oh, my gosh.
Yep, that's a yes. I have not heard this from Steve Young. He was on the Rich.
Oh, Stevie Bomb. Woj Bomb or Steve Bomb. I hadn't heard it. I'm excited because he keeps it real.
Well, you're not going to like it.
Oh.
You're not going to like it. Steve Young, Super Bowl quarterback on the Rich Eisen show. Where do we go with Brock Purdy without these weapons?
If they're going to stay with the same plan, then the demand for Brock is even greater. He has to be even more honed on his efficiency to find players that aren't necessarily the top of their, the top of the game like Debo, the top of the game like CMC. And now I've got to figure out how to get the ball to them, have them get open. And I'm going to, inevitably, Susie, he's going to have to do more. He's going to have to move around more. He's going to have to put himself at risk more. And he's going to have to do things that aren't necessarily his strong suit. And that might provide great things in the future for when they get to the Super Bowl this year, or have to face Patrick Mahomes or face Lamar Jackson. The thing about the 49ers, when they face Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, any big, strong, prototypical quarterback today, they lose. So getting their guy more like that and under duress, like with injuries, might be a good thing.
Damn, I would just say to that was awesome. What if it goes bad, Steve, when he's trying? Because it's going to be out of his comfort zone. That's already happened. I get that, Steve. But, Stoney, what about the ending of that? When they play guys, top-tier
it almost sounds
quarterbacks, they lose. Like, whoa, Steve.
Oh, by the way, how come you didn't jump down Osler's throat when you asked him, why do you think the 49ers haven't broken through? And he simply said, circumstances.
Yeah, that's just right. Because it was the first question of the interview. I'm not normally used to doing that. It did that like, hey, but I'll let you get yours in. But what about that?
Look, it's all right there for us.
Oh.
These are the biggest 2 games of Brock Purdy's regular season career. There's no doubt about it in my mind.
All right.
Now, Super Bowl more important? Of course. But the circumstances around these next 2, maybe 3 games, the spotlight is on Purdy, and to me, a lesser degree, it's on Brandon Ayuk.
And it sounds like it's on Kyle. If he wants him to be rolled out and do other things that maybe he's not strong at, like there's a lot in play for old Brock Purdy, man.
I know.
Now, what we don't know is how Kyle and John and Jed are looking at him. Like, yeah, they know the scenario is we're without some guys, the Avengers. They were having fun this morning, the superheroes. But do we really know Kyle is going to be like, oh, damn, this is what he looks like without him? I don't know. Or has that been solidified? That's information we'll never know.
What do you mean?
Until the season's over and then they give him the money.
No, I think we'll know in the next 2 games, unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. Like, he's the next 2. Like
we're going to watch how Brock looks. It's going to be for the better, could be for the worse.
Could be the same.
But the impact from Kyle and John on who he is and what he can be and what the future holds for him, I'm not saying we're overreacting. They may, in a crazy way, Stoney, already know that this is no make or break for him.
Well, here's the other thing.
This time without Debo and McCaffrey. That's all. And I'm prepared for McCaffrey not to play this season. I know he's on the IR, Snotty. I'm being real. Like, they might slow play this thing the way, hey, man, we don't want to risk it the biscuit. So imagine him not being a part of this team. But Kyle Segu, hold my beer. Look at 2019 and 21 when we went to the Super Bowl and NFC Championship, and McCaffrey was nowhere around these parts.
I think we'll be able to tell something by the way the game looks the next 2 weeks. Like what I heard Steve Young say was, are they going to ask him to quarterback the same way, using essentially the same game plan?
Sounds like.
And if what I heard Steve Young saying was, well, if they do that, then Brock is going to have to do more.
Right.
Okay.
No, right.
But he's also saying that maybe Shanahan devises a game plan where he asks Purdy to do less because he doesn't want him in that position where he has to try to do too much. So
I always grown up, Steiny, knowing, and I mean this, you can't hide your, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but it sounds like it. You can't hide your quarterback in the NFL.
Well, the 49ers did with Garoppolo.
Did he? If you look at the third down conversion rate under Jimmy Garoppolo, Steiny, that was a strong point. Although, forget his one-loss record. That was off the charts. But they were good on third down. Last week, they were 2 of 10, was not going to cut it. So that's what I'm eager to see. That's a collective 2.
I mean, what if the 49ers ran 42 times on Saturday?
And obviously, it must have mean they were gashing the Rams. I would have no problem with it.
But wouldn't you also say Kyle wanted to protect Purdy with the running game?
Well, did he do that against Minnesota? He almost threw for 40. He almost threw for 40 times.
And was that a function of being behind? 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, Goo, let me just throw you a curveball.
All day, baby.
There's 32 teams in the NFL. How many great coaches are there?
Wow. I feel confident right now of saying 7.
Do you have the names offhand?
Come on. The G is for Goo. John Harbaugh in Baltimore.
Okay.
Andy Reid.
Okay.
Kyle Shanahan.
Okay.
Omar Epps in Pittsburgh.
Tomlin.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is a heavy game.
Number 4.
McVay.
Sean McVay. Thank you. 5. And I'm getting a little worried here. You know what? I'm going to throw Taylor in there with Cincinnati. That's just me. Okay.
We'll see. And then you need one more.
And one more, I'm going to park the bus, Steiny. Give me 1 second.
For me, it's back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
I'm looking. Give me
Harbaugh?
1 second.
Jim?
Oh, there we go, 7. I'm just already, I've already proven with him. So that's where I'm at.
Okay.
Is that more than you thought you were going to get from me about Ryan? Where are we going with this?
Yeah, I don't know where we're going with it.
Sean Payton is coaching his way out of that. I want to put him there too, but I didn't like how he treated Russell, and I don't like what's going on now. But you know what? I'm going to put Payton down.
Okay, I'll take Zach Taylor out.
Yeah, let's take Zach.
Okay, Payton.
Yeah.
Okay, what about Mike McCarthy? Won a Super Bowl.
Steiny is.
Let's take Jim Harbaugh out and put McCarthy in. And I'll tell you why.
Well, then that's just predicated on who's won a Super Bowl.
Right.
But you can.
I've just noticed
coaches can. Yeah, come on, Steiny.
I've just noticed that you've put all Super Bowl winning quarterbacks on the list and Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, yeah. And then also, I want to go Detroit, Motown. I want to
Dan Campbell?
I want to put him in there. He's a leader of men.
Okay, so
I'm putting Campbell in there, Steiny. And that's it.
What about
I want to put Sirianni in there, but what you did yesterday and why you went off, I think you were missing the boat. It's not about his resume.
Let me tell you about missing the boat.
It's about his person that I think is a turnoff and why people tend to call him a fraud. You were right with your stuff. You were, Lord, how long? You were texting. And then you included the boss.
That's right.
Well, you guys are best friends now.
Because you guys.
Evan and I were taking the play off.
All I endeavor for is that you guys talk about everybody the same way and stop showing favoritism to our guys.
That is so untrue.
No, and I'll explain where I'm coming from on the other side. By the way, that segment brought to you by Robert Half.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal. Actor portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous.
Uzi and my cat.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Don't bring it on air.
I'll bring whatever I want on air.
Well, bring him on then, because he killed you.
Oh, okay.
Evan went in on you during the break. That was heated.
What? He's Deebo Samuel, is who he is.
What's that mean?
The Dallas Mavericks were better than the Timberwolves. They won in 5 games. But according to Evan, Minnesota's the best team in basketball.
No, go ahead, E. I'll let you because you were phenomenal.
Well, no, you kept bringing up in the football conversation how, well, they never beat, they never had the best team, or some coach never had the best team.
Nelson.
Okay, so then we were talking about, Goop posed who are the best NBA coaches. We're going on the list, and Finch pops up, and I agree. So then I just asked you if you thought that Minnesota was a better team than Dallas, who they lost to.
I don't.
Even though they knocked off the defending champs in the Denver Nuggets.
It's better matchup for them.
Well, but then you said that Luka Doncic and Kyrie are both better than Anthony Edwards.
Yes, I said Dallas has 2 closers, and Minnesota's closer is very young, getting better, but just starting his career after 3 or 4 years.
I would argue that Jokic and Jamal Murray are more proven closers than Anthony Edwards, but they beat them.
Right. But what does that have to do with who's better, Dallas or Minnesota?
The team component of this, Minnesota's a better team than the Dallas Mavericks.
So
Dallas has the better duo, tandem, but there's no doubt in my mind, Steiny.
And what I'm saying,
half the world or more than half would say the Minnesota, their roster is better than the Mavericks roster.
So 2 guys who have been laughing stocks their entire careers, Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns. Towns is the softest guy in the NBA.
If you're talking to Draymond, though, come on, Steiny. You know I respect Rudy and Cat. You know I'm a Cat fan more than the average. Do they take ridicule? Yeah, but come on.
Well, they're
bringing something to the table.
Now all of a sudden they are better than Doncic and Kyrie?
No, I'm just saying they got more basketball talent on the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I disagree.
And I'm including those 2 guys in the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, I disagree.
And Dallas showed a lot of people, look, we can get to the finals.
I just think it's funny how now Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns are superstars when
I got you.
Most of the time we criticize them all the time.
I've been high on Cat, and you can back me up. For a long time, Stoney. Is he perfect? No. Is he soft at times? Can he is he a bad dude? Yes.
The point was
cat too.
Coaches can get credit for getting to a specific place, but they don't always win just because they have the better team.
Well, I'm disagreeing with that they have a better team. That's all. Than Dallas. That's all.
I mean, you were singing their praises the entire second round like they're about to run the table.
They beat the defending champs. He's right. Murray and Jokic are a problem. Michael Porter. And after
what about matchups? That doesn't matter?
They shut down arguably 2 of the best closers in the postseason.
Dallas there was a lot of, but guys wilted. Guys played soft. Karl Anthony Towns didn't show up. Gobert, whatever, against Dallas. Not taking anything away from Dallas.
But then how can they be better?
They could have won that. They could have been in the finals. And everybody thought that's where it was going, Steiny. So that's why the way that it went was like,
No.
And Minnesota, what did you say? The year before the year, right?
Exactly. That's another thing. Okay. I think you pulled the old snookeroo.
Never.
Oh, now all of a sudden, Gobert and Towns are supremely talented.
I've been consistent with I would love to see Cat on the Warriors.
What coach has ever gotten more out of Gobert and Cat than Finch?
No, I wouldn't argue it.
Got the most out of that team. Let's go to Doug in Wichita. Let's talk about Purdy.
Dougie.
What's up, Doug?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Just driving around in the semi. Doing my thing.
Nice.
There you go.
Yes, sir. Hey, so I was listening. I've been listening all day to the previous show and then you guys, and I heard Steve Young's comments, and I agree with Steve Young. Absolutely, he needs to be able to do more, but that doesn't mean he ain't really good right now. And I think over the next few weeks, with McCaffrey out and Debo out, and Trent Williams getting himself in shape, and Brandon Ayuk deciding he wants to play up to his contract, I think this is the time to put it on him, especially starting with the Rams. Say, hey, man, get out there and improvise a little bit. You know, we got our game plan, but look for those plays. Look for them. See what you can do with it. And every week, as long as he keeps getting better, that's all we're after, man. We're not after him to be Superman out there, and he's not going to go Jamarcus Russell, turn the ball over every other play, and we'll be right there. I don't think it's doom and gloom, man.
Appreciate it. No, I don't think it's doom and gloom either.
Yeah.
I think it's
well, it's never sunny when you're missing your two best players, or two of your top players.
But I
it's
feel
kind
like
of funny though, man. We talk about how rich and what is it? An embarrassment of riches that the Niners have on the offensive side of the ball in regard to their weapons. Two are down, and all people are asking is the quarterback's got to be more of a weapon. And now Brandon Ayuk, you got to show up. Yeah. Trent, you got to show up in Kittle and Juwan and Garindo if we ever see him.
It's hard for rookies to play on a team that's really, really good. And the Niners are playing a lot of young guys already. So,
well,
we'll see about whether Garindo plays or not. 888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy, big game. There's another piece of sound I wanted to go to here, Gil. It's Kevin Harlan, who was on with the afternoon show, and this is what he said about Brock Purdy before he said, he's got to come to play this week. Right.
He's wired the same way the great ones are. We talked to him the other day, and his answers are clear and efficient. His direction on answers, you know where his compass is pointed. All the quarterbacks with presence, and he has gained it even more so than when he, first got the job some 26, 27, 28 games ago, going back a couple years. He's a confident kid, and he's got a lot going for him. And, everybody is saying, well, he's got his hands on the wheel of a Ferrari. Well, good for him. There are a lot of quarterbacks that have their hands on the wheels of a Ferrari, and they start shifting gears, man. They're all over the place. They're fishtailing, and they're ramming into the side rails and everything else. So listen, he has got those elements working for him.
Wow. Yeah.
Kevin Harlan with the afternoon show.
Yeah. It is, and I've been consistent, and I owe you the biggest apology. And the reason I owe you the biggest radio apology is I just couldn't understand for the life of me about Steiner. I think it's about 2 months ago. You just saying, you know what? When we talk Purdy ball, Goo, I want to see him without weapons. And I'm like, well, that's not going to, you can't.
That's not a victory lap.
Well, it is in the sense of it's right upon us.
Okay.
And it's more than what you probably drew up. You said a weapon. Now it's weapons with an S. And it's two huge factors. I'll say this. Outside of, give me another player that causes D coordinator stress like a Deebo Samuel when all the different facets and the way he can line up, pre-snap, like the stress in the backfield, lined up out wide. It's just like it's stupid. And now not to have to stress on that, okay? And now not to stress on giving it to a guy that can take it to the house in McCaffrey. You take away the security blanket of Brock if he wants to check it down. And that's what I saw from Brock. Kudos to 49er Frankie Steiny. In the first two games is you're such a gunslinger trying to make that big play. Maybe check it down and take what's in the flat. And we'll see if he even listens or how they try to approach beating the LA Rams.
Let's go to Miguelito in San Francisco. What's up, Miguelito? How you doing?
Hello, Steiny. Hello, Guru.
Hey.
I just want to mention something kind of silly. No one's mentioned the onside putt.
Oh, he didn't like the onside kick.
Oh, it was terrible.
Yeah, it was bad.
Was that Wisnowski or was that Moody? I think it was Wisnowski. Right?
I don't know, but I would have liked to see the look on Shanahan's face when that happened.
Yeah, he can't recover.
And what
that
happened to the tee? He had it on the ground, laid on the side.
First of all, was it Wisnowski? I want to be accurate about that, or Moody kicking off
on the onside kick.
Yeah.
Did you notice no tee? It wasn't on the tee. I didn't.
Did they hold?
No, he just had it on the ground.
Side?
Flat. Yeah, I didn't like. I was like, oh, that's going to be easy to.
It's got to go 10 yards still, I think. So he was
He didn't like it. It was like a putt.
It was a bad.
It just rolled. It didn't do the how it bounced up.
Yeah, it was Wisnowski.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, man.
I mean, it's got to go 10 yards.
And if you look at the success, let me tell you what's died in the NFL. Recovering onside kicks, now it's like 1,000,001. So if you need that thing to go your way, good luck.
Don't you also have to say you're doing an onside kick?
Don't you also?
Or announce it?
Well, they lined up. You know what time it is when they're on the side and the kicker's coming to.
So you can't even catch anybody by surprise anymore.
Well, you can.
Well,
if you're going to kick off,
I must not know the rule.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I'm not going to front like I do. I just know you can do it whenever you want. What do you mean when you announce it? Now, if they change that, then I'm wrong.
Yeah, we should.
Because you see teams trying to catch teams off, catch them by surprise all the time.
But
like in the first quarter, or
I don't know if we've seen that yet this year. I don't know. If you have an answer, I'm not afraid to say there's something out there I don't know.
But it definitely wasn't Moody. You got it.
888-957-9570 is the number. And by the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. So yesterday, when you kind of hung me out to dry with Willard and Dibbs.
Right.
So here's what I was getting at. And I'm sure Mark and I will continue the conversation. So Nick Sirianni was brought up. And it just felt to me like, okay, he's a grandstander, not a very good coach.
We said
kind
phony.
Of phony.
Yeah.
Kind of a joke. All that kind of stuff. And all I'm saying is, this is the only point I wanted to make.
Yeah.
To me, that would be like some fan in Philly saying, oh, Kyle Shanahan's a choker. He's a choker. He can't win the big one. He's got no clock management skills, and he gets lemon booty when the chips are down.
I would just say that fan had some ammo.
Right, but you're coloring the coach in one way only. And we know out here that Kyle Shanahan's a great play caller, and Kyle Shanahan's got a lot of positive traits as a coach.
Mm-hmm.
And so does Nick Sirianni. Probably.
Right, but I guess the difference would be, and the joke of this all, you're right, Steiny, is you can't, the joke of this is, you look at Sirianni's resume, it's not a joke.
Exactly.
So that's why I was just, what I hear from him with his podium game, the things you hear coming out, and I'm like, man, maybe there's some players have turned on him, his answers, and Jalen Hurts saying he didn't believe in, his vision or whatnot, and that's why I put it was self-centered, me calling him a phony. But if you said somebody in Philly said Kyle was a choke, and then I wouldn't sit up here and be like, oh, you're just in Philly saying that. There's some stuff we could go over where somebody could really believe that.
Go ahead, E.
Yeah, so speaking of the Shanahan and the podium, he just announced minutes ago that Talanoa Hufanga is a full participant in practice this week. He will be playing against the Rams this weekend.
Now, that's wow. That's a big boost.
That's good news.
Yeah, no doubt about it. When you talk about the secondary and wow, Stoney, even the run, stopping the run. But before he got hurt, he was looking like Ronnie Lott. I mean, he was a bad dude. So that's good news finally.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
And, just to wrap up the Sirianni thing,
go ahead.
I'm not saying he's a better coach than Kyle Shanahan. But for the life of me, I don't understand just the kind of the condescension around, with him.
Well, I'm hoping I'm helping you out. Let
me just remind 49er fans. Any objective view of Nick Sirianni, whether you think Kyle Shanahan's a better coach than Nick Sirianni or not, and I think Kyle Shanahan is a better coach than Sirianni. But the first 3 years in Philadelphia have been better under Nick Sirianni than the first 3 years under Kyle Shanahan. Yeah. Those are just facts. Nick Sirianni took a team that was 4-11-1 and made the playoffs with them the next year. Then they went 14-3. Then they went 11-6.
Nobody's arguing.
They have one postseason matchup. Kyle's 0-1 against Sirianni. That's all I'm saying.
No, and this is what I think.
But Kyle is on a pedestal, and Nick Sirianni gets ridiculed here.
It's not here. It's everywhere about Nick, and it's his choice of words. But it's how he treats the media, and it's just right. What's our Steiny? If you somebody here at the job, and I said, Steiny, you like that person? I love them. Oh, they're a phony. I think they're phony. That's a personal choice that you have made, and it's your life, it's your opinion. And you move accordingly. Everything you just mentioned about Sirianni,
you know nothing
I can't
about
argue.
Sirianni.
When he opens his mouth, I can judge because I'm Daryl Johnson.
Right.
I can judge how somebody is perceived to me.
Right.
And if I think somebody's a phony, I could be wrong.
Right.
But that's all this is about. So you're acting like a perception of a person comes down to what's on paper. It's bigger than
what
wins and losses.
What I'm saying is you saying that about Nick Sirianni holds as much weight as a Philadelphia Eagle fan saying Kyle Shanahan's not a good coach. He's not a good coordinator.
I would never
He's arrogant.
Yeah.
Players don't like playing for him, and he can't win the big one. And it's like, that's all fair to say, but there's another part of it too. His resume. They've won with Nick Sirianni. That's all I'm saying. So,
and nobody could argue that.
Exactly.
But as far as why you kept going, like you felt like, well, maybe because three people were all saying, we all just like he ain't our cup of tea. That sets you off.
I don't care if he's not your cup of tea, but when you call him a joke and a fraud.
A phony.
A phony, if you want to call him. I don't think he's a phony. Yeah. I think he's weird. I think he's as weird as Jim Harbaugh. I don't think he's a phony.
Yeah, I think he's definitely different than that.
He's a kook. But he's got a better winning percentage than Kyle Shanahan in the regular season.
But Kyle Shanahan doesn't have documentation of him having an issue with his quarterback and a relationship eroding over the course of a season.
Okay, doesn't he? See, I would ask you, what is the huge difference between Kyle Shanahan's relationship with Jimmy Garoppolo that went south over the course of a couple years and where Sirianni is right now with Jalen Hurts, which is they had an issue last year, they're trying to work through it, and you know what? It might not work, and they may get rid of Jalen Hurts, or they may get rid of Sirianni. Like, I see a parallel between Shanahan and Garoppolo and Sirianni and Hurts.
But they moved off of Garoppolo quickly.
And they may move off Hurts or Sirianni quickly.
But we all know Jalen Hurts is 10 times more talented than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Not in Philly.
So for that relationship erode,
that's where I am not like Philadelphia. I think Philadelphia fans, believe it or not, think Brock Purdy is better than Jalen Hurts. They don't like Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia.
That doesn't shock me like
they
you think it would.
They don't think he's all that. And I think what I hear is Jalen Hurts thinks he's a little better than he is.
Or what does then real quick here, to Evan's point, maybe Jalen Hurts is like me, Willard, and Dibbs in regard to thinking that his coach is what we talked about in regard to phony or arrogant or fake. Like
maybe. And maybe the way that Kyle Shanahan treated Jimmy Garoppolo is every bit as unproductive, but he goes about it a different way with characteristics that people don't praise. Double-digit season since Sirianni got here. A double-digit. Well, they didn't. They were 9-8 his first year.
I can't hate on this paper game. It's win-loss, but it's just, when you hear somebody talk, Stoney, they could be successful, not successful, whatever, but we have an opinion on, you know what, that guy ain't my cup, or gal ain't my cup of tea. It was just a feeling, and he could be right. He could be the great, what did you call him, weird? You said he was.
He is weird. Who would say Nick Sirianni's not weird? Like, he's totally weird. I think.
Weird can be endearing at times. Most of the times, when you say, oh, he's weird. Nothing to see here.
What do you guys think of Dan Campbell as a coach from the 925?
He turned me off. Hey, He's a leader of men, but he's ultra aggressive, and he turned me off in that game against the Niners. So hopefully he's learned from that. But would you call him weird?
Who?
Campbell.
No, I think he's a football head.
All right.
I think he's
I
just
ain't mad at that.
He's pretty weird.
But a football head,
He talks about eating people's kneecaps.
that got off to a rough start.
Not that he's not a good coach. I'm just saying he is kind of weird.
So football head Steiny is meathead.
Yeah. But in a good way. In a good way.
I just thought All in the Family. Evan's like, what are you talking about, Goo? He was a character, meathead.
I think Tomlin's kind of quirky sometimes. I mean, he's very direct, but he's a little off. I mean,
he's a wannabe tough guy.
Jim Harbaugh is strange.
I love.
Let me ask the 49er fans this question. If you could have any coach in the NFL other than Andy Reid, okay, you can't take Andy Reid.
All right.
Is there anybody out there that would take somebody other than Kyle Shanahan?
Oh, well, I got two that come to mind.
Who?
The Harbaugh brothers.
Okay.
I just like what I deem how they coach and teach.
Well, let's get into that a little bit
because I got an issue with Tom. He's still great.
We can get into that on the other side. So,
I like,
but
realness,
I would
man.
say, okay, John Harbaugh, he won a Super Bowl. Jim's the guy that I think's interesting.
Oh man,
I don't think Jim. I think Kyle Shanahan's a better coach than Jim Harbaugh.
And the deal breaker, why he would get the win is like. Is there any way you could break that down? Like a majority of the reason is
his resume's better. Harbaugh only went to 3 NFC title games, and Kyle's going to 4.
Well, I mean, that's a wash to me.
What do you mean?
They both blew Super Bowls, but Kyle's blown more Super Bowls than Jim. I could say that. And
see, I give credit to the guy who's gone to more Super Bowls.
Yeah, but I'm trying to win this argument, so that's why I was.
Well, I think when it comes to creativity, I don't think Harbaugh can hold a candle to Shanahan.
But at the end of the day, is miss me with creativity. It's what you do, how you do it, and sometimes in a game of attrition like the NFL, you know I'm running. We know you know you're running, and we still can run. That's how Jim comes across. And all of a sudden, look at the team. I know it's only 2 weeks. It's the first time in young Herbert's career that they're 2-0. You can't tell me that's not because they got an experienced coach.
So Jim Harbaugh is a better schemer than
No, I'm not saying that. A better leader of men, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So if you could hire Harbaugh, you would take Harbaugh over Kyle Shanahan with this team right now. I'm just deciding we're all right.
I would. And I'll tell you what, I don't think the whole situation that, we've gotten past with young Jordan Mason would have happened on the Harbaugh team. When you went back to that wouldn't have popped off. That's just my 2 cents.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, we can continue this on the other side, 888-957-9570. If you had your choice of any coach in the league except Andy Reid, would you take anybody other than Kyle Shanahan?
I'm a Harbaugh fan.
I got to think about it over the break.
Yeah.
But jump in here at 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Yeah, so I would have been, a couple years out of college.
I'd have been 30.
I'm scared of Willard.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, fun conversation.
Is it?
I think it is.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
To me, this is one of those where, did we plan it? No. But is it the kind of thing that you'd talk about in a barbershop? Yeah, I think so. I just mentioned, we're talking about coaches in the NFL, and I just said, who would you rather have, Shanahan or Jim Harbaugh? Guru said Jim Harbaugh. I said Kyle Shanahan.
And they're both great coaches.
Yeah. All right.
People saying I look like a Human Academy Award. Oh, boy, Stoddy. The color is pretty good. That's pretty damn good.
You
what?
Nah, you
sounded like you were about to say you people, so say what you're about to say.
No, I was going to say you're insecure. Stop.
Yeah, I told you the shirt's ugly, but they're having a fit. Dude, Stoddy, it is. Mustard is out. Looks like a back from a 70s pimp. Come on now.
It's from the 510. Harbaugh and Shanahan are very similar. Micromanaging control freaks that think leaders have to have all the answers. They don't teach how to read what they see. They just tell them what they should be seeing. They don't trust players or coaches to make good decisions.
Well, that part lost
me. I think those guys were 30-7 in career records with that.
But as far as creativity and being innovative, Kyle would tell John, hold my beer, because John is
Jim?
John, both. More traditional, but it's still effective. However, whichever way you try to do it. But, man. And the Harbaugh brothers, the only one that's won the bowl, John.
Yeah, I just think Jim.
You don't like. You like him, but you don't appreciate him.
Well, I don't think he. I
don't think about wearing his welcome out. That's weak to me. Not you said. A lot of people. Oh, that's what it's about. He was trying to get to the league, and he went to certain spots, and maybe he did wear them. Okay, but all the teams were successful,
right? Till the end. Like, nobody remembers that that Jim Harbaugh lost 4 out of his last 5 games his last year as the 49er coach. They were 7-4. They finished 8-8, and they missed the playoffs.
That felt like 2-14. That was the end of cap.
Seymour is in San Francisco.
Richard.
What's up, Seymour? How you doing?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Yeah, I say bring Bill Belichick up in there.
Bill Belichick.
The hoodie.
You know what, Seymour? I got a terrible connection. But Bill Belichick.
Well, if we're... Yeah. And that's what's crazy about the whole Andy Reid thing, Steiny. And the biggest L I ever taken in our relationship. But
one of them.
During that time that we had that passionate debate, nobody saw on the horizon Kansas City and the success. So much so that he's got 3 rings.
But you assumed that he would never be able to get it done.
No. I guess why I bring that up is the thought of Kyle somewhere else. Like, I could easily see him first crack at it. Things have changed, and now I'm in a new place, and they're successful. I don't want that because I don't think he's stale at all. It's just I criticize him the most because I saw him go away for things that were working and the other team had no answer to. So I don't think it's too far-fetched. And Steiner, you can say, that was 5 years ago. It's about to be 6. Okay, but I can hold on to that. Because the further we get in the seasons, we get further from that, Steiny. Who's to say that Kyle hadn't had his best chance to win as a ball coach? The big one. Because he's been in 2, and, they have went down to the wire.
Well, you assumed that Andy Reid was never going to have another chance after Philly. Why would we think that Kyle Shanahan, not on another team, but why don't we think he'll get another chance in a year, in 2 years, in 4 years, in 6 years? He might.
Well, just what you pointed out, things are going to change, right? And it starts with the salary of the quarterback, whatever that's going to be. Trent Williams maybe hanging it up in a couple years. I'm not saying you're wrong, but you've been saying it all show. Things change, Goo.
There was one thing that happened in the Vikings game that I kind of wanted to address, and it was the little snippet of Brock Purdy saying to Brian Flores, Your scheme is crazy, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't like that, but that's not where I'm going.
Okay, got you.
So, what bothered you about that?
I love this. Thank you.
Yeah.
I never, just who I am, Daryl L. Johnson, I never want to give my competitor more than they actually need. It was obvious that the scheme was giving us fits, but to go up and tell them, I thought that was too. Now it's more than points. Now you're confirming, not just to him, everybody in those microphones that could pick that up, that for you to say that, and his heart was in the right place. I just feel like, and I wish Lo Neal, or former athlete, was here, you could speak to, you never want to give them the mental edge. I mean, it is what it is, and they won the game. But when you go that extra, what I deemed extra, Steiny, and I appreciate all the, a good game and all that, but when the quarterback, the starting quarterback, like I don't remember Aikman, I don't think Montana, Young, the old school ones, even Mahomes, would ever say to a coordinator, because you might see him again, that scheme was crazy. I think in my little twisted world, that means something down the road. And I could be totally wrong.
And in my little twisted world, I look at that as, why don't people realize what's going on here? And what's going on here is Brock Purdy saw something on Sunday that he struggled with. Okay? Why do you think he struggled with it? To me, he struggled with it because he's only quarterbacked 25 regular season games. And I got to believe after 35 or 45 games, he will understand those disguises better and will be able to address them more. And that's why, like, the whole thing about the 49ers and the Super Bowl to me with Brock Purdy, why I also say, like Scott Osler, yes, why didn't they win? Yeah, circumstance, they just, things happened. Like, asking Brock Purdy to be a Super Bowl winning quarterback in his second year, that's asking a lot in a league where these guys learn a lot year to year, and Brock Purdy's probably going to be able to handle that kind of pressure or scheme better over time.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but this was the second time that he had, and maybe that was it, because he had lost to Flores last year on Monday Night Football. So the reason I bring that up, Steiny, is why didn't he do it after? I'm just asking, and he could have, but he didn't say it about Spags after the Super Bowl, where I thought, Kansas City had a great performance. How about the Ravens when they came in on Christmas and did what they did to the Niners? So I guess I was just a bit curious or thrown off as to, and maybe you just said it, as to why was it the second time, or why did you do it that day to Brian Flores?
He's 18-5 as a starter, and the teams he's lost to have been the Ravens, who are a really good team. The Browns had a really good defense last year, and then Kirk Cousins came in and beat him.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just saying that in the grand scheme of things, Brock Purdy acknowledging that he saw something defensively that gave him a little trouble is absolutely, positively what happens probably to most second-year quarterbacks when they start developing, and the next time he sees it, he'll probably be better equipped to deal with it.
Okay, give me this.
And I don't know that what Flores did last year was the exact same thing he did Sunday.
No, that's what I just said. It was his second time playing Flores.
Right, but maybe Flores disguised it one way last year, and he disguised it a totally different way this year.
No doubt. But let me take it one step further. Again, who am I? Just my opinion. I would have liked for the quarterback or Brock to have said that at the podium. That's just how I view sports.
Yeah,
but saying it to him right after the game, I just felt like, man, that's really the icing on the cake. And Flores now is probably, it's just me, Steiny, driving home. Just whenever you think about facing the Niners, it could mean diddly squat. But now I feel like he's in the head of Brock Purdy if he had the quarterback against him again.
Okay.
Like, say it at the podium, that scheme is crazy. They got after us. That just, I don't know, it's just me.
And I'm not saying you're wrong.
Okay.
That I don't care about. Like, I don't care that he said to Flores, your scheme is crazy. What I do care about, and what I think some of, we got to realize about Brock Purdy is he is still a very young quarterback. And so when we talk, let's say, about last year's Super Bowl, Spagnuolo was in his bag. Spagnuolo really did some things. Okay, that makes sense. They put it on a second-year quarterback who hasn't had a lot of experience. And what I'm saying is we're expecting, I think at times, Brock Purdy to be 7 years into his career when he's probably still seeing things that he's never seen before, but that down the line, he'll know how to handle. And it's just part of the growing, and that's kind of what I mean. Hey, how come the 49ers didn't win it last year? Well, I don't think Purdy was good enough.
Well, Spags is on record in that same game saying he had to throw away the game plan because early on, Purdy was answering all the, he was answering all the questions on the test, so he had to go to something else. But
went to something else. It worked.
And
now the next time they play, maybe
anybody saying as young as Brock Purdy is, I'm going to call him a virgin, it being the first time, it being new to him, whatever it is, scheme, I get that, Stoney. But the bottom line is, on that Sunday in the Super Bowl, I didn't deem Purdy being overwhelmed because his team was up 10-0. And he had a large part to do with that being the quarterback.
But they didn't score after 10-0.
No, gotcha.
So
that goes to what you're saying.
There was an adjustment made, and Purdy
could have been a victim of his own line not making that adjustment along with him.
Could have been the victim of never having seen it before and doing the best he could under the circumstances. Moose is in San Jose.
Moose.
What's up, Moose? How you doing, man?
Good afternoon, fellas. You guys are in the Jim Harbaugh and Shanahan topic a little bit, and I wanted to just make a comment specifically on Shanahan. Look, well, first, a quick one on Harbaugh. Harbaugh's a leader of men. There's no way he schemes up an offensive game plan better than Kyle Shanahan. I think that goes without saying. But with Shanahan, the biggest frustrating point with Shanahan over his last 7 years is, why is it that every time we play a team where a stud wide receiver or their ones on the opposing team, and I get he's not the defensive guy, but why is it that last year Jefferson wasn't in the game, Addison goes off scoring touchdowns left and right. You have Naylor, Munt, all these no-name guys on Vikings this past weekend that are making our defensive studs look like second-rate guys. And this happens countless times when we play against these opposing teams where backup players come in and it's like they don't miss a beat whatsoever. Whereas when our starters go out, we're so worried about the Ronnie Bells and I like Jennings, but to some extent Jennings and these guys, like, why is it that our guys can't step in and our offense can't miss a beat? Is he not preparing the second guys in practice as well as he should be, or what's going on with that? That's something I really noticed and it's frustrated me.
Yeah, I have no idea, but I don't know how to answer that.
To his point, Stoney, was he, from an offensive standpoint, one, there hasn't been much opportunity. Two, we just been introduced to what I'm deeming 2.0 beast mode. So when McCaffrey went out, J.P. Mason was born. But as far as how many studs do the Niners have? I guess I'm looking at the defensive side of the ball. I mean, we got Bosa, Warner, and Greenlaw's out. And I can already tell you they miss Greenlaw. I can make an argument they miss Armstead. But, Stoney, I guess the use of studs everywhere, maybe that's what we're starting to see is, yeah, they're big boys. But after the big boys, are there truly, really studs everywhere?
I think Ward's good. Charvarius Ward.
And he didn't like his assignment or how he was used Sunday, and I'm starting to believe there was some merit to that. Maybe that 97-yarder doesn't happen if he's shadowing Justin.
Theo in the East Bay. What's up, Theo? How you doing?
Yo, what's up, fellas? Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll touch on that Brock Purdy thing where he gave props to Brian Flores, man. Okay. I mean, you know what? It's cool that he's giving him his props, but for me, I'd want a dog at quarterback. You think Kobe Bean Bryant is giving Tim Duncan props right after the game, losing in the Western Conference Finals? You know, I want somebody who's shake his hand, but at the end of the day, you're still a man. Then he'll give his props after cooling off at the press conference or whatever. But that's just me. The nice guys always finish last, and hopefully, Brock Purdy got that dog in him. But I was really calling to say I'll take Jim Harbaugh over Kyle Shanahan, only because I feel like Jim Harbaugh, he got the short end of the stick. We didn't really get a chance to see what he'll do. And after the Super Bowl, I know he had that down year, but I feel like he could have really gotten a team together, rally around him, and made it right back to the Super Bowl a year or two after that. Man, I just felt like he got the short end of the stick. But, yeah, man, as far as Kyle Shanahan goes, it's starting to feel like the 90s Buffalo Bills for a fan. Heartbreak after heartbreak, and at the center of it is Kyle Shanahan losing all these games for us. 2 Super Bowl now, NFC championships being lost. I just felt like, Jim Harbaugh, if he would have got a chance, he probably would have got it for us. Cheers, boys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Theo. Appreciate the call. Well, if you're the next Buffalo Bills, you got 2 more coming to you. 2 more L's coming.
Well, yeah. I was counting the NFC Championship, Philly and the Rams, but yeah, you're right. That's a whole man. Just imagine that 4 Super Bowl losses.
510. Where's the elite processing against the press man teams? Easy to process things when guys are wide open.
Right.
I mean, I don't when I look at just without getting specific. This is. To me, this is where, the Chiefs won the Super Bowl, to me, because of Patrick Mahomes.
But what about how they played press man on the receivers and Debo, Ayuk, Kittle couldn't get past it? That meant something, too.
What I'm saying is I think, and I said this at the beginning of the year, last year, that, man, I think people are really asking a lot for Brock Purdy to be the Super Bowl winning quarterback this early into his career when he hasn't had a lot of experience playing NFL quarterback. And it doesn't mean he was bad against the Chiefs, but maybe if he gets another 25 games under his belt, the next Super Bowl he plays in, he'll be better, because he's got more information to deal with.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
And I'll just say this to that, Stoney. The game waits for no one, and I don't think Kyle and company would have spent 2 weeks getting ready for the Super Bowl, especially after the success in year 2 or year 1.5 from Brock Purdy. I don't think they thought they could win that game, and they should have. It wasn't just, the puberty of Brock Purdy is why they lost. He's not Mahomes, but that's the beauty of sports. That was 60 minutes of football, and the Niners, not just at the quarterback position, Stoney, broke down in other areas that prevented them from winning.
Yeah.
And I'm not, now, did you want Brock more season? Hell yeah.
Exactly.
He was good enough to hoist up a trophy.
And I don't want to get into semantics. Yeah. No, he wasn't. He wasn't good enough. Maybe next time he'll be better and he'll be good enough. And that's the point.
And there might not be anything next night.
There might not be.
Yeah.
But then you pay the price for having a guy who's quarterbacked only 25 regular season games, going up against a guy like Patrick Mahomes. And Brock Purdy didn't make a lot of mistakes. He was solid. But in a Super Bowl game, the quarterback needs to win the game.
Well, I guess I'll say this.
And maybe he'll be more equipped to win it this year or next year or 5 years from now.
But I'm not writing checks, Donnie. This is just me. If I don't feel my guy can do that on that stage. That's why, and Burrow hasn't done it, but I believe he can. Those are why the guys get the big bucks. Because you believe in that situation, they can be the difference.
Right, down the line when they get more seasoning. You've got to make a decision on Brock Purdy.
Oh, they are. And hopefully they'll get another chapter of being able to see him on the biggest stage. But what if they don't?
I mean, part of me is everybody, pulling out their hair about the Super Bowl and this, that, and the other thing. Sometimes I'm like, dude, they had Patrick Mahomes and you had a quarterback who just became the starter 7 games into last season. Like,
I get that, but that's not how the game, it wasn't just based on that. It was bigger than that.
Right, but part of it was Purdy wasn't good enough, and it might have been because he hasn't had a lot of experience. No fault of his.
And the offense wasn't good enough as a whole, Steiny.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number, and we've got crossover coming up next. On 95.7 The Game. Let's see. Where? No. Oh, I know what I wanted to play.
Okay.
This is... Where's my guy Schlereth? Oh, Mark Schlereth talking about the loss to the Vikings. Was it a bad game or it's a bad sign?
I would say it was a bad game. And, and it was... I think it was a really good game by Minnesota, really good game by Kevin O'Connell, and the way they attacked the 49ers. I thought Fred Warner was all over the freaking place. That guy was amazing. But, I think more of, it was just a bad game. And like I said, Brian Flores and that defense, and they're very good. They really know what they're doing. They're tough. They present a lot of dirty, muddy looks. And that's one of those things that, it's not just your quarterback, it's other players, it's receivers, it's other players that also get confused and also make mistakes. So that's just one that I would chalk up to. They got us. It was a bad game. We didn't play our best. They made a couple of big plays. You can't give up a 97-yarder coming off your goal line. Like stuff like that, that's one I would just chalk up to, hey, man, bad game, we move on.
That was Mark Schlereth on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday.
I know we're up against. I was going to ask you, just in regard to, I'm thinking of defensive coordinator Nick Sorensen. Would you be more excited about what you did against Aaron Rodgers? Would that supersede the concern of what you didn't see against the Vikings defensively? Is there a balance? Because Schlereth kind of talked about that.
I think the Jets were a team that was
wounded.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. For his first game.
Rodgers playing his first game in 2 years.
I guess Sunday, I know who's not playing for the Rams, but maybe Niner fans need to be a little nervous about what we're going to see and how you stop them.
Why wouldn't they be nervous? It's an NFL game.
See, I'm stuck on it's the Niners. They'll be there in January. Maybe I need to get past that.
All right, coming up on the other side, Willard and Dibbs, it's crossover time on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, my name's Tim Forehand. I'm a deputy sheriff. In my job, keeping me in shape is important. I've tried other products to get my weight down.
95.7 The Game.
Steiny, he overthrew Emmanuel Sanders.
That's good. He signed the contract. You're a grown-ass man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, crossover time.
RBL Posse.
Diggs and Willard in the house. What's up, gents?
Hi. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
To everybody.
Yeah.
And you look great.
Some saying pumpkin pie.
You look great.
No, by the way, of a goldenrod, quite frankly.
Honey mustard, honey custard, they're calling me.
I'm down on the fashion police. Just in general.
So what's bugging you? A couple weeks ago, I went in on
think
Facebook.
about that. Yeah,
I'll save mine till Friday. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's got
just rapidly approaching, by the way. Yeah.
No, but think of the oxymoron that is, the fashion police. To me, fashion is when somebody makes a statement. They got something to say with what they're wearing.
Not trolling, right.
So the fashion police want you to look like everyone else.
Look.
That's anti-fashion.
Yeah. All right.
So you do you.
All right, there you go.
Do you.
Steiner.
Yeah, Steiner.
Tell him what happened after the... Oh. Snitches get stitches.
Tell him.
What happened?
I was in the weeds today. Baby girl is homesick, so I was running around and doing the daddy thing, so I didn't get a chance to get my normal, 90 minutes of solid Steiny and Goo today.
I just graduated from that. I feel like Jude is just
he's 11.
That was 10.
Daddy White.
That's that age where now if you're sick, you're like, all right, buddy, have a good day here at home by yourself. Lock the door and text me if there's a problem. But we just graduated, so God, I remember the days that you're in.
Dude, the worst. And so she's got a runny nose.
The whole day.
Runny nose, and I get the tissue, and I want to, help her. And it's Mila, do it. All right, you do it. And so now she smears it all over her face. Everything is Mila, do it. And so it's it's brutal.
That's
so
awesome.
I didn't get my usual 10 to 2 that I love. Steiny versus Guru.
Well, there was no verses. It was just...
No, it was Steiny versus you guys. Oh, yeah.
Please explain.
We guys.
Come at me, dog.
Can I set the table before you go?
You first you saw me today. I walked in the room and
I heard that.
Because I'm afraid of you.
Yeah, well, yeah. But real quick.
What about the dibber? Third person.
You hung me out to dry, too.
Many
times. He didn't let the story go with Sirianni. He even brought the boss on a text thread. I go, dude, I was with you 4 hours. We're done. He just went on, continuing our conversation.
About Sirianni?
Yes, yesterday. It was incredible.
At what point did you admit the disingenuous nature of your point, which got called out by a caller 4 seconds after we started the show yesterday?
See, I missed that.
That's all we're asking for, Steiny. We just want your opinions to actually be yours. Just say what you actually feel.
He's been waiting for
I will tell you what I actually feel.
Speak on it.
So, I feel like Nick Sirianni's name was brought up yesterday, and there was just utter disrespect. He's a fraud. He's a grandstander.
Totally.
He's a phony.
That was mine.
He's all those things.
Yep.
He's all those things.
He's a joke.
Okay. And I was like, well, that's just like a Philly fan saying Kyle Shanahan's a choke artist, can't win the big one, gets lemon booty in the big games, and has no clock management skills.
Yes, I disagree completely, which is not going to shock you. Yes, because what you just brought up were 3 football criticisms. What we brought up about Sirianni, in my opinion, are personality coaching flaws.
Right.
Okay? And to me, and I stated this, we started it on the crossover, we finished it on our own show.
Kyle's arrogant.
No, they're both arrogant. Sure. I don't mind arrogance, but my point is leadership. A leader like Fred Warner, that was the example I gave. Justin Jefferson's flying down the field. Fred Warner is asked about it after the game, and Fred says, that's on me. We all know damn well it's not on Fred. But a leader grabs his people and shields them when things are bad. And a leader, when things are good, shoves them out front. Nick does the opposite. When things are good, he runs to midfield and spits. And when things are bad, I don't know, like hides in Big Dom's shirt. That's what I don't like about Sirianni. It's not about
I got
play
plenty
call.
of room in my shirt.
That's what I'm saying.
Nobody argued Sirianni's resume.
Because by any objective measure, he is off to a better start in Philly than Kyle was in San Francisco.
Better start.
First 3 years. First 3 years.
Right. And what he inherited, though. Let's talk about what he inherited.
He inherited a 4-11-1 team.
Yeah,
He
and Kyle inherited a team that was 2-14.
Okay. And Sirianni's team was 2 years removed from a championship.
But I'm
They're
just
not
giving
the
you
same.
I'm giving you facts.
That's like saying someone from the projects and someone from Beverly Hills are off to similar starts.
Well,
no, they're not.
Well, Sirianni inherited a 4-11-1 team. What do you mean?
Because you're spotlighting that year.
Right.
He had a team that had talent on it. The Niners had Bubkiss.
Right. And that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
But like it's almost
not
as
the
though,
same starting block.
Okay.
It's not. Actually, objectively,
you're laughing at a guy who's 1-0 against Shanahan in the postseason.
Right.
I get it. Shanahan's a better
absurd thing to say.
It's a fact.
Oh my God.
It is a fact.
His quarterback's arm fell off.
Because maybe the Eagles dominated the defensive line.
Dominated all 4 of those plays, huh? It was dominant performance.
No, I'm just saying, you're calling a guy a fraud and all these things.
You don't want to talk about what they did head-to-head when they both had players last year in the first week of December? You don't want to talk about that game in their building where they got embarrassed and never played good again?
I'm just telling you, his record is he's got a 67% winning percentage.
Yeah, but see, that's
exactly. But if it were Kyle Shanahan, you would use that against somebody.
No,
that's all I'm saying.
Sirianni's lost 7 of 9.
He's lost 7 of 9.
7 of 9.
And actually, if you would listen to the criticisms we're giving, none of them. At no point did I say this is a terrible winning percentage coach.
Right.
This is not. I never said that.
Right.
I think he is a poor leader, and you're seeing it.
Okay, I'm just telling you.
I gave a bunch of examples that had nothing to do with the standings.
Well, exactly. Like you're dismissing the most important part of coaching, which is to win.
Except for these leadership problems have led them to do what after they were 10-1 last year?
7 of 9.
Not win.
Okay, so they're going through a dry spell right now. And they may end up firing him at the end of the year.
His relationship with the starting quarterback is eroding as we move forward.
And I would argue that there is a similarity between the way Kyle Shanahan handled Jimmy Garoppolo, and they had a falling out over the course of 2 years where they lost respect for each other and something wasn't on, they weren't together. And right now, Sirianni is dealing with the same thing with Jalen Hurts. Let's see how it plays out.
This feels a lot more intense than that, number one. And secondarily, that's
Hurts
hard to
and
say.
Jimmy
Jalen
light
Hurts
years apart from.
I agreed.
Jalen Hurts is harder to coach than Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's an opinion. I don't know how provable that is.
Why would you say that?
Because Jalen Hurts thinks he's better than he is, according to my guys in Philadelphia. Like he's not at the level that he
real quick,
thinks
Stoney.
he's at.
What your guys are putting at the doorstep on Hurts, basically saying that, is what we're doing with Sirianni. Like he said, it's not football. I can't argue his resume. He comes across, and it's my prerogative, as a phony.
Bobby Brown.
That's all. Disingenuous. That's all. And that's when his mic game and everything that he does. And now you talk about leadership or lack thereof in their locker room. That starts at the doorstep of the coach. And I'm starting to think some of the players are sniffing it out. And now they're like, it might cost him his gig.
And I wonder if the breakup happens like it did here, who Philadelphia chooses. It feels
They'll
like
choose Hurts.
Exactly. But here they chose Kyle Shanahan.
Man.
I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that Garoppolo, people were ready to move off him anyway.
Right.
Because of his injury and his play.
And I don't think that they're ready to move off Hurts similarly because Hurts is showing more than what Sirianni's showing in terms of staying power. And only time will tell. If Philly winds up 10-7, 9-8, then Sirianni loses his gig, but they're going to keep Hurts because he's got a long-term deal.
Yeah, the organization has already told you what they think of Nick Sirianni. They hired 2 new coordinators.
Man.
They hired 2 new coordinators after a year where you were 10-1 and went to the playoffs. That's telling, the organization is telling the coach right there, we're going to flank you with 2 people who with unbelievable resumes in this league to come in here and handle what you're supposed to be doing.
All right. I texted my guys back in Philly about Sirianni. All right. And I thought they were going to kill him. I thought they were going to absolutely kill him. Here's what my guy said. And he's doing what he can. It's tough. It's tough to win when you're surrounded by a bum GM and an inept starting quarterback. Yesterday was not his fault. I would not go to bat for the guy, but we've got much bigger issues than Sirianni. The entire team has tricked themselves into thinking they're just as good as they were 2 years ago. That's far from the case.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one person's opinion. But
the bum GM who led you to the Super Bowl 2 years ago, right?
Well, it's wild.
And brought in Saquon Barkley.
So I'm supposed to look at a roster, which, I mean, I know that Hassan Reddick's not there anymore, but let's look from Carter on the defensive line to Jalen Hurts to A.J. Brown to Devontae Smith and Saquon Barkley. We're looking at that roster, and now we're going to put Nick Sirianni in a snuggie because he doesn't have what he needs around him.
No.
That's laughable.
What I was
your
saying
boy's
is,
opinion stinks.
What I would tell you right
you can
now.
Let him know I said that.
And you would know Philly better than him.
No, I don't.
But the issue.
But my emotions are not involved with the Eagles like his are.
No, they are, because that's why you don't like Sirianni, because you hate the Eagles.
I don't hate the Eagles.
Now, you said that has a lot to do with it yesterday.
Right.
But here's my point.
No.
I'll bet you if you ask my buddies who see every Eagles game, I'll bet you they say we'd rather have Purdy than Hurts.
Of course.
They don't think Hurts is all that.
And maybe they have something there.
Okay.
I don't know what the overall fan feeling is on that. I do think it's interesting that you sat at the summit 2 weeks ago and told fans that they don't matter, and now these 4 people in Philadelphia are like the ultimate scenario.
Do you think I was serious when I said that?
Do you think I'm serious now?
I don't know.
Anyway,
it's on the record.
Yeah, like I get it. You know, Philadelphia fan is emotional in a different way. Every fan base is emotional about their own group, and Jalen Hurts has become sort of the center focus for a lot of Eagles fans. And I get that. I don't think he's a perfect quarterback. I think that his numbers have been tucked into fantasy football. We've elevated him because he does 1-yard rushes into the end zone really well, and he was the second scoring fantasy quarterback, so we all think he's elite. I don't necessarily think he's elite, but Dibbs is damn right. I know who I'd pick if I had to pick between him and the head coach. I wouldn't even think about that for 4 seconds. I know which one's more talented.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. No. I appreciated you acknowledging yesterday. But the biggest reason why you come down Sirianni's road, and it's because you guys don't like Philly.
No, you moved the goalpost.
No, that's what you said.
No, I love Philly.
That was me.
Oh, you don't like Philly fans or something.
I hate Philly. You can aim that my way. I root against Philly with all my heart because I hate Philly.
Okay.
And it has nothing to do with you. It has to do exclusively with Philly fan. And, you know, what they did to Bonte and Joe only added to it.
That's it.
Philly fan thinks that they're so hard and we're such great fans. Your teams, they stink. Your teams don't win, and you get angry. And I think partly why your teams don't win is because of the way you treat them. And as human beings, when you know that your fan base is always down on you and every little mistake, like right now, Saquon Barkley, how does he feel about being a Philadelphia Eagle where, yeah, he made a mistake, he owned up to it, and he got buried yesterday? That's Philly fan in a nutshell.
Well, he should get buried. He dropped the wide open ball.
Right. How about you bury the offensive coordinator for calling a play that didn't need to be called? And yeah, Saquon dropped the ball, but what did Saquon do the week before?
Oh, he was the mayor. When he
was the mayor. And now Philly fans going to turn on you?
Right.
That's Philly fan in a nutshell.
No, you have every right to
Michael
think
Irvin
that.
as he laid down there.
Thank you for allowing me to think what I want to think.
And I appreciate the acknowledgement that colors your judgment of their coach.
It doesn't color my judgment.
Sure it does.
It is my judgment.
Okay, fair.
And it doesn't color my judgment of their quarterback because their quarterback's going to be there after their coach, Nick Sirianni, who is a fraud. When he's exposed even further and he's gone,
he's been exposed.
They'll find somebody else to come in there and go 10-7 and gag it away in the playoffs again. That's what Philly does.
They were 10-1, Steiny, and collapsed.
You want to compare it to Kyle Shanahan, and one of the points I made yesterday is here's what you could never, no matter if you love Kyle, hate Kyle, or anywhere in between, here's one thing you've never heard anyone say about Kyle Shanahan with his tenure with the 49ers, and that is that the locker room's all messed up. And
that's the gauge.
And Nick Sirianni's been here now. This is year 4, 2 games in, and halfway. A.J. Brown can't stop screaming at people. His quarterback and him don't like each other. He's had an assistant who doesn't even have a job get thrown off of the sideline. Like everything, you've had 2 new coordinators now already get brought in so that they can call plays over your head. The whole thing is just clear to see whether you cover the team or not. He has not been able to conduct a locker room, which to me is as big of a part of coaching as whether you run or pass on first down.
Right. And all that is fair.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
Why are we completely ignoring he's been to the postseason the 3 years he's coached? He went to a Super Bowl a year ago. Like that, his winning percentage is he's 35-18 in 3 years. You got to acknowledge that.
I acknowledge it, but then my other question would be, why is he then perceived to be on the hot seat?
I'm not saying
35-18, yet the talk coming into the year was, oh my God, Sirianni better do well this year or else. And he was 35-18.
Stock up or stock down? What direction is it going right now?
Because he's in a situation now like Don Nelson was in with Chris Webber, apparently.
Right.
Well, I disagree with that. Well, I just disagree with that.
Why?
That's why they're blowing games because of his relationship with Hurts.
Well, that's what you just said. You said the locker room's a mess.
Yeah. It's bigger than just Hurts.
Wait, you guys just cited that the coach and the quarterback are butting heads.
That was one of 5 examples.
Okay, and I'm just saying
that doesn't mean you're going to lose a football game. There's defense, there's special teams.
Why is it going down, Steiny?
Why is what going down?
The arc of what he's doing
7 and 9
year
games
is going down. You go from Super Bowl loss
to 10-1
to first round out. Now we're blowing games in the fourth quarter and week 2.
That's what we're asking.
Why is it going down?
That's your perception of it.
You're saying it's a results-based deal. He's lost 7 of 9. That's going down.
Okay. And
he's going down.
Okay. All right.
You're not going to acknowledge that? He was in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. Now he's lost 7 of 9.
I'm just telling you that the guys who watch the team back in Philadelphia think they are overrated.
Great.
The team is overrated.
Philadelphia fans think a lot of things.
Okay. Well, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm just, it's like a Philly fan picking 3 things out about Kyle Shanahan and not giving him credit for all the successes that he's had.
Yeah, but again, the comparison that you tried to make, you tried to jump directly to like X's and O's stuff.
Well, if you
we're not talking X's and O's stuff, except for the play on Monday night, which was a total X's and O's gaffe.
And I would say that if you want to go like that route, it would be like a Philly fan saying, yeah, Kyle Shanahan's arrogant. Well, that's just the same as saying Nick Sirianni is not a leader.
Kyle is arrogant.
Okay. So it would just be like if those were the only traits brought up about Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, I just don't see it that way.
Okay.
I don't see it that way. Nick Sirianni, you get credit for what your resume says.
No, he doesn't.
No,
that's what I'm getting at.
No, but I'm also not one of these folks who's going to blindly give all of the credit or all of the blame to a coach and a quarterback. I don't think because he went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago, that was all Nick.
No.
The same way nothing is all Kyle or all Brock or all Jalen. So, yeah, great. He gets credit for that. I don't what would you like to hear? He gets credit for that.
Just admit it's turbulence right now for him. He's fighting for his life.
I don't know that. And, what if Barkley catches that ball? Like, it's one play. And I get it. That's the nature of football. But one play, they could be 2-0.
I was totally teed off at Sirianni well before the play, just so you know.
I know.
Yeah.
Because he's from Philly.
And
No,
I'm
not
not letting Steiny get
actually
jumped,
not from
Horace
Philly.
Bird. I just don't agree with him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About what?
They're saying I'm letting you get jumped, but I agree with the guys, so it's just 3-1.
Yeah.
Horace Bird
No,
said I'm not helping you.
He's a grown man.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Stop
Oh,
it.
I get it.
We're just
it's
sitting
part
in
of
a room talking.
It's part of
everybody.
being.
But how
it's
he
part of
goes
being,
to his
it's
friend's
part of being,
card is the ultimate Steiny.
Dude, they're
like,
all
'cause
season
if I
ticket
did it,
holders.
I get it.
Do you think you know more about Philly than my season ticket holder friends?
Can I just tell you something,
Yeah.
Steiny? All the teams are my team. The internet has
The answer's
changed
no.
the game.
The
Steiny,
answer next.
stop.
Okay,
We watch
you know-
everything.
Okay.
We watch these shows.
Okay.
Every team is my team.
You
the
know-
days
let
of
me-
being in a city and you're privy to more information than the people that are in different states is over, bud.
Let me ask you
Wake up.
You know more.
Information is readily available now
You know
than
more
it's
about
ever
the
been.
Philadelphia Eagles than their season ticket holders.
Why are you asking it that way?
Because
No
he just
one's-
said he did.
No one's saying that they know
He
more.
just said it,
No,
Goo.
no one's saying
Please.
they know
Yes.
more.
Yes.
No, we all have an opinion.
Right.
And everybody's entitled to it.
And
Right.
the
And so I'm
Sirianni
not-
situation
I'm
is
not-
playing out in
and
public, bud.
I
And
could
when
easily-
I tell you
no, but
that
Steiny,
my season ticket holder friends think the team is overrated,
That's an
then-
opinion.
right? And you guys disagree with
You
that.
act like they're
Okay.
watching a
You
different
built-
game that we're
Steiny.
not privy to.
They
We're watching
watch
the said game.
They watch. You think you don't watch 17 Eagles
You've
games? Come
built,
on,
you
dude.
have built an entire show
Oh my goodness.
on the emotionally involved fans not knowing what they're talking about. And
What do you
now-
mean?
You've built your entire platform on telling the fans of this station that their fans, their opinion is shaded by their emotion. You do it every day.
Okay.
I do sometimes too.
Right.
And now these 4 dudes on your phone.
Well, it's more than 4, Mark.
Okay, is it 6?
Well, do you
What do you
bel-
got? Like now
What is it?
they're the
What is it?
ultimate informational highway to the Eagles?
Yes, I consider them
Because
highly knowledgeable
They're season
fans.
ticket holders.
Right.
So they are, by nature, emotionally involved.
Right.
Which does not make them know more.
Right.
It makes them more heartstring attached.
And you are the same way with your team.
Of course.
Okay, then
Who's
you
arguing that?
You just made my point.
No, I didn't.
Yes.
No.
Yes, because
No,
Nick
'cause you're- but
Sirianni,
you're
you got
telling us-
something because of
No,
Philadelphia.
you're
I get
telling
it.
us that our opinion about Nick
Yeah,
Sirianni
that's
is
all.
ill-informed,
That's
and
it.
it's not.
Wait,
It's not.
say that again?
You're telling us that our opinion about Nick Sirianni is ill-informed.
No, I'm not. I'm
And it's
saying
not.
you don't know as much as Philly season ticket
I
holders.
disagree. This isn't about what we know.
All right.
This is about what we feel and what we see and the different perspectives we come from.
From 3,000 miles away.
I don't care. Yeah. Who cares how many miles? What does he? You guys live in Nick's bedroom or something?
No,
they're not there either. Your friends are not there. They're not in the locker room. They're not in the GM's office. They don't know what the hell happened inside those hallways any more than we know what happens inside the Niners hallways.
Do you know? Do you think you know more?
You're here. Do you know what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan talked about with Brandon Ayuk 2 weeks ago?
I know a hell of a lot more about the Niners than I do about any other team in football.
You know, automatically, you know more. David Lombardi splits time between here and halfway across the country. Does he know more?
I just said I know more about the Niners than
Right.
any other team in football. But you know more than Eagles fans who watch every single game and have been to every game for 10 years.
You keep using the word no, and no one's saying they know.
No,
We're
you
telling-
are.
No, I'm
you
not.
You have a better sense of Sirianni
Look at me.
than Philly.
Look at me.
Okay.
I'm telling you what I feel. I'm not telling you what I know. I'm telling you what I think.
No, you
I'm
said
telling you what I feel. No, I
that
don't.
Sirianni is a certain way.
You can see it on the sideline,
Okay,
Steiny.
so you do know.
That's what I know.
You know.
And I also know based on the behavior of the people around him, which is a big determining factor in my opinions. The people around him. The people around him. That's all. That's what I feel. I'm not telling you I'm an Eagles expert. Who said that?
Yeah, but like, you know.
Why are you leaving?
Because it's 212.
Okay.
You know, just Goo, you do not know more about Philadelphia than my Eagles season ticket holder fan.
To a Willard and Dibbs, see,
if I can just add one thing,
I don't know.
It's not about what you know. It's about what you feel. And you're allowed to feel and think whatever you feel and think. You don't have to watch every snap. Right. So you can feel what you feel. I have a certain feeling about Mike McCarthy in Dallas, and I have a certain feeling about Bryce Young in Carolina, and I have these feelings.
Point is these feelings are based on where you live, and what team you root for.
You're denying that he's on the hot seat.
That's wrong.
I don't know if he's on the hot seat.
Everybody knows.
You don't know what my feelings are based on.
He's on the hot seat.
You told me. You said what your feelings were based on in Philly.
You gotta be in Philly to know he's on the hot seat.
Okay, he's on the hot seat.
But why is it like pulling teeth to get you to say that?
Because I actually really don't know if he's on the hot seat.
And I wonder why you're suddenly caping up for Philly. Because you've never really been an Eagles fan.
No, that's right. Because the way you guys laugh at Nick Sirianni and make a jerk out of him and call him a fraud, you would never do that with Kyle Shanahan or anybody in the Bay.
It's totally different.
You just don't.
Man.
You don't.
False. You obviously don't listen to 2 to 6 a lot.
No, come on.
Get your muff. If you're going to leave, take your muff with you.
What station are you leaving?
95.7 The Game.
Oh, damn.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Is it 95.7 The Game, or is it WIP? What are we doing here?
Woo!
Lock in, Willard.
Let's go. Let's go. It's Wednesday. That's how you start a Wednesday.
Hump day.
How you doing, partner?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Woo!
I mean,
ready.
I've had myself a morning, and it's one of those mornings where you just can't wait to get to work, and you walk in, and it gets hot right away in the crossover, and I love it.
That's the best. It's the best.
I love this job, and I love those two men, and I love my partner, and being able to sit here and talk about all things sports, I'm ready for it. Let's go. It's Wednesday. It's the day where we start to turn the calendar from week 2 to week 3. Coming up in about an hour, we will make that transition with Greg Cosell.
That's right. A little bit less than an hour, in fact, right? Are we going to do that at 3, or are we going to do that at 3:15?
Usually 3, but
3:15, right? We're going to do Greg. Yeah, 3:15.
Okay.
No, my bad. You said in about an hour. I think that's exactly an hour.
Well, I was thinking about halfway through the Cosell. Normally we do the first half with Greg on week 2, and then we'll pivot to week 3, and we'll talk about the Rams. And so, get your last Minnesota Vikings takes in now, because, we're about to make that pivot.
Yes, we are. And we have so many questions for Greg Cosell. Why is scoring down? Again.
Field goals are up.
4th year in a row. Why can no one pass for 300 yards anymore? Anybody having trouble on their fantasy team finding a quarterback who can, complete passes or something like that?
And I got you this week, so I have a choice to make between C.J. Stroud and...
let me know. I'll help you. Well, who do you got?
No, and Jared Goff. Hang in there, Jared. Hang in there, big guy.
Wait a minute. Jared Goff is playing who? Detroit is at Arizona?
Yeah.
And C.J. Stroud, the Texans will take on...
I'd have to look it up.
Someone. Okay.
You're going to have to face Jared Goff. Because that Arizona game, scoring is down, but not in that game. That game is first one to 40. Arizona's defense is not great.
What'd the Rams get against them last week?
Well, the Rams,
10 points?
We can talk about the Rams, and we will. The Rams are not an NFL offense right now.
Houston, you got a problem because you got Jared Goff, and I got Amon-Ra St. Brown. So he can throw all the touchdowns he wants. As long as he throws them number 14, everything's going to be fine. But anyway, nobody wants to hear about our stupid fantasy teams. They want to hear about the 49ers And the number is 888-957-9570. And maybe it's just this kind of day because our text thread throughout the morning sort of felt, much lighter in a lighter way because there are like videos of your daughter on there throwing things on the driveway, which is hysterical.
Well, it's just, Grandy had a little bit of a tantrum on the thread. And so I was in the middle of a tantrum with an actual 2-year-old. And so I wanted to share it.
Apparently it's in the water.
Okay.
It's in the water. I wish it was Tuesday because it's Tantrum Tuesday, but it's not. It's Wednesday. But I get it. Where Grandy was coming from on at least one of these. And we're going to get Grandy in here to defend himself, and we're going to enter you into the conversation at 888-957-9570. This is with the Cleats and Convos with Debo Samuel podcast, part of the Bleacher Report Network. There were a few things said. He had Brandon Ayuk on as a guest. So it's Debo and it's Brandon. It's the moderator asking questions. And Debo made a statement that we would like to let you hear right now with regard to his team, the Super Bowl, where this is going from here. Check it out, and then we'll talk it out.
Kind of same thing, kind of like be your best self. And like, as long as you know you left it all out there and like win, lose, or draw, like as long as you know you gave it everything, it's like you ain't got no regrets at all.
So it sounds like you guys are pretty convinced that as long as everybody shows up, there's no doubt that you guys feel like it can be your year.
Kind of like what he said. Like, my eyes, like, we've been on the best team in the league for a while.
Catch that last sentence.
Best team in the league for a while.
We've been the best team in the league for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
How's that grab you?
It grabs me two ways. On the one way, hearing it from him, I agree. You've been the best team for a while. You have the best roster. You have the best head coach. You've got a quarterback who's among the best. Yeah, you've been the best team in the league for a while. The other piece of it is the best team in the league for a while wins at least one title. And that's where, you talk about the best team in the league, like the Warriors were the best team in the league for a while. And they won 2. They would have won 3 had Clay and KD not gotten hurt. So, yeah, best team in the league for a while. You got it done. And I'm thinking about baseball, and I know this one will hit you a little bit different because I do think that the Dodgers have been the best team in the league for a while. And let's take aside the bubble chip, and I don't even want to make that a part of this conversation, but if the Dodgers don't win this year or next year or the year after, then it rings hollow because they've been the best team in the league for a while, right?
Well,
it seems like it.
Have they?
But they haven't won.
The definition for many people, and this is always like, this is what we're basically boiling this down to.
Right.
Is, does the best team always win? I know a lot of people who think, well, that's just flat out the definition. If you win, you're the best. And if you don't, you're not. Other people want to get more contextual about it. Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson get hurt. Were the Warriors the best team? They didn't win. The Raptors won. Does that make them the best team? Or are the Warriors the best team and the best team doesn't always win? That's sort of at the core of all of this. Here's what I'll say, and then, Grandy, you should jump in and give us your reaction to it. I'll just say this real quick. Debo Samuel saying we've been the best team in the league for a while. For 49er fans right now, that is hard to hear. It just is. I get it. You've lost a couple Super Bowls. It's a frustrating sort of a feeling all offseason, followed by a frustrating offseason, followed by a frustrating outcome on Sunday, followed by the news that you're going to be gone for a while. So that's what leads us to the moment where Debo's like, yeah, we've been the best team in the league for a while. It's very hard to hear. On the other hand, two things. One, he's on the team, and therefore I always feel like he has to feel that. Of course he feels that way. Do you know how many players think that they have the best team? The Chiefs all think it. I bet the Eagles all think it. The Lions think it. The Bills think it. The Niners think it. There are probably more who think it. There are other teams right now that we're not even putting in that conversation. For the moment, the Bucs and Vikings think that they might actually, watch us cook. So, of course, he thinks that. Combined with this, here's where I want it. And, Grandy, This is where I want you to really, you're going to have to pick a side now. A, we're the best team in the league for a while now. And you're like, no, you're not. You haven't won. In the next sentence, most Niner fans I know will say, you should have won both of those Super Bowls. If you think they should have won, that means you think they're the best team. No?
No, they didn't win.
But you thought
get crowned the best team by winning the Super Bowl.
Or some feel you just get crowned the Super Bowl champion. That doesn't necessarily equal best team.
It is so laughable to come out and say you feel like you've been the best team in the league for a while now, where over the last 5 years, you've won 0 and a different team has won 3.
Yep.
That is incredibly sad, wild. It's ridiculous. That's even a thought in your head.
Okay.
There's a difference between being the most talented team in the league, having the best roster in the league. I think the Niners certainly have that. But by not winning the Super Bowl, by the way, having the most talent on your roster and still not winning makes it even more embarrassing.
See, that's some big breath right there.
No, it is.
That's some big breath.
And I get it. And he's not wrong in having that opinion and that feeling. And if you want to put it into mathematics, since 2019, when Debo was a rookie, the Niners have the 5th most wins in the regular season.
Okay.
Not first, number 5. And if you want to talk about Super Bowls, as he mentioned, Kansas City has 3, Tampa has 1, and I guess the other one was the Rams. And the teams that have more wins than you in the regular year, Chiefs, Bills, Packers, and Ravens. So you're the 5th best team in the regular season, and in the postseason, you probably have the 2nd most wins, but you've got 0 rings.
Wait, Grandy, can we explore one more side of this, though?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you feel, let's just go February, you feel like the Niners should have won?
This past February?
Yes.
They should have won that football game.
Well, but is your
they are a hell of a football team, but they come up short.
Okay, but hold on. Your contention in feeling that they should have won, how do you reason with the idea that then somehow you don't believe they're the best team? Why do you feel they should have won?
Because you are only the best team in the league if you win the league, and the Niners have not won the league.
So, again, yeah, it flips to sort of, it's a little chicken or the egg. Who's the best team? Are you allowed to have that conversation before the game, or can you only have it after the game?
You can have it whenever you want.
Yeah, the results tell the story, period. So the Raptors were better than the Warriors that year, Grandy?
Yep.
Okay. I respect that. I don't see it that way, but I respect it.
So were the Cavs, even when the Warriors won 73.
Okay. I respect it. I get it. It's a little mathematical brain, as you said, thinking for me.
For me, it's more about the term better. And you've heard many athlete and many fan, and maybe not many coaches, but many fans and many athletes say, oh, we were the better team. Well, to me, that matters 0%, because yes, you were the better team. And were the Niners the better team last year in the Super Bowl? You could argue that they were, but you lost the game.
Yep.
And why you lost the game, we can all point fingers wherever we want to point them, but the bottom line is you didn't win the Super Bowl. So were you the better team? That even makes it more infuriating. And that's where what Debo said becomes triggering, because, yeah, you've been the best team for a while now. Well, why do you only have Hallis trophies and no Lombardi?
I think that's a great point. And that's why I started this by saying it's hard to hear. Yeah. I can agree with it on some level and still feel like it's really hard to hear. It only picks the scab of the 49er fan. And that's who we want to talk to right now. So let's go. When you hear Debo Samuel say, we have been the best team in the league for a while, how does it make you feel? What's your reaction to that? 888-957-9570. We want to take your phone calls, and we want to take them now because, again, Greg Cosell's coming up at 3:15. It's all you until then and after that as well. When you hear Debo say, we've been the best team in the league for a while, how does that make you feel, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. We look forward to your calls. We're sponsored by Robert Half, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is...
champion of what?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's nothing like an energetic crossover to get your day just heading in the right direction.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It was hot.
I hope you know that, Steiny. Maybe Steiny's listening to classical music on his way home right now. I don't know. But I hope you know that. I love that stuff. Can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
You are.
This guy is such a D.
Oh, yeah, I'm not the only one who thinks that. And I'm fine with that too. So, let's go to the phones, okay?
You want to go to the phones?
I want to go to the phones, and those of you just joining us, we're reacting to this. Deebo Samuel, Cleats and Convos with Deebo Samuel podcast. Peep this. Come for the Deebo, stay for the last sentence.
Kind of the same thing, kind of like be your best self, and like, as long as you know you left it all out there, and like win, lose, or draw, like as long as you know you gave it everything, it's like you ain't got no regrets at all.
So it sounds like you guys are pretty convinced that as long as everybody shows up, there's no doubt that you guys feel like it can be your year.
Kind of like what he said, like my eyes, like we've been on the best team in the league for a while.
We've been the best team in the league for a while. And, you know, split the difference a little bit in my mind. I get why he feels that way. It's hard for 49ers to hear that right now. So I understand where Grandy's coming from. Grandy's mad at this, and I understand it. That's hard to hear. I also understand where he's coming from, where A, he's on the team, so obviously he feels that way. But B, if you think the Niners, quote, should have won each time they play the Chiefs, then somewhere in your belly, in my opinion, you think the Niners are the best team too.
Yeah, I don't see it that way. And I just look at results, and you and I have had a long battle, and we will forever as long as we're on the show together about process versus results. Mm-hmm. You're a process guy. I'm a results guy. And I look at what they've done in the last 3 years, and they're not the best team. And the last 5 years since Deebo's been here, they're not the best team. You don't have the most wins. You don't have the most rings. You might have the best roster. Fine, that's subjective, but objectively, you're not the best team because the best team over a 5-year period should at least win one time, and you haven't.
Although, could he argue that what his words were for a while? I don't know that was 5 years. I don't know that it's his whole career. They're obviously a much different team under Brock Purdy than they are under Jimmy Garoppolo, and most would argue better.
Fine.
So maybe he's talking about for the last 2 years.
Okay. And even at that, they don't have the most wins and they don't have the most Super Bowls. So I would argue that you're not the best team. Now, you're among the best teams. And as a player, I'm not mad at him for thinking that because I want my players to think that. But at the same time, it does make me feel a little bit like triggered, especially now that you're injured.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know when this was recorded. That's the other thing. This hit this morning. And the timing's not great. You lost last week. You're hurt. This is not the time for the Niners receivers to be on a couch squawking about how amazing they are. Brandon, and we'll ask Greg Cosell this, but Brandon Ayuk is not separating, nor is he getting catches. Is it his fault? I don't know. Greg Cosell will help us with that. And Deebo's hurt. Not the time, but this is when it got released.
Right.
Then again, it's his podcast.
Thank you. So you can control the release.
Yeah,
if you realize, hey, I'm hurt and this may land in a certain way, maybe we don't want to release it. You could have held it back, but clearly he released it. And I know he's always on the Up and Adams podcast with Kay Adams, and I thought that's where this came from, but apparently this is his own podcast, so go ahead. Your content is your own. You can release whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. I'm not clapping back at that. I just kind of disagree with the notion that they're the best team.
888-957-9570. Niner fans, when you hear Deebo Samuel say, we've been the best team for a while, how does it make you feel? Miguel in Hawaii. Aloha, Miguel.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Originally from Modesto, but out here right now. But hey, just to make the point clear, so on paper, the Niners are the best team per player, talent-wise. And in theory, if you have the most talented roster, you should be the best team in the league. Everyone knows that the Niners had what it took to beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. It's just a matter of actually getting it done. Everyone was betting on the Niners to get it done. It just didn't happen. So, yes, the Niners do have the best team. They just couldn't get it done. It just wasn't their night. And a quick note on Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
I think the Rams game is going to be his come-out game. Look out for that. I just think he needed a couple games to get in his groove, and then everyone's going to want to be buying his jersey. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Miguel. I hope so. I hope somebody offensively is dynamic this weekend. We'll get to some sort of idiosyncrasies with this Niners-Rams matchup a little bit later on in the show, and obviously with Greg Cosell, who's coming up here in a little bit over a half hour. I mean, what I hear there, and some have said this on the Xfinity Mobile text line as well, something to be said for this, I think. In the NFL, the playoffs are single elimination. And so almost a little bit easier to look at a game and go, well, wait a minute. Even go back the year before. That's what I walked away from the Eagles-Niners NFC Championship game, not saying the Niners were better. I walked away saying, we'll never know. We'll never know because the playing field did not end up equal. And that happens sometimes because single elimination and because football and hellacious injuries all the time.
Yeah. And if you would have had Sam Darnold as your backup, you might have had a chance to still win that game.
Maybe.
So you didn't, and you had Josh Johnson, and he turned out to not be the guy that you were looking for in that spot, and you ran out of quarterbacks. And so, yeah, ultimately it doesn't matter if the Niners were better than the Eagles or not, and I thought the Eagles were better. Steiny, I hope you're listening. I thought the Eagles were better anyway in that game where Brock Purdy's arm fell off, but it doesn't matter. And you could say the Niners have had the best team for a while, and that's great, and it's a soundbite, and we're going to play off of it, but you have to go out there and show me. The Dodgers have to go out there and win a World Series in a full season with a full playoff and everybody ready to go and play baseball. And if you don't, then it becomes a failure. And it's the same thing with any other team in any other sport, a team that has the best roster. You have to go out there and get it done when the chips are down.
Well, and he didn't even use that word. You know what I mean? Best roster. He said best team.
Fine.
And again, I want him feeling that way.
Well, and I wonder what best team means. For me, it means best roster, but whatever. I can't put myself into Debo's head. For me, best team means best roster, best head coach, best everything.
I think
we've got the best team.
I think to him it means we should have won.
Right.
And I agree with him.
You didn't.
But you didn't.
You didn't.
You didn't. And then you get to label that however you want. You want to call that a choker? You want to call it disappointing? Do you want to call it now you're not the best team? You can call it whatever you want. I agree with him that if we're just going to zero in on last year, I thought they were the best team. I thought they were better than the Chiefs. I still do.
But that's an interesting way to look at it because were they better than the Packers? Maybe not.
Well,
were they better than the Lions?
Were they better than the Ravens?
No, they certainly were not better than the Ravens on that night. That's to my point, Grandy, is ultimately you only have to be the best team in that game on that night in that matchup.
Sure.
And the Packers gave you a gift and the Lions gave you a couple of gifts.
Yeah, but we do this throughout the year, right? Like you've been big on what the Niners' rest advantage / disadvantage is. So if we're going to bring topics like that up, that's sort of how it lands with me, which is to say, well, we're not at the same starting gate. And there are advantages and disadvantages based on rest, based on travel, based on time of game, based on injury list. All of these things happen in any given game and can affect the outcome of the game. And I don't know that that's a referendum on, therefore, quote, who's the best team.
Fair, but if you want to take that to the playoffs last year, you had the rest advantage against Green Bay by a week. Because Green Bay played the week before. You were the top seed. You played at home. You had a week, and you had to dig deep to win that game.
That one's hard to sort of figure. Did Green Bay outplay the Niners for more of the night than the other way around? Probably.
Yeah.
It's close. Same thing with the Lions. Lions owned a half, and then the Niners owned a half.
They did. And, the Niners owned a half, and Dan Campbell kind of made it so that they were able to escape it. And then you had even rest with Kansas City on a neutral field, and you owned most of that game, and you didn't get it done.
It's sports, though, right?
Sports, man.
Sports.
Man.
You dropped the ball on the one. You drop the ball on the 1 yard line. Aaron Jones did it last weekend. And
that thing got punched out.
Yeah, but like a lot of people.
Shout out Mike Tyson.
You know what I mean? If we really start zeroing in, go all the way to each of these individual efforts and how a game can swing in a large way because of these individual plays, or a ball bounces off of a helmet, for example.
Yep.
And is that a referendum on who the best team is? You know, I always respected something that Tiger Woods said years ago. He was going into the Masters, and this is in the middle of the Tiger stuff now. And he's going into the Masters, and someone asked him, what's it going to take to win this week? And one of the first things he said, he goes, brakes. I need brakes. And Tiger, obviously, not only did he think he was the best, he was. You know, I mean, golf maybe is a stupid example here, but then again, there's a piece of it. Who's the best golfer is most of the time not going to win the tournament. Most of the time. Scottie Scheffler, with all of his wins, most of the time he doesn't.
Yeah, tough example because he won most of the time this year.
Right, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
totally.
He's the best. The best doesn't win every time, and golf is not like football, and football is not like baseball, like basketball, like hockey.
Basketball, the best team wins more often than any other sport.
I agree with you.
Baseball, it's a little bit, based on dominance. You could have a pitcher come in and dominate, like the Giants. They won 3 World Series because they had, at times, dominant pitchers who dominated in the postseason. And it was Timmy, a little bit of Mad Bum, a lot of Mad Bum, a little bit of Matt Cain, but they had performances that were dominant that helped them in that way. Football is much more of a crapshoot, but to Debo's comment about we've had the best team for a while, well, then you need to get one of these done. And I hate to be on Team Grandy, but it becomes a little bit frustrating if you're the best team and you don't win at all.
It's hard to hear. I totally agree with you. Then again, in any sport, I could give you examples. Like, for those of you who want to play this black and white, and Grandy, I'm not necessarily saying that you are, maybe a little bit, maybe not as firm as, like, for instance, most recent text that just came in, Xfinity Mobile text line 925. Dude, the best team is the team that wins it all. Stop doing mental gymnastics to convince yourself the Niners are the best. All right, so I will do this coming up here sometime soon. I'm going to make a list in the history of championships in the major sports where somebody won it all, and there's no way in hell you think they're the best team. No way in hell. Like, upsets happen. Upsets happen, and you will not walk away being like, well, they were the best. I get where you're coming from, and you can look at it that way. I don't, and that comes down to how we want to define the word.
Right.
Let's go to Jorvel in Antioch. Hey, Jorvel, thanks for calling.
Hey, fellas, and thank you for taking my call for our first time calling into your guys' show.
Thank you.
You guys doing an awesome job, doing a great job. So follow me real quick. So he said, let's break down what he said. They were the best team for a while.
Yep.
To qualify for a while, right, you have to have a team that's been to at least, let's say, the NFC Championship multiple consecutive years, which the Niners have. So you can qualify them as one of the best teams. In the Super Bowl, they were pretty much the best team up until the fourth quarter. The caveat to me is they were the best team, but they have the worst moments. They always kind of end up, something happens, whether it's Brock Purdy's arm, whether it's a muff punt, whether it's Shahan making a bonehead decision at the for overtime. But I believe they are the best teams, but they have the worst moments.
That's an interesting way to put it. Jorvel, thank you very much. And again, Debo Samuel says on his podcast, we've been the best team for a while. Niner fans, when you hear that, how does it make you feel? 888-957-9570. Yeah, that's an interesting way to put it. And I'm kind of with you, Dibs, and I think this is what Jorvel's getting at. In a way, hearing Debo say that, it frustrates you even more. Because let's say you are like me, and there's at least portions of you that agree with what Debo's saying, it becomes even more frustrating that you haven't gotten over the top.
Right.
That you haven't done it. Because you are. You should have. You are. I thought they were the best team all last year. That's why I feel like I can say that. There were days where they weren't the best team out there. Certainly on Christmas, my God, they stunk. But all year long, I'm like, you watch all the games and take in info months at a time. I think this is the best team. But they didn't do it. Yeah.
So you can be the best team all you want, and you go to any beauty pageant where you've got the best looking pageant contestant, and she's killing it in the swimsuit, and the evening gown is wonderful, and then she gets to the interview, and it's like, what's the capital of North Dakota? And she says Paris, and it's like, oh boy, there goes that pageant winner. It doesn't matter if you're the best team if you get to Super Bowl Sunday and you don't get it done.
Sure.
And you have a play in the red zone where you score a touchdown and you probably will win the game, and you have a blocker go the wrong way. You get a free runner. The quarterback has no time, and a wide open Ayuk is not hit, and you settle for 3, and you give Mahomes the ball, and he scores a touchdown, and you lose. So it comes down to any of these games, and we can look at last Sunday. Think about the 5 biggest plays in that game, and of the 5 biggest plays, Minnesota won 4 of them. The 97-yard touchdown, the punt block. The one that I'm thinking about that the Niners actually won would be the 4th down to Jawan Jennings, where Brock threw it into double coverage. And
gosh, that was a great throw.
But the majority of the big plays were won by Minnesota. So it doesn't matter if you're the best team if you can't win the big game.
But then again, like, they have won plenty of big games. And think about if we, you mentioned the NBA, where most often the best team wins. And you're absolutely right. But we do this in football often based on one game. Think about if we did that in basketball. Think about that now.
One game.
Yep. Like the Warriors. Give me the 9 losses when they went 73-9. Give me who they lost to. Like, are we going to suggest, at least on that given night, that Charlotte was better than the Warriors? Or did they just win the game? And there are factors involved in that. That's why there are seasons. Like, an entire season is what determines that.
Right.
And it does become difficult in a football way. Like, no one's going to argue over the last, if you did make this about the last 2 or 5 years, it's a pretty hard argument to not say that the Chiefs are the best team. I don't know how the hell you would argue anything else. And that's what he's doing here. But I pause because the Chiefs are the best team. And in this city, we run around all day long going, they should have won both times. Well, then that sort of means to me that you think somewhere in you that the Niners are better.
I don't think about it that way because you didn't. And you had 2 chances at it. And each time you had a lead, and each time you didn't get it done. And I'm looking at the numbers since 2019, and the Chiefs are 65-20 in the regular year, and the Niners are 55-30.
Yeah,
very good.
But you're playing different. Like, you're not running the same schedule.
And I would agree with you more had they not had a couple of big head-to-heads in the Super Bowl, and also head-to-heads in the regular season.
Yeah, they haven't
where
beaten
Kansas City
smacked them.
They tapped that.
Yeah.
I won't do it, Grandy.
They've only played Brock once.
You better be careful.
Like, I find these versions of the Niners get grouped, and they're not the same. I don't find Shanahan's first Super Bowl team to be Shanahan's second Super Bowl team.
But they both lost.
They both lost to the same team.
Right.
Sort of.
In
and there's
similar fashion.
A lot of different players on both teams.
Both sides, yeah.
Yeah.
Kansas City beat with defense more in this last one than they did the first time.
No doubt. And they were a better defensive team this time around than they were the time before. Dustin in Martinez is next up. 888-957-9570. Hi, Dustin. Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, guys? Of course. Yeah, man, as soon as I heard that, I instantly thought, if you ain't first, you're last, I've heard, I just felt like best team out there. I just thought, oh, yeah, the best loser out there. So, it's kind of like first place at losing, basically, is what I thought.
Hey, Dustin, can I ask you what you do for a living?
Not racing.
Okay.
I work with utility companies. Why?
Okay. Is your utility company the absolute number one in its industry?
No.
No. Okay. Do you think your company's a loser?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Wow. That turned on you in a hurry. That's
I kind of, that call went for me the same way the Super Bowl went for the Niners. Winning, lost.
Yep. It's not the same in business. And
of course
that
it's
was
not.
An unfair parallel.
Not. No, it's not.
You put the caller into an unfair situation.
Why?
Because you could be second in business and still be a winner. You can't be second in football and still think, oh, we get a Lombardi too because we showed a profit.
Nobody's calling for Capri Suns and trophies for everybody. But I don't find, like, if you characterize the last 5 years of Niner football as Loserville, come on, man.
It's not Loserville.
They're not losers.
But they're not the best team in football.
And Grandy almost broke his neck nodding when this guy said that the Super Bowl loser is the first loser. They're not losers. Like, I get it. It's frustrating as hell. And they lost the game. And it's disappointing. And it's all of these things. But you cannot characterize the last 5 years of 49er football as they're like the biggest losers. You can't do that.
What would you characterize it as?
Disappointing, frustrating, hell, tons of fun throughout. The journey's great. It's a really good football team. We've had this age-old debate, Dibbs and I, so many times. And a great question, for example, would be, and this was kind of thrown out, would you rather be a Rams fan right now or a Niners fan for the last 5 years?
Yeah.
You get 5 years, essentially, outside of the one wonky torn ACL. You get 5 years of like, dude, you're dancing. You are always dancing, but you ain't got that thing. And the Rams, you got that thing, and then you've got 4 years of high-level Suckville. I'm taking the Niners.
They're 46-39 over the last 5 years, since 2019, the Rams.
The Rams.
So slightly above 500, mostly like 9-8, 10-7, 7-10 years.
Best player always hurt.
But a ring.
Yep.
You got a bowl, and you can't include the fact that their Super Bowl did not include like a big-time parade because the market that they're in is different, and we know that. And if you're in L.A., the Rams are the fourth professional team behind the Raiders, USC, and LAFC soccer team, and then you get to the Rams.
Yeah.
So
Dodgers, Lakers, all of it.
I mean, if you really want to rank it,
sure.
I mean, UCLA men's volleyball, all the rest of it. So, yeah, it's a little different down in LA, but if you would have taken that level of success, 46-39, and put it here, would Niner fan want that? One Lombardi and 4 years of mediocrity?
Not me.
Or this?
I understand if you say yes. Not me. I got Rams fans in the family. I'm having way more fun every Sunday than they are. Way more fun. They're 0-2, and both their receivers are on IR.
Yep.
We're having way more fun. 7.5-point favorites in their building.
They're about to get trucked at quote-unquote home.
Home, yeah.
Not to give away my pick early and fade the dibber, now 4-2. Fade me at your own risk.
Don't jump to the Niner game. We got a Thursday nighter tomorrow first.
Oh, and I already have the lock.
All right, beautiful.
And you know I'm going to win it.
You're hot.
Fade me at your own risk.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Greg Cosell in 20 minutes, but up next, more of you. Debo Samuel says, been the best team in the league for a while. 49er fans, how's that make you feel? Take your phone calls next. Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we got a lot to do today. Greg Cosell in 15 minutes. He'll be great. He always is. But we're still talking out this Deebo Samuel podcast, Cleats and Combos podcast comment, where he says we've been the best team in the league for a while. And as a 49er fan, how does that make you feel? And I also wonder, like, this kind of just came up as part of the conversation. Would you rather be a Rams fan or a 49ers fan based on how the last 5 years have gone? Like, again, I totally get it, especially if you're someone who's not been alive long enough to see the 49ers win a championship. I would totally get it if you said Rams. I totally get it.
Yeah.
Grandy, you'd probably say Rams, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because he's never seen one. You and I watch the 49ers have a dynasty. So I'm like, no, I want to have fun every year. I want to be in the mix. I want to be good every year. Right now, I have Rams fans in the family. They're very angry a lot most Sundays right now. 0-2, Puka, IR, Cooper, IR, bummed. So,
and the last Rams title was St. Louis. So, and most of those people that you're referring to were not alive when the St. Louis Rams were doing their thing, right?
Well, the Rams just won 4 years ago.
No, prior to that.
Oh, well, right.
Prior to this one, if you want to talk about Rams fans,
yes,
like my buddy Marty Fisher, shout out Pescado, who lives in Arizona, who is our age. He was a Ram fan back when they were in L.A., and he stayed with them in St. Louis, and he stayed with them coming back here.
Yeah, a lot of them bailed and like went to the Chargers for a second, and then they left, and then this, that, and the other. How about Adam in the city? Hi, Adam. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. When that video came out last night, my immediate reaction was just, you haven't won anything. How can you be the best team? This is just coming from a Niners fan. Being in San Francisco from here, I'm just like, you cannot say that if you haven't won it. And then on top of that, the way that you have lost a lot of those big games, you've choked the games away. You've had, the Rams game, both Chiefs games, you've had 10-point leads. Two of them, you've had 10-point leads in the fourth quarter, and you lost. So, no, you cannot say that you're the best team when you don't win. That's my belief, and that's just like how I feel. I think the timing of this video is really bad. Minus the injuries, it just sounds like, the Niners players kind of crying about where they felt it should have been after they lost the big one again. It's like we've heard this story before. So that's kind of my stance of that.
Yeah, Adam, I get it. To me, it also feels a little bit like, and I think Russell Westbrook said this at one point, like Russell Westbrook, hey, who do you think the best point guard in the world is? He's like, me. And we're all like, well, no, you're not.
No.
But he's a player, so he has to think that way. In order to perform at this level, don't you kind of have to think that you're the best?
You should, and you like the self-confidence, and you like the team confidence from Deebo Samuel, and I'm not faulting him for having that self-opinion of him and his team, but it does ring a little bit hollow, as the caller was pointing out, the fact that he's currently injured. So, yeah, you have the best team, but you don't have McCaffrey, and you're out yourself, and you're 1-1. So it does ring a little bit hollow based on all the circumstances of going on right now.
GPD in Hayward. What's up, brother? How are you?
Hey, love you guys, man. That's very good. You know what? I will bet that these guys, all these football players, they record they go to the Odyssey app, and then they listen to you later because you guys are the best show on radio. When they want to know about what everybody thinks about them and what they know and what the fans know, it's 95% of the game. That's why we tune in. Kudos to you guys.
Love you, GPD. Love you, GPD.
Okay.
Kudos.
Hold on. Let me tell you about what Deebo said. You were right. Of course, it's about you are a Niner. You are good. You have the best talent in the NFL, but you're not the best. You're correct. You didn't win it, dog. So whoever wins the Lombardi is the best. You can't say you are the best if you didn't win the Lombardi. You can say we have the best talent and we feel that we're the best, but we haven't won the big one. See, it's all about semantics and what you say. You got to watch what you say.
All right. So here, GPD, here's the example. And I'll let you be the first to answer this, but we can put it out to everybody. Let's go back to, and I know that, you and I and Dibs, like, we're old enough to have remembered this. Let's go back to the New York Giants victory over the New England Patriots when the Patriots had not lost a football game all year long.
Manning gets away. Helmet. Tyree.
There you go.
That's my Joe Buck.
It's fantastic.
Thank you. Economy of words.
I think that a reasonable person can answer this either way, but what is your perspective? Were the New York Giants the best team that year?
Of course not. If you play that game 20 different times, they lose 19 times.
Okay, GPD.
And I think they played earlier that year, if I'm not mistaken. And the Patriots beat them.
At the very end of the year.
Correct.
I think the last game of the year. GPD, how would you answer that?
Me, dog. That's a no for me, dog. You're not the best.
Okay, Grandy. Thank you, GPD. Grandy, who was the best team that year?
Who raised the Lombardi Trophy?
That's right.
No,
Eli.
Again, I think a reasonable person can answer that both ways. I get it if that's the way you look at it. Very black and white thinking. And that's fine. I'm not saying it's wrong. I don't tend to feel that way. I think the Patriots, the same way I think the Golden State Warriors, Toronto Raptors year, or even the Cavaliers year, they didn't win. But if you ask me who the best team, the New England Patriots were the best team that year.
Right.
And part of the fun of sports is sort of getting there toward the end, assessing who the best team is, and then going, can you do it? And they usually can, but not always.
And that's where this whole idea about best team for me falls short of what actually moves me, because who cares who the best team is? Ultimately, you're either the champion or you're not the champion. And if you're the best team, then we can look at why you didn't win the big game, and we could talk about Kyle Shanahan, and many fans want to. Last year, you didn't know the overtime rules, and the Jimmy G year, you should have run the ball, and Kittle was open, and Emmanuel Sanders, and Jimmy G, and all the rest of it. We can pick through the wreckage of a loss when you were the best team, but ultimately for me, it doesn't matter who the best team is. There's the champion, and then there's everybody else.
How about, let's go to Ryan in Irvine. Ryan, thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys. This is one thing I think is kind of funny. It seems like players, they obviously follow the lead of the head coach. And in my opinion, I feel like Debo feels comfortable. He said this not just in this podcast, but he's said this a few times now, that he feels like they have the best team. And I think he feels comfortable saying things like that, especially on such a big platform, because that's how Kyle views this team. That's how Kyle has viewed his teams for the last several years. And I think he instills that in his players. And I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I really don't. I don't know if it's too much confidence and not enough reflection on the team to be like, how can we actually get better so we can win this thing? I know confidence, arrogance is needed at that level of sports, but sometimes I question if maybe a little more humility would actually get the job done. And then the second thing, as far as being a Rams fan or a Niners fan, I'm 37 years old. I've lived in Orange County my whole life. I am surrounded by quote unquote Rams fans who get the trump card of saying, yeah, but we won a championship. And it's just, they have the ability, this like, I don't know, just calm and peace, knowing that they got the job done. They have a championship. And I think probably for the next several years, they're just going to ride on that. And it's like, trust me, the answer to the question is, would you rather be a Niner fan or a Rams fan? Niner fan all day long, because I love the players that we have, the organization that we have, and the journey, like as you like to say, the process has been amazing. There's been some amazing moments as Niner fans, but that tension that we feel with 30 years since not getting the job done. I was 7 years. I was playing outside the whole time.
Yeah, Ryan, your phone started to cut out there a little bit, but it's a really good call. I don't know if that I buy that Kyle Shanahan is always feeding the guys that we're the best team. We haven't heard him talk about it much. I do remember John Lynch before the year being like, hey, why are we talking about the Super Bowl? You got to earn that every year.
Yeah.
Like, you don't just start there. So I don't know that actually comes from the staff on down. I tend to believe that, these are wide receivers, and this is the way a lot of wide receivers talk.
And you've been successful, so of course you're going to feel that way.
We're sponsored by Lucky California, and the phenomenal Greg Cosell joins us next. Is Brandon Ayuk actually getting open? Why is scoring down? Why is there more running than passing so far this league year? That and much more with the incomparable Greg Cosell next on Willard and Dibs.
It's your last week.
Cosell. You just put a beanie on.
Yeah, it's a little cold. Cold out today, and when you have no hair, you tend to get colder a little bit faster.
I think it's warmer today than yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah, it depends.
Dude, yesterday, that after the show yesterday, last night, it's chilly.
A little chilly.
Chilly.
Yeah, I went to the heavier sweatshirt today, and, sometimes you go beanie, and you and I have talked about the temperature in this room, how it's a little bit of a fluctuation sensation based on the time of day, and
It's a buck.
Sometimes it gets a little chilly. You throw the beanie on, you feel warmer.
Good.
It was hot during the crossover.
Real hot. It was good. Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get back to the calls here shortly, but let's hop out to the River Islands guest line because 3:15 on Wednesdays, this is our jam, man. This is our jam. We love this. Hanging out, spending some time with the senior producer of NFL Films, the absolute guru of the NFL film, and that is none other than Greg Cosell. Hey, Greg, what's cooking today?
Gentlemen, what's happening? I hope nobody's getting too upset thinking like the whole season's falling apart now,
No, the season's over.
It's over, Greg.
It was a good run, but Christian
McCaffrey... It was a good run, and, time to get rid of the quarterback, move on. It's time to change everything. You know how it goes.
They say Super Bowl or bust. It's bust. Greg, we got so many questions for you. Can we start with this? Across the league, we're seeing a trend. It's only 2 weeks, but a lot less passing, a lot more running. We're watching quarterbacks have a hard time getting to 300 yards. What gives? Why?
There's probably a couple of reasons for that. Some could just be a function of teams not playing a lot of people in the preseason, which, over time has an impact. And it has an impact in particular for offensive line play because those guys need to play and then find cohesion together. I think it has a lot to do, too, with how teams are playing defensively. There's more and more what we call too high structure defensively. It makes it harder to throw the ball at the intermediate and deeper levels. So you're seeing a lot more, they're not checkdowns necessarily, but a lot more short throws. And if those receivers get tackled, obviously you're not gaining a lot of yards. So, those are just two things that I can think of immediately. So obviously, I hope people understand that I don't know what you're going to ask me. So, those are two things that immediately came to my mind.
And I think those are good and accurate answers. And if you're a field goal kicker, you're loving it right now. But I want to focus on the first part of your answer, which is offensive line play, particularly with the 49ers, because it seemed like in the run game they were effective, but in the pass game looked like they struggled. What did you see from the Niners O-line against Minnesota in week 2?
Yeah, well, there were 6 sacks. The Vikings are one of the toughest defenses in the league to play because they're so multiple with what they do, with their fronts, with their looks. They put people up on the line of scrimmage. They move people around. So then you have to identify people. They rushed 6 an awful lot. Last year, by the way, they rushed 6 more than any team in the league, and they're basically doing that again. They rushed 5 or more on 20 of Purdy's 46 dropbacks. So they clearly were going after him. They're really good with stunts, and stunts are a great example of where you need communication with your offensive line. They struggled a bit at times in this game, but the Vikings are a really, really difficult defense to play against.
Greg, a couple of questions about the 49er receivers. As a group right now, they are last in the league in terms of separation. Is that A to B? Does that just mean Niner receivers are not running great routes and getting open? Could there be other reasons for that? What say you?
I don't know what that means, to be honest with you, because, I have to watch the tape to see this kind of stuff. Those kinds of stats don't mean a lot to me because I don't know who's doing that, guys. I'm just being honest with you. It's just like when I see stats, quarterback being pressure throws. Well, I have to see what they mean by pressure. I don't know what they mean. So I don't know what the definition of separation is.
Well, can I ask it this way? Do you see that the Niner receivers are doing a good job of getting open?
Well, I know this, that the Vikings played more zone than man, so I don't know what the definition of separation means against zone coverage.
Got it.
So I would say that you have to understand one thing. Purdy completed 28 of 36. He made a lot of difficult throws in the middle of the field, which is what the 49ers offense is all about. It's throwing the ball between the numbers. Now, the Vikings came in with a plan where they wanted to play what we call robber coverage and lurk coverage, which tries to minimize throws between the numbers. That's what some teams do against the 49ers because that's the foundation of their pass game, is to work between the numbers. So you will see teams play robber coverage, which, by the way, the Cleveland Browns did last year in the game that the 49ers lost. So teams do this. And some weeks it works, some weeks it doesn't. If one thing worked all the time, everybody would do the same thing. So there are some weeks things work. For instance, you can play robber coverage and the 49ers can beat it, but let's say on the same play you have robber coverage, the pass rush gets home. So there's all kinds of reasons why things happen and don't happen in a game. But to me, there was not a problem with the 49er pass game in terms of their receivers. I mean, I know he's going to be out for a number of weeks, but Samuel had a big game. They actually busted on a Kittle play early in the game for a 25-yard completion. Jennings had some plays, in the middle of the field. So I didn't really think the 49ers pass game was a problem from Purdy's perspective.
What about from Brandon Ayuk's perspective? And I know that these are the first 2 games back and he had no preseason. Are you seeing the same sort of route ability that you talked about in the preseason, his short area quickness and his ability to be at top speed and break open on routes?
I'm not studying him on every single play. You have to understand one thing. A lot of times, plays are called and it might be a read to one side of the field. And if he's not on that side of the field, then, he's not going to be involved in the progression necessarily. You would expect that as the season progresses, that he'll be more involved. Don't forget, he missed a lot of time. So it would just be normal. And again, I'm not going to say this is true or not because I'm not studying him on every play, but it would just be normal for him not to be at the level that he can be at based on his physical abilities because he missed a lot of time. And no matter how much, let's say, running he did on the outside, it's not the same as participating in camp, and it's not the same as playing in games. So it will probably take him a little time. And I'm sure now with Samuel out, McCaffrey still being out, and to be honest with you guys, I'm a little concerned about McCaffrey and the way this all played out. I'm just worried he might end up missing the season. But again, who knows? But I'm sure Ayuk will become a bigger factor now going forward because Samuel will be out.
Senior producer of NFL Films, Greg Cosell, is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Greg, I've heard from a lot of NFL people I respect who break down the videos and whatnot, the setup on defense on the 97-yard touchdown to Justin Jefferson really put the DBs in a bad spot and didn't make any sense. What did you see on that particular play?
Well, I can describe what happened on the play. The Vikings shifted to a 2-by-2 set. Both tight ends were aligned to the closed boundary and stacked, and there was stacked twins to the field. It was play action. It was a shot play. They went 7-man protection. Okay, Naylor was the outside receiver in the stacked look. He ran the deep over route, and Jefferson from the inside ran the corner post. Now, post safety Brown, Jair Brown, he was late to react to Jefferson. So he allowed him to get over the top. As a post safety, if anybody runs a post route, that's your responsibility. He did not play his responsibility properly. If he played his responsibility properly, that throw would not have been there. So, my guess is, I don't listen to all the interviews of teams after games. My guess is Brown probably said that he didn't play his responsibility properly because he didn't.
Yeah, and as a result, Jefferson got deep and got over the top and was able to score from 97 yards out.
Look, it's pretty simple. If you're playing a coverage, which was essentially cover 3, and so in cover 3 you have a deep middle safety. If any ball's caught in the deep middle, that's the responsibility of the deep post safety. So Brown made the mistake on that play. He was late to react. Now Jefferson ran kind of a
he ran a corner post. So when Jefferson, made his move toward the corner, it's possible Brown thought, okay, he's going to run a sail route, and now my corner is going to be responsible for that, who I believe was Ward, because it was to that side of the field, and Ward's the left corner. So he probably, I don't know. I don't know what's in his head, but he may have thought that, okay, Jefferson is now not going to be my responsibility because he's going to run to the corner. So he sort of stopped. And then when he came back on the post, Jefferson, that is, Brown was too low and he couldn't get deep enough.
Yeah, it looked like Ward had actually followed the over route anyway, and so there was no corner help on the back side of that. And that was one of only 4 plays upon which the 49ers blitzed. When you look at the tape, are you seeing a team that is relying on a 4-man pressure a lot?
More so, yeah. I mean, normally look, we talked about this last week. They've got a really good 4-man pass rush. This was an odd kind of game because Darnold did not throw a ton of balls. This was not a game where the Vikings dropped back a lot in the game, just the way the game played out. I thought they had some issues, though, in their zone coverage concepts, and they play more zone than man. And particularly in the first half, I thought there were too many voids that defined the reads and the throws for Darnold and allowed him to throw within the structure of the play call and with really good timing. I thought Naylor had an 18-yard completion in the reception in the first half. Jefferson had a 16-yarder on 3rd and 13 late in the second quarter. The voids were too defined, and that makes it much easier for a quarterback.
Greg, I'd love your perspective on this, just from years of watching Kyle Shanahan's system and watching the 49er games in the last, certainly at least 3 years. When you hear that Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel are both going to miss a game, that makes you think what in terms of how much the 49ers need to change a normal game plan?
Well, it'll change what they can do formationally and with some motions, because we know what McCaffrey can do. Although I got to tell you, Jordan Mason continues to look really, really good. If I told you that they'd run for 100 yards and Purdy would throw for over 300, you'd probably say that the 49ers would win that game, would you not?
Yeah,
of course.
Yep.
Yeah. So, offensively, in terms of putting up yards, that was not a problem. But I think in terms of what they can do going forward, with what they can do with motions and formation diversity, that'll probably be limited to some degree, because Samuel and McCaffrey are the 2 guys that really do that and give all those looks to the defense. So, again, I'm not, in the meetings. I don't know how Kyle coaches it. Maybe it's possible that the players who will go in can do this stuff. In terms of the tactics of it, they probably can't do it as well because Samuel and McCaffrey, that's what they do. But I would imagine there'll be some limitations to what they can do from a motion perspective, and they're one of the highest percentage motion teams in the league, and from a formation multiplicity perspective.
From this perspective of the ground game, what are you seeing differently with Jordan Mason as opposed to when McCaffrey is there? Because I'm seeing a run game that's a little bit more direct inside the tackles, and I'm seeing Juszczyk used more as an on the line of scrimmage blocker. What are you seeing on the film as far as their run game concepts go?
Well, it's funny you say that, because I thought that they actually ran the mid zone and wide zone run game really, really well. And I thought Mason showed an excellent feel for those runs, patience, vision. He's really good at reading his blocks and what we call defensive gap fluidity, because gaps change once the ball is snapped. They're not the same as when before the snap of the ball. He's got short area burst. He runs with velocity. He hits it with speed. While you wouldn't call him shifty, he's got enough of it to navigate confined space at the second level of the defense. And he's really physically tough and competitive. I mean, he's your classic sustaining back. He gets tough, hard-earned yards. Now, he's obviously, you can't do with him in the pass game what McCaffrey is, and that does, place a limitation on what they can do. So, those kinds of limitations do matter over the course of time. It forces Kyle and his offensive staff to have to do some things differently.
Greg, let's start looking ahead. I got a couple questions about this matchup with the Rams this weekend. First and foremost, right, there's no McCaffrey, there's no Deebo. Guess what? There's no Cooper Kupp, no Puka Nacua.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so based on your knowledge of the Rams, how much of what they do on offense is going to be unavailable because of the loss of those two stars?
Well, I mean, obviously they're going to be playing with lesser players, so I think it impacts them greatly because one thing about Naku in particular is he's phenomenal working between the numbers in the middle of the field. They don't have a receiver now who can really do that. So I think you're going to see some creativity from Sean McVay. I think they'll try to run the ball. I thought the 49ers had some issues on the edge in the run game this past week. You saw Chandler have a number of runs to the edge. So I think you'll see them have to face a Rams offense that probably focuses a little more on the run game, assuming they can do it. Now, obviously, if you're going to run the ball, you have to have some success to stay on schedule. Stafford is so good that, he is one of those quarterbacks that if he is on, he can probably throw it to anybody, but it probably, for them as well, limits the kind of route concepts they can run. They're another team that uses a ton of motion. I mean, you're dealing with two teams that use as much motion, along with probably the Dolphins, and obviously Mike McDaniel being there and his background, but you're seeing two teams that use motion as much as any team in the league.
Yeah, same background, obviously, with McVay and Shanahan and the tree they come from. How similar are these two schemes?
You're talking about McVay and Shanahan?
Yeah.
There's some similarities, but there's also some differences. Obviously, McVay is an 11 personnel guy, meaning he plays with one back, one tight end, and three wide receivers when he has all his people. So, that's what he's done over the recent years. They've been among the higher percentage teams in the league playing out of 11 personnel. Clearly, we know that the 49ers under Kyle play probably 40-45% of their offensive snaps out of what we call 21 personnel, meaning, two backs and it's use check. So there's a difference right there. That changes the way you can run the football. Because Juszczyk, in a sense, he's a fullback / tight end, but just changes some of the blocking concepts in your run game. So there's some differences there. But the use of motion is something that they both do quite a bit.
So for the 49ers going up against a Ram team without Puka Nacua and without Cooper Kupp and likely playing a lot of 11 personnel still, would you anticipate the 49ers play a lot more base defense with three linebackers to try to stop the run game and dare Stafford to beat them with other weapons?
No, I think they'll play nickel. I don't think they're going to play base defense with three linebackers against 11 personnel. I think they'll play with their nickel. Because there's still going to be three wide receivers on the field. So I don't think they're going to play base versus three wide receivers. I mean, is it possible on maybe some 1st and 10s they might do that? But they're not going to do that foundationally as the way in which they play the game.
Greg, how deep of a dive did you do on the trenches in that Niner-Viking game? There's some individuals I'd love to ask you about if you got a really good look.
Sometimes I do. It depends who you want to ask me about.
Well, let me throw a couple names at you. You tell me what you saw. One on the defensive side, Javon Hargrave, big free agent signing a year ago. He's been disappointing. What are you seeing, if anything?
I think Hargrave is a better pass rusher than he is a run defender overall. I think as a pass rusher, he's very powerful and he's really good driving, interior O linemen back into the pocket. But I think that's his game more than being a run defender. I didn't study him specifically in this game, but that's who he is as a player.
And then on the other side of the ball, there's some videos starting to circulate today that are not too kind to Niners center Jake Brendel. Whatever of the 6 sacks and the breakdowns there, what did you see up the middle?
Oh, they got a couple of sacks on stunts, which had nothing to do with Brendel. So again, I didn't view him, and I wasn't studying him, I'm being honest, on every play, obviously, but I didn't come away from watching the tape and seeing those sacks thinking, man, that Brendel had a really bad game. I thought there were some really well-schemed stunts that were able to get home. I think that, and those stunts did not involve Brendel. So, it's very possible he had some bad snaps, but I don't think he was the reason that the offensive line may have struggled on, in some pass protections.
The 49ers have really relied on two defensive ends, and I think that Nick Bosa had a pretty good game in week 2. But what are you seeing overall from this Niners pass rush through 2 weeks so far?
I think, look, it's 2 games. I think you're dealing with 2 guys. Bosa is a dominant player. You talk to O-linemen, which I have because I've been fortunate enough to go to events where there's O-linemen, and they talk about Bosa in just glowing terms, the kind of player that he is. So there's no problem with Bosa. I think Floyd's a solid pass rusher on the other side. He's totally different than Bosa, so he's a totally different kind of player. And then you have the interior players. Like I said, Hargrave's the best part of his game is pass rush. Collins I've always liked Malik Collins a lot. Now, obviously, they play other players. They play Givens. He gets snaps. But I don't think the pass rush is going to be an issue. I think that down 4, particularly when those guys are in pure pass situations, is a really good foursome to rush the quarterback.
Greg, real quick, I'd love to just ask you about the 3 surprising 2-0 teams in the NFC. Get your take on the sustainability of what they're doing, the Saints, Bucks, and Vikings.
Well, the Saints, I have found, and I've seen both of their games, both sides of the ball on tape. I think the Saints have really looked good through 2 games. Again, as you said, short sample size, but 2 things that are probably overlooked about the Saints, because everybody will want to talk about Derek Carr and all, that's everybody wants to talk about the quarterback. I think their O-line through 2 games has been phenomenal. Athletic, physical, really strong points. See, there's a perfect example where when you watch tape, it jumps out. Like, I'm not saying, I better watch the O-line, but it jumps out when you watch their tape. And the other thing is I think they have a really, really good defense. And Dennis Allen, when you talk to offensive coaches in the league, they will tell you that he is very difficult to play against. And they've got really good players at all 3 levels of their defense. And he does a lot of things. There's a lot of versatility with use of personnel and with tactics. So I've been really, really impressed with the Saints through 2 weeks.
Greg, we're always really, really impressed with your visits, man. Thank you so much for coming on as always.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Okay, we'll talk to you again next week. There it is, Greg Cosell, NFL Films. So those of you, and these are deep divers now. I know a lot of you are just driving around doing your Wednesday, but if you've been on social media and you're suddenly freaked out about Jake Brendel, because there have been some videos that have kind of compiled some bad snaps for him. Cosell calms you down a little bit. He said it wasn't that bad.
A little bit. It's only 2 weeks, and so it's much more of a long-term view at the offensive line. But if you just watch the tape from week 2 against Minnesota, the center and the right side of the offensive line was a problem, and it's just something to keep an eye on.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Back to your calls coming up, 888-957-9570. We've been talking about what Debo said on a podcast. Wait until you hear the quote that Emmanuel Acho put out there about the 49ers on FS1 that also got our guy Mark Grandy to spit up Cheerios earlier this morning. That is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
What's up? It's your boy Guru. Prize Pick.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's rock, let's ride. I don't know if this is, did you get the same overarching feeling? And maybe Niner fans don't want to be told this by someone who's just diving on film. He very much made it feel like, dude, the Niners were fine. The Niners were fine in that game. He liked the passing game. He built up the Minnesota Vikings. Said this is really, like, it's a very hard defense. It's a home opener, at home, all of that stuff. No Christian McCaffrey. Like, that's hard. Jordan Mason, he's clearly very high on him. He just sounded like he likes some of the things the Niners are doing offensively and believes that more often than not that's going to work in their favor.
Yeah, and I think that you can look at the game and you can draw the same conclusion. And we talked about all of the big plays that they did not make, a 97-yard pass play for a touchdown, and you gave up 23 total points. So that was 7 right there. And you had a situation where Minnesota was backed up at their own goal line, and they scored on a 97-yard pass play. And was the scheme not good? Yeah, you could look at that and say Charvarius Ward should have been on Justin Jefferson. They should have had a corner deeper. And as Greg Cosell just told us, Jair Brown as the deep safety should have been even deeper to prevent that very pass from happening. And so that was a mistake. You had a young player and you had George Odom back there as well, a couple of inexperienced players who failed to make a play. You had a punt block where Demetrius Flanagan fouls and Beal next to him. They were not on the same page, and they let a free runner come in, and that was 3 points. So if you want to take those 2 plays away, that's 10 of their 23 points right there. And then you look at the positives in the game. The Niners did have 399 yards of total offense, only 2 fewer than the previous game where they won handily. So you had 2 turnovers from Brock Purdy, a bad pick and a bad fumble. You had a block punt and a terrible coverage breakdown, and you only lost by 6.
Yep.
So there are a lot of things you can look at and see positives. You had Jordan Mason go for 100 yards again. Brock Purdy was mostly good, couple of mistakes, but he was mostly good. And you played a tight game against a team in their home opener. So I do think he's right to look at more positives than negatives, even though you lost the game.
Well, and I also do think about that whole, like, the state of the league thing. I think it would be wild if somebody was just in the weeds, didn't watch any other football, they only watched the 49er games, and you came out of these 2 games and then said, by the way, Brock Purdy is number 1 in the NFL in passing yards. Like, what the hell's going on in these other football games?
Right.
Nobody through 2 weeks has, like, been on a heater. Nobody's thrown for 300 in both games. Brock Purdy in a game where on Monday night, our takeaway was, well, they didn't ask him to do much. And then in Minnesota, the takeaway was, he got a C, 2 turnovers, couldn't convert on 3rd down. He leads the league in passing yards. That's crazy. I think that says something about 2 things. I think it says something about where the league is offensively right now through 2 weeks. And it also does say that, our hopes for Brock Purdy right now are so high on a week in and week out basis that if you get 2 games like that were both like good-ish, but not great, you come away disappointed. The bar is high.
The bar's high, and also the league in general is relatively low. And I know that week 2 in the NFL set a record for most field goals in a week. And week 1 in the NFL, I believe, was the 4th most field goals in a week of all time. So through 2 weeks, you've gotten a lot of red zone struggles and a lot of field goals. And I do think there's a couple things at play. One, what Greg Cosell said, which is teams are playing a lot of 2 deep, which means teams are basically saying 12-play drive, go ahead. We don't want you to beat us over the top. You have teams that are not taking a lot of risks, and they're making sure that everything stays in front of them. And the other part of it is, Mark, and this is twofold. One, the new touchback rule gives you the ball at the 30, which means 30 yards and you're in field goal range because of the other piece of my point, which is what something you said earlier, I think yesterday or Monday, the 50-yard field goal now, you expect to make it.
It's a chipper.
It's a chipper.
Yeah.
So if you start at the 30-yard line with a touchback, all you really need is to get to the opposing 40, which is 30 yards, and you're in field goal range.
It was funny. I was watching the end of that Chiefs-Bengals game, and Butker was lining up from like 53 yards. And it just hit me because I was like, man, if that was the scenario not that long ago, you're down by 2, there's 2 seconds on the clock, you're lining up from 53. I'm like, this could go either way. In fact, late afternoon, outdoor game, I'm going to lean, and this is about 40% chance this is going to go in and the Chiefs are going to win the game. But I didn't. I grabbed a drink, and I looked at the TV, and I'm like, oh, the Chiefs are going to win.
Yeah.
And poof, right through the middle with...
Right between the eyes.
Right between the eyes.
Thank you.
15 yards to spare. Yeah, easy. Like Harrison Butker, no matter what he thinks about gender. I'm like, he going to make this kick.
Easy one. And I do think that it was the possession before that where they lined up from, it might have been 70 or 71, and they lined it up. And they thought about it, and then they either called timeout or they took the delay and then they punted. But
it's coming soon.
There was a thought that they were going to kick one from 70.
Why wouldn't it? Like bigger, stronger, faster, always. Why? Like if a 55-yarder is a yawn now, how far are we from a 75-yarder?
Not that far.
Not that far.
Well, and you had Aubrey from Dallas make one from 66, but there was a penalty on the play,
right?
And so it got erased. But I do think that that's part of it where defenses are playing more conservatively. You're playing a lot more too deep where, they're giving you the 6-yard completion, the 8-yard completion. And then when you get down to the red zone, and we've seen this with the 49ers so far, red zone offense has not been great. But across the league, red zone efficiency is down a little bit through 2 weeks because teams are happy to bend but not break and force you inside the 20.
Yep.
All right, are you going to go for the touchdown now? We'll give you the 3. But we're going to be a lot tougher in the red zone.
We got something juicy from Emmanuel Acho that we'll play in a second, but we want to get back to everybody who's still waiting on hold based on our previous conversation, which was about Deebo Samuel on his own podcast, saying, among other things, we feel like we've been the best team in the league for a while. And as a 49er fan, when you hear a player say that, how does it make you feel? 888-957-9570. Back to Matt in Arizona. Hey, Matt, thanks for calling. What's up?
How you guys doing?
Good.
So to the point about Deebo's comment, like you could say you're the best team, but the best team doesn't make the egregious mistakes that cost them Super Bowls. So Kansas City has proven to be the best team. But the label of loser, when we talk about the Niners are losers, that's a reflection more how you feel about the game and the team than it is about the outcome. The game magnitude is huge. I mean, look how easily we're saying the Niners are going to bounce back from this past Sunday. So we're not calling them losers. We expect them to bounce back. But after that game, they're called losers because it's just a different magnitude. But when you also look at the outcome, when you love a team, your team loses, you're hurt. You're upset. So you call them losers. And when a team you hate loses, you hate watch them. You get hyped up. And we do it to the Cowboys, Eagles, Rams, Seahawks every year. But if it's a team you're indifferent about, you won't think of them as a loser because you don't really care. Ask yourself how you feel about the Broncos-Panthers Super Bowl. Like Dibs will say, oh, they stink. But do they really? I mean, do they really?
do they, Dibs?
They stink.
Do they? Thank you, Matt. Good to hear from you. Yeah.
It's all relative. And, you could look at anything you want. And I'm looking at the 49ers release that they sent out today in advance of the Rams game. And this kind of bolsters Deebo's point, but it also maybe infuriates Niner fans. Since 2019, the Niners are third in point differential. They're plus 590. Since 2019, they're third in yards per game. In total net yardage, they're number 1. Total turnover differential, they're number 1. So all these things since 2019, 2022, wherever you want to draw the line, they're among the top 3.
They're really good. Yeah.
They haven't won the Super Bowl.
Right.
So what Deebo's saying on the surface is right. Since he's been around, they've been one of the best teams in football. Winning percentage, yardage, turnovers, touchdowns, points, all the rest of it. Except when you get to February.
I'm just not offended by it, but I understand that it's very hard to hear. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think he's, like, quote-unquote wrong on an emotional level. I don't really look at it as a black and white type of a conversation. Fact or fiction, are they the best team? I mean, obviously, this is a subjective comment. I understand why he feels it. I understand or why he feels comfortable saying it. I just think as a 49er fan, it's hard to hear. It's hard to hear because they haven't won that game. And in many ways, makes it worse. It makes it worse. But you're like, I don't know. Think for a second how you'd feel if he had said the opposite. You know what I mean? Grandy, would you feel better if he was like, look, the way we look at it, we're one of the best teams in the league, just not as good as the Chiefs. Would you like that?
I'd like him to say, we're one of the best teams in the league. We just haven't quite got over the hump. Yeah. And that's what we're setting out to do this year.
But like how many, and I'm sorry to paint with a broad brush here. I don't mean to do this and like be a wide receiver-ist, but how many receivers do you hear in this league talk like that? Like, I mean, go around the league. And I'm not saying it's all of them. You know what I mean? But like we've propped up Fred Warner's leadership a lot in the last handful of days. How many wide receivers do you think sound like Fred Warner? Or do most of them sound like Debo and Brandon and Tyreek Hill and Jamar Chase, who has already, in my opinion, ruined an entire season in his city with his franchise?
Not many, but I still wouldn't want my receiver to say that. Yeah, the other thing that it hints at me at, not that they're not focused, and that's not what this is at all, but it's almost as if I get a little worried that they're content with what they've accomplished over the last 5 years. We've been the best team in the league for the last 5 years. We're great. We're awesome.
But you could see his face when he said it, and I would argue that like it's coming from a simmering frustration that they haven't done it.
If you're that frustrated about it, then I don't know how there's even a thought in your head that you've been the best. Because if you've been the best, then what are you frustrated about?
Because you haven't got the same reason you're frustrated.
Well, then you ain't the best.
Well, again, you have a very mathematical way of looking at this. And that, like everybody, like I said earlier, I think a reasonable person can disagree on if you win, does that make you the best automatically? It sounds like you think so. I know a lot of people don't. You sound like you're a little bit more in the middle on that.
I am, but I'm not really concerned with who's the best. That to me becomes a bit of a loser mentality. If you tell me you're the best and you haven't won the title and you've been doing it now for 6 years, then for me, it rings pretty hollow and pretty empty because yes, you're the best. And I could give you 6 more stats that the 49ers have put out since 2019 where the Niners are among the best. Lowest 3-and-out percentage. They're third. 3rd and 10 conversion rate. They're third. Highest yak percentage. They're second. Most rushing TDs, they're first. And this is from the Niners. So all these things since 2019 that the Niners are putting out show that the Niners are among the best teams in football. Yet, Super Bowls won, they're tied for 5th, along with 28 other teams. Yeah. So for me, the whole idea of who's the best team, it doesn't matter. Well, it's a bunch of crap.
I don't think it's a bunch of crap, but I agree.
It's actually, I would speak more strongly than that, but we're on the radio.
Okay.
Who cares?
Well, here's what it's not about who cares. It's about how does this hit you? That's all.
That's how it hits me.
Well, and I'll agree with you from this standpoint. You want to know where that conversation in my mind has always come up? I'll tell you in a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Especially Granny and Lucas, you college football fans. This is how I've always felt whenever we get to the holidays and the world is screaming and yelling about who should be in the playoffs. And the answer every time, the debate goes to, well, who's the better team? And every time I'll respond and say, sports isn't about who the better team is. Sports is about who wins.
Right.
If it was about the better team, I'm not sure why we're wasting our time and for many people wasting their body by actually playing the games. People will do this when it comes down to 2 teams for the last spot in the college football playoff. Well, Vegas says that Michigan would be favored over Tennessee by 6. They're the better team. I don't care. Michigan has 2 losses. Tennessee only has 1 or none or whatever. Whatever the scenario is that year, and obviously we're on an uneven playing field. You're playing different teams, different conferences, all of these things.
Right, and you've got human beings decide who the better team is.
Which is absolutely absurd.
Right.
Like it would fix college football if you just, especially now that conferences have totally exploded, just label the conferences conference 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and get your 64 total teams or whatever. Have 8 of them, 8 conferences of 8 teams apiece. And all 8 teams that win their conference, boop, off you go. You're in.
Well, this year will be closer because at least you get 12 teams.
Yeah,
but there's going to be a team or two that thinks that they should be in the 12-team playoff, but at least you've gotten to 12 now as opposed to 4, which becomes a lot less subjective.
But that's the beauty of the NFL and why I'll always support when some 7-9 or now 8-9 division winner gets to go to the playoffs and host a game. There's no... Who cares what anyone thinks? Oh, we think we should be in. That's irrelevant. Nobody cares what you think. What did you do? Did you win your division? Cool. You're in. Period.
Agreed.
That would fix college football.
And they're getting closer now with the expanded playoff, but college football is a whole separate show in and of itself. And what Tennessee is now doing to its fans by charging them a 10% surcharge so that they can take that money and pay their players is an absolute joke. And if Grandy's team, Oregon, if your boy Phil Knight ever decided that this mattered to him and he wanted to pump $1 billion into Oregon,
already is.
Well, then he
Shout
needs to do
NIL.
it better. If he was doing it right, then Oregon would be the best team in college football.
Well,
and
just you wait till January.
And nobody gives a crap about college football in this town. So that will be the end of the college football discussion.
Wait a minute, Grandy. Do you think Oregon's the best team in the nation?
Wait till January.
Then win something.
That's right.
They're going to this year.
Yeah.
How come you don't?
And if they don't,
why don't you?
And if they don't, then I can't call them the best team in the country.
You know that energy you give the Niners? Why don't you keep that same energy for the Oregon Ducks? Keep that same energy.
No.
He won't. He won't.
When Debo says that, Willard, how does it make you feel? I mean, it frustrates me, but how does it make you're a Niner fan?
Yeah, it doesn't frustrate me. As I said, that's the best way I can describe it is it's hard to hear. I'm not offended by it, but it's hard to hear because like I agree with him, but you haven't won. And it almost makes it sound worse. It's like, I agree with you, dude. You are the best team. So you got to be better in your best moments, your biggest moments. That's kind of how, and again, fair or foul, that's how we usually assess the athletes we love the most is what you do in your biggest moments. Steph Curry, Game 4, Boston. Like that stuff, Mad Bum, Kansas City, it just cements your legendary status because you've always been great, but in your biggest moments, you become even greater.
And that's an interesting comp because we've all said this, and we said it then, and we're saying it now. The Giants were never the best team when they won the World Series. In 10, 12, and 14, they were never the best team.
They weren't.
But did it matter come October?
Nope.
Because when you got to October and you had games that you played against other teams in the playoffs and you beat them, then you know what? You were the best team. You were the best team that day.
So I would argue it made them better. It makes the experience even better when you win, when you're not the best team. And don't.
Well, you are the best team when you win the postseason. And that's my point in all of this. Is Debo can say that they're the best team, but no, you weren't because you get to February and you weren't good enough to beat Kansas City. Yeah. Not once, but twice. So the whole idea about best team to me matters a grand total of 0 because you have a chance to play another team in the playoffs.
Yeah, and you got to win.
And if you don't beat them, then who gives a crap if you're the better team?
What he's saying, though, I think what he's saying is he's putting urgency on winning this year because in his mind, they're the best and they haven't done it. That's the piece of it I like. I can agree with you. It doesn't matter if you're the best. It's more fun to win. Be the team that wins.
Right.
I don't think that the Giants were the best team, but they won, and so the beer tasted the same.
Were the Rams the best team when they won the Super Bowl?
Over the Bengals?
I mean,
I don't even think the best team was there.
Exactly.
The Chiefs were the best team.
Exactly.
But which Warriors championship did you love the most?
The first one.
Or the fourth one.
Right.
Because you didn't think they were the best team.
Well, the first one, they probably weren't the best team until you got through 67 and 15.
Until they were.
Until they were.
Yeah.
And they weren't until they went through the playoffs and they won the whole thing. And then it's like, whoa, You were the best team.
Well, we just
and
didn't
the NBA is
know.
always different because the best team wins more often than any other sport. And in the NFL, one bounce, one call, one this, one that. Everything can turn a football game a lot quicker than you can in a best of 7.
So check this out. This is from Emmanuel Acho on FS1 today on the facility. Now, there's one thing, which is what this is about. The conversation was about how good the 49ers can be once Brock Purdy gets paid. But that's into the future. There's a comment tucked within this that, again, got Mark Grandy all upset. Take a listen.
Want to dismantle the myth that the Niners are going to be without talent once Brock Purdy gets paid.
Because he still do got it.
Like, for those that don't realize, Talanoa Hufanga was a 5th-round pick, All-Pro. Fred Warner, a 3rd-round pick, future Hall of Famer. George Kittle was a 5th-round pick, All-Pro. The Niners know how to draft, particularly late in the draft. So to say that the Niners will be without talent once Brock Purdy gets paid is ignorant, it's uneducated, it's uninformed, and it has a lack of research as it pertains to the San Francisco 49ers. Not only will they have talent even when Brock Purdy gets paid, Kyle Shanahan is the machine. Y'all realize Jordan Mason, Christian McCaffrey's backup running back, undrafted Jordan Mason, is on pace for 2,100 yards? No, he won't get there. But if he started all season, he'd probably get to 1,600. So it's not even like the Niners need all of these stars. They went to the Super Bowl without Christian McCaffrey, with Matt Breida, Jeff Wilson, and Raheem Mostert.
It's not even like they need all these stars. Grandy can't breathe. I wish you could all see him. Like your shoulders drooped, your head went sideways. You look like a dog that's gone to the park without any water.
How can you possibly say the Niners don't need all of this talent when with all of this talent, they still haven't won the Super Bowl? How can you possibly say that?
First of all, it's a projected conversation. He's not talking about where they've been. He's talking about where they're going. And I think the concept he's getting at is that miss this star, miss that star, you'll still be good.
And think about the first Super Bowl loss when they lost to the Chiefs the first time, and you look at that roster, most of those players were not stars. They weren't yet stars. Nick Bosa was a rookie, highly drafted, but a rookie. Fred Warner and Emmanuel Sanders wasn't a star, and yet they made it to the Super Bowl. And what Acho says in that, I think that's my big takeaway, is he said Kyle Shanahan is the engine.
He's the engine.
Shanahan is the engine, and he made it with that group. He made it with this group. He can make it with the next group because he is the difference maker on this team.
I stopped listening after you said lost in the Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, at some point, you might want to examine your own emotions into this and see if that's maybe pulling a mask over your eyes a little bit.
If Acho was talking about the Niners being a good competitive football team, even without this level of talent, yes,
I think that's what he's saying.
Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, phenomenally run organization. They're going to be at the very least competitive for a very long time. But in the next breath, he said they went all the way to the Super Bowl without McCaffrey. He's talking about competing and winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
There's no evidence that suggests the 49ers, with all of this talent, can't even win a Super Bowl. With less talent, how can you say that they're going to win a Super Bowl?
Well, you can get to the Super Bowl, and then you've got 60 minutes, and you've got a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl. Yep. It's not like you went there in a fluky fashion like the Chargers did when the Niners beat them 55-10.
I'd also argue that a piece of this is that they lost Sunday. Because what I sat here and listened to most 49ers say all week last week, the Niners can win without Christian McCaffrey. Jordan Mason, 148 yards. You watch, they'll be 5-0 when Christian gets back. Well, now they're 1-1, and Christian's not going to be back probably week 6. And so now, everybody, we have to spend a week of like, and I get it. But how's that one grab you, 49er fans? The Niners don't even need all these stars. The whole reason they're good every year is Kyle. Period. How does that make you feel? 888-957-9570 is the number. We would love to take your calls. Those of you on hold, we're coming to you immediately. We are sponsored by Lucky California, and it is Willard and Dibs.
It's your last week to play the
Later to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's hit it again because today has been all about Mark Grandy's emotions. It's been very wobbly. Yeah, it's been very wobbly. The Debo thing really fired a lot of people up, and that one I get. It doesn't offend me, but I understand it's hard to hear. The Acho one, and if you're just joining us, we'll play it again. Grandy, and anybody who doesn't dig this, I got to push back here. When Acho says they don't even need all of these stars, first of all, I stop my brain from going too far. I don't think he means like they don't need any good players. Kyle Shanahan's that wonderful. Stick any old guy out there. But here's why he's absolutely right. And I'm going to use two specific pieces of information to prove it. First of all, I have all the scars and the L's on my forehead for years of supporting Jimmy Garoppolo when much of this town thought he stunk or at best was, as the kids say, mid. Okay? The second he left here, he couldn't even hold, quite frankly, a backup job in the NFL. He made Devontae Adams go to Netflix to get his frustrations out. That's how bad he was. But Kyle Shanahan's system took him to a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl. So couldn't I use that as evidence that Kyle is largely the straw that stirs the drink? And yes, he has got a resume of elevating players within his system. And this can apply to Brock too if you want, to a degree. I think it's just a wonderful fit. But that he's the straw that stirs the drink. And here's the point. He can win with multiple groups of players, some more physically impressive than others. Here's the second piece of data that I'm going to use, which is going into this weekend, the San Francisco 49ers are missing their two best offensive options. Can I get away with that statement?
Sure.
Their two best offensive options.
Yep.
They're missing both of them. Yet, on the road, in the division, I understand the injuries on the other team too, but on the road, in the division, and missing their two top offensive options, they are the single biggest Vegas favorite of the entire weekend. How about that?
Right.
Doesn't that back up what Acho is saying, which I think essentially is take some stars away? Niners are still good.
Yeah, and I think about 2019 more than I do 2024 when I hear Acho's comments, because I think about that team that Kyle Shanahan, quote unquote, took to the Super Bowl. And you mentioned Jimmy Garoppolo as the quarterback, and Acho had it close talking about the running backs when he said Breida, Mostert, and Wilson. It actually was Tevin Coleman as well. None of them are stars. And if you want to look at who they had on their team, you had Fred Warner in his second year, not yet a star. Now Fred Warner's a star, and he's probably going to the Hall of Fame. Dre Greenlaw was a rookie, not yet a star. George Kittle had one really good year.
Yep.
He was on his way to being a star. You had Emmanuel Sanders, not a star. Defensively, you had Dee Ford, who was never a star.
Oh, he was a former very good player.
Fine.
Yep.
Richard Sherman at the tail end of his career, and he's probably going to the Hall of Fame. You had Nick Bosa, very young player. I believe he was a rookie as well. So these were people that were not yet stars. And what I hear Acho saying is when Brock Purdy gets that big contract, that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have the ability to draft the next group of Warner, Greenlaw, Bosa, Kittle, Debo, who was also in his, I think, rookie year or second year on that Super Bowl team. So it doesn't mean that you can't do it if you have stars, but it also means you can do it if you don't have stars.
Let's listen to it again. Emmanuel Acho on the facility on FS1.
Want to dismantle the myth that the Niners are going to be without talent once Brock Purdy gets paid.
Because he still do got it.
Like, for those that don't realize, Talanoa Hufanga was a 5th-round pick, All-Pro. Fred Warner, a 3rd-round pick, future Hall of Famer. George Kittle was a 5th-round pick, All-Pro. The Niners know how to draft, particularly late in the draft. So to say that the Niners will be without talent once Brock Purdy gets paid is ignorant, it's uneducated, it's uninformed, and it has a lack of research as it pertains to the San Francisco 49ers. Not only will they have talent even when Brock Purdy gets paid, Kyle Shanahan is the machine. Y'all realize Jordan Mason, Christian McCaffrey's backup running back, undrafted Jordan Mason, is on pace for 2,100 yards? No, he won't get there. But if he started all season, he'd probably get to 1,600. So it's not even like the Niners need all of these stars. They went to the Super Bowl without Christian McCaffrey, with Matt Breida, Jeff Wilson, and Raheem Mostert.
Yeah, I just think all he's saying is that without a lot of these stars, without this one, without that one, the Niners are a hell of a program and they're always going to be good. I don't, and I agree wholeheartedly. This is a different form of what I said to you a week and a half ago when I get knocked off when people go, window's closing, window's about to close.
Right.
Open the damn window. You're about to sign a 24-year-old quarterback who you love. That's not the end of the window. That's not the end of the road, boys and men.
Thank you.
That's the beginning. We're at the launching point. And I firmly believe that Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, Parag, the rest of that group, they will continue to, by the way, miss on some of their draft picks and hit on a lot of their draft picks and acquisitions in a way that will allow them to construct a very good roster around a quarterback, even one who's paid.
Certainly, and I know that Mike Florio had a similar comment, and I hope we play that a little bit later in the show about the same idea about what they've been able to do. And as Emmanuel Acho was laying that out, I was thinking about the 2019 team. Raheem Mostert, undrafted, 772 yards that year. Matt Breida, undrafted, 623 yards. Tevin Coleman, 3rd-round pick, cast off from Atlanta, 544 yards. That's nearly 1,900 yards on the ground from a couple of undrafted and a 26-year-old cast off. So does the window close when Purdy gets paid? Of course not. And it stays open because of what Acho was talking about with all of these fines and what Kyle Shanahan does as the difference maker.
I mean, at the bottom of all of this, what I think he's saying is that the Niners are a really good outfit and a really good team because of Kyle Shanahan. That's what I think he's saying. He called him the machine. I thought that was Pat Burrell. Maybe it was Kyle Shanahan under that mask. Anyway, I agree with that. I wonder if all of do you have a room at Shanahan's house? I wonder, are we doing that to Acho now today? Because that's what he just said. This team is really good because of Kyle Shanahan.
Well, I don't know what more evidence you need than to look at how badly he botched the draft where he traded 2 firsts, actually 3 firsts to move up and get Trey Lance.
Yep.
Trey Lance becomes a bust for this team. I think he might be a bust overall. The jury might still be out. I don't think that the jury's out. The jury's coming back into the box to deliver the verdict. But the point is, you squandered 3 first-round picks on a quarterback who couldn't play for you, and you didn't miss a beat. So if that isn't exhibit A on how Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch were able to withstand that, overcome that, and yes, and I'm looking at you, Mr. Lanuza, principal at a school where my wife works, who's been critical of John Lynch. I'm looking at you, sir, because he's critical of John Lynch.
Shaking down principals at schools?
No doubt.
Okay. I'm here for that.
He and I have a little bit of a side beef, which is a playful, friendly beef. But all you need to do is look at how badly they blew that and how that didn't affect them one iota.
No, like it happened in Carolina, and look what's happening.
Oh, God.
People are going to get fired. People are getting benched. People are getting cut. It's a total mess.
2 games into the year.
And the 49ers made this colossal error and haven't missed the NFC title game since.
Right. Say that again.
The Niners made this colossal error and haven't missed the NFC title game since. Come on, Grandy. Look at his face. Come on, man. Get on the bus, Gus.
Can you agree that the Niners have had the most talented roster in the NFL the last couple of years?
Yes.
Yes. And they have fallen short of winning a Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
My only argument, and there's no way you could possibly disagree with this, is they haven't done it with this talent. How can you expect them to do it with even less talent?
Because I think that you and him are having different conversations. I think there's a different ending.
Is it a standards thing?
You're saying, you're putting in my mind, you're saying that he's saying the 49ers don't need all of these stars to win the Super Bowl.
That's what it sounded like to me.
I think he's saying the 49ers don't need all of these stars to be really good and a factor every year.
And obviously I want to win the Super Bowl.
Of course. But do you see the little, just a little difference there? That's my read on it.
My read is that if you want to go back through the last, I don't even know how far back you want to go, but we could look at every roster every year and you could tell me who has the best roster. And I would bet that more times than not, the team with the best roster did not win the Super Bowl. And last year is a good example where you just said that the Niners have had the best roster and they did last year and they didn't win the Super Bowl. And Kansas City beat Philadelphia. Philadelphia might have had a better roster than Kansas City. We know that the Rams didn't have the best roster, and Tampa Bay with Tommy, when they beat Kansas City, was that the best roster? And we can go all the way back in time. The team with the best roster, more often than not, doesn't win the Super Bowl.
That's subjective in and of itself.
Of course.
I bet I could find a bunch of people to be like, you want to know who's got the best roster? Whoever has Patrick.
Right.
I don't care who the rest of the players are. There are people who think that. I don't know that they're terribly wrong, by the way. So, that in and of itself is subjective. Let's hear from the people. 888-957-9570. What say you? The kind of newer question, we can still do the Debo stuff, but the newer question is essentially, are the 49ers just good because Kyle Shanahan? And therefore, it will sustain. Or are there other reasons? And do you have a different outlook? Matt and San Rafael here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Matt. What's up?
Hey, guys. Two quick hits before I talk about what you just mentioned. One is I agree with Debo that the Niners had the best roster last year. If you switch quarterbacks, I think the Niners win going away, and this is the Mahomes factor that you just talked about. The second take is I think the Hargrave signing is going to go down as one of the biggest mistakes of this regime. The third thing is I agree with Acho in that the Niners are always going to be competitive with Kyle, but here's my twist on it. Kyle wants his players to play exactly the way he wants them to play. They're like little pawns that he's moving around on a chessboard. And I think that's good enough to get you really far, but the question remains, playing that way, making your team that way, is that enough to win a Super Bowl, or does Kyle, I said this yesterday when I called, does Kyle have to change? Does Kyle have to adapt? Because I think there has to be some of that.
Matt, can I ask you a question? Do you feel like there are other coaches around the league, and I'm going to admit this is a little unfair the way I'm going to characterize it, but because you said that Kyle's got his players as if they're like game pieces on a
little
board.
Pawns, he
little
said.
pawns, and he's moving them around. Are you under the impression that let's take a Sirianni or a Dan Campbell, guys who have that different sort of like blue-collar feel about them? Are you under the impression that they're just like, all right, guys, go play, go do it how you like, and I hope it's going to work out. We'll see you at the post-game party. What do you think, Matt?
So I'll say that those coaches are much more like that. They have coordinators that they rely on. Kyle does not have an offensive coordinator that he relies on. I'm not talking about the defense. I'm only talking about the offense.
Right.
You talk about Purdy and the way he plays, and Purdy's like, I know what Kyle wants me to do, and I do it. And that's one of the issues that people have calling him a system quarterback, which is crap in my mind. I mean, playing quarterback in the NFL, I think, is the hardest position in any sport that there is. It is shocking. I can't imagine what it's like. That said, Kyle tries to make it easier on the quarterback to not have to make secondary decisions, to say, if this happens, I go here. And I get it because it works almost all the time, but it doesn't work all the time. And you saw it on Sunday because Purdy wanted to go places, and those places weren't there. And that's the sort of the nuance that I'm trying to create. Kyle's a great coach.
Of course.
Greatest coach I think we've had since Bill Walsh.
I get it, Matt. Matt, it's another good call. Thank you for calling. I'd say this about the whole idea of like Kyle doesn't rely on coordinators. Sure he does. He relies on a coordinator on the other side of the ball than his own expertise, which is what almost every coach in the NFL does. Bill Belichick, you think Bill Belichick had a defensive coordinator that he gave a rip about? No.
Nick Sirianni has two coordinators.
And why does he have two coordinators?
Because he's probably not great at either thing.
Because he's a defensive guy, and last year, that defense in the second half of the year in particular, starting with the Niners going on 6 consecutive touchdown drives, that defense got torched. And so they went, you know what, Nick? Tell you what, you're going to keep your job. Introduce yourself to Vic Fangio. That's calling the defense now.
How's that working out for you?
Not you. Not a great start, Bob.
Not great.
Not great.
Not great in Monday night for sure.
But that's my point. Like most NFL head coaches, even if they've got someone that has that label, if you're a defensive guy, you're in charge of the defense and you hire an OC. If you're an offensive guy, you're in charge of the offense and you hire a DC. And that's what we got in San Francisco.
Right. And many people are critical of Kyle Shanahan for his game management. And if it gets to a point where they start to lose more than they win, then there'll be pressure for him to actually bring in an offensive coordinator to unburden him from that duty so that he can focus on areas where maybe he falls short.
You think that would ever happen?
If they struggle, absolutely.
I got a hard time believing. Kyle Shanahan is in position where he's like, you want someone else to call plays? I'm out.
It's not so much that you want someone else to call plays as much as it is you want somebody to help with game management. Because if you want to criticize Kyle during a game of anything, game management is the one area you could look at.
That's fair.
Whether it's knowing the overtime rules or using your timeouts correctly
Clock
at the end of the half, clock management. There are things that he doesn't do in some people's eyes that are worthy of criticism. And that's where you might get to a spot where, you bring in somebody else and, you already have Brandon Staley on the staff who is on the defensive side of the ball, but somebody with head coaching experience who I'm not saying that he's going to be put in that spot, but if this season doesn't go great, you might hear a little bit more of a clamor for him to get some help in some areas.
I'm looking for a guy who knows football. He knows how to run an offense, doesn't need to call plays. And I want him to be a large person, bigger than average person, and I want his first name to be Tom. And then Kyle could have Big Tom, and Big Tom could just follow him around on the sideline and intimidate other people and help him with clock management.
Oh, you're talking about Big Dom?
No, Big Tom. They've got Big Dom. I want Big Tom.
Tom Brady.
That's fine.
Or just some random guy named Tom.
Anyone named Tom. But Brady's good. Brady's fine. If broadcasting for $40 million a year doesn't work out, sure.
Well, he's already a part owner of the Raiders, so that's going to be something that might be preventative.
How about Dog Trainer in Milpitas? Hi, Dog Trainer. What's going on?
How you doing? Hey, like the show today, like the conversation. Quickly, the Debo thing. The gold standard, I think, would be the Patriots when both Belichick and Brady were there. I can't imagine Belichick not firing a player or not finding a player. I mean, Belichick had rules. You don't pop off on media like that. You don't talk about the team like that. It just seems some of the things the 49ers do just seem to be what Brady and Belichick would see as immature. Number two, I heard a story once that Belichick gave all the photos to a few bellmen at a hotel and paid them to stay up all night on their shift and keep an eye on all the doors and the rooms of all the players. And if anybody went in or out after curfew on the road, that they were to report to Belichick, and he had them do it so all his assistant coaches could sleep. I don't know if that story's true or not. But the last thing is, just like the guy hinted earlier, Los Gatos High School, second-string quarterback. San Jose State, third-string quarterback. Bill Walsh hardly ever played. But you know what? He knew he wanted to coach, and he always was a great offensive mind. And look at the tree that came behind him from his training and teaching, and yet he always had an offensive coordinator. So I don't know why Kyle doesn't doesn't do the same thing.
But he never had an offensive coordinator that had the same role as other offensive coordinators. Do you know what I mean, Doug Trainer? Like, that's just like that's kind of the way the tree in the NFL. Thanks for calling. That's the way the tree in the NFL works. A lot of guys, you know what I mean? Like, how about Mike McDaniel? This is an example. Kyle has not like never had someone on offense that's allowed to talk to him. I feel like we pitch it this way sometimes. Like, Kyle is over there. He's a mad scientist. There's steam coming out of his ears. And if you're an offensive coach and you talk to him, you're fired. Like, I don't think that's what's going on. I know what the perception is, but Mike McDaniel, I think, was his run game coordinator at the time. But that's another offensive voice who, by the way, has turned into a very, very smart, some would say brilliant young coach in the league.
And the new hot name is another guy from the tree, and that's the Saints offensive coordinator, Clint Kubiak.
Yep.
So you tell me that Clint Kubiak was told to sit quietly in the corner and not offer up his insights and his thoughts and his opinions? I don't think that that's the case with Kyle Shanahan. I would imagine he sits down in offensive meetings and invites all kinds of opinions and schemes and thoughts. And when it comes time to make the decisions, he makes them because he's the head coach and he's the offensive coordinator. But you're right, Mark. You can't look at the lineage of coaches who've gone on from the Shanahan tree to do big things, head coach, coordinator, etc., and think that they were just dummies here who was like on the coattails.
Yeah, I actually can't speak to this. I don't know if Kyle Shanahan, like when it's time to call a play, obviously Kyle's in charge, but are we under the impression that if anybody has another idea, Kyle's just like, you shut up?
I don't think that. I can't imagine that's the way it goes.
I don't know. And I'm being a little theatrical here.
Of course, yep.
But like, are you allowed to be like, hey, buddy, what about this? And Kyle might be like, oh, that was a good idea. I don't know. I really don't. Mike McDaniel would be the one to ask.
Yeah, and I'm most interested by this season and his newfound desire to go for it on fourth down.
Yeah, how about that?
When you've added Mr. Go for it on fourth down, Brandon Staley, to the coaching staff, albeit on the defensive side, is Brandon Staley influencing Kyle Shanahan's newfound aggressiveness? That's something that I'd love to find out. I don't know if we ever will.
You think it's Staley?
It seems like they're going for it now more often than they have in previous years.
What if it's Brock?
And Brock's saying...
Brock's like, I met Dan Campbell in the NFC title game last year,
totally.
Coach, and he really, I thought was inspirational. I think we should start doing things like him. So when it's fourth down, we go for it. Every time.
Every time.
Coach, what do you think? I like it and stuff. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. You mentioned the Florio comment. We'll play that coming up next. We'll circle back to Acho and Debo and let you 49er fans react to what you're hearing, because I would sort of pitch them this way. Debo says we're the best team, whether we win or not. Acho says Kyle Shanahan's the reason they win. Wait till you hear what Mike Florio has to say. See if you agree or disagree with that. It's coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance.
Haha, you're funny.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's a gift to think everything is funny, by the way. Easily amused. And Kurt Cobain sang about that once upon a time.
Yeah.
I wish I was like you, easily amused.
That was a Steiny lyric from the crossover, I think.
Was it?
Yeah. I believe he was...
Did he sing it or did he say it?
He kind of sang it.
He sung it.
Yeah.
Okay, if you got that.
That's singing. It was talk singing, but it counts.
Steve. 888-957-9570. We're just over here breaking down narratives. That's what we're trying to do. Things we find interesting. Grandy's head somehow still attached to his body at this hour after what he's been through. Did this one bother you too? Did the Florio thing bother you or no?
No. Do you actually want to hear Steiny sing that Nirvana song?
Yeah.
Okay, apologies to the YouTube audience.
Okay.
Here it was from the crossover nearly a month ago.
Yeah!
Yeah. Yeah, there you have it.
I do remember that now.
Yeah,
back when you guys were friends.
Oh, yeah.
Good times.
Back in the day.
I know.
They'll be back tomorrow. Although it's been a couple of straight days of just don't come down Sirianni's road.
No, he thanked
Sirianni.
me. When I got here today, he thanked me.
And then what
thanked
happened?
me.
The mics came on and
Then he got his
buried you.
Yeah, then he got.
Thanks.
I don't know about that. He might have buried himself. But anyway, yeah, he did. People don't know this. He did the last 4 minutes of the crossover with no headset on. That's when you know bleep is bleeped up.
Yeah.
Bleep got all bleeped up. Yeah.
Oh.
He was, and listen, I know. Sports radio, you know this better than anyone. I can be a little frustrating to talk to sometimes. I'm aware of this.
It's been more than a year since I've allowed you to get to me. I've been on a nice little run.
That's because you get it. Same with me to you.
Well,
you
spent
the first 2.5 years trying to tick me off on purpose.
And I could go there again, but it's better if I don't.
And it almost will never work.
I'm angry, Jeff. That's awesome.
Exactly. Steiny knows. We just sit here talking.
Yeah.
And I'm a big old hard head, and I know I love the messages I get. These are my favorite. You always think you're right. And I always go, who the hell thinks they're wrong? Who the hell goes out in the world to tell everybody stuff that they think is wrong? I don't understand that. Do you think you're wrong right now?
Not currently, but there are times when I reflect on something that I've said or an opinion that I've had and thought that I was wrong.
Same. Yeah, I've taken multiple L's today. Multiple.
L's?
L's. Absolutely. I mentioned it out loud, the Garoppolo support that I gave for years.
Yeah.
I think you could still actually have a reasonable opinion on both sides of that. Jimmy was a good quarterback for the 49ers. Is Jimmy a, quote, good quarterback? History is not shining well on that right now. I'll take the L there.
And this is where the Emmanuel Acho comments, for me, shine bright on his Kyle Shanahan is the machine part of it.
Yes.
Because if you look at the Super Bowl runner-up team from 2019, led by Jimmy Garoppolo, 2 undrafted running backs, and a third-round cast-off from Atlanta, and a host of other players who, now that we know their names, we know that they're stars, but Kittle was yet to be a star. He had an all-pro year. Fred Warner, yet to be a star. Now he's going to Canton, it looks like. Drake Greenlaw was a rookie, and he's amazing.
Yep.
Nick Bosa was a rookie. We thought he'd be good. Turns out he is. Richard Sherman was at the tail end of his career. He might be a Hall of Famer. And I know that the nominations came out today. I'll check to see if he's eligible or if he's on the list.
You know what those are.
It's a nomination sensation is what it is. And I just saw something on the scroll that Eli Manning is among the first-time eligibles. And we can get into that maybe at the tail end of the show today. I don't want to bog us down with that part of the conversation. But the greater point for me is what Emmanuel Acho said about Kyle Shanahan being the machine. He was able to get a team in 2019 that didn't have a lot of stars all the way to the Super Bowl.
I do have you're right, let's not get bogged down, but of the first-time candidates, there are two with significant, in fact, both two that were drafted by the 49ers and played significant time here. Richard Sherman is not one of them. He obviously was not drafted by the 49ers.
Is he on the list, though, or is he still a year away?
No.
Because you have to be 5 years out
I don't even
nominated.
know. I just know he's not on the first-timers list.
Okay.
But one of his LOB teammates is Earl Thomas.
Okay.
And two, you want to take a stab? 2 49ers drafted by the Niners, played here, significant period of time. 2 49ers are among the first-timers on the Hall of Fame finalist list.
Okay. I'm leaning Frank Gore, but I don't think he's been out of the league long enough, so I don't think that he's one of them.
It is not Frank Gore.
Yeah. Joe Staley?
That is absolutely correct. Good. Joe Staley is one of them. And the other one, I think, has been on the station here pretty recently, right? Not our show. I think went on with Steiny and Goo maybe a month and a half ago, I think. Want to give it a shot?
Not Navarro Bowman.
No. I give you one clue and you'll nail it immediately.
Oh, let's do this then. I like to win.
One clue
I like wins.
and you'll nail it immediately. Because you know what I want on this show? I want winners. I want winners.
Oh, Vernon Davis.
There you go.
I was going to say Mike Singletary, but I think he's already in the hall.
I want winners.
Yeah.
I want people that want to win. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
Can't do it. Oh, it's one of the best.
Yeah.
It's one of the best.
And just, if I can spend 10 seconds to do this, and I do it every single year.
This is your show. You do whatever you want.
I know, but we didn't want to get bogged down. And suddenly here we are.
Cannot play with
I don't feel bogged down right now.
Lorenzo Neal is again nominated. Mm-hmm. And I said this years ago, and I think we had T-shirts made. There's not a true modern-day fullback in the Hall of Fame. So I started a Break the Seal with Low Neal campaign. If you're not going to vote Low Neal into the Hall of Fame, then vote a fullback. If it's Larry Centers, then make it Larry Centers. If it's John Kuhn, who's nominated, there are fullbacks who have played that position in this modern era who deserve to be in there. Let's get it done, voters. I'm looking at you, Matt Mayoko.
Or maybe they're waiting for another solid 6 or 7 years to vote Kyle Jukic in there.
Yeah.
Or whatever. What did that person call him earlier this week? What did they call him?
Jazook.
Jazook. Thank you. The great Jazook.
That's so good. Kyle Jazook. Yeah. Maybe he'll get in someday. Pretty good player.
Jeff Garcia nominated this year.
Go
again.
Jeff.
Eli Manning. Oh, Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah, beast mode.
About that action boss.
Yep.
He's a first-timer on the ballot as well. So anyway, we can get into this on a slower day. Didn't want to get bogged down.
Do you want to leave Bogdownville?
I do.
All right. Check this out. So Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, having a conversation about a wild stat on the 49ers from week 1 against the Jets. Peep this.
The 49ers are the only NFL team in the Super Bowl era to get a 200-yard passing game, Brock Purdy, 125-yard rushing game, Jordan Mason, 50-yard receiving game, Juwan Jennings, and an interception for Flanagan Foles from 4 players who were drafted 200th or later or not drafted at all. That's a testament to what the 49ers have done under Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. They find guys well beyond the point at which anyone gives a crap.
I wonder who's willing to join me. Who's willing to join me? I bet you are. I want to know who's willing at 888-957-9570 to join me and free yourself from the ridiculous notion that the 49ers are bad at the draft. Who wants to join me? Who wants to say it with your chest that the Niners are fantastic at drafting and that you bake in to every NFL team every year that there will be mistakes, some of them massive. You bake it in. But I don't know any regime, at least not current, that can boast the list and the hits late that this group can boast. Like, even the way that he's sort of pitching that as this, like, fun stat that happened in the Jets game is not really even the whole story. For God's sakes, their quarterback was the last pick in the draft. Brock Purdy, 7th. Juwan Jennings, 7th. Jordan Mason, not at all. George Kittle, 5. Dre Greenlaw, 5. Fred Warner, 3. We can keep going. Talanoa Hufanga, back at practice today, 5. Like, there are, and gosh, I know it's very early, but look at some of the guys that we're excited about. Everybody spent so much time talking about Dominic Puni, 3rd. So many phenomenal, not just contributors, phenomenal players have come 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, or not at all to this football team. Who's ready to admit that the 49ers are fantastic at the draft and, yes, like all teams, have some major whiffs?
It's more than the draft, but I do think that they get a bad rap for the draft because it's easier to highlight the ones that they've missed on than it is the ones that they've hit on. And I'm not willing to even recognize Dominic Puni in this conversation because you and I have both agreed that you have to wait 2, if not 3 years to identify a player as a hit or as a miss. So I'm going to ask the jury to disregard that injection into this conversation. But I do think, for me anyway, it's more than drafting, it's scouting. And the Mike Florio cut right there really highlights it. And I talked about the Super Bowl team in 2019 where you had Breida undrafted, you had Mostert undrafted, and these were key contributors to that team. And as he just said right there, Flanagan Falls, who's a backup, and he plays in the base package largely because Dre Greenlaw's out, but he was undrafted and he had a pick. And Juwan Jennings was a 7th rounder, as you pointed out. And your quarterback, Mr. Irrelevant. Mr. Irrelevant had never attempted a pass in the history of the NFL, let alone been a guy to come on and get the start and go to a Super Bowl and all the rest of it. So they do deserve a lot more credit than fans readily want to give. And I think it's more than just drafting and it's scouting. And if you want to look across the league and look at the teams that are good every year, you think about Kansas City and Baltimore. Baltimore crushes the draft every year.
Great organization.
And Kansas City's done pretty damn well in its own right in drafting guys, replacing, go ahead and let Tyreek go and then draft a couple of replacements and win 2 straight Super Bowls.
It's crazy.
That's all.
It's crazy. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Look, I'll go first. Will this make everyone feel better? I'll go first. I gave way too much love to Jimmy Garoppolo, and man, for years, the way I assessed where the Farhan Zaidi era was going sucked. And I've said this already a number of times on the air. And I do believe that TBD, ... some Farhan Zaidi conversations are coming this fall to a radio station near you.
Maybe before the fall.
Yeah. Maybe it is the fall.
The fall before the fall.
Anyway, I think those conversations are coming. I messed that up a lot of different times, a lot of different ways. And there's a conversation to be had there about, was he as bad as people say he was? I don't even want to talk about him in the past tense yet. It's not gone. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's a healthy conversation to have there. But I obviously put way too much faith into how this was all going to go. I messed that up. Jimmy Garoppolo, did he turn out to be the quarterback that deserved the backing that I gave him through the years? No. Obviously, I messed that up. All right? Now, who's ready to take back their Niners suck at the draft take? Who's ready?
Give the phone number.
888-957-9570. Your take is wrong. Your take is wrong.
And I don't think that your Jimmy Garoppolo take needs to be taken back because what he did here, he was 38-17 in the regular year. He was more than serviceable. He was a winning quarterback. He was a system guy, as they all are, but I don't think that he was as bad as you're reflecting on, and I don't think that your take is as bad as you're making it sound.
Well, that's nice of you, number one. But
I'm just being honest.
Let me specify it then. I'll specify it a little further because Jimmy was good as the 49er quarterback, and when they moved up to draft a replacement, I didn't fight for them to keep Jimmy, but I'll tell you one time that I did, and a lot of us did. I fought hard against the idea of the Niners going to get Tom Brady over Jimmy Garoppolo. I thought that was laughable. I'm like, Brady has just had the worst year of his career. He's about to turn 40, and Jimmy just took a team to the Super Bowl, like moments ago. I laughed it off as stupid. And then, of course, Tom Brady went to a different team and won another Super Bowl.
Right.
So, L. Yeah, L. I like hanging in the closet. I'll take that. But I really don't like the concept that gets run in this town with regard to the Niners and the draft, because a lot of you are cherry pickers. That's my take. You sit there on the other end of the court, you wait for a first-round pick to not be a good football player, and you victory lap, and you dance, and you call Kyle and John idiots, and running backs in the third round. Like, I'm not telling anybody that you can't have opinions on picks even as they come in. A lot of you are big college football fans, and you may see a pick, and you may be like, what the hell are you doing? How about Jake Moody? How are you feeling right now about a pick that at the time, people were like, what are you doing picking a kicker that early in the draft? Well, you feel different when he goes out and starts a year 8 for 8, and literally had a huge hand in winning a Monday Night Football game. I don't know. I just think a lot of it is way too easy. Sit at the other end of the court and then dunk on people when they miss a pick, which is inherent in drafting in all sports, all leagues, period, no matter what. There's not a franchise that nails them all. But when the Niners are sitting here littered with great players all over the roster, many of whom are homegrown and many of whom are late, that's why I actually get bothered when people come down their road for the way they're drafted.
You get bothered by the cherry picking in particular, like highlighting the Trey Lances and the Trey Sermons.
And the Kinlaws.
Don't draft a guy named Trey would be my memo to the front office.
Yep.
Usually doesn't work out. But
no running backs in the third and no one named Trey.
Exactly. And then those same people, though, are looking beyond all of the players that you're highlighting, whether it's, Greenlaw and Kittle in the fifth, and I'm looking at the list right now, and all the rest of Jawan Jennings and Purdy in the seventh, and all the other late rounders. You have to give credit for those if you're going to detract for the other misses. And yeah, it feels like first round misses, and when you trade away those picks, those goes down as misses. When you get Trey Lance back,
when you don't get something,
and you give up those picks, those are absolute air balls. But even through it all, like you said, you've been in the conference championship game 3 straight years, despite the biggest debacle in the history of this regime.
Right, and let's also not, sometimes I do think we even fall too far in the idea of, they're great in the third round or later, but they suck in the first and second round. Well, that's tough for me, because you love Nick Bosa, you love Brandon Ayuk, you love Deebo Samuel, you love a lot of the players who they've nailed in those rounds. I know that their batting average in the first round is far from perfect.
Right.
Far from perfect. I get that. But let's not act like that they've never gotten anything out of those rounds.
Right. They've gotten something, but I'm looking at the roster right now, sorted by draft pick, and they have 3 first-round picks currently on their roster. Ricky Pearsall, Nick Bosa, and Brandon Ayuk. Those are your 3 first-rounders that are still here. Your second-rounders, Deebo, Aaron Banks, Drake Jackson on the pup, and Renardo Green. The jury's still out.
TBD.
So not a great haul. Your third round, it gets better. Your fourth and fifth rounds are good. Later in the draft, you do seem to get a lot more bang for your buck than you do earlier in the draft, and that's where fans who aren't watching day 3 of the NFL draft, you fixate on just the top of the board guys, and if they don't hit, then you can form your opinion that way.
Yeah, I remember when Juwan Jennings got picked, and it was just kind of it was a slow sort of burn toward productivity for Juwan. And that was a weird pick. It was kind of thought of as like, oh, he's like a physical guy. He's really big, but he's raw, and we're not sure kind of what's going on with him. And then he just kind of sat there for a little while and, just kind of made the team and whatever. And look here, quietly, it's a guy they've re-signed. It's a guy who now, looking at what they've got going on now, this guy's a huge key piece to what they're doing. He has been, and I would argue coming up this weekend, probably more so than ever.
Right, more so than ever. He's going to be your starter, and you look at the 5th round, and I'm just looking at their 5th round picks that are still on the team, and 5 of them are in your starting 22, including a guy back at practice today, full participant, Talanoa Hufanga, 5th rounder, Demo Lenore, 5th rounder, Colton McKivitz, love him or hate him, he's a starter, 5th rounder. Dre Greenlaw will be a starter. George Kittle's a 5th rounder. So what you've done later in the draft, I believe, should offset your failures in the earlier rounds.
Well, and if we take it beyond the draft, I do think it's an odd conversation for so many of us to sort of shoot shots at whether it's the draft or a Javon Hargrave signing or anything like that. You shoot shots at this, and then the very next breath, you're like, well, they clearly have the best roster. Well, what's their job? They've got the best roster. Their roster construction is fantastic. It's literally absolutely restaurant quality. The way that they have been able to structure their contracts, keep themselves cap compliant, to look at them right now. I know that this is only a snapshot of it, but they've got the most cap space in the league right now. And I know that's because they're trying to roll it over to help with Brock Purdy, because they don't have the most cap space in the league when you look forward into the next few years. But man, if there is a group, this is, I guess, the bottom line of what I'm saying. If there's a group in the NFL where I'm going to be like, dude, I trust you guys to construct a roster, this is my first pick. Absolutely. Chiefs, Ravens, you mentioned them. Those are the other ones.
Yep.
But that's those are the best 3.
Well, and of their roster right now, they've got, I think, 32 of their own drafted players. And outside of that, it's a collection of other highly drafted players and then a bunch of undrafted players such as Jake Brendel, Flanagan Fowles, the aforementioned Jordan Mason, Charvarius Ward was undrafted. I know
I didn't know that.
They didn't find Mooney Ward.
No.
Kansas City did, but he was out of Hines Community College and Middle Tennessee State.
Damn.
And then he goes to I didn't
even know that.
Yeah. I didn't either until I started to do the deep dive on the roster construction, but beyond their own drafted guys, they've done a good job of finding other free agents and cast-offs.
What round was, you may have just said it and I missed it, what round was Lenore?
Demo was a 5th rounder, I believe.
Okay, we need to start throwing that into the conversation.
Yeah, 5th round.
We need to start throwing that in the conversation. We leave him out when we do the 5th round.
They got Jalen Moore and then Diamador Lenore both in the 5th round, and then they had Hufanga. They had 3 picks in the 5th in 2021, and that was their 3.
Hufanga, Lenore, Kittle, and Greenlaw. All 5th round picks.
And McKivitz, he's a starting tackle.
Yeah.
Say what you want. He's a starting right tackle.
How about Rodney?
Whatever, Grandy. Don't be a hater.
What'd you say?
He just started laughing.
I just started laughing.
He started laughing.
He's a starter.
He's a starter.
Can't argue with that.
He's a starter.
You guys are haters.
I wish he wasn't, but he's a starter.
Who would you rather have at right tackle?
A lot of other people. They're just not on the Niners roster.
Mike McGlinchey?
Oh, he got put on IR today. Did you see that?
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Life gets rougher for Bo Nix.
I don't think.
Broncos.
Yeah, I don't think Denver is loving that contract. I'm not doing PFF dives on Mike McGlinchey, but I don't think that. I think that worked out. The Niners being like, let's not pay that.
DeForest Buckner also on IR. And I'm not saying that worked out in the same fashion.
No, it definitely did not.
But just in terms of former Niners who are on IR. Grandy laughing at McKivitz.
And another duck. DeForest Buckner.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Fragile.
Yeah, soft. Rodney in UC Berkeley. Hey, Rodney, what's cooking?
What's going on, gentlemen? Just listening to your statement and comments. And can you just agree with me on this one point that Brock Purdy was the 49ers Powerball hit? Everybody missed but them.
Okay, expand a little bit. I think I know where you're going.
They won the lottery.
Well, so obviously that's true to a degree. However, I guess let me now ask a question back, Rodney. Just because he's the last pick in the draft, is it your assessment that the 49ers don't get credit for it and weren't scouting that player and didn't think highly of him? Or, like, how do you view that?
No, absolutely not saying that. I'm absolutely not saying that. What I'm saying, based on that segment earlier that you played from that guy, Niners should just trade the first, second, and third round draft picks and get 5th, 6th, and 7th. Clear it up. Get the whole kid and caboodle.
Right.
Why not just do that? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
just
no.
do it that way.
Rodney,
and I got
go
one
ahead.
more question
Yeah,
for
go
you.
ahead.
And this is for everybody. How can an NBA coach get into the Hall of Fame with the most losses in NBA history and a winning percentage of 5.59%?
How can an NBA head coach, say it again, with a winning percentage of 5.59, but what was the rest of the point?
Most losses of all time.
Most losses
of all time.
NBA history get into the Hall of Fame.
You're talking about Lenny Wilkins or Don Nelson?
I'm talking about Don Nelson. Don Nelson.
Yeah, Lenny Wilkins has more losses, but I see where you're going. And thank you for the phone call.
Yeah.
And the Basketball Hall of Fame, two things about that. One, they don't differentiate between player and coach. And two, if you've ever bounced the ball in an NBA arena, you get in. They let everyone in the Basketball Hall of Fame.
No, that's not true. That's
the Basketball Hall of Fame is only the Basketball Hall of Fame. It's not the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame. It's the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Right.
So if you're an international player, a WNBA player, a college player, whatever. So Don Nelson's career in totality is more than just his 31 years rather, as a head coach. It also includes his time in Boston as a player.
Correct.
Which is why he's in the Hall of Fame.
And by the way, like, I don't have his record in front of me, but if he has the most losses of all time, yet still has a winning percentage that is above 500, that would suggest to me that there are very many wins also.
Yeah, 1,335, second all time.
A lot of wins.
Second only to Greg Popovich.
Yeah. And
Greg Popovich.
The third point.
Thank you.
Very good.
Had to.
The third point is
John Sally.
There you go. Rodney, you might have called, I don't want to speak for dibs here, you might have called the wrong show if you want to be frustrated about someone being in the Hall of Fame. Because remember, Dibs, when earlier today, you stated now, when Deebo Samuel said we're the best team, and we've been the best team, you said, I don't really care who's the best team. I care who wins. This is my response to who's in and who's not in the Hall of Fame. Boy, I don't care. The only thing I root for in the Hall of Fame, for instance, when Joe Staley and Vernon Davis get nominated, yay, guys. You're my guys. That's my team. Hope you make the Hall of Fame. Patrick Willis, yada, yada, yada. On we go. Like, that's the only way I root for it. I just have the hardest time getting hot and bothered about who does and doesn't get in to the Hall of Fame. I've never watched a speech and been mad, ever. I've never watched a speech in the Hall of Fame and be like, that guy shouldn't have got in. And I've also never lost sleep, even like you do, over Low Neal. Yay, Low. I know him, so I hope he gets in. But the whole Eli Manning and Phillip Rivers and oh my God, just let him in. Who cares? Who cares? Is there anybody who's losing sleep because there's a bust of some guy halfway across the country and he got in and you think his stats were a little short? Sorry, I just can't get emotionally involved.
I get it. I won't say I lose sleep over it, but it's something that I am going to advocate for as a friend of his and somebody who is an admirer of his career.
You worked with him, of course.
And I am an appreciator of exactly what he did in that position, blocking for 9 consecutive 1,000-yard rushers, including guys you've never heard of. Adrian Morrell. The only time he ever rushed for 1,000 yards is when Low Neal was a Jet, for example. Corey Dillon behind Low Neal. Now, LaDainian Tomlinson could have rushed for 1,000 yards in his sleep.
Probably.
Regardless of who was in front of him. But just knowing what Low Neal did for these guys over a 16-year career, I do think that it's a bit of an abomination that he's not in. And even if it's not him, there are other guys, Sam Gash and Larry Centers, and even friend of the program, Daryl Moose Johnston, who was a great fullback. And none of these guys ever get a sniff. I don't lose sleep over it, but it does make me scratch my head.
It's hard. It's one of those positions in sports. It's like middle reliever. Like, it's kind of hard to.
Good point.
It's hard for people to see. I'm with you just from the perspective that I remember, and this is well before I got to meet him or anything like that. I remember he was the best player at his position in the game for a prolonged period of time. And I think in general, when you achieve that, that's probably worth it. But that's also my perspective, because I'm like, just let people in. I don't great, you were awesome. Cool, now you're in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
That's my voting process.
Right.
You were super good. Cool. Have a speech. Get a party. Bring your friends out. Here's a jacket. There's just no penalty to anyone when people get in. I know you think it's watering down the process, but it's not. It's not. There's nobody in any Hall of Fame ever where you're having a hard time going to bed at night. I hope. Good Lord.
Some people do.
Really?
Well, I don't know if they have trouble going to bed.
Is there anybody in that you're that bothers me that he's in? I'd have to pick any Hall of Fame.
You know what? Honestly, the one that bothers me the most is probably Terrell Davis from the Broncos.
Oh, okay.
He had 4 good years.
Product of the Shanahan system.
You know what he's a product of?
What?
NFL Network. If he never would have been on NFL Network, he doesn't get in. He had 4 good years, and he got a ring, maybe 2, and so he goes in because he's really good on TV and people like him. That's one that probably bothers me the most.
Well, likability's got a ton to do with all of this always. I mean, Barry Bonds would have more MVPs. He probably may well be in the Hall of Fame today if he were more likable. I love that people are like, no, because of PEDs. You know damn well there are people in the Hall of Fame right now who have been caught with PEDs.
Mike Piazza?
Exactly. Come on. So,
there's a few others who
likability's got a ton to do with it.
Of course it does. Just closing the book on this portion of it. Other Niners who are up. Delaney Walker he's one of the nominees.
He's probably not going to make it.
No, Ricky Waters is among the nominees.
I love Ricky,
former Niner, and Anquan Bolden, former Niner, not a homegrown, of course, but the full list available at NFL.com. And when you talk about this process, there are 167 nominees, and 5 or 6 will get in.
Anquan Bolden, and then we'll go back to the Debo comment and let everybody who heard this in the early part of the show hear it in the back half of the show. But Anquan Bolden will forever be remembered as one of those. He was Puka Nacua before Puka Nacua. For those of you who haven't been around long enough to know, Anquan Bolden was a fantasy football tree shaker. One of these guys, when did he get drafted? When was he drafted? What round? You ever Anquan Bolden's draft?
Probably 2nd or 3rd round.
Hang on. So all I remember, and this was for me, the infancy stages of playing fantasy football. And the year started, and it was either week 1 or week 2. Second round?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Week 1 or week 2, I can't remember which. Bolden goes for almost 200. Almost 200 yards. He was running, and this is, I think, when Kurt Warner was QB in the Arizona Cardinals. And Larry Fitzgerald was on one side. And so everyone's like, yeah, whatever. Bolden goes out and goes bananas. And he was, everybody, whoever had the waiver pickup, because no one had heard of this guy. And everyone dives in. And if you got him on waivers, congrats. I hope you spent the money well. You won. And every year there's one of those guys. Every year there's someone who you're like, what? Who is this? Who is this person? Carson Steele. Did everybody do it last night?
Who are you?
Did y'all get him?
I put my claim in, I didn't get him.
Did you get Captain Alligator
Somebody
last night?
ahead of me got Crocky T.
Crocky
J. Crocky J.
Who got him in our league, Lucas? Who got Carson Steele? Who got him? Oh,
yeah.
It's quiet.
Yeah. I don't know, but I know I got Kareem Hunt.
Oh, you get Kareem Hunt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's on the Chiefs. I don't know if you know that.
He's actually on their practice squad. So he's not a Chiefs yet, but he will be.
Loading.
Yep, exactly.
I'll report back.
All right.
Anquan Bolden, one of 14 receivers all time, over 1,000 catches. 4 of those 14 have played for the Niners.
Anquan was a stud, man. And I mean that on and off the field. He was a great leader in the locker room, all that stuff. Okay, so here's where we started today, and we still got plenty of time at 888-957-9570 to kind of rock this question. Niner fans, how does this make you feel? We spent some good time on this, largely because Mark Grandy is our friend. He's not just our coworker, he's our friend, and we were concerned about him. A little bit, at least, because this circulated this morning, and Grandy became very upset, verklempt, if you will, because on his own podcast, Deebo Samuel, while sitting next to Brandon Ayuk, said this: it's 23 seconds. What you're going to want to pay attention to are the final 3 seconds.
Kind of the same thing, kind of like be your best self, and like as long as you know you left it all out there, and like win, lose, or draw, like as long as you know you gave it everything, it's like you ain't got no regrets at all.
So it sounds like you guys are pretty convinced that as long as everybody shows up, there's no doubt that you guys feel like it can be your year.
Kind of like what he said, like my eyes, like we've been on the best team in the league for a while.
In my eyes, we've been the best team in the league for a while. So tuck that into multiple Super Bowl losses. I don't know what Deebo means by a while. I don't know if he means his entire career. I don't know if he means just since Christian McCaffrey arrived, what have you. But 888-957-9570, how does that make you feel? My initial reaction to it was, it's hard to hear. The second I heard it, I'm like, oh, this is not going to land well with people. And it didn't land great with me because they haven't gotten over the top. At the same time, 2 extra things to say about it. One, I get why and how Deebo would feel that way because he's on the team and he's a high-level athlete, and of course, you have to have that belief in yourself. But here's my bigger takeaway, and maybe where we kind of challenge the way some people are thinking. Because I think a lot of you are like, you're not the best team. That's arrogant. You shouldn't say that. You haven't gotten over the top. Obviously, the Chiefs are the best team. But in the next breath, every 49er fan I know thinks they should have won. All of them. I've never met a 49er fan that does not think they should have won, which to me is the exact same thing as saying, I think they're the best team. They just didn't win. But I think most of you do think that they're the best team. You just don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it because it brings up bad memories.
Of course, because you shouldn't say that unless you have a Super Bowl, in my opinion. You can say that, but for me, it's empty calories because you can say that you're the best team in a while. Well, what does that mean? What does a while mean? And if it means since you've been around since 2019, okay, you can look at that and say, you have a point, even though you're 5th since 2019 in regular season wins. The Chiefs have 10 more than you, including a couple of head-to-head wins over you, not to mention 2 Super Bowl wins over you. So if you want to talk about we've had the best team for a while, what does a while mean? Doesn't mean since Sunday because you lost to Minnesota. Doesn't mean since last year because you didn't win the Super Bowl. So what exactly does it mean? And if you have the best team in a while in the league, why haven't you won the Super Bowl? Who's choking then, Deebo, would be the follow-up.
Well, that's the
who's the choker? Is it your coach who doesn't know the overtime rules?
There's that word.
Is it your right guard who doesn't know which way to block? Is it your star running back who coughed it up at the 10-yard line in the opening drive? What is it? D?
Doesn't need to be a choke. It doesn't need to be a choke.
If you're the best team in football and you've had the best team in a while, then why haven't you won?
Because they didn't execute.
That's a great question.
They didn't execute well enough.
Right. Well, the difference between not executing and choking is a fine line.
I think it's thicker than you think it is, in my opinion, at least.
I think it's more narrow than
choking is like, is what the Eagles did the other night. Choking. I mean, even that, like choking is something that's more on the emotional level than the physical level. To me, choking is like you're emotionally overwhelmed by the size of the moment. and you wilt. You wilt in a big moment. You've got a free throw to win the game, and you airball it. Like you got
a wide open pass in the flat to ice a game on Monday night, and you don't catch it.
Yeah, probably.
I mean,
that reflects it more than what I saw in the Super Bowl, where I just look at the Super Bowl and I go, you made critical errors.
Right.
Like I know that's not sexy. I know no one's going to
Spencer Burford goes the wrong way.
You made
on a red zone play,
and you had a special teams gaff where the ball hits your leg.
Man, again, special teams,
and Christian McCaffrey fumbles. Like you made critical errors.
Yeah,
you made critical errors, and for some people that equals now you're not the best, and other people will go, and I lean this way. It's much more circumstantial and nuanced than that.
Sure, but if you are claiming that you have been the best team for a while, the best team doesn't make those, quote, critical errors at critical times. In my opinion, you can't be both. You can't be the best team and make critical errors in the Super Bowl. If you make those critical errors, and I'm not going to say that McCaffrey choked by fumbling, much like this game against the Vikings. When Cook fumbles at the 3-yard line, well, you got the ball punched out. He didn't choke. The defense made a play that provoked that fumble.
Well, that's kind of a fine line too, isn't it?
Exactly, and that's my point.
I mean, his job is to hold on to the ball while players are punching it.
Now, if they lose that game because of it, that becomes a critical error.
Yes.
And you lose because of critical errors. Yeah. So I will withdraw the idea of a choke, but I also will double down on the fact that you can't be the best team in a while and still make critical errors at critical times.
Well, everybody, I would argue there's critical errors by both teams every single game. Patrick Mahomes made critical errors in the game. Niners didn't capitalize on it.
Yeah.
Got an interception and then didn't go anywhere and didn't get any points, which is a critical error right back. Like you're playing tennis with critical errors.
So you can't be the best team if you don't capitalize on critical errors.
Well, but critical errors, you know what I mean? You get to the point of how critical? I thought they made critical errors against the Lions. And then the Lions made criticaler errors. You know what I mean?
No, you're right. The coach.
That's sports. Let me ask it to you this way. It does not bother me that he said this. Grandy is bothered that he said this. Does this bother you?
It bothers me more than you and less than Grandy.
Okay.
I think Grandy's closer to being, I don't know if I would say infuriated. You can speak for yourself, but it bothers me.
He's still shaking his head.
It bothers me because this is not something you say, and I don't care when it was recorded. It came out today.
Yeah.
So in my world.
Or last night, yeah.
Whatever. In my world, he said it last night.
Okay.
And he said it on the heels of a loss where your team made critical errors in a game that you don't normally lose. When you win the time of possession battle, you're 20-4. Over the last 2 years, you don't lose that game.
This is why I brought up.
I'm bothered.
That's why I brought up Serena Williams yesterday, and some people were like, "Dude, why is Serena catching a stray?" Not at all. Serena Williams is, she's on the list for the greatest female athletes, maybe just greatest athletes of all time. Period. End of story. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. That's it. However, when you're that good and you lose, I think you lean in the direction of what you're hearing Debo do. And Serena would do it too. You don't go to the press conference afterward and go, well, give me a name of a tennis player other than Serena during her era that nobody's really big on.
Probably Justine Henin.
Okay. You do not go to
Kim Clijsters.
Let's do that one. It's easier to say. So Serena's not going to go to the press conference and be like, well, here's the thing. Kim Clijsters wholly outplayed me today. So that's what I think.
She's allowed to.
She's allowed to, but she won't because she's the best. And she's going to sit there and go, here are all the things I did wrong. Here are all the things I did wrong. I actually thought, if you want to just spotlight last week, I thought the Niners did a pretty decent job of at least giving some of the credit to the Vikings. You hear Brock Purdy go up to Brian Flores and be like, dude, your scheme's pretty sweet. That was tough. You know what I mean? Kyle Shanahan did it too. The Vikings played a really good football game. You heard Greg Cosell do it with us today. Now, he's not on the Niners, but you get my point. The Vikings absolutely deserve a lot of credit for this. But when you're really good, That's how it's going to sound afterward. You're going to sit there and be like, well, here's what went wrong. That's why we lost, because if things don't go wrong, we win because we're better. I mean, Debo spent an entire offseason telling the Philadelphia Eagles, we would have beat you if we had our quarterback. He had no hesitation whatsoever doing that because he very much felt in his belly like they would have won. And I think he thinks that less than a year later, he proved it. Now, that's flawed thinking, at least on some level, but that's how his brain works. We went back to Philly. They were good again. We had Brock Purdy. He stayed healthy. We kicked your A.
In the regular season.
Yes.
And again, you're allowed to say whatever you want to say. And every time Serena would do that, and she wouldn't do that when her sister beat her, she would, talk about
different.
how... Exactly. It's different because she wanted it to be different. When she loses to Gabin Muguruza...
What?
Yeah, and I'm looking at her record. When she loses to Sam Stosur, 6'2" and 6'3", on the hard court at the U.S. Open, you got your butt whipped. And it feels better to me when you have an athlete say, you know what? Wasn't my day today. She was better than me. She deserves the win. Instead of, well, I made all these errors and I this and I that. And it's the same thing with this.
Also,
yes, Angry Grandy.
You're not really comparing Serena Williams, one of the greatest champions in sport history, to the San Francisco 49ers, who have not won a championship.
Once again,
you earn something by winning all those titles.
Grandy, everything we're talking about today is simply illustrating a difference in perspective and approach by, for example, in this case, you and me. Like, you're upset at the idea of comparing those two. First of all, I never said the Niners were as great as Serena Williams, but you're upset at comparing those two because results, black and white, X, O, win, loss, end of story, go eat.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not how I do it. It's not how I look at it. And that's like, I totally get where you're coming from. And I don't mean to put those in the same sentence other than to tell you that I think that that's how great athletes think about it. And the 49ers think they're the best team. They do.
Like, Serena is undoubtedly the best female tennis player of all time, the most dominant tennis player of all time.
Right. And Debo's not saying that they're the greatest team of all time.
When she loses, generally, she's right. It's because she didn't play very well.
Oh, but hold on a second.
Oh, she lost 6 of her last 8 Grand Slam finals.
Well, I mean, when she's at her peak.
I can corner you right now. Based on your points today, anytime Serena loses, the other player is better.
Yeah, then they deserve to be the champions. They were better.
No deserve. Take the word out of it.
Serena was on an entirely different level than almost any other
that's not what
championship matchup.
That's not what you've told us today. What you've told us today is when you win, you're the best. That's why I brought up the example of when Kevin Durant was with the Warriors and they came in and had a tired, sloppy night and Detroit would beat them. And there was one of their 9 losses or something for the year. Are you arguing that means that they're better?
They were the better team that night.
Exactly.
Okay, fine.
On that night.
So maybe Debo's saying, yeah, on that night the Chiefs were better, but we think overall that we're the best team. I have zero issue with that.
That's meaningless when he says that.
Fine.
Because
it can be meaningless. I just don't I don't have an issue with it.
Just like it's meaningless when Serena comes out after a loss and talks about how it was her struggles and her failures. That's not the total story. When you lose in a tennis match, the other person was better than you, or they just weren't as bad as you were. Yeah. If you were bad, then they were less bad.
Nobody performs the same every day. I don't care what you do. I don't care what you do. You do not perform the same every day.
Of course.
Right. So, like, how do you then quantify across all days and all months and all years, like, what is the best, especially if you're comparing two things that don't necessarily go head-to-head each time?
Well, ultimately, you are what your record says you are. And if there's a baseball team that's 6 games below 500 and you have somebody on that team come out and say, well, we're the best team in baseball. We have been for some time.
We've got the best pitching staff in the league.
Thank you. And that's a great point. And, okay, that's a soundbite, and that's a comment, and that's a viewpoint. And you know what? Turns out you're probably not right. So when Deebo Samuel says, we've been the best team in football for a while, I can easily say, and Grandy would say it with more vehemence, no, you're not. If you were, you'd have a Lombardi and we wouldn't be sitting here with a quest for 6 that's going on for 3 decades.
Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from, but I'm sorry. I totally get where he's coming from.
Don't be sorry.
No, I totally get where he's coming from, not just in terms of a concept of like that's the way an athlete thinks, but I think it's the way we think. I think that there are things that I hear that feel like contradictions. I feel like when the 49ers are playing the Chiefs and everybody thinks they're going to win and then they don't win and everyone goes, well, they should have won. Somewhere tucked into all of that, you're saying that you think the Niners are the best team.
See, I don't believe in they should have won because if they should have won, they would have won. They were in a spot where they could have won. There is no should have won. Like
you've never said that after watching a sporting event?
You could say it in the moment.
Eagles, Monday night, should have won?
Probably. Yeah, but they didn't.
Yeah. No,
they didn't. And you know why they didn't? Because they had a coach and a play caller that thought that he was smarter than everyone else, and then they called a play that was an incredible play that works 96% of the time, but guess what? It didn't work, and you gave up the rock, and you lost the game.
You know what happened? And our listeners don't know, and most probably don't care about this, but just a little quirk of the system on Monday night.
Yeah.
That Falcons drive at the end that never should have happened led to a catch by Darnell Mooney that, you know what it proved? Steiny has a better fantasy team than Mark Grandy. He's better.
He was that week.
He's better than you.
Yeah, Grandy. He was last week.
Better. No. He's just better. End the sentence there.
And you know what? Grandy should have won that fantasy matchup, but he didn't. And you know what that's worth? Not a damn thing. And you should have won $100 in your pick'em pool. But you didn't.
But I didn't.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to pull a Debo. Even though I lost last week, I still think I'm the best fantasy football manager out there.
That's a great call.
Oh, your best manager?
Even though you're 0-2 and you lost to the Dipper.
Yeah. But you made the playoffs last year. Oh, wait, no, that was me. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
All right, bye-bye.
And 888-957-957 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition.
That's a really good question, Mark. That's a really good question, Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, fun day.
Super.
I thought we should mention this before we get out of here. Fun to get everyone's reaction on this. The last Woj bomb has been sent. That was the last Woj bomb ever. Y'all know what a Woj bomb is, right? Those of you who speak sports media know what a Woj bomb is. Adrian Wojnarowski, the top NBA reporter out there in the minds of most, certainly the top breaking news NBA reporter out there, announced that he is retiring.
He Woj bombed himself.
He did.
A self bomb.
That's right. It was crazy that he got that story.
Exclusively.
I had Ramona Shelburne in my pool.
Shams was pissed.
But she got beat.
Shams.
Yeah.
Shams Sharanya.
She got beat. She made critical errors.
Yeah, she did.
And so Woj beat her to it. And he sent out the report that he's retiring to spend more time with Stan Van Gundy's family.
That's partially incorrect, but hilarious all the while. Where he's going was like, what? And then you realize, okay, good for you. And I've actually thought about that because he and I are about the same age, mid-50s, and you get to that age and you start thinking about like other things you might want to do professionally and personally before it's all over. And he's got a chance to make a nice pivot to be the GM at St. Bonaventure.
Yeah.
The Bonnies.
Yeah, so I guess retirement, air quotes, like he's still going to work, but yeah, he's going to be the general manager at St. Bonnie's. Maybe that allows him to be around the family more. I do think about a job like his, and I wonder sometimes if we give enough credit to this. Like guys and gals that do stuff like that, I don't know if they sleep. Like that phone is on. Like think about what you got to do, the relationships you've got to build, the buttons you have to push, the way that you're able to set it up in many ways so that you are like contact number one to all the agents, all the GMs, every team, every city. Yo, exhausting.
Right?
Exhausting. And how often is that family trying to eat dinner and Adrian's looking at the phone? Yeah. Oh.
Dad, can you pass the potatoes? Hold on. Toronto's making a move to their G League team.
Dude, my family does it to me. Dad, could you like put the phone down and look me in the eye? And I always am like, oh God, I feel terrible. You know what I mean? Like kids looking at you trying to tell you something. Text comes across from Dibbers who's mad because he got a bad beat or something on a tennis match or whatever. And I'm like, you look at the phone and they're like, Dad, I'm trying to show you what I made you at school. And you're like, damn it, phone. What's on here that really matters? But Woj, like when your job is to beat people to the internet, you got seconds to make it right. So I've never met the man, but, congrats and good on you. And, happy trails.
And ultimately, someone will slide into that spot. And so from Woj bombs, and I know that we had Shams wows, as I would call them, before we realized that it's Shams, and that kind of blew the bit.
Yeah, that's fun.
He used to be at ESPN.
Correct.
So there's
and I'm told he is a free agent soon.
Gotcha.
And he is the leading candidate for ESPN to just wrap right into the position.
Also, Chris Haynes, I think, is a name that's been bandied about. And, somebody's going to fill that role, but forever we will lament the lack of Woj bombs.
So the next time Steph Curry signs an extension, like who's going to tell us about it?
Right.
Yeah. So
how about friend of the program, Ramona Shelburne?
Sure.
Momo.
Sure. Or we could keep it local. Slates.
Yeah, could be.
I don't know.
You never know. But yeah, good for Woj. You get to that spot and, you're in your 50s and he's done it, right? I don't think there's anything else that he could do. And I doubt that he aspired to. I mean, there really is no higher level, right? When you're that guy, when you're the NBA insider for the worldwide leader, I don't know what other job you can matriculate up to.
No. Yeah, you hacked it. You won. You did it. You mastered it. Go do something else.
Yep.
I agree with that. One other thing I saw earlier today, correct me, guys, if I've got the number wrong. But I think the projected number for SoFi Stadium is 63%. Is the projected number in terms of percent of 49er fans in the building. And you know the way 49er fans sound, and you certainly know the way they look. They're draped in red. And here's what I'll promise you. 63% will look like 85. It'll look and sound like 85. Yeah. And so Kyle Shanahan actually on the conference call was even asked about what is called Levi's South.
You always want to give teams no light. When teams are back or against the wall, which both teams in that situation, both teams want to come out aggressive and hard and give neither side of the ball any light. When you do have a situation like we do when we go there and how we have so many fans show up, that's only cool if you play real well. If you play real well and can kind of control the game, then it gets real fun. If not, then it's twice as disappointing.
He went on to say, we think we've been the best team in California for years, but we clipped it. We clipped it before that part came out.
Looking at the resale market, according to Vivid Seats, and that ticket is the most expensive this week in the National Football League. Yeah. Tickets as low as $167 for that one.
That's the cheapest price?
According to the ESPN populated Vivid Seats, the cheapest ticket for the cheapest game is the Buccaneers hosting the Broncos. You can get in for $35.
Grandy, you go see Bo Nix. You go see him.
He has looked bad.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, not so good. Not so good.
He's not the only one.
Did you see the video of the play call he was trying to get out to his whole offensive group the other day?
No.
It must have been like the longest play in the history of plays, because by the time he got it out, he had to look down at the play sheet 4 different times. By the time he got it out, they broke the huddle with 4 seconds on the play clock.
That's poor guy.
What is Sean Payton doing?
Did you hear him in the post-game press conference when they asked him what he saw, what happened when he threw an interception?
No.
It was great.
Give me a sec. I can play it for you.
Oh, you have it. All right.
Of course he does. He's a duck.
Hold on one sec. All right, here it is.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Drop back, threw it to the other team.
Oh,
astute.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, that's why you love him. He thinks black and white just like you do.
Yeah.
I threw it, the other team caught it. Next question.
Yeah, boy.
You hear Lucas sort of say Bo Nix is not the only one who's playing bad. For those of you who don't speak Lucas, what that means is Caleb Williams looks awful too. Have the two of you and this running argument about which one's going to be better, has it just stopped? The two of you just you know what? Maybe we should have a different conversation.
I never believed that Bo Nix is going to be better than Caleb Williams.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Did you hear?
So far, Michael Penix is playing better than both of them.
Drake May, too.
I'm out on that.
You know what? I will say this, because, look, it's been 2 games. Give these guys a breath, for God's sakes, to see if they can play in the league. But I will say this. I saw something from Caleb Williams after that game on Sunday night that is not a good sign. And I know before the draft, there were plenty of things that people were worried about with Caleb, and we didn't know if they were true. Did he really ask for part ownership of the team? Remember stuff like that? Here's something I saw with my own eyes, and I do not think it speaks well of Caleb. C.J. Stroud tried to pull that young man aside. And I love that CJ was acting like a grandpa.
Right.
He's been in the league for 1 more year than Caleb Williams has. But CJ tried to pull him aside after the game and give him a little advice, prop him up. He's like, you're a great player. You're going to be awesome in this league, but learn your lesson. You're taking too many hits. You got to not take these hits. It's not sustainable in this league. He tried to tell him all this. And Caleb, with every bone in his body, was giving him the whole, I don't want to listen to you. I don't even want to be in this conversation right now. He blew him off until CJ literally pulled him to his chest and started saying it into his ear. Maybe he's just frustrated. It's right after a loss. But man, that to me, that's a bad sign.
Yeah.
That's a bad sign, Lucas.
It's also a bad sign when your number 1 wide receiver is already showing visible frustration. Guy on my team, my fantasy team, so I'm watching him pretty closely. DJ Moore, after plays, you can already see that he's throwing the hands up and he's looking back dude, throw me the ball. That thing in Chicago Who could have seen this coming? It looks a little broken already.
I've seen DJ Moore's face look like that before. It was on Devontae Adams' face in that whole show on Netflix this summer.
It was also last season when Justin Fields was his quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair
Not
enough.
a good sign.
And who was that other guy they had last year? They had
Tyson Bagent.
Tyson Bagent.
Still there. I could not remember his name.
What?
DJ Moore.
What on earth?
Yeah.
All right, that's fun. What are you doing here in a couple minutes, Grandy?
We're going to hear Bonte and Shasky on the morning show talk about pressure rising on both Brock Purdy and Brandon Ayuk. Plus, you guys reacting to that